Hey guys, welcome back. This is Snazzy, your all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see what if Goku joined Marines Part 2. So let's move on to the video. That's it, folks. In a turning event, this battle goes to Son Goku. The announcer said as an ovation of cheers erupted from the battle. Hancock called to hold in her excitement. She just had to run down and congratulate Goku, but she knew the Shichibukas were still there, so she would have to wait to ask her question until Goku and the rest could enter back into the hallway. She ran down the stairway and entered into the hallway while Goku helped walk Chilla to the outside of the ring while the other competitors took over to fight. Number 75, Anonymous with a brutal KO. The announcer shouted as many gasps were heard from the stands. What? But the match had just started. Chopper said in shock as the crew turned around to see a grounded person with a majority of his body broken in different and horrifying ways. My god, Nami cupped her mouth as she saw the horrifying sight. This is unbelievable. First he pummels the poor fellow and then puts his two fingers to his head and then sent a blast towards the young man's side. Somebody please get him medical attention now. The announcer shouted as a pair of medical teams rushed towards the stage, taking the man to the infirmary. Goku looked at the cloaked figure. Put his two fingers special beam cannon. No. Goku finally realized who was under the cloak. Bad move indeed. Cell. In the medical infirmary. Goku and the rest of the Straw Hats rushed into the infirmary, as did many fighters checking up on their friend. Everyone in the tournament were close as they began socializing with one another. Chopper ran towards the doctor getting the medical reports while the fighters closed in around the guy asking how he felt and was he okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Number 83 smiled weakly before he twitched in pain. Goku pushed through the crowds and pulled out the bottle full of senzu beans and took one out. As Goku finally got through, he lowered his hand to number 83 showing him the senzu bean. Eat this bean, it will help reattach all your broken bones back into place, Goku said. Number 83 was at first hesitant but eventually complied as he knew Goku wouldn't stop until he ate it. Number 83 couldn't he actually move, so Goku dropped the bean into his mouth and moved his head back, allowing him to swallow. Number 83's muscle started to expand in size, nearly ripping his G because of the massive increase in muscle. Massachusetts. The crowd had taken a step back as number 83 got up slowly and realized he could stand up again. What the hell was that? Number 83 said in disbelief but completely amazed at what the bean did. Goku gave a brief description of the senzu bean and its healing ability. After Goku finished, the Straw Hats came forward. What happened to you? 1 minute, the battle just started and then immediately you re on the floor with multiple bones in different places, they shouldn't be us upset. Number 83 shuddered as he recalled the brutal beatdown. I remember it vividly, the monster split into 4 versions of him and ganged up on me. Number 83 started up. Goku frowned as he knew what technique Cell had used. Multiform technique, Goku muttered to himself. Then he used the other 2 versions of him to hold me while the third one put his 2 fingers to his forehead and shot a beam at me, knocking me out. Number 83 shrugged as that was all he remembered. You've gotta remember at least a little bit more, we need to know what we're dealing with, Sanji said as he lit a cigarette. He felt a rush of excitement in battling the cloaked figure, Cell, but deep down, he felt fear trying to seep through his body. Usopp on the other hand had no problem showing his fear when thinking about Cell. Sorry, I wish I could help more, but that's all I remember, number 83 said. Goku looked around to see most of the fighters who were listening into their conversation. He noticed the scared look on their faces. It was just like when Majin Buu came and was absorbing everyone, including his friends and family. The terror Goku felt continues to haunt him whenever he had walked past Buu. He knew Buu couldn't do any more harm, but the fact the jolly going creature had the ability to bring out a darker side made Goku keep his guard up every day in case another emergency like that ever happened. Goku had enough. He walked out the door, leaving the rest of the Straw Hats in the infirmary. He needed some air. Goku walked out towards the front of the island and watched the sun setting as the day was almost over. Goku was sweating nervously even though it was Cell. Goku felt a power emitting from him that wasn't there when he had first fought him during the Cell games. Did he get stronger over the years? No, he couldn't have, since he needed to absorb people in order to get stronger, Goku thought. He sensed Cell's ki and thankfully found no power that was one of his friends in the Dieb world. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Wait, how did he get here in the first place? Goku thought out loud. First Cell returns back from hell and now he appears in the One Piece world. He couldn't have used the Dragon Balls, right? Maybe instant transmission. Goku thought before he shook his head in disapproval.
No, if that was the case I would have gone home the minute I came here. Goku sighed as he would never understand how Cell came back to life. All of that would be answered whenever he gets the chance to fight him.
Goku. A female voice called out towards him. Huh? Goku snapped out of his thoughts and turned around to see a familiar face. He grinned as he knew who it was. It was Hancock. Hey Hand Dragon Queen, Goku joked while he bowed his head in respect. Hancock blushed a little and cupped her face while turning her face away. What are you doing here alone? Hancock said, smiling but with her head turned away. I'm just getting some fresh air before my next battle. Goku laughed slightly while rubbing the back of his head. So how is everything in the Amazon island after Luffy and I left? Goku asked as Hancock turned her head towards him. Well, it is a little boring to rule the island without someone to share the excitement with. Hancock closed her eyes and blushed slightly. Sadly, Goku was oblivious as usual. Have you actually decided I wanted to go and explore the world? Do Goku? Hancock started, and I just got one thing to say to you. Goku the Saiyan cocked his head slightly. What is it, Hancock? Goku asked. The Empress' lips curled into a smile that would melt any who gazed upon the sight. She walked towards Goku. Son Goku, will you ask accusets? Hancock was interrupted by the loudspeaker. Attention, attention all. The tournament will start again in 2 minutes. If you could please return to the arena as soon as possible for the next match, the announcer stated across the island before dying down into silence. Whoa. I am gonna be late. Sorry Hancock, maybe we can talk later. Goku started running towards the arena. The Empress blushed and called back, till then sweetheart. Goku didn't hear her fully as he dashed through the island and back towards the arena. Arriving late as Goku had gotten lost, he walked back to the stadium and saw the matches were already starting. Thankfully his match was upcoming next and he was excited to see who his next opponent would be. As Goku approached, he noticed Vados waiting patiently for him as he came closer. You're 30 minutes late, Goku. We all know you of all people shouldn't have been late. Vados rolled her eyes as Goku grinned and scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that. Anyways, I thought you had left already. Goku asked. Vados sighed. Kampa-sama was still hungry and asked me to get him more of your earthly cuisine, so I've decided to take a pit stop on the way. Vados winked. Goku laughed. Alright then, my match is about to start. Goku looked up to see both of the competitors leaving the stadium. Goku ran towards it while looking back. Wish me luck. Goku said as Vados nodded and took her seat with the rest of the Straw Hats in the stands.
Okay, so the winners of the previous fights while Goku was talking with Vados were number 66, 74, 77, and the losers were 43, 69, and 78, only 10 remain.
Goku walked up into the stadium and was shocked to see who his opponent was. Yes, you guessed it, Luffy. Luffy? We're fighting now? Goku sighed sadly as he wanted to versus his friend in the semi-finals. Luffy grinned. Yeah. And with that extra training I did with those training gear, I should be far stronger than I was back when I trained with Rayleigh. Goku smiled and prepared his fighting stance. Then I don't want you to hold back on me, okay? The bell had sounded indicating the match had begun. Afar from the stadium a hand stretched forward and shot a dark pulse of energy towards the ring and into Luffy. Erg.
Luffy's eyes widened from the pain, his body started growing bigger into his gear force and his eyes turned crimson red. Luffy felt a dark power growing inside of him and was continuing to grow even more powerful inside him to the point he wasn't in control of his body.
Goku's eyes narrowed as he looked at Luffy suspiciously. Oh, don't worry. Luffy looked up with his evil in eyes and increased his powers tremendously, which made Goku take a step back. I wasn't going to hold back, Luffy said as he dashed towards Goku and launched an uppercut into Goku's abdomen. What the? This isn't Luffy. Goku said out loud. Where is this power coming from? Goku turned his head to see where the dark energy power was flowing from Luffy. He squinted his eyes to see the cloaked figure Cell causing the entire problem. Cell? IV got to arc. Goku felt a sharp pain course into his back as he crashed down into the arena. He looked up to see Luffy crash back down and grab him by the face, repeatedly slamming his body into the stadium.
For all the reviews for what comes up next, keep in mind this is Cell's new power being transferred into Luffy's body, thus making him much stronger than before, giving Goku a harder time to fight, so I don't want to see anyone whining about why he should have one-shot him.
What is Luffy doing? He looks like he is going to crush Goku. Sanji shouted in disbelief, as did the rest of the crew. Vados squinted her eyes. She didn't understand how Luffy suddenly became much stronger in a matter of months since the last time they saw each other. Goku. Hancock cupped her hand over her mouth as she was watching Goku getting thrown around like a rag doll. Luffy threw Goku across the stadium, almost knocking him off the edge. My head. Goku rubbed his head as he saw an evil grin coming from Luffy. Goku slowly got up. Luffy. You got to listen to me, this isn't you. Goku fell down to one knee and winced from the pain. You have to fight his mind control powers, Luffy. I know you can do it. Goku shouted. The evil side of Luffy scoffed at Goku's words. Fight it? He could barely stand up to it. The evil side of Luffy said as he shot his fist at Goku, who disappeared from the spot to reappear behind Luffy. Retaliating, Goku sent a hard left kick, sending Luffy flying, but not without using his other hand to grab Goku. Wow! Goku shouted as he was being pulled closer to Luffy until he was being suffocated into a bear hug. Give up now, monkey. And I'll make this quick and easy. The evil side of Luffy grinned, continuing his bear hug. Goku gritted his teeth. Aha! He transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and the bright flames had knocked Luffy off guard and released his grip on Goku. Goku jumped into the air and slammed the heel of his foot into Luffy's face, knocking him down like a building onto the stadium. The stadium was rumbling from the shockwave of the crash and the tiles cracked under the force of Luffy's weight. Goku took a step back and cracked his knuckles.
If talking want to bring out the evil power, then I guessing I'll just have to beat it out of you, Goku smirked.
Luffy got up and spit out a glob of blood from his mouth. The evil side of Luffy smirked back and rushed towards the electric, flamed hair Saiyan. Luffy went for a strong ride but missed as Goku ducked and did a roundhouse kick to Luffy's abdomen. Goku jumped and repeatedly kicked Luffy in the jaw and ended with a spinning scissor kick to his neck. With Cell's new power infused into Luffy's body, he didn't feel as much pain as he used to, otherwise all those attacks would have hurt tremendously.
Goku tried searching through Luffy's mind. He was relieved when he sensed Luffy's soul hadn't completely disappeared. He just needed to stop Cell from feeding Luffy more of his dark powers.
Goku gritted his teeth. Huh? Goku shouted as he sent a ki blast away from the stadium, heading straight for Cell. Why did he shoot it there? Robin asked. Did he do that by accident? Nami questioned. Vados narrowed her eyes toward the blast, observing what her student was firing at. Seeing the blast, Cell moved out of the way and stopped feeding Luffy his energy. Goku turned around but Luffy was still being held under his control. Cell extended his hand through the cloak and was going to aim at Goku. Dash noise, lol, I don't know what it sounds like, maybe Vosh or something like that. Cell's hand was being subdued. What? Cell's eyes widened in shock. He turned to see none other than Vados holding his hand firmly. I would advise not to interrupt my student's match again. Vados released her grip as Cell retracted back, wincing from the woman's dead grip.
Vados raised her staff at Cell and narrowed her eyes. I could erase you from existence. The staff glowed brightly as Cell moved back ever slowly, trying to think of a way to escape, but Vados sighed and lowered her staff. With it, the glow died into a glimmer of nothing.
Normally I wouldn't interfere with human conflict, so this time I will give you a chance to live cell relaxed for a second only for Vados to push her staff towards his neck. But if I see you interfering in matches again, I won't be so generous the next time, Vados threatened. Cell nodded his head under the cloak as sweat dripped from his head, even though he was an android. Vados closed her eyes and smiled. Good, then I will be off. Then Vados turned back and flew back to the stadium, leaving the dazed Cell alone. Okay, I am having Vados still be stronger than Goku and Cell for this story, because if I don't, then a lot of people will comment why Cell didn't fight back. Now that we're clear about that, release him now. Goku shouted as he pinned down Luffy and raised his fist directly at him. Still under mind control, Luffy grinned an evil smile. Not a chance, monkey. Luffy was thrashing around, trying to break free, but Goku held him down. Goku gritted his teeth and punched Luffy in the face repeatedly. What was that supposed to do? Tickle me? Luffy bellowed out a harsh laugh. Luffy used his legs and stretched towards Goku and wrapped his legs tightly around Goku's neck. Ack! Goku grabbed his neck trying to get loose, but he was losing air quickly. Luffy grinned like a madman. What? Got nothing to say? Luffy tightened his grip. Goku, with a last attempt, raised his hand and grabbed Luffy's face. Ha! Goku managed to shout out. Immediately a ki blast exploded from Luffy's face, shooting both fighters apart. Dust formed around the stadium as the crowd had to cover their eyes from the dust entering. As the dust receded, they saw Goku cup his hands together and gritted his teeth. Kamehame! Goku disappeared and appeared behind Luffy. Ha! The energy wave blast from Goku's hand and shot straight at Luffy's back, sending towards the stadium wall. Boom! Luffy's face slammed straight into the wall underneath the crowd stands. Luffy fell backwards and dropped into the ground. That's a go! Usopp shouted as the Straw Hats looked down to see their captain look up with the same crimson red eyes. Wow! Chopper jumped into Robin's arms as Luffy got back up. Goku dashed forward and kicked Luffy into the air.
And okay, I know a lot of you are going to pissed about what is going to happen next. Please remember, this is Cell's power in Luffy's body, making him even stronger.
So no bashing about why I did this. Goku powered up and his hair started to grow. Aha! Goku shouted as his flaming aura started to increase in size and lighting was zooming around his body rapidly. The stands were swaying around at the shaking that Goku was causing. The arena was ripping apart due to the shock waves being pushed onto the surface, causing rock and dust to scatter around Goku and into the crowds. Everyone ducked to avoid being hit as Goku kept powering up. Aha! Goku shouted as he exploded into a bright explosion. As everyone looked back up, they saw Goku had transformed again. Only Vados and his friends knew he had turned into Super Saiyan 3, everyone else was freaked out by how many transformations Goku had, especially the Shichibukai's. Goku launched into the air after Luffy, who was falling back down. Goku pushed his knee into Luffy's abdomen and slammed his fists down on Luffy's back. Luffy fell down into the stadium with a loud thud, but Goku was far from done. He retracted his fist back and rushed towards the ground. Luffy, get out of my friend! Goku shouted as he extended his fist forward and speared it into Luffy's abdomen. Boom! The stadium cracked into two, causing the two sides to fold into a V shape for a moment before falling back to the ground. Huff huff! Goku panted, feeling a bit worn out from fighting Luffy. He looked down to see Luffy's Massachusetts was slowly decreasing back to his original self. His eyes reverted back from crimson red to normal white. Aqua, what happened? Luffy said, wincing in pain but not moving as he couldn't move at all. Goku sat up as the announcer tapped the microphone back on. With the match concluded, the winner is number 85, Son Goku. A wave of whisper with disbelief arose through the crowd to what they saw. Goku got to his feet and aided Luffy back to his feet. You feel okay, Luffy? Goku asked as he powered down to his base form. I feel like jelly now, Luffy sarcastically said as he couldn't stand without some assistance. The Straw Hats ran to the two and Zoro pulled out the Senzu bottle and gave Luffy a bean to eat. Luffy's Massachusetts increased and then decreased back to his original form. Luffy gave a sick look. If it is all the same, I think I am gonna lie down for a while. The crew laughed as they were helping Luffy back to his room. Goku released his grip on Luffy while the others held onto him. He glared off into the distance and witnessed Cell staring back at him. Even though Cell's face had been cloaked, Goku knew Cell had a smirk written on his face. Gritting his teeth, Goku dashed off the island towards Cell, only to be stopped by Vados holding her staff in front of Goku. Now isn't the time to act on emotions, Goku, you'll get your shot against him soon. Goku took a long stare at Cell, who saluted with 2 fingers and dashed off before starting right back with Vados. You know what he did to my friend, he deserves what is coming to him, Goku said coldly. Vados nodded in agreement, of course, but now isn't the time. This is a time of healing for both you and Luffy. Acting irrationally now would cause more problems than solutions, Goku, Vados explained, calming down the irate Saiyan. Goku folded his arms and frowned. What would you do if your brother was being controlled by some mechanical freak? Wouldn't you want to destroy them for turning your brother against you? Goku thought that question would hit personally to Vados. Vados smiled. My brother wouldn't be controlled by the person's power, he is too smart to be affected by those, Vados explained. Having nothing else to say, knowing he lost the argument, Goku sighed and pounded his fists together before letting out a determined look. Alright then, I'll just have to wait to get some payback for Luffy, Goku said out loud. Just you wait, Sal, just you wait, Goku thought in his head before turning back with Vados and heading back to the island. At Luffy's hotel room, Goku walked into the room and noticed everyone cramping over at a corner where Luffy was sleeping on the bed in an awkward position. Hey guys. Goku cheerfully but loudly spoke as Nami, Usopp and Chopper nearly fell off the bed because Goku had spooked them. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know when to knock? Nami shouted as she got back up on her feet and stomped towards Goku menacingly. Maybe that wasn't the best thing for me to do, Goku said, terrified, looking around for any frying pan Nami could use on him. If there is anything he learned while being on the Straw Hat crew is to achieve your goals, always have your friends back, and never anger Nami when she is near a weapon, especially near a frying pan. Nami sighed and walked back with her arms folded. I swear, sometimes Luffy and Goku are two idiots in a bond, Nami said as Goku gave a nervous chuckle while the rest of the crew were trying to hold in their breaths from laughing too hard but failed ultimately. Can you keep it down, you guys? Luffy said, waking up with a throbbing headache. Chopper got back on the bed and performed a physical on Luffy before giving his analysis.
Well, Luffy is doing much better. His muscles are still sore from the battle, but they are healthy as ever. Just a few hours of rest and he should feel much better, Chopper spoke before everyone nodded.
Man, how long was I out? Luffy asked. About an hour or two, Sanji said as he walked over giving Luffy a gallon of water to drink. Luffy drank it all within a second. Thanks, Sanji. Luffy grinned and gave out a sigh. Luffy looked up to see Goku and gave a saddened look. Hey Goku, look, I didn't mean all those things I said before. I really didn't know what I was doing. Luffy was interrupted by Goku. Hey.
Don't you worry about it. I knew you weren't the one saying it. After all, you were being mind controlled, Goku said calmly but taking the crew by surprise.
Mind controlled? By who?
Sanji spoke up but Goku nodded his head. Don't you worry about it. Luffy doesn't need to be concerned with this now, he'll learn in all due time, Goku said. With a determined look he smiled and held out his fist towards Luffy, but I can guarantee you this, Luffy, I'm gonna make that person pay for what he did to my captain, Goku said with a smirk.
Luffy smirked back and fist bumped Goku. Then show him why you shouldn't be messed with. The crew left the hotel and walked towards the dining hall. Alright, so I guess the matches will start up now. Zoro questioned. Goku shrugged. Well, my match doesn't start up yet, so I am going to get some food. Goku grinned. You mean eat the entire food court? Nami sarcastically rolled her eyes. As the crew got closer to the dining hall, they noticed a large group surrounding at a corner. What is everyone looking at? Chopper asked. Not sure, Nami said as she tapped someone's shoulder to get their attention. Yes? The person said. Nami pointed behind her to where everyone surrounded at a corner. Oh, that yeah, the remaining competitors had quit and those are the people signing off their names from the competition. What? The crew shouted simultaneously. Why would they quit all of a sudden? They were almost at the semi-finals. Nami shouted, grasping the man by his shirt. Who wouldn't he want to quit, especially if they had to versus that cloaked freak? The man said, terrified by Nami. She pulled him closer. What do you mean? She narrowed her eyes as the man began to speak. Look, it was that cloaked guy's turn to go right. All of a sudden his opponent takes the easy way out and forfeits the match. Obviously the competitor needing to compete, the announcer had to call up for another fighter to fight the cloaked man, but he also forfeited and so on. They knew what was going to happen, so they took off before the cloaked guy could have any second thoughts about attacking them. The man said that's why they were all here, signing off their names from the matchups, the man said as Nami released her grip on him. Goku couldn't help but put a smile on his face.
Even though that means the tournament is now shorter for the men's division, it means he gets a shot at Cell at the finals sooner than expected.
That has gotta be the best news I've heard so far, Goku smirked, looking off at the arena. It was only a few minutes until he would face off with Cell, and he would get all his answers questioned when they battle. The crew turned to Goku as he explained that he was still going to battle in the tournament. Damn right you are, if you give up that prize money I'll never forgive you. Nami said with a smirk. The crew walked back to the stadium and shuffled into the stands along with Vados, who appeared from the sky and into the stands, while Goku took off into the stadium where he saw his opponent folding his arms as if patiently waiting for him. About time you showed up, son, Goku Cell thought. The announcer walked into the middle of the stadium between the two warriors to get the attention of the rowdy crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the finals of the 87th Dragon Tournament. The announcer said as an ovation of cheers exploded from the crowd. The announcer looked at Goku and Cell. These two mighty warriors will clash with everything they've got to earn the spot and title of Dragon King. The announcer said, pointing to the grand stairway leading to two thrones, one being occupied by the Dragon Queen, Hancock. I wish you both good luck and the match can begin. The announcer said, running back to his safe zone and sounding off the bell. Brian, the match has officially started. But the two fighters didn't run towards each other, they didn't even walk, they just stared at each other. Goku glared in Cell's eyes, as did Cell to Goku. What are they doing? Usopp questioned, but the crew just shook their heads, not understanding either. They were having a mental brawl, Vados said, not taking off her eyes from the two in the arena. A mental brawl? Robin asked, confused. Vados nodded yes, Mississippi. Robin, though they appear not moving with their bodies, they are linked together telepathically and are sparring right now as we speak. Incredible. I didn't know such thing could happen, Chopper said, amazed, looking back his friend. Wham! Cell's body moved back a few inches and Goku's eyes revived with life. Goku went into his stance and waited for Cell's move. Heads up, the crew doesn't know Cell yet, and Cell doesn't know Goku has already identified him. That will be later in the chapter for your information. Cell dashed towards Goku and launched a left hook, only for Goku to raise his left arm to block. To counter, Goku struck the palm of his right hand into the cloak of Cell's chest, pushing him back a few inches. Goku disappeared and reappeared within the second and started a left jab to Cell's jaw and then struck with a right jab again to Cell's face. Goku ended it off with a raised kick to Cell's abdomen, knocking him back again a few inches. Goku narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong here. Cell was definitely strong, but he was holding back his powers. He wondered why. Goku dashed at Cell and struck at Cell's face, only to pass through him after image. Goku thought. He turned around to see Cell raising his knee into Goku's abdomen. Goku winced in pain and pushed back to get some room. As he stepped down on the stadium, he felt a sharp pain on his side and fell down to the ground with a loud thud, breaking a part of the ring.
Goku jumped back up and saw Cell stretching his muscles. Everyone except Vados thought the cloaked figure was mocking Goku by showing he thought it was an easy fight, but Goku knew better. Their match was just a warm-up for him. Cell prepared his fighting stance as he was finally ready. Goku, though, folded his arms ready to battle for real.
Goku smirked Cell when hearing his name. It took Cell by surprise. Even though he was covered by his cloak, Cell's mouth was open, surprised how Goku knew it was him. A wave of hushed whisper grew around the stadium, wondering how Goku knew him. Has he met him somewhere? Hancock questioned. Goku placed his arms to his side. So how did you escape? Goku asked, only to receive silence from him. Goku gritted his teeth. Answer me, Cell. How did you escape from hell? Goku shouted. This time, instead of silence, he heard a slight chuckle from Cell. Everyone turned their eyes towards Cell as he took his hand and grasped the top of his cloak and ripped it away from him. Everyone except Goku and Vados gasped as they witnessed an android right in front of their eyes. What is he? Frankie said curiously. He looked at the android from head to toe and knew right there that the android was no joke.
That is high-tech right there, more advanced than the ones in my body, Frankie said as the crew turned to him in shock.
Very clever, Goku. I never thought you would be that smart to figure out it was me, Cell said with distaste in his voice. Goku scoffed. Yeah, but you made the wrong moves. You showed me techniques only my friends used and you were the only one who was programmed to use those, Goku said as Cell smiled. Brilliant detective skills, Goku. Cell sarcastically rolled his eyes. Goku stepped forwards. But you still haven't answered my question. How did you escape from hell and get into this universe? Goku said.
Cell sighed. Well, you see, after my loss against you, son, I vowed one day I would get my vengeance on you and your friends the next time I saw you. So I trained down in hell alongside with Frieza, and eventually Majin Buu was sent down to hell as well, but kept in quarantine, making sure he wouldn't cause any danger if he did anything. Cell's eyes glimmered. Then an idea came to me. Frieza had told me once his men were retrieving the Dragon Balls to revive him, so he allowed me to be revived along with him, but I made sure to strengthen Frieza before we left. Cell smirked. Once his men had gathered the Dragon Balls, I had broken into the quarantine and absorbed Majin Buu. I received his dimension shout, which allowed me to enter into this universe, and his healing regeneration. Once revived and brought back to Earth, I double-crossed Frieza and absorbed him too in his golden form, Cell said, looking at his hand, allowing me to achieve perfection only few could ever dream of, Cell said, looking back at Goku. Goku gritted his teeth. Then if you were back on Earth, that means, Goku said, knowing he might have done something to his family. Cell, knowing what he was thinking, chuckled a little. Oh, don't worry, I didn't kill them, I only beat them down until their body couldn't move, Cell said, chuckling a little. Goku was angry. You heartless bastard, what happened to the Dragon Balls? Goku said, hoping for a chance that maybe Den could have wished them to be okay. Cell smirked. Well, let us see, I beat that little Namekian to a pulp, but I am sure he survived. But who knows, he was losing a large amount of blood when I was through with him. Goku's eyes showed a slight bit of fear before masking it back to his normal self. He turned towards Vados. Vados, get in touch with your brother, ask him if my friends and family are okay. Goku said calmly. Vados nodded and looked at her staff and contacted her brother Whis. Yes, sister, they are okay. What you have told me is true. Vegeta tried fighting that man off but sadly was overpowered, was said over the communicator. Vados switched off her staff and nodded at Goku. They re-save. The Dragon Balls were used to restore everything on Earth, Vados said. Goku was relieved his friends were safe but was angry for not being there to help. Goku powered up in his Super Saiyan form. I'll never forgive you, you hurt my friends and family, gritting his teeth and stared angrily at Cell, who just smirked. Goku snapped, let us go, Cell. Goku shouted as he disappeared and reappeared in front of Cell and did an uppercut, sending Cell flying. Goku rushed into the air and went for a kick, but Cell retaliated by pushing down his elbow into Goku's neck and slamming a ki blast into his abdomen. Boom! Smoke covered the air as the crowd covered their eyes from the bright lights. As the light faded, they looked up to see Cell attacking while Goku countered. Their fight was causing the ground to shake with every punch they landed to each other. Mountains around the island were shattering, not able to withstand the insane pressure being pushed onto it. The stands were swaying back and forth while the frightened crowds held onto their seats for dear life. Even Hancock and her sisters had to hold their ground from falling. Boom, 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 boom. This is insane. They could potentially destroy the island at this point.
Vrook said, holding onto his hat as winds were swirling around the arena caused by the airflow of the punches. The Shichibukais glared at Goku, especially Doflamingo, who still resented Goku for humiliating him not once but twice. Arg! Cell winced in pain when Goku punched him in the cheek. In retaliation, Cell cupped his fingers together. Final Goku eyes widened.
He put his 2 fingers to his head and eye, back to the ground and cupped his hands. Kamihami, Goku said.
Immediately Cell disappeared and reappeared a few meters from Goku as they both shouted, sending their key techniques at each other. The blast was intense as neither side would back down.
Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and pushed even more power into the blast. Cell powered up to equalizing the power between the two fighters. Eventually the blast was becoming too unstable and exploded within the arena, scattering tiles and parts of the arena into the crowds.
Terrified, the crowds ducked their heads but soon realized Vados had placed a shield over the stands, keeping everyone safe from the vicious battle. As the dust receded, everyone saw Goku standing as well as Cell staring at each other again.
I didn't expect you to be this strong, Goku, but I must tell you I've been holding back. Just like you have, Goku chuckled. I knew it, there's no way that was your full potential, otherwise I would have been disappointed. Goku folded his arms. So how about it now? More tricks, no reserves.
We fight at our best, Goku said with a serious tone. Cell cracked his neck. As you wish. Goku clenched his fist together and was powering up to his god form. Ah! Goku shouted as his body and hair were inflamed with a light blue aura.
His hair and eyes had turned blue and his build had increased in Massachusetts by a small amount, but nonetheless, Goku had turned in a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan.
Cell smirked. Blue hair now. Cell chuckled. What next? Super Saiyan Pink? Goku Black, scratching his head whistling. Goku chuckled back. Nope, this is my ultimate form. We're fighting at our best, so I am gonna bring out the best, Goku said as Cell sighed and clenched his fist together. Hawa! Cell shouted as a dark purple aura surrounded him.
His body color was changing from green into a shade of midnight purple. His body armor plate had turned into a carbon black. A cover had grew over his face, covering only his mouth and nose but leaving only his eyes with a crimson red.
His body became leaner and his tail grew out and landed on the ground. Finally Cell opened his eyes and did a stance resembling what Frieza usually does. I have achieved perfection that has surpassed gods. Goku smirked. Then let us put that to the test, shall we? Goku disappeared along with Cell. Boom boom, they disappeared and reappeared around the sky, repetitively punching and swinging kicks at each other. Their battle was intense as the ground was shaking violently that everyone except Vados had fallen from the force. Goku kicked at Cell's neck, who disappeared and reappeared with his hands in the air. Destruto disc. Cell shouted as he sent 2 red discs after the Saiyan warrior. Goku flew away as the Destruto disc followed. Goku dashed at Cell, who suddenly made a 3rd Destruto disc and shot it straight at the airborne fighter. Goku! Hancock cried out as she saw him being struck by the discs. Goku was struck with the disc 3 times until his image suddenly was gone. Cell smirked. Not this time, Goku, Cell said as he shot the 3 discs behind him and once again shot through Goku. The same result appeared as Goku's image had disappeared. Cell was shocked. But I sensed you'll never learn, will you? Goku's voice was heard in a distance. Everyone turned their head to see Goku with his leg leaned over a rock and his arm on his knee. Hancock sighed in relief that he was okay. She cupped her hands together. Goku! We're counting on you. The Saiyan heard his friend and turned to her with a smile and gave her a thumb up. Cell gritted his teeth. Ignorant fool, just be quiet. Cell said as he shot a ki blast towards Hancock and her sisters. No. They turned to dust. Sandy shouted. Goku glared at the blast as the Empress and her sisters closed their eyes, waiting for the blast to reach them. Boom! The 3 sisters opened their eyes and were shocked to what they witnessed. Goku was right in front of them with his hand out. He had deflected the beam away from them. Goku turned his head towards the 3 sisters. Are you alright? The 3 sisters nodded as Goku turned back to face Cell. Attacking someone while they were defenseless? That low, even for you, Cell, Goku said, hovering back to Cell slowly. Cell prepared his fighting stance. Do I look like I care? Goku prepared his fighting stance. Yuri going to after I am through with you. Goku rushed at Cell, who raised his arms in a defense position. Goku sent a flurry of fists and kicks at Cell's direction. Goku did a roundhouse kick to Cell's abdomen, sending him flying towards the outside. Ah! He is going out. Luffy shouted. Cell reached towards the stands before disappearing and reappearing back on the arena. Vados narrowed her eyes as she had seen something that not even Goku had seen. Cell jumped back to his feet and started to split into 4 versions of him. The crowd was surprised that Cell was able to split into 4 versions of him. The 4 Cells went to every corner of Goku. Goku looked around and smirked. Nice try, Cell, but I learned from our last battle. Goku crossed his arms to make an X and split himself into 4 versions as well. What? The 4 Cells gritted their teeth. As the 4 Goku split completely, they were back to back with each other before rushing off to their own assigned cell. This is incredible. There are 4 versions of them. Zoro shouted as they tried keeping up with the 8 fighters but could barely keep up with 2 out of the 8. Left and right, Goku slammed his fists into Cell's face and moving back and forth, switching around to take on different Cells. Wham! Goku slammed Cell down into the stadium and bombarded it with ki blasts, shaking the island to its core. The other Gokus did the same and kicked the 3 other Cells into the stadium and bombarded it with their own ki blasts. Eventually they stopped and the dust was rising into the air as the 4 Gokus came together and refused with each other. The dust exploded away from the arena and Goku noticed Cell with his hands outwards pushing the dust away. Cell looked up and smirked. Looks like I really underestimated you, son. Goku back to the stadium and readied his stance. Goku rushed towards Cell and went for a strong right, who dodged it to do a roundhouse kick to Goku's face. Goku back-flipped away to then come back to slam his foot down at Cell, who disappeared and reappeared within the second behind Goku with 2 fingers to his head. Special cannon. Cell shouted. A ki energy beam went straight at Goku, who turned around and slapped it away from him and into the air as it exploded into bright colors. Cell would attack while Goku counterattacks. Their blows causes the ground to shake and rocks start to break apart due to the shockwaves created by both fighters. Goku slams his fist into Cell's chest and Cell retaliates with a kick to Goku's abdomen. Both break off to then continue their fight. Goku rushes towards Cell and lashed out his leg at Cell, who blocked the attack with his hand. The force of the attack caused a large crater to form underneath them. Cell released his grip on Goku and super kicked Goku in his face, sending him flying. Wham! A wave of gasps had erupted from the crowd to what they were witnessing. My head. Goku rubbed his head before he got up. He looked around and saw the crowd's reaction and was confused until he looked down. Goku was out of the ring. The announcer could barely say the words to what he saw. Goku is out of the ring. It is a ring out. Number 75 wins the men's division of the tournament. Goku was shocked. He actually had lost to Cell, and he looked up and received a smug look from Cell. Not exactly a female voice was overheard from everyone. Goku turned around to see Vados hovering over to Goku.
What do you mean, Vados? I stepped out of the ring. It is a ring out, and I lost fair and square, Goku said.
Vados nodded. That may be true, but your opponent was the first to step out of the ring first, Vados said, holding out her staff. A bright glow appeared from the orb and showed a previous fight between Goku and Cell during their match. You see, Vados pointed to the picture showing when Goku roundhouse kicked Cell out of the arena and then Cell suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the stadium. Goku frowned. I don't understand what you're showing. Vados enhanced the picture showing Cell a millisecond before he had disappeared. A wave of whispers appeared from the crowd. There it was. Cell's foot had pushed off the stand and back into the stadium. He touched the stands, Vados explained. Goku, catching on, finished her sentence. The stands isn't a part of the ring, so he went out of bounds. Goku smiled. So I actually won. Vados nodded and smiled. But wait, why you waited so long to tell everyone about it? Goku asked. Vados winked because the match would have been over before it even began.
The announcer went back on the microphone. Due to new evidence, I am changing the winner of the men's division in the Dragon Tournament. The real winner is number 85, Son Goku.
The announcer said happily. An ovation of claps came from the crowd as they jumped over the stands and ran over to Goku to congratulate him. As they were doing so, a glitch slow clap was heard from the other side of the arena. Good job, Son Goku, but you know our match isn't over, right? Cell said, not taking his eyes off Goku. Some of the spectators got in front of Goku. What ya mean he beat you fair and square? One of the spectators shouted, yeah. You re just mad you didn't he beat him and become Dragon King? Another spectator shouted. Goku brushed past them and stood in front of them. Yes, I know. Cell Goku waved his hand signaling everyone to get away as quickly as possible. Goku knew it was a fight to the death. Everyone understood and ran back to the stands as Goku and Cell prepared their stand to fight to the death. It doesn't have to end like this, Cell. Goku tried reasoning with Cell. I don't think I am going to humiliate you like you did to me. Cell dashed towards Goku and went for a kick, but Goku moved to the side and did a bicycle kick to Cell's chest, sending him away from the stadium and into a mountain that was never known. Goku flew into the air and after Cell as everyone else was watching a bonus match that would only have one survivor. Hancock clasped her hands together and was silently praying for Goku on a successful victory and would make it out alive. Goku hovered over the rubble. Immediately lights appeared from the cracks of the rock and then suddenly the rubble exploded to different sides. Goku looked down and saw Cell was powering up even more. Cell shot up into the air and extended his hands, sending hundreds of ki blasts towards Goku. Goku dashed away from the ki blasts towards the sea as they were causing large explosions around the ocean and large rumbling was occurring in the island as well. Goku flew around the world before rushing towards the ki blasts and sending out some of his own energy blasts, hitting some of Cell's attacks, causing a huge explosion that blurred everyone's vision momentarily. Goku dashed towards Cell and punched him, which he blocks with his arm. Cell tried punching Goku in the face, but he blocks it with his fists, causing both of them to move back a little. Goku and Cell caught each other's hand and started to see who submit to the other in a test of strength, but nobody was backing down. Goku and Cell were causing the ground to shake, the ocean was swirling around beneath them like a cyclone and rocks were breaking apart and started floating in the air. Aha! Goku yelled as he grabbed Cell by the arm and started swinging him back towards the stadium and he landed with a loud thud. Goku had enough. He took his hands together and put all his power into this one attack. Kamihami. Goku gritted his teeth and disappeared and reappeared right behind Cell and lashed out a kick, sending Cell into the air. Hawa! Goku shouted as he sent his Kamehameha attack into the air and after Cell. Shenshi Cell didn't he finish his sentence before he was engulfed by the blast that would have destroyed the world. Boom! The explosion was intense as everyone but Goku and Vados were being pushed off the ground and all around the place. Zoro slammed his sword into the ground to keep him and his crewmates in place. Hancock's sisters Marigold and Sandersonia made themselves a human wall to keep their older sister safe. The air pressure subsided and everyone landed back on the ground, barely getting up, but was still trying until they were successful. Huff huff huff, Goku panted. His power was draining as the smoke was building up in the air. He didn't move. Why do I feel your power? Goku looked around left and right but couldn't pinpoint where he was feeling Cell's power. He won. Usopp shouted happily. Everyone except the Shichibukais jumped for joy as they thought Goku had won. Hancock happily ran down the grand staircase and hugged the Saiyan. I am so glad you're okay. The Empress blushed slightly. Goku's eyes widened. Everyone get back now. Cell's still alive. Goku shouted, shocking everyone that he said this. They took a step back and saw the dust in the air swirling around them. Immediately it rushed down into the ground, forming into a person. Chopper was terrified. No. It can't be. The dust formed back into a body and the figure had a dark aura surrounding it before it faded, showing Cell. You just got to love regeneration, don't you, Goku? Cell looked up at Goku with a smug look. Now I'd suggest you get these people out of here before I do it for you, Cell smirked. Goku motioned his hand and the crowds left the stadium as the stands were destroyed. They stayed near close vicinity where they could still witness the battle. Goku was wobbling as he couldn't stand for long. Goku noticed Cell was shaking a little too. You losing energy rapidly, Goku. Cell smirked. So are you, Cell, Goku retorted. Cest, you really shouldn't waste your energy on me with such futile techniques. Cell waved his pointer finger at Goku. Goku tried steadying his power level. We'll see what is futile or not, Cell, Goku said, preparing his fighting stance. Cell jumped into the air and shot out a Destruto disc at Goku. Goku jumped into the air, dodging it, but again it followed him around. Goku flew into the air while the disc followed him. Sometimes I hate the technique, Goku muttered under his breath. Goku did a 180-degree turn and went straight back down towards Cell along with the disc.
Cell laughed. You think I'll fall for the trick? You covering my sight and I would get him by the Destruto disc. Goku smirked. You got one part right,
Goku said as he shot an energy blast not at the ground but at Cell's face. Cell lost his concentration on maneuvering the disc to block the attack. Just in time, Goku smirked. He places his two fingers to his head and eye behind Cell. What? Cell didn't anticipate that. Goku uppercut him right in front of the Rouge disc, cutting through Cell. It was a clean cut as it went through Cell's abdomen and cut him into two pieces. Goku, taking advantage, sent a ki blast attack down at Cell, destroying him once again. Goku was tired, battered and bruised, but he had one last trick up his sleeve. He hovered into the air and raised his hands in the air. Please, I summon upon the energy from all living things on this earth. Please lend me a bit of your energy, Goku requested. Everyone looked up and saw Goku with his hands in the air. What is Goku doing? Hancock questioned. Goku looked down to see everyone still on the island. Everyone, listen to me. I need you to lend me your energy. Raise your hand into the air and allow me to borrow your energy to defeat Cell, Goku shouted. Without hesitation, his friends raised their hands in the air, allowing him to borrow their energy. Eventually everyone and the Dragon Queen lent their energy except the Shichibukais didn't. Doflamingo, I need a little bit more power, please. Goku pleaded, but Doflamingo scoffed. I thought you were all powerful. Why can't you do this by yourself? Doflamingo was a bit prideful and didn't want to give his energy to help his enemy, and Goku knew it. Goku gritted his teeth. Doflamingo, who do you want to see lose? Me or the entire world? Goku shouted, shocking everyone that he came to that conclusion already. Doflamingo gritted his teeth as he would have to swallow his pride and lend his powers along with the other Shichibukais. Fine. Take it. But Goku, finish him now. Doflamingo said as he raised his hand along with the other remaining Shichibukais. Goku sighed and smiled. Thank you everyone. Once all the energy was borrowed, Goku morphed it into a spirit bomb, 2 times larger than the one he used against Majin Buu. It was infused with his godly ki and with the help of the planet and its people. Everyone was shocked to see how massive the spirit bomb was. It was indescribable to them. Goku looked up and noticed the dust forming together and landing back to the ground. Oh no, you don't, Goku said as he pointed down. With that, the spirit bomb started moving slowly towards Earth. However, Goku in front of the morphing cell. His aura was not only inflamed by his blue state but now was flickering red. Goku was powering up Kaioken. Goku's body mixed with the godly ki he had already, with the Kaioken power multiplying his powers exponentially. Cell refused and looked up in the air and saw the spirit bomb. He started to laugh. You think I am gonna wait around until I... Cell was struck in the abdomen by Goku's knee. No, that's why Goku started as he reached down and grabbed Cell by the ankle. I'm going to throw you in it. Goku shouted as he threw Cell towards the spirit bomb. Goku bent his knees and cupped his hands together. Kamehameha! Goku shouted, extending his hands forward, launching the Kamehameha wave directly into Cell's back, sending him even faster into the spirit bomb. Cell was putting up a fight but couldn't muster enough energy to free him. When I get out of this? Cell shouted. Veins appeared on Goku's face. Kaioken X Goku's Kamehameha received an enormous boost, knocking Cell off balance and straight into the spirit bomb where no smoke could escape and allow him to reform. Boom! Cell had been eradicated, and that would be the last time the Straw Hats would ever see of him. Goku, still wobbling, let out a grin before letting down his Kaioken blue state and falling to one knee, taking in large amounts of air into his lungs. Everyone got back up wondering if Cell had been defeated. They looked at Goku's face and the answer when they saw his grin. Goku! Everyone shouted happily running towards him. Finally peace was restored in Dragon Island. A few hours had passed and the island was restored thanks to Vados repairing it all with the help of her staff. She said her goodbyes and took off leaving the crew to go to the dining hall. Nami came out dragging the announcer with her. I think someone needs to be introduced, a proper winning title. Nami smirked as the crew grinned. The announcer gulped nervously. Would the winners of the Dragon Tournament please come to the front, the announcer said. A rise of cheers arose as Goku and Hancock walked to the announcer. He raised their hands up in the air. It with great pleasure I name these two this year's winner. The Dragon Queen, Boa Hancock, and the Dragon King, Son Goku. The announcer said with a smile on his face, hoping it was acceptable to Nami's standard as she freaked him out. The crowds cheered continuously. Goku smiled and waved at the crew. Hancock smiled, crossed her arm into Goku's and placed her head on his shoulder. Sadly Goku still didn't understand what she was doing. The Dragon Tournament was officially over. The Shichibukai had left before the inauguration of the winners. Everyone headed back to their ship to leave. Sanji was crying as he had to leave all the beauties he had saw in the island. Nami was crying because she had to leave all the fashion stores. Luffy was crying as he had to leave the buffet room. The Straw Hats were one of the last people to leave the island. Goku wanted to take one last look at the Dragon Tournament. This place had many strong opponents. I hope I get to meet them again someday. Goku smiled. Goku! It is time to go. Usopp's voice was heard. The Saiyan sighed and was walking back to the ship. As Goku walked towards the ship. Wait, Goku! A female voice was heard behind him. The Saiyan turned around to see it was Hancock and her two sisters Marigold and Sandersonia. Hey! I thought you three were gone already. Goku asked, walking back down the ship. The crew walked towards the edge and saw Goku was talking to Hancock the Shichibukai. As Sanji walked towards the edge he passed out from seeing Hancock. Thankfully Chopper was there to help resuscitate him. Hancock rubbed her face and blushed slightly, not with saying goodbye. Of course Hancock shook her head and stared at the Saiyan, but that is not all I wanted to do. She walked towards the Saiyan. Goku, will you make an exception and allow me to join your crew? Hancock asked. And I am sure you were expecting her to say something else, right? I am sure I got most of you, lol. What? Her sisters were taken aback by her question. Big sister. Are you sure you want to do this? I mean, who will you appoint as queen temporarily? Marigold asked. Hancock smiled at her sisters. Yes, this is what I desire, to be with him on his journey. Hancock said quietly with her sisters, and I appoint the leadership to the both of you. I know you two want to disappoint me. Hancock smiled. Goku was surprised his friend wanted to join him and his crew on their journey. Goku turned his head towards the crew and they gave their sign of approval with a thumb up. Goku smiled and turned back to the Empress. He placed his hand in front of her to shake. Welcome to the Straw Hat crew, Hancock. Goku grinned. Hancock smiled and turned to her sisters and gave them one last hug. We won't let you down, big sis, Marigold said, tearing up a little. We promise, Sandersonia said, tearing up too. With their last goodbye, Hancock crossed her arm into Goku's and they walked into the ship. Hancock took one last glance, waving at her sister as before her. Goku and the rest of the crew walked in front of the ship to discuss their new destinations. Man, this is great, this'll be like at Amazon Island all over again. Goku grinned and Luffy nodded. Anyways, where should we go now? Chopper asked. Well, I heard a distress call from the communicator, so I want to go there. Luffy said excitedly. Nami slammed his head to the ground. Idiot, we don't know if that could be a trap or not. Luffy slowly got up. It can still be fun, Luffy said. Yeah, I agree with Luffy on this one. Robin smiled, which took everyone by surprise that she would agree with Luffy's erratic decision making. See, even Robin agrees, Luffy grinned. Nami sighed and gave up. Goku smiled and raised his fist in the air. Alright. Next adventure, a distress call. Goku said. The crew started to laugh as they were on their way to a new adventure with their new crew member, Boa Hancock. The day couldn't have been any extra beautiful than it already turned into. Heat weather, not one cloud in the sky, the solar shining brightly throughout the horizon, and the waves have sooner or later settled down. The best day for catching food and education, as Goku had called it. The Saiyan together with Luffy, Zoro and Sanji have been at the facet of the boat looking the ocean as though concentrating. Come on already. Whilst as the fish gonna soar up, I am starving right here. Luffy shouted impatiently. Goku grinned and gave a tender giggle. Simply give it a couple of minutes, Luffy, I am sure it is going to leap out soon, Goku stated, now not taking his eyes off the ocean. Sanji tapped his fingers of the side of the boat and at once a concept got here to him. Sanji started out up getting the other three's attention.
We should make a game out of it and spot who can get the most fish in the sea, Sanji mentioned.
Zoro rolled his eyes. So how do we play, Chef Head? Wham! Zoro pulled out his swords to block an incoming kick from Sanji. Shut it, Moss Head. Before I upload unpleasant things into your food, Sanji shouted before sending every other kick along with Zoro parrying it with a second block. Bring it. I will ingest poison and razors. Zoro stated, conserving back Sanji's assault. Assault after parry, both warring parties had been ready to get it on. They did not care who were given of their manner so long as they were given their threat to combat each other. It ended very shortly after Goku held on to Zoro at the same time as Luffy held on to Sanji, both foaming from the mouth and angrily thrashing to get free. Eventually, after having both Sanji and Zoro cool off and be capable of stand close to each different without actually destroying the deliver, Sanji proceeded to provide an explanation for how the sport can be played. Adequate. Before I was interrupted, Sanji gave a brief glare and Zoro, who also gave a glare, lower back. So the sport goes like this, it'll be a on two in which one character will cut up the water and ship the fish flying while the other guy kicks in as many fishes as he can proper onto the deliver. Whoever has the maximum fish earlier than the water recedes returned into the ocean wins. Sanji grinned. Goku and Luffy nodded in settlement. They had been going to pair up earlier than being grabbed by Sanji and Zoro. Oh no, Luffy, you are on my team, Sanji stated, searching again at Zoro and Goku.
Zoro glanced closer to Luffy and Sanji earlier than looking returned at Goku. I am not being paired with the chef, we re-teaming up, Goku, and I'll catch at the same time as you cut up the water, Zoro stated earlier than Goku nodded.
Sanji gave the same communicate to Luffy as the four of them got here together at the facet of the ship once more. Sanji pulled a coin and held it out. Each aspect knew what he became about to say, had Zoro frivolously said as Sanji sincerely flipped the coin. They slowly watched the coin drop down onto the floor, conserving their breaths, expecting which crew might get a shot at their little game first. It bounced, returned into the air and go into reverse before it lamentably rolled off the aspect and into the water. The four men eyes widened and mouths gaped a touch before searching at each other. Bwahaha! Zoro and Goku had been rolling at the ground laughing in conjunction with Sanji and Luffy. KK for real, Sanji and the rest of the guys could not manage themselves as they discovered the coin rolling off the facet just too damn funny. Such a critical aura diminished far away from the faces of the four, because it had been changed with the aid of utter glee. Their laughter became loud enough to carry the relaxation of the group up pinnacle of the ship to where the four had been. Nami changed into the first to reach together with Robin, Frankie, Chopper, Usopp, Brook and final Boa Hancock. What is occurring? Nami requested the three, guffing and smiling. Sanji changed into on the floor with hearts on his eyes seeing Nami, Robin and Hancock before shaking it off and returned to his unique self. Haha, not anything a whole lot surely, we had been just gonna play a recreation, so we decided to flip a coin to look who is going first, however it just fell off the aspect of the deliver. We don't know what happened, but we simply lost it. Luffy grinned. Anyhow, let us settle this ultimately, Sanji chuckled whilst pulling out some other coin from his pocket as the rest of the team crowded across the floor. I am doing filler proper now, however later in the bankruptcy it'll move again to the primary plot, so do not worry, it won't be all approximately a fish. Lol, Sanji flipped the coin and it landed with a twirl, spinning on its curve as a ballerina might spin on their fort. The coin turned into slowly losing speed because it tipped over and landed with a thud on the tough floor of the deliver. Tails rattling, Zoro snapped his palms in defeat. Sanji and Luffy let out a big grin. Luffy cracked his knuckles even as Sanji tightened his legs equipped to run toward the sea. Luffy inhaled a big amount of air and bit into his fist, allowing it to increase in length.
Once his fist reached max size, Luffy jumped into the air and aimed toward the sea and slammed it down. Even though the water made his hand sense susceptible, he became capable of cut up the water and shot the fish into the air to all people's leisure.
Sanji shot out toward the outside and jumped into the air, kicking as many fishes lower back into the ship. Luffy stuck the fishes and positioned them to the aspect even as Sanji time and again kicked them lower back in. The water became flowing again and the fishes have been falling back off into the water. Sanji submerged into the ocean as Goku flew over to choose him up. Huff huff, how many become that? Sanji panted as the rest of the crew counted the full around fishes, Robin stated, letting out a grin. Zoro grumbled beneath his breath and nodded at Goku. The Saiyan nodded again, flaring up his ki as a white aura engulfed the Saiyan. Hancock blushed furiously as she witnessed Goku making ready his stance. "All right, I am equipped," Zoro, Goku said with a grin. Zoro tightened his muscles, waiting on Goku. The Saiyan driven his energy toward his fist, which changed into going to permit him to break up the ocean. Goku tightened his arm and retracted. "Ha!" Goku shouted as he pushed his fist forward, allowing the airflow to forcefully be driven onto the ocean, splitting the ocean even wider than what Luffy should have done. Zoro ran toward the out of doors and immediately at the airborne fish. He knocked a few fishes in the direction of Goku, however become flying over the deliver. Damn it, Goku idea, as he flew up in the air and became catching the fish and bringing them back off on the ground. 10, 100, 20, 100, 30, 100. Usopp became counting the quantity falling down into the ship. Zoro became pushing to additional time and expanded his pace, kicking the fishes quicker. Goku, adapting to the unexpected increase in speed, changed into catching the fish, not letting even one skip him. The ocean became filling again with water and Goku instantaneous transmission near Zoro, catching him before he submerged into the water. The relaxation of the team, aside from Sanji, cheered as Goku and Zoro flew lower back into the deliver. "So what number of did I trap?" Zoro panted closely as the crew once again counted up the fishes. Frank, it said, taking its lower back properly. Goku could not keep his pleasure in anymore as he grinned as little kid could while seeing something that could spark amusement of their eyes. "It is over 90, 100. Frankie said, surprising the team except Goku and Zoro, who cheered and gave a high five on their win. "Dang it, Sanji, you had been too slow," Luffy stated, wrapping his head round Sanji, who turned into choking him angrily. "I used to be sluggish. You failed to make the water split a way sufficient. In any other case we might have won," Sanji yelled as the group grinned at their friends bickering. Ultimately Sanji and Luffy calmed down at the same time as Goku and Zoro carried again the fish into the ship. Luffy's stomach grumbled when his meals geared up. "I am starving after gambling our sport," Luffy grinned. Sanji sighed and took out a cigarette before lighting fixtures it up. "I will make lunch, just want to put together the fish quickly," Sanji stated before walking in the direction of the door and entered the ship. Goku came out with a grin and pulled out a tablet. He clicked the pinnacle and threw it onto the floorboards. Boom, the pill exploded and right now crimson tubes seemed at the floor. Goku tossed the red tubes to Luffy and he slipped it into his arms and legs earlier than growing the gravity to 5x Earth's gravity. Luffy felt heavy and changed into slowly losing to the ground. Luffy gritted his teeth and pushed with all his would, possibly regaining his composure before giving a smirk. Goku began schooling intensively with Luffy while the rest of the team did their everyday sports. Brook played his violin and practiced his tuning at the same time as Nami looked at a map to look how ways the island Luffy wanted to see. Nami narrowed her eyes and a relax went viaduct her spine as she examined the first-rate print that labeled the island, Punk Hazard.
Robin sat in a folding chair and became sipping on a drink even as studying an e-book. Chopper turned into analyzing the substances that were in a senzu bean. It intrigued him because the bean had magical powers to keep a normal human complete for 10 days. And without delay heal the consumer to their max power. If that didn't excite Chopper, he failed to know what might.
Frankie turned into flexing his robotic muscular tissues in the front of Hancock to her annoyance as she incredible kicked him into the ship's sail. So one can did you, Hancock said with a touch of venom in her voice earlier than strolling away toward Robin and sat in a folding chair watching Goku and Luffy. Goku and Luffy have been doing push-ups. Luffy seemed to be struggling to raise himself up. Come on Luffy. Simply one more and that'll be 8,000. Goku cheered on Luffy, giving him the incentive to boost himself up one remaining time earlier than losing to the floor panting. The Saiyan grinned, supporting Luffy up while taking the training equipment and slipped it into his personal legs and arms to begin his schooling. Goku increased the load to 200 exert as gravity and elevated his ki, allowing a wide charisma to engulf him as he soared into the air and started to repeatedly kick and punch the air at godlike speeds. Luffy whistled as he watched Goku accentuate his schooling regime to 500x times Earth's gravity. The weight was slowly pushing Goku back off to the deliver, but he would not allow it. Goku got into his stance and took a breath. The area started out to shake slowly as Robin's drink started to vibrate, inflicting the liquid to begin growing from the cup. Robin and Hancock noticed this and appeared up to see Goku's charisma flickering a golden collar and back to white time and again. Goku's hair became slowly spiking up and down, his eyes had been turning a color of an experienced. Ha! Goku shouted as a burst of light exploded from Goku's frame, radiating around him. The mild turned into so vivid it made everyone near him cover their eyes. The shaking had stopped and the liquid drop returned into the cup as anybody opened their eyes to witness Goku disappearing and reappearing around the sky, punching and kicking faster than earlier. The Saiyan became finally breaking a sweat. He cupped his fingers collectively as he started to prise his electricity into a part of his frame. Kami and Power Ball regarded among Goku's fingers and changed into compressing collectively. Hami, the ball of light, started to develop in length and energy, shining across the sky. Goku closed his eyes and took a breath, centering his attack into one shot. He quick opened his eyes as the ball of electricity reached its max. Ha! Goku shouted, thrusting his palms outwards as the blast exploded closer to the sea. Goku instantaneous transmissioned far away from his function and seemed in front of the blast. Goku! Robin, Brook, Chopper, Frankie and Nami shouted, concerned he would get hurt by the blast. Hancock and Luffy smiled, understanding better. Goku held out his palms to forestall the blast mid-flight but turned into pushing the airborne fighter back a touch. What is he thinking? Robin stated in disbelief. The doorway to the inner ship opened and anyone except Goku seemed to look a very tired. Zoro rubbing his eyes, displaying he turned into sound asleep before. Whoever woke me up from my sleep, Zoro yawned but nonetheless controlled to have a threatening look. What the hell? Zoro shouted in shock, seeing a big energy blast in the sky and his crewmate, Goku, became trying to forestall it. In reflex, Zoro pulled out his swords and leaned forward but became stopped by means of a grinning Luffy. It's okay Zoro, Goku has got this. Luffy said, smirking lower back at Goku. Zoro didn't recognize completely but positioned his swords again to his side and persevered to observe his teammate take at the massive blast. The assault changed into so massive and loud the ocean started out shaking violently, causing everyone to tumble because they could not preserve their stance towards the violent rumble. Ha! Goku shouted as he retracted his right arm and made a fist. He punctured his fist into the wave and immediately a large explosion engulfed Goku, making it not possible to see what had occurred to him. Smoke filled the air as all and sundry silently watched the smoke go with the flow around the sky. Straight away something popped from the smoke and headed towards the lower areas of the deliver. The dirt receded and everyone noticed it changed into Goku along with his eyes closed, falling towards the deliver. Goku! Hancock and Luffy shouted in surprise as all of them ran to the front and saw Goku crash onto the ground and do a barrel roll into some boxes. They all jumped right down to the decreased vicinity to listen laughter as they closed in on Goku's vicinity. They have been surprised to what they noticed. Goku became back to base shape, scratching the again of his head, giggling as his pinnacle G changed into scorched, leaving only his pants revealing his chiseled chest. Robin, Hancock and Nami became their heads away as their cheeks tinted slightly purple from gazing at Goku. To everybody's wonder, Goku becomes still alive and kicking. Whoops, I took it a bit to some distance, the Saiyan chuckled as Zoro and Luffy reached down and brought him to his fort. Goku grinned to absolutely everyone's surprise. I bet I'll train later within the day, then Goku absolutely stated as all and sundry smiled with amusement. Hancock located her hand at the Saiyan's shoulder with a concerned appearance. Are you alright, Goku-san? Hancock observed Goku and saw no external harm had affected him, she simply cared too much to no longer ask. Goku gave a grin that melted the Empress inside. A path? I simply got careless, Hancock-chan, Goku said, setting out his education equipment. Hancock blushed slightly when she heard that suffix in her name. Goku looked down and saw his G changed into repairing slowly. Goku sighed and looked at Zoro. Hi there, am I able to borrow a few garments till mine are completed repairing? Goku requested. Zoro nodded and pointed to the inner of the ship. Go down halls and take a left, you will discover my room. Goku grinned and bowed. Thank you, Zoro. The Saiyan turned his frame an entire 180 and bolted into the ship inside a 2D, trailing dust inside the deliver. A couple of minutes later, poof, Goku instantaneous transmissioned right in front of all people and the three girls couldn't prevent gawking at him. Goku turned into sporting a fitted black t-shirt that wrapped round his toned top body and advanced fingers. He wore blue jeans and a black belt to preserve it in region.
Goku changed his regular training footwear with darkish green army-grade boots. Ultimately, Goku had a brown coat that fell all the way down to his shoes. It complemented the fitted T-blouse.
Goku smiled as he walked closer to his pals. I could not find something else that might help me, so I selected this, the Saiyan shrugged.
Luffy turned into about to say something whilst the door opened from at the back of them. All of them grew to become round to peer. Sanji puffing on a cigarette. Very well, lunch is ready, come inside and seize a few, Sanji stated with a grin. Goku and Luffy's eyes shined with stars as they heard lunch turned into prepared.
They dashed into the ship, leaving the crew a long way at the back of. Nami couldn't help however giggle. Boys could be boys, the rest of the crew observed into the deliver, getting a few food. Once they obtained their lunch, they delivered it out of doors to enjoy the sunny day.
Luffy sat past-legged eating his lunch that would be enough for 10 humans, speaking and giggling with Frankie, Brook, Chopper and Usopp, sharing memories approximately their preceding journeys. Nami and Robin were solar tanning while Sanji kneeled and gave them a fruit smoothie. Zoro changed into on pinnacle of the sail, consuming and sleeping at the identical time. No one knew how he should do it, however Zoro did it comfortably. Goku was doing a one-handed stand along with his eyes closed. Goku sensed a person drawing near him and opened his eyes along with his mouth drooling from what he noticed. Hancock pulling a tray full of food in the front of him. Goku did a turn and landed on his feet with a grin. Thank you, Hancock. Goku took a plate and sat bow-legged while the Empress sat on her knees and fed the Saiyan Sea King ham with 20 rolls of sushi. Goku, right here, you pass. Devour up now. Hancock smiled thankfully. Goku felt like he became in heaven. The Sea King ham turned into too correct, particularly with the name of the game sauce Sanji used to make the ham have a zesty taste to it. Guy, this stuff is delicious. And being fed by means of you just makes the whole lot taste better. Goku stated. Hancock giggled from his reaction. Oh, don't be silly now. Hancock smiled. You are a true friend, Hancock, Goku stated with a smile that made the Empress cheek turn pink. Comical fall from the relaxation of the team they were looking, the Saiyan and Empress consumed till they heard what Goku had stated. Does Goku even recognize? Nami stated in disbelief. Robin shook her head in marvel. I do not suppose so. Nami. Sanji become pounding his fist on the ground again and again with tears in his eyes. Damn it, why does Goku continually get the woman? Usopp gave a small smile. I can consider that one of the 7 warlords of the ocean has a overwhelm, particularly since it's Goku. They all nodded in settlement. Growth. The team suddenly took their interest, the seismic wave that driven them up into the air. Goku regaining his senses from the huge food coma he changed into dashed on the bottom of the boat and gently floated it lower back to the difficult waters.
Nami, gaining her balance, ran toward the edge and pointed to an island spewing molten lava. Look! A volcano just erupted on that island. Nami shouted, bringing everybody to her position. She seemed all the way down to her compass that one of the fish human beings again at Shirahoshi's home gave her and observed none of the three compasses had been pointing in the direction of the island. Okay. Let us get nearer. Luffy grinned happily to Usopp, Chopper and Nami's dismay. Pay attention, Luffy. We do not know what is there. Sure, you heard a misery name from there, but we do not know if it is able to be real or a lure. Nami stated, looking to persuade her captain, but Luffy would not have any of it. I do not care. I wanna pass there. Besides, we will see it already. The captain pumped his fist into the air. Nami pointed in the direction of the sea. We can't get any nearer, Luffy. It is a sea of fire. Goku scratched his head in confusion. Wait, I concept water extinguishes fireplace. The Saiyan notion, remembering a time in which he nearly burned his residence down looking to make a bowl of ramen. Flashback: Goku wakened from his slumber and observed it changed into morning. Goku, half asleep, stated to himself. Goku got up and did some stretches and push-ups till he felt a little greater and sleeping. Ah, guy, I feel incredible. Goku stretched his arms out gleefully. Goku walked to the kitchen and noticed Kai wasn't there. Oh yeah, Kai cited something approximately leaving to look her dad for a few days. Goku idea. Belly growl noises. The Saiyan seemed down and patted his belly. Properly, I wager I must make something for myself then. The Saiyan chuckled and walked over to the cabinets full of meals. The Saiyan sighed as he desired something new in preference to his regular breakfast. Soup? Nah, pizza? Had that the day prior to this. Goku concept as he becomes scavenging across the shelves and refrigerator. Oh, cake. Goku munched down fortuitously, even as looking around a touch extra. Belly grumble noises. The Saiyan lurched ahead with a pained look. Guy, if I do not discover something, I will die of starvation. Goku idea earlier than noticing a spherical item on top of the fridge. Curious, Goku reached out and grabbed the cup and examined the label. Ramen, what is that? Goku said with a quizzical expression. Goku opened the pinnacle and discovered a square-formed P.C. of yellow strains tightly compressed together. He pulled out the rectangular object and took a chunk. Why might each person want to shop for this? Goku hated the taste. He checked out the cup and saw more words on the aspect. He determined nearer and saw it was classified all in bold letters: commands. A couple of minutes of studying the commands, Goku changed into almost accomplished. All he had to do became examine the final practice. Add spice/flavoring into ramen for a savory revel, and Goku examined out loud. He reached over and picked up a packet labeled spice. Right here it is. Goku smiled luckily and tried throwing it into the ramen, but alas, landed into the hearth and erupted into flames scattering across the room. Ah! Goku yelled as he stomped on the hearth, but became developing erratically across the house. Goku ran out of doors looking. Smoke erupted from the roof. Oh god, Kai is gonna kill me. The Saiyan idea. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Goku screamed in his thoughts until a toddler-like voice rang interior his head. He identified the voice to be his son Gohan. Constantly positioned out fire with water that the voice spoke. Goku's eyes widened as he remembered Gohan once telling him as a kid approximately water drowning fire. I got it! Goku shouted as he ran closer to the brink of his house and picked it from the ground earlier than strolling towards the river and throwing it in. Although ultimately he changed into giving a scolding and beating with a frying pan from Kai, he still remembered his son's words. End of flashback. Goku saved his thoughts to himself and watched what his team buddies would do. Usopp turned into shouting, trying to get all of us as interest. Guys, the ship is heading in the direction of the fireplace. We are going to be burned to a crisp. Frankie scoffed, no manner. The Sunny's first rate, now not gonna lose to something like that. Frankie shouted, offended that his friend might say such a aspect. Nami changed into irritated at the two. This is not a game. This ocean is loopy. Look, Nami pointed to the masses of skeleton fishes near the boat. These kinds of fishes we are burned to the bone. Nami stated. Yes, you rang? Brook joked as he heard bone. He would remorse it as Nami unexpectedly pulled out a frying pan and started out chasing Brook round. Continue retaking a funny story, yo ho ho ho. Brook laughed, retaining onto his hat even as being chased viaduct the enraged Nami.
Goku, Brook, Luffy along with the other guys jumped on pinnacle of the sail to avoid Nami's wrath of destruction. Although it wasn't easy for them, they would not take any chances.
Nami becomes steaming, protecting her pan out in the direction of them. Get down here now. Sanji's eyes had hearts for eyes. Oh, I really like it when you re-angry, Nami-san. But I am gonna stay here for some time, just until you are not as mad, Sanji stated at the side of nods from the relaxation of the men. Robin and Hancock couldn't help however snort from their crew's antics. Luffy sighed out loud. Guy, if we re all fearful of Nami, I am wondering how scary the ones samurai are at Punk Hazard. Luffy grinned, getting Zoro's interest. Samurai? What is that? Zoro stated with a quizzical examined Brook whilst preserving onto the deliver-s sail. Samurai is what they call swordsmen of Washington no Puny, the United States of Harmony. Their USA has a closed-door policy to outsiders. They are not even affiliated with the world government. They may be so strong that now not even the Marines cross near their. Brook stated, getting a smirk from Zoro. So wait, Luffy, how did you realize samurais had been at Punk Chance? Chopper asked. Luffy burrowed his eyebrows, trying to recollect more. And did I locate? Oh wait, now I don't forget. Luffy grinned back while the match changed into over and we had been packing up. The snail's cell phone began to ring and cry. Luffy said. Cry? Chopper had a quizzical appearance, hearing the snail's smartphone had commenced to cry. Sooner or later go, Luffy. Are you all carried out?
A female voice referred to as at the ship. Luffy became snoring until he heard the voice while Luffy stumbled up and saw Robin alongside Usopp calling toward him. He grinned and waved. Good day, Robin. Sorry I fell asleep. What did you requested?
Luffy smiled sheepishly. Robin sighed and repeated her query. I asked if you had been performed. We're going to be headed out quickly. Luffy nodded. Yeah, I am done brairing poo hoo ho 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 ho. Poo hoo ho 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 ho. Crying turned into heard within the deliver and Luffy grew to become round to look. It changed into the snail telephone crying. Luffy's eyes widened in marvel. He grew to become returned to Robin and Usopp pointing in the back of him. Hi there, you would possibly wanna get in right here. The Dan Mushi's crying. Luffy said, strolling lower back inside. Robin and Usopp failed to recognize fully but ran internal, in which Luffy changed into and also noticed the snail smartphone was crying. Luffy become hunched over, asking the snail what is incorrect. Simplest to pay attention, wails in return. Luffy turned into eyeing the call receiver and become approximately the snatch it. So if I select it up I will have the ability to speak with them. Robin held out her hand to prevent him. Wait, Luffy. We don't know if this emergency call is actual or not. There is extra than a 50% danger of it being tapped, doubtlessly coming across where we pass next. Robin said with Usopp nodding profusely. It is right, Luffy. Think careful. Good day. I am Luffy. I am the man who is going to be the following Pirate King. Luffy changed into slapped and the returned of the head by way of an irate Usopp. You failed to even wait a second. And you said too much. Help me. The snail telephone cried out in tears. The group maintains getting killed one after the opposite. Oh man, I am so cold. They preserve getting killed by the samurai. A door become heard damaged from the opposite facet of the receiver. And no. Please, I don't care who comes, simply please send a person help us. We are on punk threat. The snail cell phone shouted before a reduce become heard and the snail coughed blood. Gaia. You He stabbed me. The snail cell phone ended with static, leaving the three pondering what to do with the information they just received. End of flashback. And that is how I understand, Luffy said, brining returned chills to Usopp's backbone.
He just said he were given stabbed, he is maximum probable dead, and Luffy said we must go and spot what took place. Usopp shuddered.
The guys climbed back off, noticing Nami turned away from the proximity and had cooled off, mainly ship as close as she ought to the sea of fire. I am positive that man is alive, in any case let us go shop that man. Luffy gave a shout together with his fist pumped in the air. It became decided that Luffy at the side of Goku, Usopp, Zoro, and Robin were to be the ones to journey throughout the ocean of fireplace and have a look at whatever earlier than they could all cross. Frankie decreased a small deliver that become able to healthy for humans. Goku determined he would fly throughout, allowing the alternative four to sail over. Nami pulled out her climate body of workers and aimed it at the ocean. She retracted and slammed it down Milky Rod. Nami shouted as a white cloudy substance formed and shot straight across and over the flames, permitting a clean path for the deliver to cross. Goku reduced Luffy along with Zoro, Usopp and finally Robin. She clung to his waist as he reduced her to the ship. Thank you Goku. Robin flirtatiously smiled as Goku gave a thumb up before floating within the air. Hancock changed into fuming, giving Robin a dead glare and crossed her arms in annoyance as she scoffed, gaining the eye of a few from the deliver. The deliver started out to transport across the cloud as Goku observed at the back of them. The crew on the ship waved at them and the five followed healthy. Excellent success all people. Chopper shouted as the five had been out of sight and crossed over the towering flames. Goku floated towards the team, discussing what they have been going to do when they reached the island. We will see what we're going to do, Goku, Zoro virtually stated, folding his fingers at the back of his head as though seeking to get some shut-eye. Snore smack, how can you sleep at a time like this? Who knows what things lurk on this island? Usopp shouted after smacking Zoro awake. And why are you ingesting now, Luffy? We simply had lunch. Usopp became getting irritated and freaked out by his crewmates and by way of the environment he is in. Sorry, they mumbled beneath their breaths as Goku grinned happily whilst Robin included her mouth guffing. Eventually Goku and the group determined the door that caused Punk threat. Have a look at the size of it. Luffy's eyes were changed with stars as he was ready to enter through. Goku shared the same excitement before Usopp pointed to a sign. Chance preserve out, global authorities and Marines appearance. It seems the world government had taken over earlier than we came. Oh properly, I wager we going to have to pass lower back now. Urged Luffy opened the door, letting in anybody except Usopp, whose eyes almost popped out from his socket. You humans are criminals now. Despite the fact that we pirates, Usopp shouted, running in the direction of the team who became, leaving him in the back of and persevered to explore the location. Huff huff, it is like a furnace in here. Zoro barely spoke as his voice felt dry. The team took off a few outside clothes, letting them breathe greater freely. A whole lot better. Goku grinned, starting up his t-shirt and brown coat. Luffy, Zoro and Usopp took off their shirts, permitting them to breathe less complicated as the warmth stuck their clothes too near their already heated bodies. Robin took off her shirt, however underneath she wore a tank pinnacle blanketed with plant life. The crew sighed in relief as the heat subsided for a while, however they nonetheless felt a touch too heat for comfort. Robin narrowed her eyes, viewing the region that surrounded her. It would not appear like this island become always on heart, likely due to natural reasons or a twist of fate. Robin puzzled. Either manner, it is too rattling hot. Luffy panted as all of them walked alongside the treated path main deeper into the burning island. Yeah, too hot. Goku frowned as he checked out across the island. Usopp turned into the primary to peer his response. What is wrong, Goku? All of them became to have a look at the stoic expression of Goku. Does each person sense bloodless? Goku asked, no longer searching at his group friends, however to his surroundings. What? Zoro said with pressured expression. What do you mean, Goku? Luffy asked. Do any of you feel bloodless? Goku stated once more with a severe tone. They all nodded no in unison. Goku narrowed his eyes an ocean, so Goku flew toward the island and became turning his head 360 degrees as though trying to find something. Goku, why did you ask us that? Robin wondered. Goku floated back pedal and began to talk. Nicely take into account what the guy who spoke inside the snail phone stated. Goku looked at Luffy, who nevertheless had a stressed expression. He stated he felt bloodless. Nicely, how can a person be cold inside the center of all this? Goku extended his fingers outwards to his environment. All of them had a amazed appearance. They sincerely hadn't the idea approximately it before, and what clearly shocked them became the reality. Goku turned into the one to determine it out. The man who did not recognize approximately Hancock's crush over him. It has been bugging me for a while, however I didn't know if I would sound dumb if I asked. Goku scratched the lower back of his head and grinned nervously. Usopp shook his head. No, it's real, Goku. How ought to a person feel bloodless here? Usopp stated earlier. Then Robin spoke up together with her concept. Perhaps there's a cold area inside the burning island, or maybe he became so nervous he felt bloodless. Or perhaps he becomes simply unfull. Luffy chimed in. Usopp just sighed. No, Luffy, I am sure Robin's idea became a higher clarification. Luffy pouted. Hey, at least I was giving a concept. I did not see you pronouncing whatever. Luffy stated. Flatter rumble. Goku and the four turned round to see a creature walking towards them from a shadow. Usopp's eyes widened from surprise. What? Whoa. These items surely exist. Luffy said in disbelief. No, they may be simply from fairy memories. They cannot possibly be real. Zoro stated in doubtfulness. But examine it, there's not anything else you can call it. However, Robin started out. Is that you, Shenron? Goku shouted, gaining a couple of quizzical looks from his teammates. The big creature appeared, revealing to be a pink dragon the size of 2 Empire Nation buildings stacked collectively. Who are you? The dragon spoke, most effective for Goku and Luffy to pay attention. It is able to communicate. Luffy said in surprise, even though Goku become K with this when you consider that he has already visible no longer 1 but 2 dragons talk earlier than, so this turned into herbal. The dragon retracted its mouth and right away all people knew what it was looking to do. Get to cover. Zoro shouted as anyone jumped behind some rubble because the dragon blazed the place with fireplace. Whoa. Now not even Shenron might shoot out fire from its mouth. Goku feeling a touch jealous at the moment. Luffy stretched his arms forwards to some nearby rubble and pulled again, gaining a ways. Gomu Gomu no, Luffy stated, liberating from the ground and capturing directly on the dragon's head. Jet pistol. Luffy slammed his fist into the dragon's head only for it to bounce away. Wow. This dragon is robust. Luffy stated as he jumped high into the air, warding off a tail sweep from the dragon. Robin crossed her fingers inside the shape of an X and at once 2 massive fingers surrounded the creature, retaining it down. Goku raised his air of mystery and engulfed his fist in a veil of white air of mystery. Arg! Goku shouted as he released his fist into the dragon's nostril. Boom! The dragon's body started out to vibrate violently from the strike. What happened next took them by using marvel as a pair of legs popped from the top of the defeated dragon onto the ground. Hysterically terrified, Usopp screamed as he jumped into Goku's arms, almost dropping his stability because of the surprising pass from Usopp. They observed the side in front of them and observed the legs were wrapped in a kimono wear from the bottom and had footwear that resembled what a samurai would put on. Jetta, good day, loosen up. Usopp, it is now not doing whatever, Goku assured Usopp, who slowly were given lower back to the floor. The legs all of a sudden jumped from the ground and landed on its feet. Wow! Goku, Luffy, Zoro and Usopp screamed as they comically ran, toppled over every different and dolphin dived behind a few rubble. Robin certainly walked to them and concealed in the back of the rubble with them. Oh! I got separated, the Gozabu. The leg spoke, taking absolutely everyone through wonder. How does a leg speak? It doesn't have a mouth. Zoro said, disgusted. It really is physically no longer viable. Usopp shouted in settlement. Who is there? The leg spoke, turning a full 180 toward. What are you doing? I can feel you, for I haven't any eyes or ears. Goku became surprised to hear he wasn't the handiest one in order to experience different human beings as strength. Luffy started out to transport far from the rubble and close to the pair of legs you re quite particular, Luffy stated, getting nearer only to be stopped by a flying kick that almost grazed Luffy. Bah! I don't know who you are, bah, however permit me skip, bah. I can't die in a place like this, bah. The legs shouted, sending another kick. Luffy controlled to sidestep the kick way to Goku's education but stumbled to the floor whilst the pair of legs turned around and bolted out of the region. Ah! He jogging away. Zoro pointed the legs sprinted while shouting out loud. I am able to no longer permit my goal escape ba. That silly Shichibukai. The legs ran far from the group's area of view. Wait. Come be a part of my group. Luffy had stars for eyes and raised his hand only to be slapped by means of Usopp in anger. What is wrong with you, Luffy? In reality, what in the global is going on? Usopp shouted. Again at the ship, Nami-san. Hancock-chan. I have made a cold deep sea crepe for you. Sanji walked out the door with hearts in his eyes, however did not see absolutely everyone. He walked around the ship and observed a fog surrounding the ship. He shrugged it off but felt a bit tired. He taken into consideration once he located the crew he would take a snooze. As Sanji persisted to walk all the way down to major vicinity, he observed absolutely everyone on the ground exceeded out. Nami, Hancock. Sanji rushed over, dropping the whole thing onto the floor as he kneeled to their sides and checked their neck for a pulse. He sighed in relief they have been still alive. Sanji looked up and took a closer look at the fog. This is not fog. Is it knockout gasoline? Damn, if it smiles I breathed in loads. Sanji blanketed his mouth looking to run toward the snail smartphone but became barely able to stroll to it. He opened the door to the snail's cell phone and collapsed to the ground as his legs gave way. Sanji mustered all his electricity to transport his arms towards the smartphone but may want to simplest pass a few inches. Luffy and the relaxation are nonetheless on the island. I hope they VE a snail telephone as well. Sanji said looking to attain the cell phone desperately, however couldn't as he subsequently passed out from the fuel. The second one Sanji passed out, some human beings seemed in the deliver. They have been all carrying the identical factor. A danger fit with massive backpacks that study pH. They had been all wearing a tube that emitted the equal fog that Sanji had observed before. They became off the gasoline and counted what number of people were on board. A midget individual ran to the biggest of the group and gave a salute. Sir, there seems to be 3 human beings, 1 humanoid iron guy and a puppy. Regarding Chopper, the most important of the organization seemed down to see the relaxation of the institution dragging the pirates in front of him. Die them all up and we're going to deliver them. Returned to master. The person spoke because the relaxation saluted. Roger. He seemed again on the pirates and gave a small chortle. How ideal, they were pirates. No person could observe if some pirates were to disappear unexpectedly. The massive man stated on foot towards far away from the subconscious organization. Again at point threat, Luffy and the crew were chasing the 2 legs, however couldn't he catch up to him. Oh, forget about this. Goku said in annoyance as he dashed closer to Luffy, grabbed him and threw him toward the legs. Wham! Luffy stuck the legs and both began to tumble for a bit till they reached an entire halt. Okay, I caught you. Luffy smirked, not letting the legs cross. Goku, Robin, Zoro and Usopp ultimately caught up with Luffy and saw he caught the legs in the back of him and became shouting happily. Examine me, I am a centaur. Luffy pranced round. Luffy, it truly is vulgar, Robin sighed. It as far Luffy requested, simplest to receive nods from all of us in unison. Usopp looked down on the legs that have been thrashing round attempting to break and fastened. Usopp grew to become his head to examine his surroundings. There has to be an top frame and problem somewhere. A law is provided again to its rightful proprietor, Usopp said as Zoro commenced taking walks ahead of all people looking for a manner out, leaving all and sundry else. Luffy sighed, you don't have any imagination, Usopp, this man's like that. Zoro's voice echoed toward them. Hey! Recover from here! Everybody grew to become around to see at a much distance Zoro waving his hand from atop a mountain. They ran in the direction of Zoro and have been all gasping to what they had been witnessing. That they had to walk cautiously to him as the ground turned into surrounded by way of a thick pool of dust. Zoro checked out Goku. Looks like we determined out how he became cold, Zoro said before turning his attention returned in front of him.
What anybody saw became every other part of the island. However, rather than being a molten lava hotspot, it changed into an island with mountains of ice.
It became a polar opposite to the island they have been on, and it becomes simply across a large lake that divided them aside. Usopp changed into ripping his hair in a comical style. Just what the hell goes on? Usopp changed into irate with the aid of the scene he is witnessing. Luffy pumped his fist into the air and shouted gleefully, "This island is so notable." Luffy stated, putting his hand to his eyes, forming the shape of binoculars. "Is that snow? Purpose if it is far, then I want to consume a few shaved ice." Luffy said earlier than being slapped down viaduct the hysterical Usopp. "Are you loopy? If you exit there you will simply come to be cold," Usopp stated, searching towards his buddies seeking to sway their idea to push forward. "Look, we have been out right here for a while. Dermot it's cross returned and join up with the rest of the group and determine what our next course of plan ought to be," Usopp stated, looking lower back on the island. His eyes were drooping and he felt he changed into going to fall asleep any 2D, however passed off subsequent added his senses into overdrive. He observed the top of the mountains of ice and noticed the clouds have been circling around something.
Usopp narrowed his eyes and noticed a face with a demonic smile. Usopp's attitude of the smile, staring right again at him.
Usopp fell again at the ground in surprise. Goku observed his friend and rushed over. "Are you okay, Usopp?" Goku located a hand on his pal but felt Usopp trembling. "What is that factor?" Usopp screamed in his thoughts as he watched the parent rise up and something unwrap itself from the parent's body. Usopp concluded it to be wings because the parent flew into the sky leaving its spot, if it had been by no means there. Goku changed into now, shaking his pal back and forth. He referred to as Usopp's name 7 instances now, and it regarded Usopp's thoughts changed into in any other vicinity. Goku sighed and raised his hand lower back. "Waiku wow wow." Usopp jumped from the ache that coursed the left side of his cheek. Luckily it didn't bruise, but it nevertheless hurt like hell. Robin walked ahead and knelt down seeking to calm her buddy. "What's the problem, Usopp? It looks like you had simply visible the devil." Robin positioned her hand on Usopp's shoulder as he subsequently snapped again in truth. "To be sincere, I think I simply did see him," Usopp squeaked as he lifted himself up and defined the discern with the wings staring at them earlier than flying away. Goku seemed again at the mountain. "Then we have to stay alert and ensure there aren't more of them while we go," Goku said with everybody nodding in settlement. Brian, all of us turned their interest to Usopp as he regarded down to see the greater snail smartphone he added turned into ringing. He glanced as much as his buddies, all of them nodded back telling him to answer. He slowly picked up the phone and positioned it to his ear. "Hi Brook." "Wait, what? What do you suggest?" "You were gassed," Usopp said as absolutely everyone crowded him listening to on the conversation. "Yo ho ho ho, yeah, that's proper. 1 minute I was sitting at the boat and the subsequent component, I understand there was smoke filling in the air and that I exceeded out from inhaling the knockout gasoline," Brook stated. Zoro poked his head in confusion. "Wait Brook, you do not have lungs, how did you skip out from breathing it in?" Zoro spoke into the phone. There has been silence for approximately 30 seconds. "Beats me, but I simply exceeded out, yo ho ho ho." Brook laughed. Comical fall from all people besides Brook. "So what came about to the relaxation of the crew then? Are they with you?" Luffy requested and Brook responded with a no. "It is simply me and some guys who had been attacking me, but I defeated them. I am on a snowy island with Brook." Become interrupted viaduct Robin. "Excuse me Brook, however did you were saying a snowy island?" Brook spoke back with a sure. Goku closed his eyes and became sensing for Brook's strength signature. Soon after he observed a faint key that resembled Brook's. It was going to be difficult to triangulate his position, so he came out the window, but as a minimum Goku knew Brook changed into deep in the snowy mountains. "Yes, they're on the opposite side, however I cannot get a clear signal to him," Goku said, turning back to his buddies. "Then which means the others are someplace else. If they may be all collectively, then which means they can cope with themselves," Usopp talked about. "Then we're going to locate Brook first, after which go for the others. Who is aware of the deliver might be on the other aspect of the island," Luffy stated before they all nodded in settlement. Zoro walked over to a tree that was scorched with flames. he introduced his 3 swords out and sliced the middle part of the tree trunk and cut the middle into pieces. Zoro brought the 2 portions to Usopp's fort. Here, we're going to use this to pass the water, we just need for it to live together when we cross. Zoro stated. Usopp changed into pressured, why do not we ask Goku to fly us over to the opposite facet? Usopp stated before Zoro shook his head aspect to aspect. We're counting on Goku's talents an excessive amount of, positive he is a awesome asset to the crew but we were doing first rate before his arrival. And Zoro has no grudge towards Goku, it is able to sound like he did however he became just mentioning the facts, Zoro replied shrugging his shoulders. Usopp desired to argue however sighed knowing Zoro's mind was already set. Usopp kneeled to the ground and cupped his hand to the thick mud surrounding them. This can need to do Usopp said walking towards the 2 smartly aligned logs and smeared the dust down the crack of the 2 repeatedly until it shaped what seemed like a platform. Usopp flattened it until it became flat and clapped his arms to get the extra dust off. Robin, are you able to hand me a piece of twig with a piece of fireplace on it? Usopp asked, to which Robin nodded and walked away. Some seconds later Robin lowered back with a medium-sized twig with the brink flaming vibrantly. He grabbed the twig and positioned the flaming facet close to the mud floor, fanning the flames back and forth till the mud started turning stable. Usopp smiled at his concept, it become easy but it might allow them to go the river. With Goku's help Usopp, Zoro and Luffy delivered the raft into the river. As everyone got on Zoro took out one of his swords and gently pushed the raft off the island and into the sea. Careful absolutely everyone, although it is able to be stable if we circulate too much the mud may also crack and split the logs apart Usopp stated nervously listening to cracks beneath him. Everybody moved to a bare minimum even as Zoro became gliding the raft accurately to the alternative side. Brr, it is getting colder Luffy chattered his teeth as he became setting his blouse again on. Robin shivered maintaining herself to preserve a few warmths. Zoro became used to the cold however even he could experience his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Usopp held himself to retain warmth as properly at the same time as Goku looked on at his pal's burden. Are you guys okay? You've got been shivering like a madman Goku said with all of us searching at him with amazed appears. Goku how can you and not FF experience bloodless? Luffy chattered through his teeth. Goku shrugged I have dealt with worse, back in my universe, I had to fight 3 androids down inside the Arctic, consisting of being submerged underneath the freezing water for what felt like a while. Goku sighed whilst you've long passed through what you just forget about it Goku stated with a small snicker. Goku narrowed his eyes and held out his hand. 4 blue key spheres emerged from the Saiyan's hand and headed directly into the crew. They noticed a navy blue aura surround their complete our bodies, that they had never felt whatever so heat in their lives. Robin closed her eyes, secure and allowed the nice and cozy feeling root her frame.
Some seconds later the blue charisma shortened and simply mentioned around their our bodies. They nevertheless felt heat however no longer in the same way as earlier then. Robin frowned as the warmth unexpectedly subsided. She opened her eyes and observed Goku giving them his well-known sun grin.
I hope that facilitates. I've given you sufficient energy permitting your bodies to eat it as warmth Goku stated before turning his lower back far from them.
They all stood in silence however in awe. Even though Zoro had previously stated they trusted his powers an excessive amount of, they could not help however suppose how fortunate they have been to have a chum like Goku.
A couple of minutes later they reached the other facet and had been relieved the cold air wasn't bothering them as a whole lot thanks to Goku. All of them concept they could need to formally thank the Saiyan for his help, however now wasn't the time. The 5 stepped off the raft and landed into the smooth snow that caught to their footwear. They did not even take some other step before hearing a noise blaring behind them. All of us besides Luffy turned round and observed something status at the brink of the other island. A dark divine confirmed it wasn't the absolutely man as he had the body of a man however had 4 legs. Is that a centaur? Zoro asked as he narrowed his eyes and leaned forward to which he was toppled over by means of Luffy with stars in his eyes. Hi there. Did you make a decision to sign up for my group? Luffy screamed however turned into tackled down by both Zoro and Usopp. Do not you already know while too close up? Usopp shouted but in a milder tone. And for goodness sake forestall asking each person you meet to join the rattling team. Zoro shouted as nicely. Goku scratched the return of his head and laughed nervously while Robin smiled at their captain as childish conduct. The centaur looked at Luffy and became fuming. The centaur attempted to attack Luffy whilst his defense became down. However, thanks to Goku's excessive training regime, he avoided the wonder attack and defeated him in a humiliating fashion. With bloodshot eyes, the centaur raised an object which seemed to be a horn and located it to his mouth. He blew at the horn again and the noise blared throughout both islands. Everybody covered their ears from the curdling scream the centaur emitted. Boss! The intruders are at the island. Please finish them off. The centaur screamed. Boss! Wait, who is he? Usopp changed into stop by using a thud. Shaking in his boots, he managed to muster each ounce of courage left in him and turned around to peer what was in the front of him. The team coded up together as they saw multiple centaurs surrounding them along with a bigger centaur that stood in the back of the rest. Pass Goku, can you IT us out yet? Usopp said, seeking to preserve his panic from emitting into his voice. Goku tightened his muscle groups and raised them up in protection. Sorry Usopp, I will experience Brook may be very near us, however I can get an awesome roll on in which especially Brook or the others is located, Goku stated, readying his stance. Zoro pulled out his swords and readied himself. Then we going to combat our manner out if we must, Zoro said as he raised his katana towards them. There's a guy with a katana, so he must be the samurai who break up our buddies, one of the centaurs spoke with a menacing voice. Zoro went pretty as he realized the centaur became regarding him. The most important centaur of the institution steps forward and raised his weapon at him. Grove the centaur shot a cannonball from his weapon and became headed immediately for the crew. Instinctively Robin crossed her palms together and formed two big fingers that included the crew. Through their shot, the two massive arms were obliterated by way of the cannonball and landed into Luffy's abdomen, inflicting an explosion that pushed all of them lower back into the bloodless waters. Goku, Usopp and Zoro emerged lower back up, gasping for air. They turned a full 360 searching for Robin and Luffy to no avail. Usopp dived backtrack into the cold waters and discovered both subconscious, Robin with a bloody cut to the aspect of her temple and Luffy along with his chest scorched from the blast. Usopp introduced them up again up as Zoro took Luffy while Usopp took Robin. They were shocked by the quantity of pressure the cannonball had as they did not assume it to blow up, even though Goku turned into fire from the blast it took him with the aid of Marvel. They regarded up to look the centaur smirking at his accomplishment. He raised his hand to sign the other centaurs and right away they raised their cannons up, pointing it to the submerged group. So what is going to it be, samurai? Will you and your comrades come quietly or face death? The centaur shouted, elevating his weapon at them as well. The five had been subsidized in a corner, they did no concept wherein the rest in their group were in. Goku gritted his enamel and tried to preserve his balance in the water. The Saiyan could never back down, but if it intended his buddies getting harm, he just did not realize what to do. The centaur took their silence as a sign of now not giving up. Have it your manner, the centaur spoke. He raised his hand inside the air as the rest of the centaurs located their guns on the defenseless group. Zoro and Usopp called the shield as they did their bombs tied with retaining both Luffy and Robin over their shoulders due to the fact they couldn't swim due to their Satan fruit powers. Goku should be the main man to protect but knew he must be careful, one slip up and his pals ought to probably die. Alternatively, because the centaurs fired their weapons, the gunpowder jammed and exploded into their faces, knocking them to the ground coughing and wheezing. Goku, Zoro and Brook had been in awe and confusion. They were happy the guns jammed, but they noticed a person who towered all of them, however had a frail frame tone. He became sporting a top hat with a crown through it, a bow, a feathered headband wrapped round his bony neck and become holding a prolonged cane that quickly became a hidden blade. Wait a minute, it asked Brook. Zoro shouted as they all witnessed Brook standing in the front of them with a critical expression. The centaurs have been freaked out by way of the sudden look of a standing skeleton but held their composure. They drew out their swords they saved in case their primary weapons failed them. Who the hell are you? The largest centaur shouted. Brook frowned and raised his katana closer to the centaurs. My appearance is of little significance, but you may call me Brook, the Soul King Brook said with a severe tone. I am a skeleton that got here returned from the land of the lifeless and become given a second hazard at existence by using the straw hat captain. Brook tipped his hat masking his eyes. The centaurs had been getting aggravated at his ranting and charged at him at the same time as Brook stood nevertheless. The centaurs have been within inches of Brook and raised their swords, poised to strike. When they slammed their swords down however had been suddenly stopped as Brook honestly positioned his sword in front of them. They had been taken aback past the notion that a mere skeleton had stopped their assault by way of certainly putting his blade in the front of them. Even though Brook had no muscle tissues to reveal it, the centaur's new anger became coursing through Brook's face. If my buddies are so killed by using the likes of you, I'll by no means forgive you. Brook stated as he extended his arm ahead with sufficient pressure to push the centaur's returned a couple of toes. Brook jumped into the air with the sun shining behind his returned as he appeared to be a shadow figure. I've had sufficient of dropping my buddies. Brook screamed as a wave of untapped energy became launched into his body. He did not understand where it got here from but changed into glad it did come. Now, he had the electricity to reveal hell to folks that would dare hurt his buddies. Shine, shine, shine. The only sounds the straw hats heard were swords clashing and men screaming a powerful battle cry proclaiming to what they believed to be asserting their dominance. Brook was holding up with a defensive position countering what seemed to be an infinite of slashes from the centaurs. One of the centaurs drew its sword and attacked with such ferocity that it took Brook by surprise. He had hardly any time to raise his blade to block it, metal screeching as the centaur pushed Brook back causing him to topple backwards and roll down a small and snowy hill. The straw hats soon followed once they saw Brook losing control as he sloped down to the bottom of the hill while being chased down by his pursuing attackers. Slowing down at the bottom, Brook clamped the heel of his shoes to the snow allowing him better traction and mobility. Brook looked up and saw his pursuers and decided it was time for his assault. As quick as a cheetah, Brook dashed towards the centaur and landed a fatal knee blow into the centaur's abdomen before doing a spin and kicking its head sending it crashing into the snow. All right. Usopp shouted as the unconscious Robin in his arms suddenly stirred from her previous knockout. Ugh, what happened? Robin rubbed her temples as they were throbbing painfully. Robin! Oh, thank goodness you re-awake. I thought you would be out for a while, Usopp said as knelt his friend onto the soft ground before continuing. It doesn't matter right now. All we need to do is wait for Brook to defeat those guys and then we can get the hell out of here, Usopp said. That as if we can get out. Smack snore Goku. Robin and Usopp looked over as they saw a snoring Luffy with a red handprint across his face and Zoro gritting his teeth angrily. What was that for? Usopp shouted, obviously confused at why Zoro slapped Luffy. Robin woke up, so there's no excuse for Luffy to not wake up. Besides, I don't want to hold him anymore, he keeps trying to bite me. Goku and Usopp comically fall over. Usopp didn't know who was more stupid at this point, his reckless leader that always leads them to trouble, or the bounty hunter who can't make sense of things and can't find directions for his life. The centaurs had rushed over to their fallen friend and were surprised to see their companion breathing hard and fast. Are you alright? One of the centaurs whispered to his companion, getting up and holding his chest. I think he broke my sternum, the centaur choked out, spitting blood from his mouth as he knelt down from the unbearable pain. Brook just stood his ground as he raised his sword, waiting for them to counter-strike. A little smirk formed in Brook's lips and that set the centaurs over the edge. They were getting pissed. Not only was this fight taking too long, but their pride was being dashed because they couldn't defeat a skeleton. The centaurs snarled until they heard a dark chuckle from their own. They turned around to see one of their companions kneeling down and looked up at them. Time to play dirty FLS. A centaur smirked, grabbing a handful of snow/mud and hid it behind his back. The same centaur points the middle finger and then goads Brook to come at them. Brook fell for the bait as he dashed towards his pursuers and collided swords, but the straw hat didn't he expect what happened next. Ha ha ha, got you sucker, the centaur said as he slammed the snow/mud like into Brook's face, ultimately blinding him. Arg! Brook shouted, grabbing his face from the sneak attack. Brook toppled forward from the sudden jolt of pain that registered in his body. He continued to feel pain as the centaurs surrounded him and was beating him mercilessly. Hey! They blinded Brook, he can't see. Goku shouted as he slid down the hill going to aid his fallen friend. Ha! Goku shouted as he jumped into the fray and knocked back the centaurs away from Brook, who was staggering to get to his feet. Goku looked back at his crew. Go! I'll lead them away from here and away from you all, Goku shouted as he moved back from a sudden sword that was mere centimeters from his face. The Saiyan raised his knee and knocked the sword from the centaur's hand and into the air as Goku drew his hand back and punched the centaur back a few feet. Goku jumped into the air and grabbed the sword and used the bottom of the sword and threw it like a javelin into the face of one of the centaurs. What? We can't just leave you to fight them by yourself. How will you even find your way back? Robin cried out as Goku did a front flip and kicked the heel of his shoe into the back of the centaur's skull. As the Saiyan landed, Goku's hands were grabbed and being held firmly by two centaurs on both sides. To their surprise, he jumped into the air and did a split which slammed both his feet into the centaurs' faces. Goku planted his feet to the ground and did a low kick only for the centaur to move back before making contact. It's fine. I promise I'll make it back somehow. I just can't divide with my conscience worrying about everyone's safety right now, Goku shouted as he blasted a barrage ki blast into the snow, allowing some distance between the centaurs and his crew. Goku disappeared and reappeared behind the centaurs and threw snow at them to get their attention and suddenly bolted in the opposite direction. Robin was about to speak when Goku ran off, leading the centaurs away from the group, allowing them to advance forward and help Brook onto his feet and wipe the snow/mud from his face. We have to help him. Robin spoke with a hint of worry in her voice as she and the rest of the group looked at the way Goku had run off towards. She was about to move when Zoro held his hand out, preventing her from moving any farther.
No, we can't mess up the chance Goku gave us with. We need to make it towards the others. I know Goku will make it back to us when he has the chance, Zoro said, picking up his unconscious leader.
But Robin began but was cut off by Asap. Zoro's right, Robin, I don't want to leave Goku as well, but I know he can take care of himself. Asap assured her as he laid a hand on her shoulder. Robin sighed, knowing they were right, and followed as they went to the opposite direction on their search for the other members of the Straw Hats. Goku was running further into the snowy island as the centaurs couldn't even catch him, let alone fully see him. Goku turned his head left and right as he continued running away from the centaurs. He needed to make sure they were a far away distance from the group before he can join up with his group. After a few minutes, the Saiyan began growing tired of running around aimlessly, so he began a counter-assault on his pursuing attackers. Goku stopped and waited for his attackers to approach before he would initiate. Suddenly the centaurs appeared all around the Saiyan, making sure he was blocked off. Goku noticed that the centaurs were breathing heavily, so he knew they had run far enough into the island and away from his friends. Boom! Goku and the centaurs were startled by the sudden noise that erupted across the island, but as quickly as it came it quickly left. What was that noise? Whatever that was, I hope the Luffy and everyone else didn't get hurt. Goku turned his head back to his opponents and calmly readied his stance. Goku's breathing was slow. He was preparing his stance, ready to take each and every single of them. All he needed was someone to move to pull the trigger. I am going to buff the centaurs for this fight because I want a struggle between Goku and his opponents, so please don't hate if he doesn't end it quickly. As expected, one centaur moved slowly, and that was all Goku needed as he ran forward and dove for a kick, knocking down one of the centaurs into the ground. The centaur was about to get up until the Saiyan jumped on his head and dove into the grouped centaurs, knocking them down to the ground as well. Goku rolled out of the way and pushed himself up and kicked a centaur down and started stomping repeatedly. This fight wasn't your usual martial arts fight, this was an all-out street fight. Goku was repeatedly punching left hooks into a centaur's face until it fell back and collapsed. The Saiyan felt someone grab his shoulder and forcefully turned him around. Goku instinctively pulled his arm up, blocking an incoming right arm, and used his left arm to repeatedly jab the centaur back. The Saiyan pushed back the centaur with the repeated jabs and ended it off with a kick to the abdomen and a flip into the air while grabbing the centaur's head and slammed it to the ground. Goku jumped back and braced himself as the centaurs rushed over and backed their fallen companion. The centaurs couldn't even lay a finger on this man, and he was defeating them with ease. What do we do? If I wasn't getting my ass kicked, I would applaud this guy's power, one of the centaurs said as the group huddled together. An idea flashed into one of the centaurs' head as he grouped his companions together and whispered his plan. Some of the centaurs snickered at the plan and turned back to their opponent with a huge smirk on their face. What are they planning? Goku narrowed his eyes and leaned forward, ready for them. Now! One of them shouted as they all charged him at once, which made the Saiyan chuckle. He really thought their plan was something actually worth getting ready for. Goku jumped over one of the approaching centaurs and slammed the heel of his foot into the back of the centaur, sending him sliding into the snow, sending him back a few inches, leaving a trail of dirt and snow all over the place. Goku raised his fist to his face as he blocked the upcoming strikes coming both left and right of him. The Saiyan quickly clamped his hands on a centaur's head and jumped into the air using his legs and struck the centaur, sending flying like a cannonball. Honestly, and here I thought your plan was something good, Goku mocked, but something behind chuckled at his response. That's not the plan, this is. A voice shouted behind him. Goku turned around and wished that he had never done so. The centaur he had sent sprawling into the snow had baited him to do that so he can get behind Goku without being seen, and it worked perfectly. The centaur had clenched his fist tightly and did something that made Goku unable to fight, literally. The centaur punched Goku with a low blow to his private area. Goku's eyes widened. He felt his body not responding to anything he wanted to do. All he felt was pain, and it was never going away. Goku couldn't breathe. It felt as if someone just took something sharp and pierced it into his lungs. The Saiyan was stumbling around as he saw nothing but blurry figures as he fell onto the floor with a heavy thud. His body was screaming in agony. Goku didn't know if he wanted to vomit, scream, or straight up cry. All he could do was crouch in a fetal position as his body refused to move what seemed to feel like an eternity. The centaurs piled around Goku and started laughing. Oh, look at the little baby. Does the little baby need his little bottle? One of the centaurs mimicked a baby sucking on a baby bottle and pulled on his cheek as if Goku was a child. The centaurs howled with laughter. Goku tried to pick himself up but couldn't because of the amount of pain he was feeling. Even if he did pick himself up, the centaur went over and placed his hoof into Goku's abdomen, applying more pressure into the already sensitive part of his body. Goku was gasping for air as this was basically torture to him, but they weren't done as they took turns taking shots at the defenseless Saiyan. Pick him up! One of the centaurs ordered and the others obeyed without question, picking up Goku and held his arms behind him and over his head in a painful arm lock as the body wasn't supposed to be stretched in a position. The Saiyan growled in annoyance as the centaur got closer and used his hand to scrunch his face up. Well, now whose plan wasn't good? The centaur said as he had butted into Goku's face, dropping him face first into the frosty surface with a slight bloody nose. And please don't hate, I just needed to make this a little dramatic B/C. We all know it's very unlikely for Goku to ever get a bloody nose. The pain was slowly receding and Goku noticed he was slowly gaining his ability to move his left arm. Goku decided to stall time until he could move his entire body. Goku faked a chuckle but cringed in pain as his lungs were still hurting a little. Who you laughing at, huh? One of the centaurs said, putting his hoof and stomped on Goku's chest, which in response made Goku grunt in pain. He mustered up a grin and chuckled again. Well, I am just wondering, you guys managed to beat me, a bounty worth $1 billion, but I wonder who really the one that was powerful enough to beat me, because it seems to me that it is you, Goku said, trying to stall for time. The group couldn't believe what they heard. They managed to defeat a man whose bounty worth $1 billion. They didn't care about the money, but just the fact they accomplished something not that many could do was incredible. The centaur with his hoof on Goku's chest lightens the pressure and smirked. "It is good to see my work is actually being noticed," the centaur smirked while flexing his muscles. "Your work?" a voice shouted from behind. "What do you mean your work?" Another centaur shouted, grabbing his companion's shoulder, turning him around and got up to his face. "We know that I am the better fighter of all of us," the centaur shouted along with other shouts disagreeing. "Please, if someone is to get the glory of this victory, then it would be me. I came up the plan after all." The centaur shouted, only to be shoved by another. "Well, your plan wouldn't have worked if I didn't stall him long enough, so I deserve the credit," the centaur growled. One after the other they were bickering about whom the better fighter was, allowing Goku to recuperate and be able to move. Slowly Goku turned his head. He saw a large structure almost a few meters from where he was. Goku decided it was the perfect place to fully regain his strength and lure the centaurs in to defeat them. Using his function left arm, he cupped a ball of snow and placed it near him. "Sorry guys, but you forgot one thing." Goku's voice momentarily stops the centaurs arguing. Without any warning, Goku jumped up and slammed it into the centaur's face, blinding him momentarily. "You can't just turn your back on someone," Goku shouted, then grabbed the blinded centaur and threw him into the others and proceeded to run. "Especially someone like me." As Goku reached the entrance, he looked back and stuck his tongue out. "Nah, bet you can't catch me in here," Goku mocked as he, along with the pursuing centaurs, ran towards the large structure and went into it. It was pitch dark and barely visible for the Saiyan to see. Goku moved behind to what seemed to be a pillar as he heard clicks and clacks echoing around the room. Goku closed his eyes, deciding he was going to sense them instead, but couldn't find them anywhere due to it being blocked off because of some type of interference. "Arg, what is going on? Why can't I sense anyone on this island?" Goku gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Terribly sorry, but that would be because of me," an elderly woman's voice spoke. Goku's eyes opened in shock. He looked around frantically and saw nobody near him. Goku's eyes had finally dilated to the darkness and saw nobody anywhere in sight.
"If you're done acting foolish, I am in the next room by your right," the woman's voice said with a hint of annoyance in her voice.
Goku followed the woman's instructions and proceeded to head to the next room. The room was closed, so carefully opened it, but to his annoyance it creaked very loudly that anyone near the vicinity could hear it. Goku sighed as he closed the door, where he saw something that made him want to vomit.
In that room was a cage filled with shackles of bodies that have been decaying to what he seemed to believe to be over a few months. Maggots were feasting on the bodies and pus/blood leaking from the bodies' insides.
He noticed what appeared to be a staff with a tiki face on it near the edge of the room. Goku walked over to it and was slowly reaching for it. "Don't even think about it, handsome," the voice said with a few rattles from the shackles. Goku turned around, peered into the cage and noticed there was someone moving inside the cage. He looked closer and saw it was an elderly woman shackled up who was at least up to his waistline. And just to clarify, Goku is now 6F3 if you don't remember, I stated it in Chash 7 for your information. "How long have you been in here?" Goku asked, concerned about the woman's health, since who knows how long she has been trapped in there. "Forever it seems," the elderly woman croaked as she lowered her head. Goku grabbed the cell door by both edges and ripped it off its hinges before proceeding to unshackle the lady. The woman fell to her knees and Goku quickly aided her back up. "Thank you," the elderly woman gave a warm smile before she pointed to the edge of the room where the tiki staff was placed. My staff, bring it to me please," the woman said, leaning herself on a wall to take a breather. Goku cautiously placed her down, afraid one bad fall may injure her, and went over to retrieve the staff and came right back with it and placed it by her side. "Here you go." Goku knelt down with the staff and gave it to the elderly woman. The elderly woman clasped her hands around the staff and forced herself up. The elderly woman gave a smile that made Goku have respect for the woman because of all she had been through. "If I may ask, who did this to you?" Goku questioned, only for the woman to frown. If it is all the same, I don't want to talk about it. The woman turned her face away and Goku nodded, respecting her wish.
The elderly woman sighed, but I will say this aberrant world has divulged itself in a state of pain and corrupt. It is horrifying to live a life where a loved one can be taken away in an instant, the woman said as tears welled in her eyes.
Goku was heartbroken hearing this. He couldn't imagine losing his new friends. It would change him forever and not in a good way. The Saiyan was so lost in his mind that he didn't realize the elderly woman had hugged him. The Saiyan looked down and saw her eyes, but this time they had life in them, as if she was ready for anything in the world that stood in her way. But that doesn't mean this world can change for the better, the woman spoke as Goku nodded in agreement.
I believe your crew is one of the last remaining acts of defiance in this world. I've been around for a long time and I've seen groups standing up for what they believe in. Chuckles, hell, I've even seen the famous Goldie Roger as a mere child, and at first I didn't think any of him, and look at him then, becoming the Pirate King.
The woman gave a little smile. Boom, an explosion was heard across the island, causing the elderly woman to release the Saiyan. The elderly woman moved back and raised her staff, which spontaneously flashed a vibrant magenta color that exploded, causing Goku to cover his eyes from the brightness. Goku opened his eyes and was shocked to what he saw. A portal had opened across time and space and realigned itself in front of the island.
There he noticed the island was surrounded by a swarm of marines along with Smoker, the man Goku faced off during the war to rescue Ace, and what seemed to be a man in his with a black coat falling down to his feet along with a white hat and a sword, a man who went by the name Wolfrafalgar.
Goku looked closer and observed that the man was in front of a building and was apparently keeping the marines back from entering. Why is this man pushing back the marines? Is he a pirate as well? Goku walked closer to the image. Goku reached out to touch the portal only for his hand to pass through but not into the portal. What is this? Goku questioned.
It is a portal that allows the user to see anything, be it the future, past, present, a person's memory and much more, the elderly woman responded.
But that only perked another question from the Saiyan. But then how come I couldn't? Goku began. Couldn't phase through the portal? It is because it is just to view what even is taking place, and a way you can call it a one-way window, the elderly woman spoke as she raised her staff once again and the portal changed its position and began to go somewhere else. As the portal found its directed location, Goku looked where it was located and realized it was somewhere inside a building. Probably inside the building that man was defending. Hope I crossed paths with him cause I wouldn't mind a little spar with him. Chuckles. Goku grinned as thought as a fight with Law would be exciting. Goku looked back at the portal and surprised at what he saw. The Saiyan noticed that his entire crew was together but they were not alone. What really surprised the Saiyan was the fact they were with kids. Goku cocked his head, slightly confused at what he was seeing. Goku turned his head and noticed the closed door had broken off its hinges and the room was swarmed with the centaurs who seemed to have a certain vendetta with the Saiyan warrior. Guys, we found the bastard. One of the centaurs said, raising his weapon. Goku was ready. He was finally feeling better and prepared his stance in front of the elderly woman. Stay back, I'll handle them. Goku narrowed his eyes and was ready for them until he heard a snort from behind him. Please, I may be old, but that doesn't mean I can handle myself. The elderly woman spoke as she raised her hands into the air and began chanting, which was barely audible to the Saiyan. What is an old tramp like you interfering in our fight? A centaur snarled as he began to walk forward. Suddenly her hands began to glow and the centaur's body began to glow the same. A hole began to appear underneath them and they dropped into it. They couldn't scream, even if they tried nobody heard them as she closed the hole. Goku's jaw practically dropped to the ground. He turned to her and wanted to know where they went. Thankfully the elderly woman knew before he asked. Don't you worry, they aren't harmed. I only placed them in a room where they will stay until I see fit that they be released, the elderly woman said as Goku sighed in relief as they weren't harmed. Goku widened as he remembered something, but the elderly woman beat him to it. No, it is not the same as the portal, as this a power that can be used through chanting a certain spell. The elderly woman chuckled as Goku snapped his fingers when she figured his question. Alright then, I'll need to find my crew. Goku started but groaned. But there is interference within this island and I can't find any of them, Goku said. The elderly woman sighed. Yeah, the staff could be the problem, she said, looking down at her staff and back at the confused Saiyan. This is a powerful artifact that can mess with the normal flow of energy, which may be the problem you've been experiencing, the woman said as Goku nodded understanding. Once I leave the island with the staff, everything should go back to normal, the elderly woman said before turning back to the portal and suddenly blushed. Is she alright? Goku wondered as curiosity got the better of him and looked where she was looking. All he saw was his crew along with the children. Nothing out of the ordinary stood out to the Saiyan. Hey, what are you looking at? Goku waved his hand in front of the dazed woman who snapped out of her trance. Blushing heavily, she turned back to the portal. I am looking at the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, the elderly woman said as the portal zoomed towards the Empress. And remember, Hancock's beauty catches the attention of everyone, may they be either man or woman. That's why the elderly was blushing. To her, Hancock was beautiful. To the elderly woman, Hancock playing with the children was most surprising, as she was known not to care for anyone but herself and her sisters, but most know about her crush on Goku, including the elderly woman herself. The elderly woman sighed. You're one very lucky man, Goku, don't you say? She said, turning her attention back to the Saiyan, who gave her a blank expression. How so? Goku questioned, leaving the elderly woman's jaw gaping open due to his simple mind. She whacked his head with the staff, causing Goku to rub his throbbing head. Are you seriously this dense? How can you not know? The elderly woman hissed at his obliviousness. She pointed the staff back at the portal, back at Hancock. Tell me, what do you see in Hancock? The elderly woman asked. Goku looked at Hancock and then turned back to the elderly woman. Well, she is my friend, right? Goku said, but realized that must have been the wrong answer when the elderly woman shook her head in annoyance. Anything? Do you feel anything when you re around her? The elderly woman asked as Goku thought about it for a moment. Well, I don't know really, Goku started before walking towards the portal image. I mean, sometimes when I am near her I feel something inside me urging to get closer, but I just ignore it. Goku shrugged as if it wasn't something to worry about. The elderly woman sighed in relief. So he does have some feelings for the Empress, but it is not enough to manifest itself into a real emotion unless... She walked over to Goku and raised her hand to his face. Please stand still, the elderly woman said as her hand began to glow, leaving Goku nervous on what was about to happen. Goku closed his eyes expecting it to explode in his face, but nothing happened. He opened his eyes and noticed the elderly woman moved back and pointed her finger at the portal. Okay, Goku, I want you to look back at the portal again, the elderly woman said, and Goku obeyed. Goku looked into the portal and stared at the Empress, who was laughing when one of the kids did a trick for her. What Hancock didn't know was that there was a Saiyan staring right at her with a red tint spreading across his face. Goku clenched his chest and was breathing heavily. His heart raced at the sight of Hancock. His cheeks deepened a shade of red when he saw her smiling and laughing. Goku felt panic was racing through his body. What is this feeling? I feel like I am going to explode if I don't see her. Goku reached out to the portal hoping he could pass through, but the same thing happened as his hand passed through but not into the portal. The elderly woman smiled as closed the portal and the Saiyan stumbled to his feet, feeling his heart return to a normal pace. Goku turned his head to the woman. What happened to me? Goku asked her. It is simple, the elderly woman said as she shifted her weight towards the staff, allowing more support to stand. I manifested a hidden emotion that was buried within you, allowing you to express more of your feelings, the woman said, only to receive a confused look from the Saiyan. In English, please? The Saiyan said, only to receive a growl from the elderly woman. I swear if you hadn't rescued me I would send you down into the room with those centaurs. The elder woman rubbed her head in annoyance. I made you feel you were able to express more than you ever could, the elderly woman said, to which Goku understood. Goku shook his head. But why do I feel weird when I noticed him? Goku stopped as even saying her name was enough to make him turn red and feel suddenly happy inside. The elderly woman smirked when she saw his face. That is because I have opened your eyes to her. Ever since you have entered into her life all she has ever thought about was you.
You have single-handedly chipped away the cold nature of the Empress and replaced it with someone who loves to be around other people. Someone like you, Goku, the elderly woman said, to which Goku's insides did a flip when he heard what she said.
Hancock loves me. Goku smiled, but something forced him back to his logical sense. But how do you know that for sure? I mean, maybe everyone is just assuming that, Goku said, causing the elderly lady to comically fall backwards. You know what? Instead of telling you, how about I just show you? The elderly woman said as she raised her hand to the Saiyan's face again and began to recite a chant. Her hand began to glow and suddenly everything went white for the Saiyan warrior. Goku's eyes immediately filled with colors and he was able to see everything now. He turned his head and saw the elderly woman was nowhere to be seen. Goku turned around and saw he was at an island. Wait, not any island, it's Amazon Lily. Goku flew up and saw everyone, including Marguerite, the girl he had saved when she was about to be attacked from a wild beast. Hey! No, Goku was cut off as a voice that boomed into his mind.
They want to hear you, Goku. This is just a memory deep within your mind. I am letting you see examples of how much Hancock has feelings for you, the voice said.
Hey, and this is just the elderly woman's voice for your information. Goku was suddenly transported inside the palace and noticed another version of him stepping past Luffy and in front of the Empress. They didn't see him at all. Deciding it was safe, Goku stood next to his past self and looked directly at them both. I know that this is a rather huge favor to ask, but could you please help Luffy? The past Goku asked, and the present Goku remembered asking the same thing. Goku turned his head and noticed a light blush dashed across Hancock's cheeks, making her usual beautiful features even more mesmerizing. If that is what you truly wish, then I shall go wherever you desire. As Goku was about to reach out to the Empress, he felt his body being pushed back and suddenly he was in the arena where he had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Goku looked around and chuckled, remembering all the damage he had caused from the amount of force he generated. The present Goku looked over and saw his best self in the middle of the ring, and Hancock was holding him and just glad Ryogachi said while holding him tightly as the past Goku just smiled and hugged her back, which took the Empress by surprise and made her blush a little. Does she really like me? Goku asked, and the elderly woman chuckled. Saying she likes you would be an understatement. The Saiyan's vision went blank and he felt his body being pushed into another memory. This time he appeared at a battlefield which suddenly sparked a light bulb in his head. Goku remembered this was main fort and the execution was about to start. Goku turned his head around and saw his past self hugging Hancock in the middle of the battlefield. Hey, and I am tired of writing past Goku every time, so it will be PG from now on. Goku flew towards them, making sure to see her reactions, and as expected she was turning red when he hugged her. I am sorry that I had caused you so much pain, Hancock. I know this must be hard, but please let me fight them, PG said softly. Hancock turned his face towards hers and she started to tear up a little. But Goku, what will Luffy and I do if you die? We need you, Goku, I need you. She muffled the last part while she buried her face in his arms, but the present Goku had heard it. He looked down and smiled. Hancock really doesn't she? Goku asked. The voice began to giggle as if it was a child.
She just picked up her face with his finger and smiled at her. You won't have to worry about me ever again, Hancock, 'cause know this, my passion to keep everyone I love alive is what keeps me going, and I am not going to fail now just because of them, Goku said, pointing to the Shichibukais.
This put a little smile on Hancock's face. Then will you promise me something, Goku? Hancock said to PG. What is it? PG asked. Promise me you will come back to us. Hancock said to PG, which made him grin. That's a promise that I can definitely keep. PG smiled. The Empress smiled, which made the present Goku's heart melt.
Then here's my token of appreciation, Hancock said as she kissed PG on the cheek, which made her turn red and put a big smile on her face.
Alright, I admitted I was wrong, Goku smiled as he realized his mistake. Oh wait, hold on, this is my favorite part. The voice said, pushing Goku into a new place. Goku turned around and noticed he was back in the island. He walked around and saw a boat floating near the island. Near the boat were Elder Nyan, Luffy, Sandersonia, Marigold and Hancock. Goku remembered he was running late and should fly down any second. As expected, G flew down and started to walk towards his friends. Goku quickly followed and stood next to them. Hancock smiled warmly at the Sayuna already loaded up all of your favorite foods into the boat. Such a thoughtful woman like me would make a great wife, you know. Hancock said, blushing slightly. Goku's mouth gaped open at what he heard. Wife. She loves me that she would become my wife. Goku said before turning a deep shade of red, imagining them becoming husband and wife. His brain was yelling into overdrive to stay with that mental image, but he shook it off to stay focused on the memory. Thanks for the food, Hancock. And yeah, I would definitely think any man would be lucky to marry you. G grinned, oblivious that Hancock was implying for her to be his wife. Bwahaha. Goku laughed, falling back, seeing his own stupidity for the first time. No wonder Vegeta gets so angry with me a lot. I would too if I had to deal with this. Goku said, wiping a tear from his eye from laughing too much. Goku got back up and saw G and Luffy were ready to go off and recruit Luffy's crew. Luffy put on his hat and grinned at G. Alright, let us go. Luffy said as they boarded the ship and started to leave the island. Goku stood next to Hancock as G and Luffy turned around to see the entire Kuya village was there waving at the two men. They smiled and waved back at the island. See ya. Luffy yelled. I hope to see you again. G yelled as he waved at the Kuya women. The present Goku saw Hancock turned away from their view. He said he wants to see me again. Is this his sign of a proposal? Hancock said, turning red slightly. For the last time, no. Elder Nyan said, furious with Hancock. Goku grinned gleefully at their bickering. He shrugged his shoulders and gave a short chuckle. Alright, I'll admit I was wrong. She really does love me, Goku said as his vision returned back to normal and he was back in the room with the elderly woman.
Goku smiled. I still can't believe it though. Me out of every man in the entire world. Hell, Luffy was there with me. She could have fallen for him, and hehe.
Well, love is something that brings happiness into someone's life, Goku, the elderly woman smiled. It is something that allows a person to find someone to care for and someone to care for them back. Someone you will never leave and someone who will never leave you. Someone who will catch you when you fall and trust that they will always be there for you, the elderly woman said. And Goku, that is everything that Hancock sees within in you, the elderly woman said through a whisper.
Goku turned around and was shocked to see the elderly woman wasn't there anymore. He tried sensing her but couldn't find her. She had disappeared as if she had never existed.
But to his excitement, he was finally able to sense everyone around the island, including Hancock. Thanks, old lady, you've changed my life for the better. Goku smiled as he started running towards the energy source that was his friends. Luffy changed into bored out of his mind. Usually he and Goku would spar to help increase his fighting abilities and patience. Something form of training Goku instructed him to do, he could gladly do it. He even requested to up the education a 100x extra than required, however Goku continually said no. Flashback, it turned into a warm but breezed crammed morning. The ocean eventually calmed and everyone on the deliver became doing their everyday ordinary. Goku was laying in a hammock with his eyes closed and a mild smile on face whilst Luffy sighed closely. Oh come on, Goku. Allah has trained some greater. Luffy pounded his fists collectively. I woke at 4:30, did my 30-minute stretches, 100 push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, carried a wheelbarrow complete of stones across the deliver 500 instances. Luffy inhaled a large gulp of air earlier than persevering with. Educated my senses to their physical height, educated for 2 hours the use of your weight schooling gear, ran across the deliver 500 instances whilst wearing the load schooling equipment at 100x, plowed an entire subject on our closing forestall and its most effective 12:30. I sense like I can do more. Luffy stated. The captain of the Straw Hat were eager, understanding that he could surpass his limits, and commenced education relentlessly. He turned into itching for extra training, however Goku wouldn't permit it. Goku placed his fingers at the back of his head, however stored his eyes closed. We will resume education after sleeping until 1:30, then we can go return to schooling. Luffy groaned in disappointment. But it really is time being wasted on doing something not critical. I want to be the quality and that I cannot do this while dozing. Luffy whined.
The Saiyan chuckled, "You jog my memory of myself whilst I used to be younger, continually raring to preserve education, prepared to end up the first class that I may want to obtain."
Goku yawned. However, I learned that even the frame can spoil down from education too tough, the Saiyan said. What are you attempting to say, Goku? Luffy cocked his head in confusion.
I am pronouncing discover ways to take a damage once in a while, don't overwork your frame, after all, you do have it best once. Goku smiled earlier than elevating his finger. Circulate nicely, analyze nicely, consume properly, rest properly.
This is the eternal turtle school as schooling. With those ending phrases, Goku fell asleep, leaving Luffy to ponder the new data he just received.
End of flashback. Luffy paced across the room, deliberating a way that him and his buddies may want to get past the Marines and their higher-ups, Smokey and Togashi, an opponent the Straw Hats faced lengthy ago out of doors the room.
The simplest factor that's standing in the Marines' manner is traffic law. The Straw Hats failed to understand whether or not he turned into on their aspect due to his popularity. But at this factor they'll take any help they could get. As Luffy paced the room, all and sundry else turned into keeping the children collectively, ensuring that they didn't get separated or wandered off by themselves. Cheech Zoro growled and annoyance changed into sitting cross-legged, looking as few of the children mimicking him even as playing with his swords. I take into account analyzing somewhere inside the manga that his swords were cursed and that whoever was unworthy that used them would be seriously injured or killed. I want to cope with right now that the swords are of their instances, so I assume they should not affect the kids in any manner.
In the event that they did, it is my story and I am going to make it that they do not. One of the youngsters leaped into the air, taking a ripped up cloth and placed it over his forehead.
Pay attention, for I am the notorious pirate hunter Renoro Zoro, the kid shouted as he swung wildly at every other baby but ignored. Oh. It's Zoro. Zoro with one R. Zoro shouted angrily, listening to his name being pronounced wrong for the 100th time. The children gambling together with his swords cowered in worry. So frightening. The kids chant in unison. Zoro shook his head in annoyance. You realize you may develop a variety of scientific problems inside the destiny in case you continue to scream or shout. Moss had a voice chuckled in the back of him. The swordsman grew to become his head and observed it was Sanji who became talking to him. Nicely, perhaps I felt like shouting, perhaps it allows calm me down, ever concept of the chef head. Zoro stated, irritated. That made no feel, Sanji stated, sitting down move-legged in the front of Zoro earlier than taking a cigarette, lighting it up and taking a pant from it. Zoro sighed. Yeah, I understand, I am simply tired and hungry. Usab wouldn't allow me consume lower back while we had been crossing that wall of fireplace. Zoro raised his hands inside the air, stated we had to keep our meals rations properly. Bet what? Early on, a half of our supply was washed away whilst we were ambushed by way of the one centaur. Zoro spoke as he drifted his attention lower back in the direction of the kids gambling along with his sword. Centaurs. They reach truly actual. Sanji said in disbelief. He believed and saw many things: mermaids, a speaking reindeer, a robot that became initially a man, and much more. However, a centaur. He needed to recognize what passed off. The swordsman sighed, leaning lower back. Yeah, they re-actual. Hey. Worrying bastards they have been, almost brought on us asshole back in the island. Sanji took another puff on his cigarette. Properly, I will cook dinner something up for everybody as soon as we get returned to the deliver. I am able to prepare dinner, a mean king color fish. Sanji smirked as he puffed every other smoke from his cigarette. Zoro cracked a smile. I would say eating a massive pile of crap could taste better than eating the crap you're remaking. Sanji laughed. Then I guess that's what I will serve you any longer. Zoro grinned. Add razors to it and it'll simplest season the flavor manner higher than what you could make. The two had been guffing as they honestly enjoyed getting along with every different for as soon as those two had been having their communique. Whoosh noise. Lol, I still do not know what sound impact the on-the-spot transmission makes. All of us became round and noticed a man appear out of thin air in the center of the room. Ghost. The kids screamed in unison and ran away and closer to Nami. That isn't he always a ghost? Nami narrowed her eyes, moving forward. The person absolutely seemed and had large smile on his face. Man, it took a while looking to pinfactor this vicinity. It's us up, started out Goku. Luffy shouted thankfully as he ran over to his friend Goku. Sama back. Robin blushed a vibrant purple as all of us ran over to Goku. The Saiyan smiled. Hi anyone. I am Glage. Goku felt a pointy pain on his ear and located Sanji, pinching him. Do not you ever do that once more. You nearly gave anybody a heart attack wondering whilst you'll come again. Sanji stated angrily. Goku winced as Nami would not let cross. Very well, okay. I'm sorry. I failed to imply to scare you. Want that? I simply lost music and could not locate the place. The Saiyan spoke as he turned into basically on his knees begging Sanji to release his grip on his ear. After Sanji released her grip, Goku stood back up and began rubbing the location of his ear that changed into hurting the maximum. Goku-san. The Saiyan became around and noticed Robin rushing over and gave him a decent squeezing hug. I was so worried. Idea, I lost you for sure. Please do not ever do this once more. Robin looked at the Saiyan with eyes full of tears. Gee, I am sorry I concerned you. I did not recognize you cared for my nicely being that a good deal. Robin. Goku rubbed the back of head. Robin had an appalled look, then a look of cognizance, after which a glance that broke right into a heartwarming smile that the Saiyan became somewhat familiar with. Oh Goku, I am not Robin, it is me, Hancock. Goku's brain got here to a screeching halt to what he heard. He shook his head and pinched his face, making sure he become awake. Positive sufficient, he turned into wakeful. Oh, I'm sorry, I suppose my ear is probably swollen from the pinching Nami did to my ear that I didn't hear you effectively, but I think I simply heard you were saying that you're Hancock. Goku said, pointing at Robin in disbelief. You heard her all right, Goku, a girl voice echoed behind him. Goku turned round and noticed Hancock strolling closer to him. Hancock pointed to Robin. Hancock has my frame, then pointed at herself. And I have her frame, Hancock said as though she changed into speaking about the weather. That goes for me, Nami-chan, Chopper and Frankie. Nami, aka Sanji, walked over. I am in Nami's frame, Nami's in Frankie's body, and Chopper's in mine, Nami stated, to which all of them nodded. And only a heads up if you see this mark, meaning it's now not the real individual, X Nami equals Sanji. Wish this enables. Goku sighed and cupped the aspect of his face, shaking his head. Terrific, the only time I surely have feelings for Hancock. The universe pulls a fast one on me. On the other hand, this seems like something that befell to me back on planet Namek while Jinyu switched bodies with me. Released from his educative August, the Saiyan asked how did all and sundry meet inside the building. Nami changed into the one to tell Goku what came about. Some hours in the past, and I am going to try and describe the whole lot in detail right here. I hope it is understandable. Sanji woke up with a throbbing headache as a noisy pounding noise became emitting very near him. Men! He is wide awake. Help him up. Ugh, Sanji muttered as his eyes in the end dilated to look who the blurry figures had been in front of him. It changed into his group friends Chopper, Nami, Hancock, and Frankie. What passed off? Sanji asked as Chopper and Nami helped him as much as his fort. It looks like we were taken whilst we were knocked out from the gas, Nami stated, searching around the room. Bah. It looks as if your pal has eventually woken, a voice emitted from the corner of the room. Everybody grew to become around to where the voice turned into coming from. They could not see sincerely as the room wasn't illuminated absolutely, leaving a few blotches of shadows to seem here and there across the room. As soon as they narrowed their eyes to look through the shadow, rather than someone acting from the darkness, it turned into only a mouth. Wow! Chopper and Nami screamed as they hugged each different in fear. All at once, there have been extra gadgets that seemed from the shadows. The crew noticed there had been a complete of 8 pieces. A mouth, 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, hair developing from his chin and his scalp, and a neck. What the hell is that? Sanji said, pointing at the items with disgust. Get that aspect away from us. Nami and Chopper wailed. Oh. I am now not a few aspect, I am a head, you fools. The mouth shouted to the hysterical Chopper and Nami, who were transferring towards the nook and far away from the disassembled head. Ugh, easy-minded human beings, the mouth muttered. You. The man with the blue hair. The mouth shouted. Frankie was taken back through surprise. Me. Frankie pointed a finger at himself. Sure, you, in case you were to be so kind, would you gather the portions and regather my face again to every day? The mouth asked. Hesitantly, however willingly, Frankie slowly one at a time pieced the parts collectively for you to make a face. There we cross. It is finished. Now that appears more like a face. Frankie smiled at his work. I feel some discomfort about my chin and my skull, said the severed head. I think it is going to do for now, although. You have got my thank you. Chopper changed into protecting onto Nami's leg, simply shaking in worry to what he became witnessing. How are you still alive? Chopper stammered. Are you a spirit? Chopper shouted the last element. I recognize no more than you do. The top shouted back angrily. It wasn't my choice to be a head. I used to be reduced to this country, and that I understand now, not the name of the one accountable, the head huffed in annoyance. It is the shame of a warrior to be defeated in combat and left alive to tell this story.
Oh, if I may want to, I dedicate seppuku to restore my honor. The pinnacle gritted its enamel earlier than sighing, but sadly, even in disgrace, there may be a die account that I should address.
How peculiar, Nami said. He kinda strikes a chord in my memory of Buggy the Clown. Anyway, mister, do you where we are? Mister? The top puzzled. How dare you communicate to a warrior with the tone, you impudent woman? Women your age are supposed to be graceful. They have to walk 3 steps at the back of a man, or to talk quietly and talk simplest while they may be spoken to. Nami and Hancock growled, hearing what the severed head said before they grabbed the pinnacle with the aid of his cheek and pulled from both sides, painfully. My face. The head screamed. What the hell? You are sure cocky to mention something sexist for a severed head, don't you suspect? Nami requested. Mainly to those who positioned your face lower back together. Hancock gritted her tooth. First you talk to me with such rudeness, and then you definitely into violence. What overseas lands are you from? What rude and insolent ladies you two are. The head growled. Humph. The 2 women scoffed earlier than Sanji walked over together with his fingers distancing the 3 apart. Concentrate, we've got been trapped in a room without a idea who positioned us here. We have to work collectively. Sanji emphasized the remaining phrase in an effort to get out of right here. Sanji spoke. The air became thickened in the room as each the severed head and Hancock, Nami glared at each different. That become till the severed head sighed before speaking. Violent you may be, but however, I am now not unreasonable. Perhaps you re-performing this way due to the fact you have been traumatized, what with your clothes stripped out of your frame. My garments haven't been stripped from my body. Nami stated, pointing at her top. What you notice here, the navigator began, is referred to as style. Wah. The top gasped. How shameless. You re-wearing nothing but breast bands. Oh. Nami requested. And is that a problem? Sincerely, it smiles, no hassle in any respect. The top stated, a perverted grin forming on his mouth. Whom? Hancock kicked the head right into a wall. You perverted animal. Hancock snapped. Lemma at him. Sanji roared as Chopper and Frankie held him back. I'll kick his head-fashioned ass like a soccer ball. Smooth, Sanji. Chopper cried. Yeah, it looks like Hancock already took care of it. Frankie delivered as Sanji sooner or later cooled off. Ugh, that itches. The disembodied head groaned earlier than falling, returned to the floor and slowly appeared lower back the crew. So foreign girls put on nothing but breast bands, eh? As a substitute best, but tell me, I just heard the tale of your abduction, no longer too long in the past. The severed head asked. "We're pirates," Sanji spoke back, causing the head to gasp. "Pirates?" The head seethed. "No marvel the ones are so violent." The Pinnacle growled, searching at Nami and Hancock. "I despise pirates so much they make me sick." The Pinnacle spat out angrily. "I thought that since we both trapped in this land of ice, we could get away together, but now that I recognize you pirates, I want no a part of it." The top snapped. "Land of ice?" Frankie repeated. "Is not this a burning hearth island?" "This is proper." Chopper agreed. Even the ocean was burning around the island. "Wait a minute," Nami said. "He is probably onto something. You known as this vicinity a land of ice, proper? Are you sure you failed to hear any volcanic explosions or something?" The navigator asked. "I've heard explosions," the Pinnacle admitted, "however I came right here viaduct a freezing sea of ice. Now do not speak to me anymore, pirates." The Pinnacle spoke angrily. "Just what I notion," Nami said before looking returned at her team friends. "Understand that snail call we got where someone said something approximately it being cold?" They all nodded in unison. "That iciness sky I noticed from the ship wasn't simply my imagination in spite of everything. The burning island that Luffy and the others landed is on one facet, because of this we should been taken around the other facet of the island," the navigator concluded. "However, there may be one problem," Nami said. "We do not know who did this and what their purpose, and we may not realize till we get Uta here." "But Nami-san, the door is metal and forced," Sanji said, strolling toward the crew. "I've tried to get this silly door open while, but it has to stand lower back," Frankie shouted, setting his fingers collectively. "I am complete on cola." "Eek!" Nami yelped earlier than she and Sanji ran out of the way. "Frankie, radical beam. Increase." Frankie fired a effective laser beam, destroying the door and brought on the room to rumble loudly. "Wow!" Chopper exclaimed with starry eyes whilst the severed head stared in shock. "Oh! Watch it!" Sanji cried out. "Give us a sec, will ya?" Sanji gritted his tooth. "Sorry," Frankie grinned before waving hand towards the door. "It is open, let us go. That frame of yours is not for show." Sanji smirked. "I so want I should shoot laser beams." Chopper chimed in with starry eyes. With that, the four started to head out the large hollow in which the door once became. However, before they did, Sanji appeared lower back on the severed head. "Yo," he said. "What are you gonna do?" The top turned away with a displeased scowl. Sanji sighed. "If we were not pirates, you'd nevertheless come with us, wouldn't you?" The head snorted. "Close up and cross, pirate filth." Sanji growled earlier than he grabbed the Pinnacle and picked it up. "Well, I recognize this plenty," he stated. "You're not getting everywhere as a disembodied head, now are you?" Sanji spoke earlier than starting up the Pinnacle and backside ends of the top. "Is not that proper samurai from the land of Ashington?" Sanji requested earlier than he placed the bottom stop of the top on the top, revealing it to be a top knot, and the Pinnacle end on, revealing it to be a chin. So meaning that the killer samurai that man became speaking about changed into him. Chopper's eyes popped out. "Ah! Scary. This top knot right here is the conventional coiffure of the land of Ashington," Sanji stated. Simply then they commenced hearing someone shouting. "The explosion came from over there. Hurry! It can be the pirates we caught." "Sanji! Chopper!" Nami called. "Hurry up! The guards are coming." "The simplest purpose we in this mess in the first region," Sanji commenced, "is due to the fact we were given a misery name from the guys which you reduce samurai." "Sanji, allow us move," Chopper pleaded. "Overlook the scary samurai. Please. I do not dedicate murder in bloodless blood." The samurai shouted. "I would not shame nor deliver shame to myself once more. I got here to this island to keep my son's lifestyles. And I would cut down loads, no, heaps, in the event that they dare to face in my way of getting my son back." Sanji glared at the samurai, who glared right again at him. The guards seemed and saw the pirates walking out of the room. It's the pirates. They have escaped. Shoot them. One of the guards shouted to the others. The guards started out firing their bazookas and rifles at the escaping Straw Hats as they gave chase. However, as they ran, Chopper noticed that Sanji was extra with them. Huh? Sanji! He cried. You are taking the samurai with us? He asked dangerous. I will take complete duty. Now keep running. Sanji barked because the guards had been atching up and relentlessly fired on the group. Frankie stood in the back of and began firing bullets lower back from his left hand at the guards, trying to keep them returned. Arg! Enemy has weapons. Spread out and return fireplace. One of the guards screamed to others and they all scattered to stay away from the ricocheting bullets. This lasted for a close to 2 minutes, and although Frankie became pushing them lower back, he changed into beginning to run low on bullets. Men! We gotta circulate now. Frankie shouted, turning his head again to his crew buddies. Hey! Sanji said, searching at his surrounding for a way to break out. Glance through this door right here. Hurry! Hancock pointed to a long hall with a unmarried big door at the quit. Right? Nami said. Frankie extended his left arm and punched a guide beam to distance the guards and his crewmates, as a minimum for a while. They ran down the hall and determined the door to be locked. Wham!
Sanji kicked the door down, however what the Straw Hats noticed next caused them to gasp in shock and marvel, for they just entered a room, adorned with seagulls and fish mobiles, and the walls covered with rainbows, bubbles, clouds, and forests painted on them.
However, what greatly surprised Maximum changed into that there were children carrying white garbs within the room, and some of them had been 3 instances their length. Okay kids? Sanji questioned. But they re massive. Children? The samurai muttered. The room is crawling with them. Frankie delivered. What is this location? Hancock requested. The 5 Straw Hats and the samurai stared in shock on the sight of the kids, who had been simply as greatly surprised at their entrance. Who are you? Requested a giant blonde-haired boy, retaining a football ball. As strangers. Stated a black-haired lady that changed into as tall as he is. Whoa. Check it out. Stated the blonde-haired boy, pointing at Frankie. One in all them is a robotic. Superb. The boy shouted with starry eyes. Soon the other boys became starry-eyed at the sight of Frankie. Cool. A robotic. A stag beetle robotic too. The final robotic. The men chanted in unison, widespread Frankie. Properly, Frankie appears to be popular with the lads Sanji cited. Frankie shook his head in disbelief. Are those the children of giants? Asked Frankie. What are we, on an island of giants or something? No, wait. Nami stated. Look. Some of them are not that massive, and others are still average-sized. Nami pointed to a small institution of children who huddled collectively in fear. Are you frozen ones? Requested the giant, black-haired girl. Did you escape? Frozen ones? Nami repeated. What does she mean with the aid of that? Yeah, you are right, Nami, Chopper stated. At that second, the children started out clamoring unexpectedly. Robotic. Robotic. Stag beetle robot. The men shouted in unison with starry eyes. Look, a Tanuki doll. One of the kids pointed at the samurai, who remained quiet. There is a quiet woman too. One of the boys blushed closely after they gazed at Hancock. Look at that man. Yes, were given curly eyebrows. Any other child spoke. Close the hell up, you brats. Sanji barked. What is this vicinity? A daycare for all races or something? You children. The samurai had enough and shouted. Solution my query. Have any of you seen a younger boy who is going with the aid of the call of Momonosuke? The children earlier than they all turned around and started to run. Ah, why? The top? Talked, cried the large blonde boy. Scary. Cried a boy with a chestnut-shaped head. You fool. Sanji shouted as he squeezed the samurai's head. Now they might not solution us. Wait. Come returned. Nami cried. Do not run away. Sir. I discovered the pursuers, they ran right here. A voice echoed at the back of the crew. Sanji turned around and noticed the guards strolling toward the room they have been in. Crap, they caught up with us. Sanji said going for walks in the contrary course maintain the usage of knockout fuel to a minimum. Stated one of the guards. The door to the biscuits room is open. No weapons or explosives. You hit any of the kids and the boss will be livid with us. The shield shouted. Damn it, Sanji cursed. Howdy. You kids. Do you realize what kind of facility that is? Solution us. Please answer me. The samurai cried. I am seeking out a boy named Momonosuke. Awawa. The kids screamed earlier than they ran away once more in fear. Will you shut up? Nami snapped as she hit the samurai within the face. You are scaring them worse. H. The samurai cried. Struck with the aid of a lady once more. My honor has been sullied. If handiest I may want to slice open my belly to regain it. Move beforehand and slice away. Nami snapped. Just shut up, you androcracy pig. Forestall proper there, fugitives. The guards shouted as they entered. You're not getting away. Ah! One of the children screamed. Good day, mister. Robotic. Stated the blonde-haired boy known as to Frankie as he ran along him. Did you return from outdoor the island? Of course I did. Frankie answered with Chopper sitting on his shoulder. However appearance, child, I am a cyborg, no longer a do you guys have a ship? The boy requested. Do I? Frankie asked, flashing a thumbs up. The sunniest, the finest ship the world has ever stored us. The boy cried as he were given in Frankie's manner. Please? Huh? Frankie questioned. What? Nami muttered, careworn. What do you imply, keep us? Hancock asked. You suggest this is not a nursery school? Chopper inquired. Please, assist us, orange female. Cried the black-haired woman. Please. Nami. Do not prevent. Sanji shouted. We should move. Nami became about to reply, but then the children started out shouting. Yeah. Please help us. We are now not unwell anymore. Each person is all higher. Sick? Chopper repeated. Ill with what, precisely? Please? The giant black-haired girl said, her eyes starting to water. I just wanna go domestic. Please, you have to assist us? Nami gasped in surprise. What does this imply? She notion. At that second the guards spotted the kids talking to the team. Oh damn it all. Stated certainly one of them. Youngsters. Break out from them. They re terrible frightening people. Come over right here to us and we will position them to sleep with our knockout gas there, you'll get hit too. At that second the children started to panic and run away in a frenzy once more. Ah! Weapons! Run away! That's right, children. Stated the shield. Get out of the way. Look sweetie, Nami said to the giant female. I am truly sorry, however we gotta move now. The children watched with teary eyes as Nami became to comply with Sanji, Chopper and Frankie. Then come again and help us later. The black-haired lady shouted, inflicting Nami to freeze. We have in no way been outside but we are able to bet. This island at dozen towns or whatever, does it? Nami seemed up at the kids, stressed and involved. Please? The black-haired female shouted. Nobody is coming to keep us. I wanna cross domestic and be with my mommy and daddy. If you cannot save us now, come return for us. Nami simply stared up at the crying youngsters in surprise. I wanna go home too. Me too. I leave out my dad and my big brothers. I miss my mommy. Please help us. What is going on right here? Hancock puzzled. Maybe we take them with us? Hancock said, feeling sorry for the children. It reminded her of a dark time she skilled that she and her sisters Marigold and Sandersonia went through as kids. We cannot. Frankie replied, notwithstanding wiping away some tears. We don't even understand where we're going. How are we gonna manipulate something with a gang of kids with us? He sniffled. Guy, what is with this foreboding feeling of tragedy I am getting? Simone, children. Shouted the shield, who was now getting irritable. Pass it, I stated. Nami, Hancock, Simone. Sanji shouted. Nami and Hancock became two every different, understanding what they each were about to say. No, they responded in unison. Sanji and Frankie braked to a halt. What? Sanji wondered. Nami, Hancock, we gotta go. Frankie shouted. I am no longer leaving, Nami stated earlier than she grew to become to the children. Now not without those children. We're going to shock them all. Hancock stated, inflicting the kids to gasp, thankfully hearing this. What are you saying, Nami-san? Hancock-chan. Sanji wondered. We do not should store them. Failed to, they say they had been ill. Maybe that is some form of medical institution. We just met them, and we don't even recognize their story. We are now not walking a rescue charity here. Sanji stated, looking back at the two. Hancock and Nami grew to become again to their friends. I won't flip my returned on a toddler who cries out in need. They shouted aid, and I know Hancock is performing little oops since she used to now not care approximately everybody except herself and her sisters. However, I decided to alternate that a little once she met Goku and Luffy. The youngsters aren't transferring. Shouted one of the guards. Those pirates are gonna break out. Aw, neglect it? Shouted the lead guard. I have had enough. Simply waste those children along with them. The kids screamed at this. Simply when the protect turned into about to open fireplace, Sanji jumped up and his leg went ablaze. Diable jam collier strike. Sanji brought a kick that was extra effective than his authentic collier shot. Sanji. Nami exclaimed fortuitously. Why, you shouted one of the guards, kung fu point. Hasha. Kagong. Chopper in Kung Fu Factor delivered a effective uppercut to the protect's jaw. Strong proper. Kronk. Bam. Frankie fired his proper fist at the closing guards, causing the younger boys to cheer. A rocket punch. They cried out, raising a fist of their personal. The V grew to become round. Said one of the guards. They may be not going for walks. Shouted some other. Nami and Hancock are even greater tarifi once they act all motherly around little youngsters, Sanji stated. Though I'll try this for them, Nami and Hancock smiled, listening to that the men have been going to assist them deliver the samurai's heads neared at the side, but he changed into additionally in surprise at how strong the straw hats had been. They may be lowly pirates, he stated, however they are without a doubt robust pirates. Chopper, you go with Nami, Hancock and the children. Sanji ordered. Frankie and I will stay behind and keep those men off. Sanji said, leaping into the air, doing a roundhouse kick into one of the guard's abdomen. Got it? Huayka! Chopper exclaimed before he somersaulted to Nami's side. Pay attention up, you bunch of munchkins. Sanji shouted. Live close to the pair of beautiful ladies, however make no mistake. Sanji shouted. I am only doing this in response to Nami and Hancock's heartbreaking kindness. The reality that they sticking up for you brats genuinely makes me hate you, right now. Thanks, mister. Curly eyebrows guy. Stated one of the little boys. Chunk me. Sanji snapped. Simone, youngsters. We're getting out of right here, right now. Nami shouted as she led the band of kids far away from the guards who have been in pursuit of them. Sanji and Frankie, on the other hand, have been busy preserving the guards at bay. Weapons left. Frankie shouted before he fired bullets from his left knuckles, capturing the guards. Gahaha. Super. Erg. One of the guards groaned. Yes, were given his frame equipped with all kinds of weapons. He have to be the only who blasted the door open. See. Your poison rounds. Shouted another defend, conserving a large bazooka. The youngsters have all left the room. Display no mercy. The lead defend shouted, aiming their weapons at Frankie. I do not assume so, buddy. Wham. Sanji kicked the defend in the chin so hard, he knocked his mask off. Why don't you taking off the one's mask, he stated with a malicious grin, and revel in the gasoline with us? Whack. 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 With numerous more kicks, Sanji kicked off the guards' gasoline masks and their air tanks. But in doing so, he revealed something shocking. What hid at the back of the mask had curled up horns on their heads like sheep. Damn it! Shouted certainly one of them. He took out our air tanks and our masks. Hello? No one shoot any gasoline rounds. The lead protect shouted, waving his hand to warn his allies to cease harsh. What the hell? Sanji wondered. What are these humans? Sheep? What the hell is with these guys? Frankie asked, holding up one of the guards, which seemed like a fawn. They have got sheep legs and horns. I thought they have been of memories. Sanji launched a upwards kick into the sheep guard's jaw. Little need wasting mind cells on them until we realize the overall volume of what is going on right here, Sanji stated. Release me. The samurai had shouted. Placed me down and pass, you pirate swine. I will stay right here. My son become not among the kids we freed. He is probably a room. So I shall remain right here, and then just how do you plan on getting there? Sanji puzzled. Huh? I just understand that if I drop your head, I am gonna depart you right here to die. I do not need something hanging over my moral sense. Be silent. The samurai barked. I am only right here to rescue my son. Then prevent beating across the bush and simply say it already. Sanji snapped. Please assist me search for my frame. It has gotta be here, someplace. Bite your tongue, you worthless pirate scum. The samurai shouted. I might in no way beg for assist from the likes of you. I might instead die. A mild pause got here as the samurai seethed angrily. However, he said, in case you wanted to look for my body, then I might no longer persuade you against. All proper it is it? Sanji shouted as he prepared to throw the top at the ground. I've had sufficient of this man as bullshit. I've no regrets. The samurai shouted. I will no longer plead to a scoundrel for my existence. Hey, what's up, knock it off? Frankie cried as he grabbed the pinnacle from Sanji. Is squashing a defenseless head in reality gonna make you sense any better? Roarg! Sanji roared in anger. You lost this argument the instant you took Umu to that cellular with us, Sanji, Frankie stated. The samurai stuck his tongue on the prepared dinner to similarly infuriate him. Gah! Sanji yelled, rolling across the floor in a baby-like tantrum. This is riding me nuts? I can't believe I used to be stupid sufficient to in reality feel sympathy for unmarried second. I do not wanna assist this guy anymore. The samurai gave a fairly sinister grin. Now then, he began, in case you wanted to move an entirely defenseless head, I would not argue with you. What do you say, pirate? A moment later, Frankie needed to carry the beaten-up samurai's head. You so in for it while you get your body back. Sanji hissed. Why you don't really supply a severed head much mercy, do you? The samurai asked. I suppose I need to watch my tongue, then you hire. Or will beat the living daylights out of your face again. Sanji barked. Suddenly the samurai grunted, as though he changed into suffering. Or gauge. What are you doing, guy? Frankie asked, pressured. Haha, who is that? The samurai panted. I cannot take him down, whoever it is smiles. What are you speaking approximately? Frankie requested. I am no longer speaking about me, you lout. The samurai shouted. I am speaking approximately my torso. What? Frankie wondered. Ivane regarded on the samurai's face. Prevent taking note of me and pass help your friend. The samurai shouted, inflicting Frankie to excessive tail to Sanji's idol.
Grabbing Sanji, Franly rushed over to the give up of the hall where he noticed Nami, Hancock, Chopper and for organization of youngsters went.
He exceeded through a set of doors and dropped Sanji, requesting his assist to seal the door. Sanji and Frankie had just sealed off the corridor, stopping the guards from chasing them. Okay, Frankie, exact paintings. Sanji said, holding the samurai's head. Now let us hurry. I assume I heard Nami-chan's voice. Permit us pass. Sanji ordered as they rushed over to the hollering of voices. As they caught up, they observed anyone turned into starting to shiver from the cold. All the kids were huddling over Chopper as he changed into the only one wearing fur that stored them warm. California and Bray ate Chopper mustard because the children have been practically choking him from huddling over him too tightly. Nami-san, Hancock-chan. Sanji swooned, going for walks towards them. He saw them shivering and immediately went to assist them. It's satisfactory, SS Sanji, Nami chattered through her teeth. Hancock changed into stirring too, but to a lesser diploma, as she had her coat that gave minimum safety towards the bloodless. Chopper pulled himself away from the organization of youngsters and popped out of the model of the group comically and went over to Sanji, Frankie, Hancock and Nami. He pointed far down, in which a beam of light was visible. I will see a door. It is not too far from right here. Chopper shouted. Fortunately, all and sundry commenced to cheer. They finally determined an exit. Well, let us get the hell out of here. Sanji raised his fist as they ran all of the way to the door without even taking a damage. Bwam! The door turned into kicked open, and now not long after, Chopper jumped out. Luckily, Hasha'a. Chopper shrieked. We made it. We refinsly out. Nami started out, only to shiver even more so than earlier then. What this draw had failed to know was that they had walked out into an army of Marines, lead Viaduct, Smoker and Tagashi, and right in front of them have been Dravugalila. Tashigi gasped. It is the Straw Hats, she whispered. Quickly, the relaxation of the youngsters got here out of doors too. We made it. We made it to the constructing. We are able to cross domestic. Yay. I am able to see my mommy and daddy once more. Bar. It is clearly cold out here. The kids shouted, fortunately that they finally made it out of the room. Lost stared slightly, greatly surprised.
Not lengthy after, Frankie got here out of doors with tank treads coming out of his legs and the children, as well as Sanji and the samurai head sitting on him.
As they did, Frankie sang a tune. What's up, hello, howdy howdy. Frankie. Howdy howdy, hi there, good day. Thank. Scooch, scooch, first rate scooch. Get in my manner and I will squash you flat. But I'll roll all over the pretty plants, pianissimo. The Frankie tank ain't such a horrific guy in the end, fortissimo. Soon, Frankie struck his signature pose, accompanied by way of Chopper and the men. Even Sanji and the samurai were given into the act. First rate. All of them cheered. He is so cool. What an excellent robotic man. The men chanted in unison with starry eyes. The main squaddies best stared in shock at what they are seeing.
A raccoon K9, a woman in a bikini, giant kids, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a singing robot, a curly-browed guy, and a severed head. All of them thought the same aspect, I gotta be dreamin'. At that moment, the Straw Hats sooner or later noticed the Marines, Smokey, Tagashi, and Law observing them in disbelief to what they witnessed.
Yalla! Chopper screamed. It's you. You read that guy from Sabaudi. Nami delivered as she pointed at regulation. Smoker raised an eyebrow when he observed Hancock become alongside the Straw Hats. He walked forward. So are you aiding these criminals, Mississippi? Boa? Or are you going to make the excuses of being kidnapped with the aid of them? Smoker requested, to which Boa smirked. All you see is just me close to the Straw Hats. You don't have sufficient evidence to mention that I am working with or against them, Hancock said earlier, than making pop eyes towards the Marines. Except I do not need to get in problem with the large suggest government. You wouldn't want to try this to me, might you? Hancock stated as she pouted, making all and sundry who gazed upon her be full of lust. All except Law. And no, I don't. The smoker's face blushed a brilliant pink as he turned his head away, trying to interrupt loose from Hancock's charms, however become failing. By no means. The Marines shouted in unison, listening to what Hancock just said. And if Smoker would sincerely fall into Hancock's trance, but for this story he also plaza no hate due to the fact I did that. Hancock smiled, understanding she changed into secure at the least for now. Regulation. Sighed, glaringly irritated at the scene being played out before him. Give me a wreck, he scoffed. Sanji knew the situation may want to get worse and turned into about to bring everyone again in her. To the manor. A voice bellowed far behind all of us. Every person became round to see a collection of human beings riding down a snowy hill on a completely large individual who is going by means of the name Brownbird. He appeared very irritated and really frightened as someone jumped on top of, inflicting him to accelerate quicker down the hill at an uncontrollable velocity. The first rider became standing on pinnacle as if he become using a surfboard. On nearer view, absolutely everyone saw it was Luffy and the rest of the crew sliding down to fulfill every person beside the door. Anybody backed away as Frankie held out his fingers. They will knock into us if we do not stop it. Frankie shouted. Simply as he became about to move forward to seize it, Smoker drew out his sword, without delay disappeared, simplest to reappear and slice the snow, causing the floor to break up and elevate, knocking the Straw Hats ahead and crashing into their friends. I'd strike a chord in me by no means to permit Luffy to make the plan, Zoro muttered, rubbing his head from the aching pain. Ditto, Usopp muttered as all of them rose from the floor and noticed the Marines and Law gazing them. Luffy subsequently noticed Regulation and called out to him, hello, you. Luffy, known as, waving to Regulation. It is me. Don't forget. Thank you for your help that one time. Law failed to say an unmarried word, however stared blankly on the captain of the Straw Hats. Isn't he that the fellow we saw on the auction house in Sabaody? Zoro asked, taking a observe Law himself. Sure, Robin replied. Trafalgar Regulation, in recent times he is a yeah? Luffy interrupted. Trafulu Trafal guy, yeah it really is it. Luffy grinned. He helped me escape at some stage in that whole struggle at Marineford. And he healed me too. Healed you? Robin repeated. It is proper. Luffy stated. He is similar to Jinbei. I owe him large time. I failed to assume I would see you here, Trafal. Luffy said, taking walks over to him. I didn't get to mention thank you for all the assist you gave me. Regulation did not answer him. Instead, he notioned lower back to 2 years in the past, all through and after the Marineford War. A small smile appeared on his lips, and as rapid because it came, it quickly left.
True now, Luffy is now status face to face with Regulation. Urie is a substitute sturdy man to have survived what you went through, Straw Hat, Law said.
But permit me make this clear, Regulation stated. I best did what I did due to the fact I was performing on a sudden whim. You don't want to sense any gratitude for me saving your life. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. As they talked, Usopp spotted a person nearby. Amen. He called. I can see some Marines at the floor over there. Without a doubt, is not that? Beast. What's up, Trafalgar? Brownbird whispered. Assist me out, will ya? Law simply stared at Bornbeard with the equal expression he showed Luffy. Urie and I are each pirates, Regulation said, ignoring Brownbird. Don't forget what I stated, Straw Hat. Shishishishi. Luffy laughed once more. Yeah, I wager. I suggest in our hunt for the only peace, we be nonetheless enemies, however there are nonetheless lots and masses of people I owe years in the past. I am truly I met Ichigo and Jinbei, too. Thanks loads, clearly. Regulation just remained silent. Luffy. Smoker shouted, gaining his interest. Oh, Luffy said upon seeing them. The Marines are here. Wait, isn't he always that? Luffy commenced earlier than a person shouted over him. Simone. We gotta pass. The Marines are here, Luffy. Zoro known as. I realize. I am coming. Luffy said as all of them have been about to run interior. Law grew to become around and pointed his sword on the Straw Hats. We re-enemies, Luffy, that is authentic, so I do not want to make your breakout too easy now, will we? Shambles. Law stated as he noticed a few of the Straw Hats snatched their coronary heart, however nonetheless run into the room and near the door in the back of them. Regulation smirked. He did not hate the group, it is just they have been at the incorrect place at the wrong time. He sighed, guess I will ought to go after them once I address the Marines. Law drew his sword and located it over his shoulder and remained silent. Give up a flashback after Nami defined the entirety to Goku. The Saiyan had to take a seat down because hearing everything he simply heard was an excessive amount of. Simply as he sat down, get your ass off me. A voice muffled underneath him. Huh? The Saiyan became round and nearly had a heart assault seeing a severed head shouting to him. He gripped his head. Just what the heck is with this island? Goku shouted. At this point Goku notion, Maya Yabit wasn't the high quality idea to sign up for the Straw Hats on their adventure. 1 minute after the crew re-entered the building. Smoker walked in front of the G5 soldiers and aimed his sword directly at Law.
I don't know what the hell is going on here. First we come here because we traced a line that informed us that the pirates were going to be here, then all of a sudden we find you here, you block us from entering into that building. A throbbing vein appeared on Smoker's forehead.
Broke our ship into 2 goddamn pieces. Smoker roared angrily as Law made a small smirk, remembering just a few moments before the Straw Hats interrupted them. He raised the Marines' ship into the air and ripped it apart, making sure they couldn't leave the island. Smoker was fuming at this point, and now not only are you blocking our way, you deliberately helped the Straw Hats get away. Smoker gritted his teeth, but it wasn't a great idea at the time since he was smoking a few cigarettes at the moment. But he didn't care. One of the G5 soldiers cautiously walked up to Smoker. Let us retreat and regroup, Vice Admiral, said the soldier. This guy's powers are way too creepy. Yeah, said another soldier. Lifting our ship, cutting it in half and throwing the pieces around. We can't fight him like this. Smoker gritted his teeth and turned his head slightly in order to look at the soldier. What? Haven't he got the balls to stay and fight? Smoker growled, making the entire task force shut their mouths. The Shigi at this point stepped forward and crossed her arms while she narrowed her eyes at Law. The 7 warlords answer to the government. Tight, she said. Law snorted hearing that statement. By attacking us, you re-breaking your contract, Trafalgar. That means you may face a strip in your title as warlord. The G5 soldiers rallied on. Yeah. You might be stronger than us, but nobody is stronger than the world government. Just wait until they hear about this. One of the soldiers said, going for his transponder snail. Why wouldn't he worry about that? Law thought as he held his sword vertically and then moved it horizontally. Scan. Just then something flashed on the G5 soldiers' bodies, and at first they panicked, thinking they might have been struck by a weapon of some sort. In a comedic fashion, each soldier checked themselves, seeing if they've been stabbed or shot by bullets. After seeing no harm was done to them, they were confused as to what the attack was. Hey! What are you doing? A soldier questioned.
Suddenly, with one swift motion of his hand, something appeared and piled up behind Law. The G5 soldiers gasped to what they saw, and it is revealed to be a bunch of mini transponder snails.
Hey! Our transponder snails! Shouted a G5 soldier. He stole them. Nothing you've seen on this island, Law began, will be reported to Marine Acre, the government. Suddenly, Smoker jettisoned himself toward Law with his smoke fruit powers. The ope fruit was one that makes a person that can modify at will, wasn't it? Smoker shouted. Isn't that right, Trafalgar? Law? White blow. Smoker shot his fist at Law, who dodged his attack and went after the rest of G5. Stay out of his blade range. Smoker shouted, but it was too late. Slash. Law slashed the soldiers, cutting them up into pieces. Jai ha. I've been cut in two. How but I am still alive? The soldiers said in disbelief and in shock. Get out of Law's reach. Smoker shouted. Get out of the circle. Anyone in his circle is a helpless patient on his operating table. In other words, operating room. Inside this space, he reigns supreme and operates at will. That's how he got his alias, the Surgeon of Death.
Law smirked at this, but then he looked up and saw Tashigi charging at him with her sword. If that's how you want to play, Trafalgar, Tashigi hissed.
Tashigi, no. Smoker shouted, extending his hand outward to stop her. Your hockey is not strong enough yet. But his warning went through one and out the other ear. The moment Tashigi got close, Law quickly went for the attack and slashed his sword down. In shock, Tashigi drew her sword up, trying to protect herself. Shying, the sound of metal ringed in the ears of everyone near. Law widened his eyes in surprise. Although her sword was broken into two, he didn't realize this woman could be that fast. She does have potential, but in the state she is in now, she'll just be dead weight, Law thought. Suddenly he felt a rush of wind forming behind him, and he moved to side to see a fist nearly grazing his cheek, causing him to move back. In half a second, Smoker reappeared next to Tashigi. I may not be the captain, but when I tell you that you aren't strong enough to beat someone, you aren't strong enough to beat them. Smoker shouted to her. Tashigi clenched her teeth. I know. But I can just sit on the sidelines. Tashigi shouted back. She knew the Vice Admiral wasn't trying to be so tough on her, but she needed to know where her limits were, and even though Law was a big jump in the power scale, she wanted to know. While Law was being distracted by Tashigi and Smoker, the G5 soldiers took aim. Quick! While he is distracted, we'll take him out. Immediately they started to fire at Law. Hearing the bullets, Law simply flicked his fingers upward, and out of nowhere, the G5 Marines found themselves getting shot at. Wow! Bullets? Why are there bullets flying at us? What happened to the ones that we shot? Those are you bullets you shot, Law said. I simply switched them with the snow around. What the hell? A soldier questioned. Is he invincible or something? Law then lifted up his sword, getting ready to swing. Ah! Look out! Another soldier screamed. He is gonna slice us again. There is no way we can defend against that attack, cried another. Law was waiting for the moment. He knew as soon as he let his guard down, someone would try and take him on. It just so happened to be Tashigi. As soon as she approached him, he sliced downwards faster than she could react and sliced her clean in half. Tashigi gasped as her upper half fell in the snow while her legs remained standing. The G5 soldiers were also shocked at her sudden defeat. The captain has been cut in two. Captain Tashigi, are you alive? Say something, Captain. Tashigi seethed angrily as she stood up on her elbows. How humiliating, she hissed. To be cut in half and still breathing. Do the job right and kill me, Trafalgar Law. Humph, Law scoffed. I was wrong about, you'll never be able to reach that hidden potential. Then Law spoke, leaving Tashigi in shock. High hidden potential? She thought to herself. You think spirit alone is what makes a swordsman? You listen here, Marine woman, the weak do not pick and choose how they die. Tashigi gritted her teeth in anger and frustration, trying hard not to let her tears form. Law walked forward. If you like, I can cut you up some more. He raised his sword upwards and was ready to deliver a final blow.
Tashigi lifted herself up and proceeded to defend herself with her broken sword, eyes full of determination. She wouldn't quit, not ever.
Law smiled at this. I will admit you've got some guts, but Law narrowed his eyes. Guts are the only thing you possess, Law said as he proceeded to slam his sword down. Wham! Law clashed swords with not Tashigi but with Smoker, who blocked off the attack. Smoker! Tag, she cried out. Suddenly Smoker pushed forward, making Law step back in surprise and lead him, being grabbed by the throat and slammed onto the ground. Law wheezed out as the air left his body. He looked up and saw Smoker's sword ever so quickly falling down to his head. Boom, the dust exploded around the two, covering them both. Smoker jumped back and whipped his hand to the side, causing all the dust to expel away. Everyone soon spotted Law standing back up and dusting the dirt on his clothes. I feel an unpleasant energy from that weapon of yours. Smoker turned and saw Law suddenly standing beside him, preparing to swing his sword again. It must be tipped with sea prism stone, Law said. Am I right? Smoker brought his sword upwards to protect himself from Trafalgar's attacks. Smoker's body was being pushed back, the ground beneath him was beginning to shatter due to the force being dished out by Law. Damn you! Smoker hissed out. Trafalgar went for a heavy blow which gave Smoker a small window to leap out of the way and do a roundhouse kick to Law. Law crossed his arms over his torso, blocking the boot that slammed into him. Even though he managed to block the attack, it still hurt. Law's boots sunk into the concrete as he was pushed back by the kick. Trafalgar uncrossed his arms, steam emitting from them. This is taking too long, Law thought. Smoker was taking in large gulps of air, his body was starting to feel the effects of Trafalgar's attacks. Smoker gritted his teeth and pushed on through the fatigue and numbness. I knew we shouldn't have trusted you, Shichibukai. Smoker shouted. Law smirked. You might have were right not to, raising his index finger. I don't understand, what use is this island to you? Who is really behind all of this? Smoker said as he jettisoned himself toward Law. As Smoker got closer, Law vertically slashed with his sword at Smoker, who in turn exploded into smoke and surrounded him. Law narrowed his eyes and kept his sword close to him. Suddenly to the right of him, Trafalgar noticed a boot launching towards his face and he parried it away with his sword. Immediately all around Trafalgar was fists and boots appearing to be attacking him. Law raises his blade and began sensing his sword strike to the time a fist or boot appeared. One after another he parried each strike with his blade. His speed was perfectly matched to the surprise attack. It is almost as if this surprise attack was uncoordinated on purpose. Trafalgar widened his eyes after that thought crossed his mind. He felt a gust of cold wind rubbing the back of his neck. He turned around and saw Smoker attacking him from behind. Smoker lunged his sword towards Trafalgar's abdomen, but the Shichibukai managed to move back and counter with a horizontal slash. At this point both blades clashed as they were face to face, trying to overpower the other. Smoker gritted his teeth angrily. Greer. What are you scheming on this island? The Vice Admiral roared, pushing back Trafalgar. Law held his ground, grinded his sword ever so close to Smoker's face. I'll let you answer that. Trafalgar retorted back. What are you Marines scheming? Law shouted back as he extended his index finger into the air. The ground shook underneath everyone and suddenly a tower made of solid rock erupted into the air, acting as if some sort of barrier for the Shichibukai. Smoker scoffed and went to slice the boulder in half. With one swipe, Smoker made a clean cut through boulder, leaving little to no rubble in his trail. But this was what Law was waiting for. As the top of the boulder fallen off, Smoker noticed Trafalgar on one knee with the palm of his hand to the earth. Law looked up and smirked. It seems like we'll have to change our location, Law began as he brought his fingers closer to the palm of his hand. There are some things not even you can have access to. See Smoker. Smoker lurched forward trying to grab Trafalgar, but it was already too late. Mess. Everyone looking at the two fighting had saw nothing happened when Law shouted out something, but just as they thought nothing happened, Smoker fell to his knees. The Vice Admiral felt shortness of breath. What the hell? Smoker looked down and noticed a large box-shaped hole appearing where his heart should be. Damn it, that means Smoker thought as he looked up. Whatever Smoker thought, he was right, because the minute he looked up, in the palm of Trafalgar's hand was his heart. Smoker! Tashigi shouted, watching as he fell face first to the ground as if lifeless. I don't have to tell you anything, Law spoke before sighing and placing his sword over his shoulder. I warned him, I told him to stay out of it, but you didn't listen, didn't you? Law stared down the body that tried to attack him with no sense of sympathy or rage, just a stare with no emotions that could be perceived by anyone. At that moment, Tashigi with half her body practically hopped her way up to Smoker's side, as did the rest of G5 soldiers. Smoker, are you alright? Tashigi questioned. Say something. Smokey, cried one of the soldiers. Tashigi grabbed Smoker's shoulder and pulled upwards, trying to turn him over, but he was too heavy for her to do this by herself. Everyone help me get him on his back now. Tagishi ordered with such authority, even Law was almost taken aback by surprise. Yes, accused Sam. Each soldier shouted before proceeding to help turn Smoker onto his back. It took a total of 7 men, but as soon as his job was done, Tagashi gasped upon seeing the square-shaped hole in Smoker's chest where his heart used to be.
That's when she remembered when one of the G5 soldiers said Trafalgar Law became a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, by sending 100 pirate hearts to Marine 8. Upon seeing that hole, it drove Tashigi to angry tears.
How dare you? Tashigi roared as she blindly lunged at Law with her broken sword. Oh, come now, have some decency. Law rolled his eyes. Law brought his sword in front of him and began to parry all of Tagashi's attack. I hate you. Tagashi roared as angry tears spilled down her face. She thrust her sword forward, but to Law's surprise, she was moving a lot faster than before. Interesting, her hidden power is fueled by an emotional response. It may be possible, but she may be an actual threat someday if she were to channel that potential to her will. Law thought as he moved to the side after she swung her sword. Let us not get overly emotional here. Law began as he and then drew his sword. I hate that, Law said. Shambles. Ba-bump. Tashigi gasped as her heart came throbbing in a cartoon-like manner, as did Smoker's. Not long after, she collapsed on the ground as well. Ah! The G5 soldiers screamed. Captain! Damn it, not again. And Smokey has already been knocked out. Damn that Law! The G5 soldiers rushed to Takshi's aid. The G5 branch had begun to pull out their firearms again and had started to aim. Shoot them! One of them shouted. He took down our captain. No, stop! Shouted another. We gotta help Smokey and the captain. All hands retreat. One of the G5 soldiers shouted. Immediately, the entire task force of Marine soldiers picked up their captain's torso and legs along with Smoker's body and hightailed it in the opposite direction. Law stared as the G5 soldiers retreated away. After he made sure they were out of sight, he sighed. Man, that took longer than expected, Law thought, annoyed. He turned around to the door he saw the Straw Hats running back into. I wonder if I can catch up to them. Law said aloud as he walked towards the door. I guess we'll have to see. 1 minute after the crew re-entered the building. Smoker walked in front of the G5 soldiers and aimed his sword directly at Law.
I don't know what the hell is going on here. First we come here because we traced a line that informed us that the pirates were going to be here. Then all of a sudden we find you here. You block us from entering into that building. A throbbing vein appeared on Smoker's forehead.
Broke our ship into 2 goddamn pieces. Smoker roared angrily as Law made a small smirk, remembering just a few moments before the Straw Hats interrupted them. He raised the Marine's ship into the air and ripped it apart, making sure they couldn't leave the island. Smoker was fuming at this point, and now not only are you blocking our way, you deliberately helped the Straw Hats get away. Smoker gritted his teeth, but it wasn't a great idea at the time since he was smoking a few cigarettes at the moment. But he didn't care. One of the G5 soldiers cautiously walked up to Smoker. Let us retreat and regroup, Vice Admiral, said the soldier. This guy's powers are way too creepy. Yeah, said another soldier. Lifting our ship, cutting it in half and throwing the pieces around. We can't fight him like this. Smoker gritted his teeth and turned his head slightly in order to look at the soldier. What? Haven't he got the balls to stay and fight? Smoker growled, making the entire task force shut their mouths. Tashigi at this point stepped forward and crossed her arms while she narrowed her eyes at Law. The 7 warlords answer to the government. Type, she said. Law snorted hearing that statement. By attacking us, you re-breaking your contract, Trafalgar. That means you may face a strip in your title as warlord. The G5 soldiers rallied on. Yeah. You might be stronger than us, but nobody is stronger than the world government. Just wait until they hear about this. One of the soldiers said, going for his transponder snail. Why wouldn't he worry about that? Law thought as he held his sword vertically and then moved it horizontally. Scan. Just then something flashed on the G5 soldiers' bodies, and at first they panicked, thinking they might have been struck by a weapon of some sort. In a comedic fashion, each soldier checked themselves, seeing if they've been stabbed or shot by bullets. After seeing no harm was done to them, they were confused as to what the attack was. Hey! What are you doing? A soldier questioned.
Suddenly, with one swift motion of his hand, something appeared and piled up behind Law. The G5 soldiers gasped to what they saw, and it is revealed to be a bunch of mini transponder snails.
Hey! Our transponder snails! Shouted a G5 soldier. He stole them. Nothing you've seen on this island, Law began, will be reported to Marine Acre, the government. Suddenly, Smoker jettisoned himself toward Law with his smoke fruit powers. The ope fruit was one that makes a person that can modify at will, wasn't he it? Smoker shouted. Isn't he that right, Trafalgar Law? White blow. Smoker shot his fist at Law, who dodged his attack and went after the rest of G5. Stay out of his blade range. Smoker shouted, but it was too late. Slash. Law slashed the soldiers, cutting them up into pieces. Jai ha. I've been cut in two. How but I am still alive? The soldiers said in disbelief and in shock. Get out of Law's reach. Smoker shouted. Get out of the circle. Anyone in his circle is a helpless patient on his operating table. In other words, operating room. Inside this space, he reigns supreme and operates at will. That's how he got his alias, the Surgeon of Death.
Law smirked at this, but then he looked up and saw Tashigi charging at him with her sword. If that's how you want to play, Trafalgar, Tashigi hissed.
Tashigi, no. Smoker shouted, extending his hand outward to stop her. Your hockey is not strong enough yet. But his warning went through one and out the other ear. The moment Tashigi got close, Law quickly went for the attack and slashed his sword down. In shock, Tashigi drew her sword up, trying to protect herself. Shying, the sound of metal ringed in the ears of everyone near. Law widened his eyes in surprise. Although her sword was broken into two, he didn't realize this woman could be that fast. She does have potential, but in the state she is and now she'll just be dead weight, Law thought. Suddenly he felt a rush of wind forming behind him, and he moved to side to see a fist nearly grazing his cheek, causing him to move back. In half a second, Smoker reappeared next to Tashigi. I may not be the captain, but when I tell you that you aren't strong enough to beat someone, you aren't strong enough to beat them. Smoker shouted to her. Tashigi clenched her teeth. I know. But I can't just sit on the sidelines. Tashigi shouted back. She knew the Vice Admiral wasn't trying to be so tough on her, but she needed to know where her limits were, and even though Law was a big jump in the power scale, she wanted to know. While Law was being distracted by Tashigi and Smoker, the G5 soldiers took aim. Quick! While he is distracted, we'll take him out. Immediately they started to fire at Law. Hearing the bullets, Law simply flicked his fingers upward, and out of nowhere, the G5 Marines found themselves getting shot at. Wow! Bullets? Why are there bullets flying at us? What happened to the ones that we shot? Those are you bullets you shot, Law said. I simply switched them with the snow around. What the hell? A soldier questioned. Is he invincible or something? Law then lifted up his sword, getting ready to swing. Ah! Look out! Another soldier screamed. He is gonna slice us again. There is no way we can defend against that attack, cried another. Law was waiting for the moment. He knew as soon as he let his guard down, someone would try and take him on. It just so happened to be Tashigi. As soon as she approached him, he sliced downwards faster than she could react and sliced her clean in half. Tashigi gasped as her upper half fell in the snow while her legs remained standing. The G5 soldiers were also shocked at her sudden defeat. The captain has been cut in two. Captain Tashigi, are you alive? Say something, Captain. Tashigi seethed angrily as she stood up on her elbows. How humiliating, she hissed. To be cut in half and still breathing. Do the job right and kill me, Trafalgar Law. Humph, Law scoffed. I was wrong about, you'll never be able to reach that hidden potential. Then Law spoke, leaving Tashigi in shock. High hidden potential? She thought to herself. You think spirit alone is what makes a swordsman? You listen here, Marine woman, the weak do not pick and choose how they die. Tashigi gritted her teeth in anger and frustration, trying hard not to let her tears form. Law walked forward. If you like, I can cut you up some more. He raised his sword upwards and was ready to deliver a final blow.
Tashigi lifted herself up and proceeded to defend herself with her broken sword, eyes full of determination. She wouldn't quit, not ever.
Law smiled at this. I will admit you've got some guts, but Law narrowed his eyes. Guts are the only thing you possess, Law said as he proceeded to slam his sword down. Wham! Law clashed swords with not Tashigi but with Smoker, who blocked off the attack. Smoker! Tag, she cried out. Suddenly Smoker pushed forward, making Law step back in surprise and lead him, being grabbed by the throat and slammed onto the ground. Erg! Law wheezed out as the air left his body. He looked up and saw Smoker's sword ever so quickly falling down to his head. Boom! The dust exploded around the two, covering them both. Smoker jumped back and whipped his hand to the side, causing all the dust to expel away. Everyone soon spotted Law standing back up and dusting the dirt on his clothes. I feel an unpleasant energy from that weapon of yours. Smoker turned and saw Law suddenly standing beside him, preparing to swing his sword again. It must be tipped with sea prism stone, Law said. Am I right? Smoker brought his sword upwards to protect himself from Trafalgar's attacks. Smoker's body was being pushed back, the ground beneath him was beginning to shatter due to the force being dished out by Law. Damn you! Smoker hissed out. Trafalgar went for a heavy blow which gave Smoker a small window to leap out of the way and do a roundhouse kick to Law. Law crossed his arms over his torso, blocking the boot that slammed into him. Even though he managed to block the attack, it still hurt. Law's boots sunk into the concrete as he was pushed back by the kick. Trafalgar uncrossed his arms, steam emitting from them. This is taking too long, Law thought. Smoker was taking in large gulps of air, his body was starting to feel the effects of Trafalgar's attacks. Smoker gritted his teeth and pushed on through the fatigue and numbness. I knew we shouldn't have trusted you, Shichibukai. Smoker shouted. Law smirked. You might have were right not to, raising his index finger. I don't understand, what use is this island to you? Who is really behind all of this? Smoker said as he jettisoned himself toward Law. As Smoker got closer, Law vertically slashed with his sword at Smoker, who in turn exploded into smoke and surrounded him. Law narrowed his eyes and kept his sword close to him. Suddenly to the right of him, Trafalgar noticed a boot launching towards his face and he parried it away with his sword. Immediately all around Trafalgar was fists and boots appearing to be attacking him. Law raises his blade and began sensing his sword strike to the time a fist or boot appeared. One after another he parried each strike with his blade. His speed was perfectly matched to the surprise attack. It's almost as if this surprise attack was uncoordinated on purpose. Trafalgar widened his eyes after that thought crossed his mind. He felt a gust of cold wind rubbing the back of his neck. He turned around and saw Smoker attacking him from behind. Smoker lunged his sword towards Trafalgar's abdomen, but the Shichibukai managed to move back and counter with a horizontal slash. At this point both blades clashed as they were face to face, trying to overpower the other. Smoker gritted his teeth angrily. Greer. What are you scheming on this island? The Vice Admiral roared, pushing back Trafalgar. Law held his ground, grinded his sword ever so close to Smoker's face. I'll let you answer that. Trafalgar retorted back. What are you Marines scheming? Law shouted back as he extended his index finger into the air. The ground shook underneath everyone and suddenly a tower made of solid rock erupted into the air, acting as if some sort of barrier for the Shichibukai. Smoker scoffed and went to slice the boulder in half. With one swipe, Smoker made a clean cut through boulder, leaving little to no rubble in his trail. But this was what Law was waiting for. As the top of the boulder fallen off, Smoker noticed Trafalgar on one knee with the palm of his hand to the earth. Law looked up and smirked. It seems like we'll have to change our location, Law began as he brought his fingers closer to the palm of his hand. There are some things not even you can have access to. See Smoker. Smoker lurched forward trying to grab Trafalgar, but it was already too late. Mess. Everyone looking at the two fighting had saw nothing happened when Law shouted out something, but just as they thought nothing happened, Smoker fell to his knees. The Vice Admiral felt shortness of breath. What the hell? Smoker looked down and noticed a large box-shaped hole appearing where his heart should be. Damn it, that means, Smoker thought as he looked up. Whatever Smoker thought, he was right, because the minute he looked up, in the palm of Trafalgar's hand was his heart. Smoker! Tashigi shouted, watching as he fell face first to the ground as if lifeless. I don't have to tell you anything, Law spoke before sighing and placing his sword over his shoulder. I warned him, I told him to stay out of it, but you didn't listen, didn't you? Law stared down the body that tried to attack him with no sense of sympathy or rage, just a stare with no emotions that could be perceived by anyone. At that moment, Tashigi with half her body practically hopped her way up to Smoker's side, as did the rest of G5 soldiers. Smoker! Are you alright? Tashigi questioned. Say something. Smokey! Cried one of the soldiers. Tashigi grabbed Smoker's shoulder and pulled upwards, trying to turn him over, but he was too heavy for her to do this by herself. Everyone help me get him on his back now. Tagishi ordered with such authority, even Law was almost taken aback by surprise. Yes, Asakuzet Sam. Each soldier shouted before proceeding to help turn Smoker onto his back. It took a total of 7 men, but as soon as his job was done, Tagashi gasped upon seeing the square-shaped hole in Smoker's chest where his heart used to be.
That's when she remembered when one of the G5 soldiers said Trafalgar Law became a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, by sending 100 pirate hearts to Marine 8. Upon seeing that hole, it drove Tashigi to angry tears.
How dare you? Tashigi roared as she blindly lunged at Law with her broken sword. Oh, come now, have some decency. Law rolled his eyes. Law brought his sword in front of him and began to parry all of Tagashi's attack. I hate you. Tagashi roared as angry tears spilled down her face. She thrust her sword forward, but to Law's surprise, she was moving a lot faster than before. Interesting, her hidden power is fueled by an emotional response. It may be possible, but she may be an actual threat someday if she were to channel that potential to her will, Law thought as he moved to the side after she swung her sword. Let us not get overly emotional here. Law began as he and then drew his sword. I hate that, Law said. Shambles. Ba-bump. Tashigi gasped as her heart came throbbing in a cartoon-like manner, as did Smoker's. Not long after, she collapsed on the ground as well. Ah! The G5 soldiers screamed. Captain! Damn it, not again. And Smokey has already been knocked out. Damn that Law! The G5 soldiers rushed to Takshi's aid. The G5 branch had begun to pull out their firearms again and had started to aim. Shoot them! One of them shouted. He took down our captain. No, stop! Shouted another. We gotta help Smokey and the captain. All hands retreat. One of the G5 soldiers shouted. Immediately, the entire task force of Marine soldiers picked up their captain's torso and legs along with Smoker's body and hightailed it in the opposite direction. Law stared as the G5 soldiers retreated away. After he made sure they were out of sight, he sighed. Man, that took longer than expected, Law thought, annoyed. He turned around to the door he saw the Straw Hats running back into. I wonder if I can catch up to them. Law said aloud as he walked towards the door. I guess we'll have to see. Back with the Straw Hats. Awawa. I am in heaven. Deadly, sub-zero weather. I don't care. I don't even care about the stupid samurai or these kids anymore. Sanji screamed for all to hear. What? Everyone turned to reveal Sanji, now realizing the pleasure of being in Nami's body. All I need is a damn camera. Sanji shouted, hearts in his eyes, tissue stuffed up his bleeding nose and drool dangling out of his mouth. I need just one picture before I turn back. What kind of picture do you plan on taking? Questioned Nami, who is in Frankie's body. And stop drooling and nose bleeding all over my body. Hey, Nami! Shouted Frankie in Chopper's body. Quit buttoning up my shirt. The rest of the gang shared a quick chuckle before one of the giant children sneezed and began to shiver. Hancock ran over to check the child, who slumped on the ground as everyone looked on with worry.
Hancock's face filled with worry. She turned around to everyone. He is getting very cold. We need to get him somewhere warm. Hancock spoke in Robin's body. Chopper, who is in Sanji's body while carrying the samurai's head, moved towards the child. Hey, I know it is cold, but you just gonna have to bear it a little longer.
I promise we'll get you someplace warm, alright. Chopper said, getting a nod from the giant bow. Mister Curly Brown Man, it is really weird when you reacting niece, said a little bow. And creepy, another kid spoke. Nami began to shiver as well. Frankie's shirt could only provide so much warmth. It is too cold, Nami said, hugging herself for warmth. Can TMMM move. Soon the other kids started to shiver too. I am cold, TTT too. And me too. This is bad, Chopper exclaimed. If we don't do something soon, they'll get frostbite, Robin spoke in Hancock's body. Damn, Frankie cursed. It was expected that this would happen. Guess we were too reckless to just bring them along a plan, huh? Not like this island affects me with this fur coat being warm and comfy. Yeah, but we not gonna find warm coats out here in this room, Sanji shouted. You think there might be a storage room somewhere around here? Nami asked. Maybe camera or a mirror? Sanji asked. Or both? I will tie you up if I have to, Nami shouted. Robin looked over to Goku, who she noticed was looking at her body. Hancock. Goku. Robin spoke, getting Goku to snap back into reality. Yeah? Goku asked as he looked back to Robin. You think you could use your ki to warm us up? Robin asked, to which Goku shook his head. It wouldn't be enough. The weather here would instantly blow away the ki barrier. I am having a hard time concentrating to make my own barrier. Goku gritted, ashamed he couldn't help his friends out. It is alright, Goku-san, you've helped us time and time again before. It was only a matter of time. Hancock walked over and placed her hand onto Goku's shoulder, making him blush slightly. Alright, Goku said, turning his head away from Hancock, avoiding eye contact as his face was turning a tint of red. Are you okay, Goku-san? Hancock asked, worried, but was interrupted when the samurai began talking. If it has come to this, the samurai started, then I have no choice. What are you doing? Frankie questioned. Everyone, place a leaf upon your heads. The kids are freezing off out here and you want us to put a stupid piece of leaf on our heads. And there is not a single blade of grass or leaf on this island, Chopper added. Then use a stone or some such object, the samurai said. Just do it. Now. Okay, Sanji said before he and others did as they were told, scourging around their surroundings, finding any object and placed it on their heads. Alright, so now what do we do? If this turns out to be some kinda stupid trick to take our minds off the cold, I'll warm your face up with non-stop punches, Frankie shouted. Patience, please, the samurai ordered. Now poof. In a puff of smoke, the straw hats and the children were covered in coats, gloves, scarves, and shoes. We're hot? They all questioned. No way, Nami exclaimed. We all have coats. And gloves and shoes. Yay! Cheered a giant blonde-haired girl. We're warm and toasty now. Hooray! The rest of the children cheered. But how is this possible? Sanji asked. Actually, the samurai said, during one of my adventures looking for my son, I once dined up a most peculiar but foul-tasting fruit. Since then, I've been able to use sorcery to disguise myself and others. I am not all that familiar with your foreign clothing, but I hope this will do. And a warning in advance, since they are magic, they will disappear if you remove them. Yay! The kids cheered. Thank you, Mr. Talking Head. You have devil fruit powers? Nami questioned. If you could do this from the beginning, why didn't you it in the first place? Frankie shouted. Because the samurai gritted his teeth. Because I didn't want to cover the breastband. Nami, Hancock and Robin gasped. A vein appeared on their head before they started to pummel him. You pervert! They shouted in unison. The men in the crew huddled together as the color paled from their faces, glad they weren't the one receiving the end of their female member as punishment. You never really complain about the pain or the cold, do you? Chopper asked in concern. I am a warrior. The samurai replied through a swollen lip. Usopp sighed before he stood up. Usopp decided to do a briefing of the current situation. So, let me get this from the beginning, Usopp said. We have here the samurai of Wano country, Usopp said, pointing at the bloody torso-less samurai. The distress signal we originally picked up from the transponder snail was sent to the boss, Proctor, from one of his underlings. In other words, this whole state of affairs was started because our samurai friend here was slicing up all the centaur people, Usopp said, to which the samurai nodded. That's right, I began slicing and cutting down those who stood in my way of my quest to rescue my lost son, Momonosuke. The samurai rebuked. I do remember cutting someone using a transponder snail, as you call it. I know my Momonosuke must still be on this island, somewhere. The problem is what happened after the sauce. Zoro said. Tell us about it, samurai. It was him. The samurai hissed venomously. The man the others called a warlord of the sea, Trafalgar Law, I believe. What? Luffy questioned in disbelief. He is a warlord now. That's right, Luffy, Robin said. He was added within the last 2 years to replace Jimbei. That man quickly cut my body into 3 separate pieces, the samurai explained, locking my head inside that facility, leaving my torso to rot, and sending my legs to be fed by wild beasts. I was able to sense my legs and ran about in an attempt to find the rest of my body, but then my legs got stuck to something. It was the back of the dragon's head. Usopp realized. Actually, hold on, Luffy, don't you have a pair of legs with you? Goku asked, to which Luffy nodded. Yeah, why? Luffy poked his head as he opened his pack, which revealed to be a pair of legs contorted to fit in his pack. Oh my god, why do you have legs? Nami screamed as she felt nauseated. My legs? The samurai shouted. I had a feeling, Goku grinned. Finally. The samurai cheered, now standing atop of his legs. My legs have returned. The samurai smiled while Luffy sulked in a comically depressed state. No fair. Luffy whined. I can't be Luffy-tor anymore. Anymore? Nami shouted angrily with her captain. Oh wait, that's right. Luffy said, suddenly hitting his head with his palm with a sudden realization. Your legs said something about a warlord, right? His legs spoke. Nami asked. How did that happen? Good question, Zoro said. Oh. That was just my flatulence, the samurai answered, passing gas. I need skill if I do say so myself, boo. You were farting? Usopp questioned. That's disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Luffy rolled on the floor laughing. That's hilarious. Yo ho ho ho. Brook laughed along. A man with only a head and legs. Quite a chuckle, I must say. Oh. That reminds me of a fellow I met with only a torso earlier. Brook, that might be been this guy's torso, Zoro pointed out. Oh. You just might be right. Brook exclaimed. You saw my torso? The samurai questioned. As the group talked among each other, Robin walked around observing the place they were in more closely. The place seems to be falling apart, like there was a huge explosion or something. I don't care, Usopp said, as long as we get to ride out this snowstorm in here. Good point, Sanji said. Let us take a minute to cool our heads and think this through before we make any rash decisions, Nami said. Alright then, Sanji began, opening his coat and pushing Nami's breasts up. I'll draw inspiration from these. Wham! Nami bonked Sanji in the back of Nami's head. Ouch! Sanji cried. Seriously, Sanji? Nami questioned. I will beat you to a pulp. Stop, Nami, you'll kill Nami. Chopper cried out. In that case, Nami began, I am fining you, berries for every grope and an extra for peeping. But Nami. Sanji cried. This is a once in a lifetime chance. You can't do this to me. Bite me. Nami shouted. With the Marines. Meanwhile, the G5 Marines had also evacuated to cave-like building and began speaking to Smoke, who happened to be Tashigi. Just like most of the Straw Hats, Tashigi now found herself in her commander's body. Are you sure you're feeling alright without a heart, Captain? Asked a soldier. Yes, strangely enough, Tashigi answered, buttoning up his jacket. How does he not feel cold in this? It is hard trying to talk to the captain like this, another soldier whispered. There was a CC logo on the ship hidden around the side of the laboratory, said a familiar voice. Huh? Vice Admiral Smoker? Shouted another soldier. Everyone was amazed to see that Smoker is now in Tashigi's body with her shirt now unbuttoned, revealing her breasts and stomach while smoking a cigar. See, Captain. Please button up my shirt. Tag, she blushed in embarrassment. Man, it is so weird seeing Vice Admiral Smoker blush like that. One of the soldiers whispered to another solider. You retelling me, I think I've officially seen it all now, the soldier whispered in disbelief.
Everything on this island says PH on it, Smoker said, for punk hazard, except for that ship.
Assuming there is someone as behind Lois' actions here and that CC is an initial, there is one person that comes to mind. Cheech. Smoker growled. That mad bastard, former colleague of Drive. Vegapunk, now wanted by the world government. The Authority on Weapons of Massachusetts murdered the scientist Caesar Clown. Laboratory with Law Trafalgar. Law was seen walking around the halls of Drive. Vegapunk's former laboratory, pacing around as if waiting for something. Suddenly a shadowy figure appeared in front of Trafalgar, who didn't seem all too happy to see him. It was revealed to be a man wearing a big light blue coat with the word gas written on both sides.
His skin seems to be a pale white, his hair is long, spiky, and black with two curled horns sticking out of it.
He also wears what looks like purple lipstick or makeup of some kind. And gas swirling all around him. Under his coat, a orange and yellow diagonally striped jumpsuit, which has been cut off below the knees, revealing his hairy legs. He also sported a pair of purple gloves initialed CC on them in white. Just what the hell have you done, Law? The figure questioned. I've got a bone to pick with you, Caesar Law answered. With the Marines. As the G5 task force hid inside the icy caves to recuperate, Tashigi suddenly remembered something she read from the records about this particular stretch of sea. If I remember correctly, sir, Tashigi began, this part of the sea has suffered multiple child abductions over the past few years. Abductions? The G5 soldiers questioned. Captain, we can't get used to you looking like that. One of them complained. I am sorry, but I can't help it. Tashigi said as her face flushed. You'll just have to deal with until I get back in my body. What the hell is going on, Tashigi? Smoker asked. I've never heard of any child abductions. Smoker, please button up my shirt. Tashigi cried out again, embarrassed at Smoker partially revealing her chest.
While I do like the new look Captain Tashigi is going with, said one of the G5 Marines, it is really way too scary, with Smoker being the one inside her.
I agree, said another. I've heard of occasional accidents at sea here, said one more, but that's it? I believe many children die in the area. Yeah, I've heard that too, agreed another. Well, I've been in and out of the communications department, Tashigi said, poking the side of Smoker's face. Oh, wait, that's right. I am not wearing glasses. And I found out that G5 receives a large number of child abduction reports.
By the time that information makes it into news articles, they always change to shipwrecks, acts of piracy, disappearances, and so on.
Of course, I am not discounting the possibility that the initial reports were incorrect. But there is always a chance, however slight, that well. Quit beating around the bush, Tashigi. Smoker barked. Is that your hunch? If so, spit it out already. You saying, based on the number of kids we saw, that the initial reports of child abductions were the truth, am I right? And the ones responsible are here on this island. But if that is true, then it follows that the articles making their out into the world are lies, which means that someone in G5 is covering the truth about children being taken from their homes. This made the G5 soldiers shout out in anger. Why you think these kidnappers have a mole in G5? Questioned one of them. There must be a mistake. Shouted another. You re-accusing us of kidnap? We might be a ragtag band of ruffians, but we G5 men have the full pride and honor that a Marine owns. Shut your mouths. Smoker snapped, causing the G5 Marines to yelp in fear. You morons aren't worth the cigar for me to suspect you in the first place. What? The G5 soldiers questioned in surprise. On top of that, you guys have got some weird belief about the Navy. Smoker added. There is no such thing as a perfect organization. As long as man unites, only to conspire against each other, then assumptions will let the real enemy walk free. Don't be fooled by appearances. Hearing this made the G5 men gasp in shock. Why yes, Captain. They all shouted, saluting. Sigh, forget it. Smoker said, exasperated. I am the captain, Tashigi reminded her task force. Ah! The soldiers cried. We were deceived by their appearances. But Smoker, Tashigi said, I am not totally sure that I have it right. Don't worry about it, said Smoker. It is worth keeping in mind. Either way, Trafalgar Law has control of both my heart and my body. I want to be able to leave this place for the time being. A third of you men should take a ship and report this. But Vice Admiral, cried a soldier. Our ship has been sliced and diced, remember? We can see. Don't you imbeciles think for once? How they could I don't know have a ship? Smoker asked. If you see one, go and steal it then. Oh yeah, said another soldier. I forgot about that. But coming from you, that is so evil. But I'd be careful if I were you, Smoker advised. Before this whole thing gets blown, I intend to take my heart and body back so I can expose whoever is behind what is happening on this island. Drive. Vegapunk's former laboratory. Caesar was seen taking a call on the transponder snail while a few guards stood around waiting to hear an order from Caesar. I finally got through, said Caesar, who put the receiver of a transponder snail back on its shell. We've got permission to kill the Straw Hat Pirates, G5 and Will-O-the-Wisp Kindman. If anyone dies on the island, then the Joker will ensure that it gets chalked up to another accident in the area, as so often happens. Capture those you can get your hands on. The more experiment subjects the better. Caesar ordered. Yes, master, said 3 guards. And if any of them try to resist, Caesar began, go ahead and poison them. Now then, where is Law? He left the room already, said Monet, who is scribbling on a notepad while wearing glasses with spiral lenses. Fine then, said Caesar. Our enemy is worth 400 million anyways, don't try to push your luck. And the others range from billions down to a mere 50 million, said Monet. However, they've been quiet over the past 2 years with no resulting bounty increases. They could be even tougher than the numbers suggests. Billions? Caesar pondered. Your diligence is always appreciated, Monet. Master, Caesar looked up and saw one of Brombert's men and a horse centaur staggering in. "Oh dear!" Caesar cried. "What happened to you? Were you out in the cold without a coat?" "It was stolen by the Straw Hats," the horse centaur cried. "And more importantly, our boss, Brombert, got captured. Please, master, I beg you. You have to save him." "Of course," Caesar said. "Don't you worry about Brombert. I will see to his release being done, I assure you. As for you, you must get into the back room at once." Caesar smiled. "You're very lucky," Caesar said. "I had just finished making a new medicine to warm your body and heal your injuries." "Really?" the horse centaur asked, relieved. "Thank you, please, for the others as well." Of course, Caesar reassured before he began to lead the centaur away. "But you first. Now then, this way, please. Back with the Straw Hats. Hey, Usopp. What is the big idea? Your stupid mask is ruining Nami's gorgeous looks." "Well, at least we can tell you guys apart now," Usopp retorted. On top of each Straw Hat who switched bodies was wearing masks, so now someone could tell them apart. "This is super!" Frankie exclaimed. "So I don't even care anymore," Nami thought despairingly. "Thanks, Usopp," Chopper said. "No problem," Usopp winked, giving a thumbs up. Rustling chains was heard in the distance, leading Goku to look towards the direction. "Now, can you guys tell me about our prisoner here?" The Straw Hats and the kids turned to where Goku was looking. Desperately trying to break through by thrashing on the chains was Brombert, who had been chained up to a steel pillar. "Oh yeah." Luffy grinned brightly. "When you ran the other direction with the centaurs, we took their friend here and used him as a way of transportation," Luffy said. "What? You got to ride him down to the building?" Goku said, feeling a little jealous he missed out. "Ha ha ha, yeah, it was a lot of fun." Luffy grinned while Goku pouted. "Erg. Release me. Do you not know who you abducted?" Brombert roared. "Nope," Luffy answered straightforwardly. "What?" Brombert questioned. "How dare you? What is this sudden change? Earlier you wouldn't utter a word," Zoro said. "You'll all be dead soon. Law will surely come to save me." Brombert laughed. "I always hated pirates from your generation, but Law is the only one of your generation I've changed my mind about." "What do you mean, our generation?" Luffy asked. "How do you not know that?" Brombert questioned. 2 years ago, all who gathered at the Sabaudi archipelago, the 11 rookies over 100 million, plus Blackbeard, are now known to the world at large as the worst generation. The problem is children born in the gap between two eras, destined to cause problems and bring devastation wherever they go. After the death of Whitebird, they flew into the New World, devastating the seas. I can't imagine even the simplest problem that occurs in this world not having the pirates of this generation being involved. Blackbeard, Kid, Law, Drake, Bonnie, Hawkins. That bastard Basil Hawkins was the one who split my pirate crew up, as well as cost me the use of my legs. Goku stayed silent, listening to what their prisoner had to say. "My men and I barely escaped alive," Brombert continued. "Humiliating it was to run away, but it was here, Punk Hazard, that we ended up on. Do you guys even know what this place is?" "No," Sanji answered. "It was once a beautiful island, a treasure trove of life," Brombert answered, "that was once overgrown with lush greenery." "This place?" Luffy questioned in disbelief. "In a place like this, it seems unlikely," Hancock added. "You'd never guess from the looks of it," Zoro said. "This used to be a laboratory for the government scientist Drive Vegapunk," Brombert revealed. "In the past, he developed and tested all manner of weapons and drugs." "Tested? On what?" Usopp questioned. Brombert growled. "You remember Impel Down? Instead of entering that hellhole, a number of prisoners were taken here instead of to be tested in his cruel human experiments." Everyone gasped silently at this. But it was then, 4 years ago, Brambird began. One of Vegapunk's chemical weapons tests went wrong, an explosion that destroyed 2 of the 3 labs scattered across the island. What we stand in now was one of them. Whoa. Chopper said. No wonder it's in pieces like this. Usopp added. All life on the island was eradicated due to the heat and toxicity of the explosion, Brambird went on. The government workers abandoned the island, leaving the test subject prisoners here, escaping with their own lives and sealing off the island. The surviving prisoners holed up inside the remaining lab in order to protect themselves from the toxic gas that covered the island.
Those who should survive lost much of their lower body functions to the effects of the nerve gas, leaving them with little to no hope for the future. But when 1 year passed, our merciful master arrived and purified the island as gas, and with the power of science, provided the prisoners with new legs and welcomed them as his new subordinates.
Brambird praised. Oh, Master! Frankie sobbed. Master! Chopper cried. My crew landed on this island, which was 2 years ago, Brambird said. There were still some levels of toxin in the air, which made me vomit to breathe.
I didn't think I had any hope left and was preparing for the worst. Who but our master suddenly arrived and blessed us with his mercy. As he said this, tears of joy began to form Brambird's eyes. He didn't have to save us, he said, his voice breaking, but I was saved by Master's kindness.
If Vegapunk was the devil who stole the use of our legs, then Master is a kind-hearted God that saved us. Brook sobbed, tears pouring out of his eye sockets while Robin patted him on the back a bit. Then, a few months ago, Brambird said, another god arrived, Trafalgar Law. Law used his powers to grant us entirely new legs. Legs from living animals. We had thought that we would never walk again. Oh, how we shed tears of joy. Chopper bawled on top of Frankie's shoulder. What an amazing story. Master is an amazing person. Frankie bawled while hugging a tear-eyed Usopp. Luffy smiled and knew Traffy was a good guy. He did save me after all. I never knew Vegapunk was such a wicked man, Nami said in disbelief. I guess those sheep-legged guys in the lab were his doing as well, Sanji noted. And the centaurs we saw, Goku added. And the bird-looking woman I saw. Usopp added as he slammed his fist into his hand. Now I get it, but wait, what about the dragon? So you saw the dragon? Brambird asked. That is an artificial creation of Vegapunk. It supposedly guards this island. It can adapt to any environment. I believe the celestial dragons like it so much, they even gave it a name, in fact, which I had forgotten. At any rate, run away if any of you encounter it, for it is very dangerous. We ate it already, Zoro thought. Should we tell him? Yeah, no problem. We'll make sure to do that, Usopp spoke. I guess not, Zoro shrugged mentally. So, now you see who rules this island? Asked Brambird. No one dares to come near, which means Punk Hazard is the property of our dear master. Whoa-ho-ho-ho. Rejoice. By this time, Luffy had fallen asleep after listening to Brambird retell the Straw Hats of his master. The master continues his research to this very day for the betterment of humanity's future. Brambird exclaimed. And you pirates have the honor of being some of the mere handful of test subjects that he needs for his great work. There is no escape for you. Whoa-ho-ho-ho. Goku and Hancock narrowed their eyes and looked at each other before they nodded in unison. They both had a different view on this master Brambird praises very openly. Caesar's laboratory. At the laboratory, Caesar stood in front a chamber analyzing over calculations when a blood-curdling screaming of someone in agony was heard. The door to the chamber was being banged from the opposite side of Caesar. On the other side, it is revealed to be the horse centaur. However, he has been locked inside a room that is filling with an unknown gas. Master! He screamed. What kind of medicine is this? He began to cough violently. Let me out, please, master. Caesar pressed a button revealing to be an intercom inside the chamber. Just a bit longer. Caesar's voice said through an intercom. Tell me. How do you feel? Asked Caesar. Ugh, I feel like vomiting the Centaur weekly mustard before going into a violent coughing spree. Nausea coughing, Caesar scribbled in his notepad. Are you experiencing any headaches? Ugh, I feel like my head is pounding. Perfect. Any hallucinations? You are. There's a giant snake slithering around in here. Caesar laughed. Yes, of course there's a snake in there. Caesar sarcastically spoke before he pressed down on button. A large explosion was heard from within the chamber, followed by silence. Not quite there yet, Caesar said. Another failure? Asked Monet. Failure? Caesar questioned. My experiments never fail. Not even my greatest work, 4 years ago. But even then, those incompetent fools continue to claim the opposite. A failure. Caesar spoke, feeling insulted just even thinking it. I am the greatest weapons expert on this planet. My weapon succeeded in killing an entire island, and you dare to call it a failure, world government? Hee ha ha. Oh, just you wait, I'll show you who the greatest scientist in the world really is. Caesar cackled. Back with the Marines. What? Asked a soldier. You can't be serious, Vice Admiral. I am sure of it, Smoker explained. It was Caesar Clown who built the weapon and set it off. He was one of the top scientists the world government brought in the science division, but he was also a cruel one, and he was at it with Vegapunk almost every day. The soldiers gasped. They never really heard about the case of a weapon being set off on the island. They believed the island became a wasteland was due to a population extinction or terrible weather conditions. But sir, whatever happened after the explosion? One of the soldiers questioned. Yeah. Didn't they do something for such a horrible thing? Another soldier added. Yeah, Vegapunk was held responsible for the accident due to being head of the division, but that was the extent of it.
Caesar was charged and arrested for misusing a weapon of Massachusetts destruction, but with his powers he was able to escape from the prison transport ship, and he hasn't been seen since.
If Caesar really is continuing his research on this island, then we have to stop him before he unleashes something even worse. Smoker said. With the straw hats. Whoa. I am stacked on wool. Frankie shouted. Chopper laughed. That's guard point, Frankie. I can change 6 times. Frankie tried getting up but was comically moving his hands like a propeller as he was losing balance. This is an unstable body. Frankie shouted before he face faulted onto the ground. You get used to it. Chopper grinned. Suddenly the kids, as well as Luffy, began playing with Frankie by rolling him around in the snow. Goku laughed at his friend being dragged around the snow. Whom? A sudden cold chill ran down Goku's spine and water. How? Goku questioned when he reached behind his head to feel snow that was beginning to melt in his hand. Where did that snowball come from? Goku said, turning his head in the direction of the first snowball, only to be smacked right in the face with another snowball. The snow covered his eyes, but Goku heard feminine giggle, a voice that he knew all too well and was beginning to be enamored by. Goku wiped the snow from his eyes to see a smiling Robin as she held another ball of snow in her hand. I got you, Goku-san. Hancock said. Haha. Oh, you're going to get it now, Hancock. Goku laughed as he began to pile up the soft snow and lightly threw it at her. The crew and kids cracked a smile as they watched the two enjoy a game of snow fight between each other. Goku hid behind a layer of snow he made for himself as a barrier while Hancock piled more snow as ammunition. Hancock smiled. I'll sneak up from behind and surprise him. Hancock giggled to herself. Slowly, Hancock crept behind Goku's fort wall ready to capture him by surprise. Suddenly, Hancock hopped in front of the fort throwing a snowball. But to her surprise, Goku was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where did Goku-san go? Hancock questioned. Within a second, a grinning Goku floated down from the air and crept up behind Hancock. He hugged Hancock's waist. Boo! Goku whispered into her ear. Hancock gasped as she suddenly jerked her head to where the direction of the noise came from. The Empress saw Goku in front of her as he grinned, holding his right hand full of sprinkled snow and blew it lightly on her face. Hancock's cheeks were covered in snow and the tip of her nose had a speck of snow on top of it. Goku took his finger and wiped the snow off her nose and grinned brightly. "Got you?" Hancock gasped. He managed to slip past her easily. "Chuckle, I shouldn't be surprised, it's my Goku after all." The Empress sighed dreamily, looking at the man she fell in love with in front of her.
Hancock's cheeks had a tinted red blush. There was nothing that would change the affections she carried for Goku. No matter what, she believed they were destined for each other.
Hancock wrapped her arms across Goku's shoulder and smiled at the Saiyan in front of her. The Empress slowly pulled Goku closer to her as she closed her eyes, causing Goku to turn red, but slowly did the same. Their bodies pressed together. The feelings they had for each other were too strong to back away now, but they didn't care, because both Goku and Hancock knew they had each other. Even if they didn't acknowledge it. They both share affections towards one another, but haven't come out and officially said to one another, for your information. Their lips fluttering ever so close. "What?" Sanji shouted. "What do you mean that samurai went outside?" Both Goku and Hancock snapped out of their different fantasies as they looked into each other's eyes, both laughing and fidgeting nervously at each other with a red hue of embarrassment on their faces and a bit with annoyance that their friend ruined the moment. "You thought I'd make that scene too easy? Guess again, readers. When will the day come before I let your romance fantasy become a reality, you might say? Maybe not too far in the distance, wink wink." In some case, Goku was relieved.
"I don't want to try and force Hancock into doing something she doesn't want to do. That would be wrong," Goku thought, not knowing that Hancock was also feeling the same doubts he did.
They both thought the other didn't want it to happen, for your information. Hancock and Goku moved in separate directions, feeling a bit flustered. The Empress began watching her friends talk when a thought appeared in her mind. "Wait, did Goku-san become affectionate with me? Has he finally accepted my love for him?" Hancock blushed as she clasped her hands, overjoyed with the thought. But just as fast the thought appeared, she quickly dismissed it. "No, my mind must playing tricks on me. I will not let my fantasies ruin my chances with Goku-san, even if I wish it happened a lot sooner." Hancock sighed sadly as her eyes peered at the Saiyan. "I am telling you how it happened," Brook answered. "When I mentioned spotting a torso earlier, he asked me of its whereabouts, and shortly after that he sprinted towards the location." "Damn it!" Sanji cursed. "I should have seen it coming. What with all it being so quiet in here? Does this inconvenience you, Sanji-san?" Brook asked. "I am the one who went and dragged him around when he was just an immobile head," Sanji answered. "If you're going to meddle around in others' affairs, you should expect some responsibility. If something happens to him out there, it'll all be on my head." "Huh?" Frankie snapped his finger at Sanji for the head pun. "Okay, no, that was just terrible," Sanji deadpanned. "I see," Brook said, and wavered by the pun, "and without his midsection, our samurai friend can't wield a sword and will have to resort to running away from enemies." "Yeah," Sanji replied bitterly. Sanji pondered his options: run out in the cold for a stupid head, or suffer the guilt? Sighing in defeat, Sanji walked over to Luffy, who was standing on Frankie's shoulder. "Yo Luffy," Sanji called. "You mind if Brook and I head out for a bit?" "Yeah, alright," Luffy answered. "Then allow me to show you where we'll find him," Brook said with a running start outside along with Sanji. "Plus we can have a peek at those panties while we search." Brook cheered. "Oh, good idea," Sanji said. "This would be the perfect time to find a camera. Just wait 1 second." Nami roared. Later on, Brook and Sanji are seen running outside. However, they are accompanied by one more Straw Hat, one Roronoa Zoro, who looked anything but pleased. Even now, the swordsman remembered Nami's words from earlier. "Go with them, Zoro. Since Sanji will be too busy fighting with you, he won't attempt any perverted things on you or body." Great, so now, because of your dumb ass, Zoro growled, I am forced to help you find a farting samurai. Zoro roared. Oh, shut it, you overgrown moron. Like this is any better for me. Sanji barked. Brook groaned, a large lump having formed on his head from Nami hitting him. She only hit me once, the skeleton said. Are any of my bones broken? No, the only thing that is broken is my will to see her panties. Brook croaked.
Back with the Straw Hats, Luffy and Goku began playing snowball fight with the boys while Hancock and Robin played the girl's hair, making them into beautiful. Of them were even seen, riding on Frankie's back.
Chopper's body. Faster, said a little girl that was at average height. Faster. Let us go super fast, Frankie shouted as he kept running around while Chopper was busy examining the children. Soon after, Usopp, Nami, Hancock, Robin and Frankie discussed their next move. All right then, Usopp said. What should we do for the near future? Any ideas? Well, first of all, I suggest we hurry up and get the four of us back to normal. Nami exclaimed. I can't stand beginning inside this weirdo's body any longer. Hey, said Frankie, who is now in Chopper's brain point form and making a big toothy grin. Take it easy. I can't handle this much praise. Frankie, please don't make that face on Chopper ever again, Robin said. The real problem is the kids, Frankie said, making a scowl. What do we do with them? Frankie, I don't want you to speak in that form ever, Robin said. Maybe we could take them to a nearby island.
If we could find a village, we could find them a place to live for the time being until the proper authorities can help them find their parents, Hancock suggested.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Hancock. I saw there were a few islands not far off here on the map. Should be at least a few 100 miles but not too long. Nami explained. Plus, I could instant transmission them if there's a spacing issue on the boat, Goku added as he floated around in the air with a little boy sitting on his shoulder pretending he was the one flying.
Well, that could take care of helping out these kids, but the next step is figuring out how to swap back those who switched bodies, Usopp pondered.
As they began suggesting different ideas. Ivy got it? Chopper exclaimed, holding up a vial filled with a murky-colored fluid. What is it? Asked a little girl with her hair in a ponytail. Are we really sick, Mr. Raccoon? Everyone looked up to see the giant, blonde-haired boy from earlier dropping to his knees, groaning in discomfort. Sind! The ponytail girl cried. What's the matter? Are you okay? My head? Sind cried. It hurts really bad. Sind, are you alright? Asked the giant black-haired girl. What the? Nami questioned. Chopper? He's in pain. Luffy shouted. Hurry and fix him. What's going on? Frankie questioned. Suddenly the giant black-haired girl, followed by the chestnut-headed boy, soon dropped to their knees, groaning in pain as well. Oh no. Mocha. And Doran, too. What's the matter, kids? Nami asked, concerned. What in the world is happening to these kids? Goku asked, floating near one of the kids. Look. The bigger ones are collapsing, left and right. Goku said, pointing out to the kids. The crew turned around and noticed what Goku told them. Just like he said, as if in sync, every kid who was a giant began to fall on their knees, holding either their stomach or head, writhing in pain. What do we do? Luffy said. Chopper, are they sick after all? Nami asked. And no. Chopper answered as he ran towards Sind, who was. Hey, do you want something? What do you kids normally do at this time of day? Huh? Sind asked. Oh well, usually we get our checkups right about now, and after that, we get a piece of candy to make us feel better. Candy? Chopper repeated. What candy? Yeah, said one of the kids. It looks weird but it tastes good. Yeah, and when we eat the candy, Sind said, drool seeping from his mouth, it always makes me feel happy. Maybe it might make me feel better. Hearing this made Chopper glare angrily. Chopper stared at Browmbird with a vein appearing on his forehead. Hey Browmbird! Chopper shouted. What do you know about this candy? These kids aren't sick? What do you mean? Asked Browmbird. I merely patrol the island. I know nothing of what happens in the lab. All I know is that they're terribly sick and my ever so merciful master takes them in from other islands and treats them with his medical powers. He is a scientist of love. Just then, one of the little girls started burping and vomiting before she started to writhe around in agony, too, just like Signed and Mocha. A lie. Are you okay? Not you, too. Don't you see? Browmbird questioned. All the kids you've removed from the lab are now in agony because you've denied them their daily treatment. You really don't get it, do you? Chopper shouted. What's wrong, Chopper? Nami asked. Don't you really get what? This, Chopper said, holding up the vial, is ensch. I found traces of it in the children's bloodstreams. It is a stimulant drug. Everyone gasped at this. Only a few select doctors in the world are allowed to handle it, by law. Chopper continued. Its original purpose is to treat illnesses, but not up to the point that it becomes addictive. They've been given steady doses to the point that they can be deprived of it. Then, when the withdrawal kicks in, they want the next dose. As Chopper said this, the children began writhing about in agony, clutching their heads and stomachs in pain. They're getting worse. Hancock shouted as she comforted one of the little girls in her arms. Why? Chopper asked as angry tears formed in his eyes. Why would he do this? Was it so he could keep them from escaping? What is your saving God doing to these poor, helpless little children? I will not hear your blasphemy against the master. Shouted Browmbird. Your master is sick? Chopper retorted, pointing at Browmbird. Chopper? Luffy called, getting Chopper's attention. What do we do? They keep collapsing, one by one. He turned to Signed, whose hands are covering his eyes. Hey. You said you needed candy, right? Should I go back to that lab and get some for you then? No, don't Luffy. Chopper shouted. Huh? Luffy muttered. Don't give them even one bit of that candy. That must be how he has delivered the dose of ensch to them without them even realizing it. Mr. Straw Hat, said Sind. Will you please bring us some candy? Huh? Luffy muttered. Wait. No. I can't. I am sorry, but Chopper said I can't give you any. He is our doctor, so we have to trust him. But why? Sind asked before he uncovered his face, revealing a runny nose, a drooling mouth, and bloodshot eyes. Ah! Some of the kids screamed. What happened to Sind? He looks really scary. You said you'd bring me some candy. Sind yelled, suddenly becoming very angry. A Chopper? Luffy asked. What do I do? You said you'd bring me some. Sind roared before he punched Luffy away, sending him crashing into the wall. Ah! Luffy cried. Luffy! The Straw Hats cried out. I need my candy. Sind roared with a temper tantrum, slamming his fists into the ground. He was breathing heavily, but wouldn't he stop pounding his fists. Sind turned to the crew, which happened to be Nami and Hancock. Eric. Give me my candy. Shouted Sind, aiming his fist at them. Nami and Hancock dodged the eights by jumping back. The amount of force Sind dished out with his punch alone shook the room. He is so strong. Usopp shouted. The smaller children ran behind Frankie and huddled together, becoming rather fearful at their friend's sudden change. Stop it, Sind. Yeah. We've never seen you act like this before. This must be how strong giant children can get. This strong? Frankie questioned. But Sind isn't a giant, said a little girl. Huh? Nami gasped. What do you mean? None of us are. The girl exclaimed. When we came to this island, we were all normal size. Dante, we have some kind of growing disease? Asked a little boy. The longer you read here, the bigger you get? No. Chopper said. There's no disease that makes normal humans grow to the size of giants. If you read big, then you read big from birth. Hey. Now the other kids are getting violent. Frankie exclaimed, watching Mocha and Doran beginning to have the same bloodshot eyes. They started to destroy things around them too. Goku pointed his hands at the ground and shot a weak ki blast to make sure the rampage-filled kids wouldn't move closer to the children. He was making sure the kids were protected and kept them as far as possible from getting hurt. I don't want to hurt you. Goku gritted his teeth as he noticed the giant children trying to move closer. Chopper watched with a horrified look. No, this can only mean one thing, Chopper whispered. Their abnormal pituitary gland activity isn't a natural occurrence, and that means they're being experimented on. Should I knock them all out? Luffy asked. No. Don't hurt them. Nami cried. One of the kids tried to backhand Luffy, who luckily flipped backwards and avoided the attack. Luffy landed back on the ground but stumbled to the floor. Then what do we do? Luffy shouted as two kids ganged up on him with their fists in the air. Goku's eyes widened. I got an idea. Goku shouted as he jumped into the air and a white aura flickered around his hands. This might not work, but it's worth a try. Goku shouted. Ha! Goku began as the giant kids' bodies began to glow with the same aura. The kids' bodies began to tense, feeling a lot heavier than they were. Ha! Goku shouted, causing the white aura to intensify around the giant children. Suddenly each of kids engulfed by the aura started to fall on their knees, unable to move. Usopp rushed forward. Keep it up, Goku. I'll help too. Usopp shouted as he pulled out a pellet and his slingshot. Sleeping Star. Usopp shouted as he shot it onto the ground, causing it to explode with a white smoke emitting around the kids. Almost immediately, the giant children fell on the ground sound asleep. Goku, what did you do to them? Frankie asked as the other children ran up to their friends who were passed out. I overloaded their bodies with ki, causing them to lose mobility on their body, Goku explained. It's a new technique I've been practicing ever since I saw Luffy used his hockey ability back on Fisherman Island. So far I can only paralyze them, but I am working on making it more effective, Goku said. The Straw Hat crew were amazed. Amazing to think that Conqueror's hockey could be replicated through ki, Robin said. Frankie's eyes to become star-shaped. Super. That's so awesome. Frankie flexed his arms. Yeah. I didn't know you could use ki to copy my hockey ability. Luffy cheered as Goku grinned. Good, Chopper said. I feel terrible for these poor children. They just wanted to go home, they just wanted to see their parents. We gotta find some way to help them. In that case, Luffy said, let us send them all back home. You make it sound so easy. Frankie said. There's too many problems in our way right now. Frankie's right, Luffy, Robin said. Right now, we can't be certain of anything until we know the root of this issue. You mean Brownbird's master? Luffy asked. But now, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook went outside to go find that samurai. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to go back to the facility from before then. I'll wait here, Chopper said. I can never forgive this master for what he has done. And I'd like to go and beat him up, but I am worried about the children. I need to stay here and watch them. Even when they wake up, there's no guarantee if they'll get violent from the withdrawal again. Good point, Chopper. Nami said. In that case, I'll stay, too. No fair, Nami. Usopp barked. You just scared. Later on, the Straw Hats had chained up the giant children, who continued sleep peacefully. I am sorry, kids, Nami said. It seems we don't have a choice, Hancock said. If they start rampaging again, they might hurt themselves. Goku gripped his fist in anger. To do this to innocent children, that's disgusting. I'll never let him get away with this. What about the body switching thing? Frankie asked. I'm guessing the four of us need to find the Trafalgar guy together and make him change us back, huh? Agreed. Luffy said. We should ask Law how to switch back our bodies, I guess. Luffy shrugged. I guess. Nami shouted. You try being in a pervert's body. Nami shouted while Goku and Frankie restrained her from killing Luffy. Besides that, you think Law is willingly going to switch back our bodies? Hancock added. Everyone turned to Hancock. Luffy scrunched his brows. I don't know, but I have a good feeling about it. Luffy answered. With that, Luffy decided to take Goku, Hancock, Usopp, Robin, and Frankie while Nami and Chopper remained behind with the kids. Good luck, everyone. Nami shouted while Chopper examined the sleeping children. Meanwhile, on the mountain path behind the lab, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook are seen lying in the snow completely motionless. All around them there are what look like giant footprints heading in the same direction where Nami and Chopper are. Caesar's laboratory. Caesar was writing down some notes about the past experiments, discussing each component, elements, every factor he used throughout the test trial when Law had returned again. Caesar looked up, noticing Law standing in front of him with his hand stretched forward. It appeared Law had brought him a little gift, Smoker's heart. Marine Base G5 Vice Admiral Smoker's heart, Caesar said, holding Smoker's heart in his hand. Caesar chuckled. This puts me in good spirits. I've already sent some of my soldiers towards the Marines. Shulolololo. But this already sets the outcome. What about the Straw Hat? Law asked. Apart from that man Son Goku, I am not worried about those brats, Caesar said. They'll want to come back soon enough. However, Monet has been urging me to be cautious with these pirates. I've sent my dynamic duo after them, though it might be overdoing it. Shulolololo. Caesar chortled. Why the killers of the Snowy Mountain, the 80 Cool Brothers? Outside the facility where Nami and Chopper are, two huge, shadowy figures are seen standing outside armed with rifles. Caesar's laboratory. Caesar sat analyzing over notes whilst Law beside him alone with his head slumped within the chair as though sound asleep, and Monet the flying determined as it initially observed sat curled up on a sofa drew out from Caesar while the intercom broke through his drain of ment. Vrast, the Yeti brothers killed off 3 of the Straw Hats. We're currently having our men retrieving the bodies. Unit 32 out. The voice spoke earlier than shutting off the intercom. A small snicker escaped Caesar's lips. And now how do you like that? Asked Caesar, who was sitting beside Regulation. 3 of them are already lifeless, Monet. Shulolololo. Caesar said, breaking into suits of laughter now. Monet giggled as she sat up and crossed her legs. What a sadness. Law opened one eye and determined what became happening within the room. Caesar got up from his seat and began going off in a monologue which made Regulation roll the one eye he had open. I can't believe this. They are a part of Regulation's worst era, but the sector government is as fearful of them. To be sincere, if I had been Blackbeard or Whitebird, I might take that as an offense. With the manner the papers claimed they have been fully returned in action, I figured they had be more of a risk. Am I proper, Regulation? Caesar stated as he turned round to face Regulation. Regulation shrugged his shoulders and closed his eye as he remained quiet. Well, are not you the social type? Caesar said paradoxically. A sly grin seemed on Monet's lips. You positive realize lots approximately Straw Hat Luffy instead? Well, don't you, Law? Monet stated as she leaned ahead. In any case, you've got met him twice, one time at Sabaody, after which on the Marineford conflict. What? Caesar barked while Regulation tipped his hat to the point where his eyes had been now seen for Monet. I am not very fond of folks that attempts to stir up war, Regulation said, slowly drawing his sword. Monet's eyes widened, but just then, Caesar pointed a pistol at Regulation. And I am now not very keen on folks who attempt to stop my plans, Caesar growled, putting the barrel of the pistol even nearer, earning him a caution glare from the warlord. You didn't name them here, did you, Law? Caesar requested, angrily. Regulation sighed. Much like I told you, Regulation responded. I did not even recognize they had been at the island till I ran into them. If I had known they had been here, I would have recommended locking them up in a jail. Cellular would not be sufficient. Thanks to you, I was not able to power the Marines away in time, and now this operation is now uncovered. That's a awful thing for me to take into account. Regulation said, putting his head lower back on the chair and rested his eyes. Caesar narrowed his eyes at Law as he remembered the day they officially met.
Flashback. Caesar turned into operating in his laboratory, swirling a sleek of chemical substances in a vat, growing a new experiment, while suddenly, a number of his minions approached him.
Master, stated certainly one of them. One of the 7 warlords, Trafalgar Law, has asked to look you. Caesar became a chunk amazed hearing that Regulation knew where he turned into, but humored to the idea of a meeting among the two.
Granting Regulation permission to come back into his facility, Caesar, who is now in his swirling gasoline shape, sat before Law, who most effective had one request for him.
I want to stay right here on Punk Threat, Regulation said. Stay here on Punk Threat? Caesar repeated. Be however why? Very well, Careworn with Law's request. It changed into a pain in my ass finding place, because it doesn't have its own log. Regulation ignoring the question. This location become a mystery government facility after all. Absolute confidence that the sector government did not need this place to be determined to clean and to think, Law said, looking around the room. This laboratory nonetheless holds many strains of research that has endured to this very day. Law said. That doesn't answer my question, even though, Caesar said, feeling a piece aggravated with Regulation at the moment. This island is isolated off from the sector, and so long as I will flow about freely on the island, I will be satisfied, Law said. Caesar determined to get up. I don't see any purpose why I need to supply you passage to this island. What could I am getting and go back? Caesar requested. In return, I will provide you with beneficial assistance of any kind. We're able to stay out of each other as business furnished, which you don't tell everybody I am here, specifically Joker. So you do realize more than you allow on, Caesar stated. Where did you get that type of information? Could you rather have some ignorant dumbass wandering round right here? Requested Regulation. Shulololololo. Caesar laughed. Precise point. Birds of a feather flock together, they are saying. I don't believe you, lad, however I don't see the damage. What do you observe, Monet? Regulation became to have a look at Monet, who did not have any wings or bird legs, however normal human limbs. Trafalgar Regulation, Monet stated, writing in a e-book. A pirate from the North Blue. Alias, healthcare provider of death. Person of the op Satan fruit. His career is a doctor. I see you do your research, Regulation stated. Permit me ask you something, stated Monet. There are many former prisoners here in this island who've been crippled with the aid of the poison fuel, so can you heal them? Law appeared quiet for a second. Satisfactory, but I am not doing this to be praised, he said, sighed. Quit of flashback. Caesar smirked as he positioned his gun away. Well, Regulation, he stated, I suppose in case you wanted to convey pals alongside, you would have been a piece extra clever, approximately it. After sucking up to the government to get a soft warlord activity, you would not screw all of it up by making a mess of things round here. Forgive me for doubting you. In advance, Law began, you said those kids would come back on their own. Ah, sure, Caesar replied as he held up what looked like a piece of round, reddish-purple candy with pink mist hissing from it. You notice every day, I drugged them with this sweet, first-rate and candy with a fizzy stimulant gas impact. Shulolololo. And if they are trying to head lower back domestic, they may not be able to get their valuable sweet anymore. You are extra sadistic than I at first assumed, Law stated. Caesar snorted. And the acts you committed makes you what? A savior? He, you said, not me, Law retorted, placing his arms at the back of his head. It is simply what you jog my memory of a person I know. Also, failed to you say there has been that one little woman who refused to take this so-called candy. What are you going to do along with her? No longer that I am involved, thoughts you. That is none of your affair, Law, Caesar hissed. But permit us just say that when I get my arms on her it may not be pretty. Regulation rolled his eyes earlier than he were given up and left. What about the conflict? Monet asked. Name me in case you need me, Lo replied. I'll convey you any head you need. Shulololo. Caesar chuckled. It is hard to manage the clever ones. With Nami and Chopper, are they going to be okay? Chopper? Nami asked, stroking one of the little children's head as they sat on her lap. Chopper looked at the kids and sighed. I am trying to figure out a possible reversal antidote that could reverse the outcomes of the engineer device. However, I want to do a bodily to examine their frame. Chopper stated, status up and sat beside Nami. What do you suggest with the aid of doing a physical, Chopper? Can't you just deliver them remedy and lead them to sense better? Nami requested. However, Chopper shook his head. I wish they will be youngsters, however our bodies have elevated most possibly 500% and I cannot simply supply them medicine left and right.
I must see how a great deal each of them weighs, how their frame can also react to a stimulant, whether their frame at their age can deal with a certain type of drug and a lot greater. Chopper closed his eyes. The worst component is, I do not know if I can completely offset the consequences the Eng did to those children. The amount they've taken in a positive time period is so much the damage can be everlasting, Chopper said with a sliver of tear rolling down his cheeks.
Nami wiped away the tears from Chopper's eyes and comforted him in her arms. I realize you take care of them, Chopper, and they realize you're giving it your all. Chopper sniffled. I simply want to assist the ones kids. I just can't consider humans accessible or doing this to youngsters of every body. Nami nodded.
I just need to honor the call scientific physician for every future practitioner obtainable. Inspiring them at the same time is also humbling them to understand they work with the human beings and should not be held with high regards. A small smile crept on Nami's lips. She patted Chopper's head as he checked out her.
Then you definitely work for the dream, Chopper. Just recognize you purchased my complete help on it, Nami stated with a wink and a thumb up, making Chopper smile in reaction. Growth. A large explosion went off at the stage of the first and 2D lab wherein Nami and Chopper are hiding with the kids. Shrieking in terror, the children frantically ducked down below a few particles and tried to ward off the falling stalactites. What goes on? Nami puzzled. That's the fourth explosion up to now. It can't be an earthquake. Chopper replied. There need to be enemies outside. What if this place collapses? The youngsters are nonetheless in right here. Nami shouted over the rumbling till it died down. Where's Luffy, Frankie, Robin, Goku, Usopp and Hancock? Nami wondered. They already left for the lab, Nami. Chopper spoke back as he went outdoor to appearance. It is simply the two of us in right here. Oh, we must have made Goku stayed us. Nami stated as she mentally hit herself for now not seeing this occur. Chopper ran back interior and concealed beside Nami. Did you see each person, Chopper? Nami frantically asked. How many enemies are there and what type are they? It truly is the problem. Chopper replied. There is nobody. There have to were an excessive amount of snow, Nami cautioned, regaining her composure. No, it is now not the snow. There is actually nobody accessible. What? But that cannot be. Nami asked as each seemed out in the beginning, each questioning the same suppose. While are they coming again?
With Goku and his buddies as Luffy and his team started out descending down the slope, all of them heard the explosion coming from wherein they simply got here.
Man, you hear that? Usopp requested. It gave the impression of an explosion, Robin said. Yeah, Luffy spoke back. I heard it loud and clear. Hancock stated it sounded fine, that irresistible become came from the direction in which we were only a moment ago, Robin stated. It might have something to do with whoever left these great large footprints. Frankie introduced, pointing down at his fort. Looking down on the floor, the crew observed large prints left inside the snow. Whoa! They may be huge. Goku stated aloud as he floated above them. Abruptly the Saiyan narrowed his eyes, turning back to his critical facet. I feel something. What is it, Goku-san? Hancock responded. There's something out right here. I sense two power signature who don't sense friendly. Their powers sense like wild beasts. Goku stated, feeling a chunk of excitement flooding his frame in anticipation of preventing them. "WW, what do you mean?" Usopp requested, nervously. "We should get lower back up there," Luffy stated. "Nami, Chopper and the kids are in trouble?" Luffy shouted as the alternative crew nodded, knowing they were going lower back. "Seize on," Goku said as he located his palms to his brow. Hancock crossed her arm and Goku says Robin, Luffy, Usopp, and Frankie grabbed a hold as they instant transitioned back to their buddies. Back with Nami and Chopper, explosions were firing off in brief bursts as the youngsters cried out in panic. At that second, Brownbird wakened from all the commotion. "Oh, I fell asleep?" The former pirate puzzled as some other explosion went off. It is a bit noisy. Available odd to it is that a person has come to rescue me. Law? Grasp? No, we re within the snowy mountains. It ought to be them. Whoa ho ho ho. Happy day. What's up, Brownbird? Nami shouted. Do you recognize whatever approximately this? Who is accessible and what are they doing? You hire, tell us now or suffer the outcomes. Answer me or you will pay the charge. You might not locate them, Brownbird spoke back. They never show themselves, no longer even we recognize their faces. Huh? Nami muttered. But, Brownbird endured, they always perform successful upon charge. The handiest thing we recognize about them is that their footprints are large and their voices are deep. The handiest different component we realize is that they may be giant beast guys, covered in fur all over. And murderer duo that prowl the snowy peaks, performing when a blizzard moves. We best understand their names. They recalled Rock and Scotch, the Yeti Cool brothers. They hail from a snowy land, both age 25. It sounds like you realize lots to me. Nami shouted. On the other hand, nobody is aware of what they appear like. Whoa ho ho ho. Brownbird laughed. They are massive and robust, and that they've come to keep me. You are on their hit listing, now la wa. Nami shrieked as she looked up at something behind Brownbird. It is big. Chopper cried. What in the global is that component? One of the kids hollered. Monster. Any other child screamed. Brownbird became and gasped upon seeing a large being with a shadowy face. It appeared it changed into sporting a few shape of goggles and a hat, pointing a large, cannon-sized gun at him. WW, what within the? Brownbird stammered. You are Brownbird, proper? Asked the parent. Yeah. Brownbird spoke back. You re at the list too? And fired. Suddenly Goku and absolutely everyone immediate transmissioned and Goku with inhuman velocity blocked the bullet along with his index finger and thumb. The two figures have been surprised at how speedy the Saiyan moved and became able to capture their bullet. Rock. Why did you shoot at me? Brownbird wondered. Sincerely, he is Scotch, I am Rock. The other figure pointed out before getting a chilly appearance from his partner. What? He were given our names incorrect. You want to be known as Rock for the relaxation of this altercation. Rock said earlier. Than Scotch sighed and face-palmed. Anything, Scotch said, feeling aggravated. He needed to deal with that during the front of his targets. It felt very unprofessional. In any case, like I stated, you had been at the list, however, but that cannot be right. Brownbird stated before he placed on a smile. And perhaps I misheard you. The Grasp employed you to rescue me, didn't he? No, Scotch responded. Grasp employed us to kill you too. What? Brownbird uttered, his smile drooping and his voice fading.
In case you don't accept as true with me, then listen, stated Scotch earlier. Then he held out a transponder snail, which played Caesar's voice. When you discover the Straw Hats, kill them on sight. Oh, and what changed into the name of that guy? The one they captured with the silly braided beard who become famous for being an oaf. Master. Brownbird whispered as tears started to shape in his eyes. Oh, sure. It truly is proper. Brownbird. The Straw Hats gasped after listening to this. He is useless to me at this point.
I don't need that fool anymore so that you can kill him too. Brownbird whimpered in disbelief as his tears began to fall. Hello? Why might he say something like that? The beard guy respected him and now he throws him away like trash. Luffy shouted, no longer noticing the annoyed look Brownbird gave him, a short second listening to what Luffy called him.
If that's what best for business, Scotch stated as he pointed his gun at Brownbird.
Then so be it, Brownbird whimpered as he remembered the phrases Caesar said to him while he first encountered him. Oh, I see, I am glad you made it right here. You are safe now, my friend. You can loosen up. It can be. Brownbird sobbed. You are a very precious patrolman, Brownbird. I am glad I've someone such as you for this job. On no account, grasp. It is almost embarrassing getting this kind of praise. Eric. Brownbird roared, feeling hatred boiling, understanding that his grasp had betrayed earlier than running beyond Goku and towards Scotch. Brownbird, no. Goku shoot at kaboom. Scotch fired his gun at once at him, plenty to Nami, Hancock, Chopper and Usopp as shock. Brownbird endured to electricity through dashing in the direction of Scotch at the same time as he retained to shoot him, time and again. Unexpectedly Brownbird crashed into the ground to the point where he wasn't even aware anymore, or even then, Scotch nonetheless didn't stop firing. Goku's rage flared as he disappeared and reappeared in front of Scotch and slammed his fist into his abdomen. Scotch flew before slamming right into a wall and caused the vicinity to rumble. Hello, Scotch. Rock shouted. Forestall capturing a lot in there. You'll cause a cave-in and kill the youngsters. The captainess on his manner again. We kill him first? Right, Rock? Scotch agreed earlier than he looked at the team. I am positive we'll meet again, Scotch said as he jumped and grabbed Nami by using the waist. Nami! Luffy shouted as tensed his muscle, his frame steaming and leg outstretched. Gumguawum jet whip? He roared, but then, just as he became about to attack, Rock and Scotch abruptly disappeared, as if into thin air. Huh? Luffy stated as he landed returned on the ground. Come again. Goku roared as he was equipped to fly out the outlet earlier than he became held through his friends. Goku, wait. We don't have a plan, but... Usopp said, looking to calm the irate Saiyan. Goku had enough of these hitmen, they have been going to pay. With the Yeti Cool brothers started walking away from the lab. But Scotch is retaining something in his hand. Murphy. Muddy. Nami screamed, however had been muffled through the cloth in her mouth. That is the most effective one we need to take alive, said Scotch. He has Vegapunk's lasers or something like that. After that, we kill the rest, Rock said. I really like it that way, Scotch stated. At laboratory's rear front, Law became visible on foot away. Huh? A defend muttered. Hello, Regulation. In which are you going? The Marines are on this location. I don't care, Regulation responded. Huh? The Shield questioned. Suddenly, a clear dome appeared around him and with a swing of his sword, Regulation sliced him into pieces. Higher. The Defend cried. What are you doing? I am unfastened to move anywhere I want, Law stated as he walked off inside the course of the primary and second laboratories. I simply don't get it. The ones men we noticed weren't here to save him but to kill him on his master's order. Goku asked. Yeah, Usopp spoke back with a shiver going down his spine. I think their target turned into the youngsters in addition to our lives. However, first they attacked Brownbird on their grasp's orders and he became on their facet. Chopper stated with disgust in his voice. What form of master does that? Brownbird almost idolized this master. Chopper brought. Luffy stared at Brownbird in disbelief as he remembered how much he praised Caesar. If Vegapunk became the devil who stole the use of our legs, the grasp is a kind and merciful god of salvation. That ill bastard. Luffy hissed with venom. This grasp must be one twisted man. Chopper exclaimed as he became to the nevertheless dozing children. We cannot permit that man get his palms at the kids once more. Plus, I am concerned approximately Nami or Frankie Nami in Frankie's frame. Who knows what those guys will do to her? There is no way I am permitting them to get the children, Goku stated with fire in his eyes. I trust Goku-san. I might die before I let them take those children, Hancock stated status beside Goku. Proper? Luffy stated earlier than looking on the relaxation of his team. Usopp. Chopper. Robin. Frankie. Luffy ordered. You men live here with the children. I am going to head and get Nami back. Dangle on, Luffy. Frankie said. I am going with ya. It truly is my body you're talking about. What's up, Chopper? I cannot fight in this body of yours. Gimme one of those beans. The ones that rework you right into a monster. Beans? Chopper repeated, feeling indignant in the meantime as he pulled out a rumble ball. The rumble ball isn't always a bean, Frankie, it is a completely effective drug. You can have one, but I do not think you will be capable of control it. Look, we do not have time to speak about what I can and cannot control. Simply provide it to me. Frankie stated as he snatched the drug out of Chopper's palms. Pay attention, Frankie, Chopper cautioned. You will handiest be in Monster Point for as a minimum 3 minutes. After that, you might not have the ability to stroll for a while, so stick with Kung Fu Factor if you could, but inside 3 seconds flat. Frankie chomped at the rumble ball and converted into Chopper's Monster Point. You roar! He roared. Come on, guy, I said wait a 2D earlier than you retaking it. Chopper shouted in a comical rage. Simone, Frankie. Comply with me. Luffy known as. Frankie roared, strolling up on Luffy earlier than he slammed Chopper's hand down on Luffy. What the hell? Luffy shouted as he dodged by way of return, flipping from danger. Ah! Luffy screamed as he started out walking for the go out. Prevent it, Frankie. Why are you attacking me? This isn't terrific cool. Luffy shouted. I knew it. Chopper exclaimed. He is completely out of manage. Usopp, Robin and Chopper watched as Frankie chased after Luffy into the blizzard. So what changed into Frankie trying to do again? Usopp asked, sweat losing.
He might not be capable of circulate after using Monster Point, Chopper answered.
So yeah, I am guessing he won't be a whole lot help. Goku gave a small smile at wager Luffy has to deal with problems without delay nowadays, and he, terrible man, cannot get a smash as the relaxation of the group walked back and took turns to attend to the children. At Caesar's laboratory, Caesar became looking at Frankie's desired poster. I do not know how this guy acquired it, Caesar said, however this Iron Man Frankie has considered one of Vegapunk's lasers set up in his frame. If I've cut the laser system out of him, I might not want him anymore. Warmness him up inside the incinerator for all I care. Caesar laughed. Yes, master. The guards nearby exclaimed. Also about the Marines, sir, stated some other.
I am already getting ready a plan as we talk, Caesar answered.
Evacuate all of the infantrymen from the island, now that is, except you all need to die, master. One of the guards puzzled nervously. In the meantime, within the mountains behind the lab, permit me go, you creeps. Nami, Frankie is visible, tied up to a metal beam by the Yeti Cool brothers. What do you need from me? Nami wondered. You sleazy perverts. Why in the hell would you kidnap me? I mean, yeah, I am lovable and have a high quality body, and I am able to see why every person could want to have me at their mercy. However, what inside the hell is that this man on approximately? Rock turned his head towards Scotch. He is an Okama, said Scotch. Oh, that is pretty cool, Rock said, turning again to their hostage. Oh, you two are gonna pay for this. Nami shouted. Just you wait. When Luffy comes, you gonna get your ass kicked. Nami shouted. Geez, will you shut up? Rock said, holding his gun. I do not like noisy guys. They are now not cool, Scotch delivered. However, reputedly, the weapons connected in your body are quite cool. And if we hand you over to our master, our reward may be so cool. I am getting it. Nami rolled her eyes, but the awareness set in. They re now not in reality after me. She notion. They may be genuinely after Frankie. Besides, you say your captain is coming to save you? Scotch asked. Of course he will. We have set it up so he is going to comply with us. Human beings cannot assist but follow footprints within the snowy mountains. Scotch said, keeping out his hand cannon. It is proper, our rifles are like cannons to you, said Rock. We've eat poison rounds, too. We by no means show our faces and there is no way a good way to defeat us. Suddenly, both of them shivered and hugged themselves for warmth. Man. It is a chilly out today. Rock said. My frame is so cool. Scotch delivered. Then placed some warm garments on. Nami shouted. With Goku and the others, Goku watched silently as Robin, Hancock, played with the children and had that stunning laugh he came to like. You have to do it, Goku. Simply stroll up to her and inform her how you truly feel. Goku's subconscious spoke no way. Goku stated quietly to himself, I do not suppose it as the proper time, the right time. You understand, Hancock loves you as plenty as you do for her, now is the exceptional time. Goku's subconscious cheered. I say alright, it is just bizarre that I am confessing to Hancock whilst she is in Robin's frame, Goku stated. Oh, you do not get discouraged with the aid of that. That just proves you adore Hancock no longer for her looks, however for who she is. Goku's eyes widened and he smiled. Yeah. You re proper, I take care of Hancock and I am not going to allow this little trouble stand in my manner. I am going to inform Hancock how I virtually feel. Goku said proudly. Go get her, man. Goku subconscious cheered earlier than quieting. Goku walked up and slowly cleared his throat. Ahema, Hancock. Goku requested, cautioning Hancock to show her head and smile at her. Goku. Sure, Goku-san. Are we able to speak in private? Just you and me? Goku requested, to which Hancock responded with a concerned look. Is Goku-san K? The Empress thought earlier than nodding to his request. Once the Empress and Saiyan had been away sufficient from the others, Hancock was the primary to begin. Is everything alright, Goku-san? Hancock said, placing her hand on Goku's G. Goku smiled, knowing that she become the one. Nobuto gave breath earlier than he started out. Hancock, I recognize I am not the brightest individual obtainable, however what I'd say right here might be one of the smartest decisions I am able to make. Goku, I like you. Hancock's eyes widened as her heart quickened listening to those words. I like you, Hancock, and that I need to spend each second with you. Goku smiled as Hancock's cheeks became a scarlet red. You already knew that I was married, and now not an afternoon goes by way of where I don't thank Kami that I used to be blessed with superb sons from my wife. I simply remorse, by no means displaying her the affection and assist she showed me. Goku's eyes seemed down. I wasn't capable to expose my affections to my wife whilst I was with her. I have made that mistake for a ways too long. Goku's eyes now full of willpower. It really is why I promise you I can trade, and I will give all of my love and interest to you when you want it. The Saiyan said, taking Hancock's hand, and knelt down. I can be your knight in shining armor whilst you fall, and Hancock, I can usually be here for you, Goku stated.
Goku started out to listen, sobbing, and seemed up to peer Robin, Hancock, with tears in her eyes and a massive smile on her face.
She knelt down and embraced Goku in her palms. Oh, Goku-san, this is all I ever dreamed of. Hearing Hancock seemed into his eyes with tears sliding down her cheeks. But I need you to live the manner that you were. It might be fine to acquire your interest every now and then. Hancock giggled as she wiped away tears that stained her cheeks. However, I want you to stay as who you read. The person that I fell in love with returned on the Amazon Lily Island. Goku have become ecstatic and collected Hancock from her waist and floated them into the sky as he began twirling her round inside the sky. You made the happiest man alive, Hancock. Goku stated, with Hancock giggling with a bit of tears flying from her eyes. The Saiyan stopped spinning round and looked at Robin, knowing that it become his love that he become absolutely with. Goku and Hancock regarded into every different eyes earlier than Goku closed his and leaned forwards to Hancock's lips. He felt a warm sensation, but when he opened his eyes he observed a finger blocking off him. Huh? Goku idea. He seemed to look a blushing Robin who smiled at the Saiyan. She slowly hugged him as they floated down to the ground. I need my first actual touch with you to be with my real body, no longer from some different person. Hancock whispered into his ear earlier than planting a kiss on his cheek and walked away with a vibrant blush on her face in a brilliant smile. Goku smiled dreamily, knowing he simply made one of the excellent choices in his life. The Saiyan jogged back up to the rest of the crew as they began formulating their next move. It seems difficult, but we might have to travel west and move through the fireside if we want to avoid being detected, Usopp suggested. I would prefer if we didn't go back to that wasteland, Goku said.
I agree with Goku. The temperature was a little uncomfortable for me when we first arrived on this island, Robin said. Plus taking the kids with us will be more problematic for us in the long run. They might pass out due to the intense heat waves.
Usopp sighed. This is so annoying. How are we supposed to escape when we have the Marines tailing us? Who knows what worse fate will come knocking down our door? Scratching his head in frustration, he quietly began formulating a new idea that could resolve their predicament. As soon as Usopp began to make a new plan, Luffy came running and grinning as he held a tired Chopper, Frankie, in his arms, all the while running away from an irate Nami. You idiot, why would you ever agree to something so stupid and dangerous? Nami hollered as she came running in with a pan from Kami knows where. It seemed like a good idea at the time. What's wrong with that? Luffy grinned as he avoided Nami's attacks with quick evasive maneuvers he learned through Goku's training. Whoa. Whoa. Calm down, you two. We're in a cave that could collapse by your screaming. The kids are inside. Chopper said, stopping the two from shouting anymore. Nami, what were you taking about? You said something about Luffy agreeing to something. Hancock asked as Nami's eyes glimmered with fire, remembering what happened. Yeah, our captain just agreed to work with Law and the Heart pirate crew in taking down the warlord. What? Everyone shouted. 45 minutes ago. It had been a few minutes as the Yeti brothers paced around waiting for the Straw Hats to find them and fall into their traps, but now they were getting annoyed. Where are they? We kidnapped their crew member and they don't even have the decency to come rescue him and fight us. Rock said, feeling slightly hurt that they weren't being considered a threat after the whole dilemma they did a minute ago against the Straw Hats. Maybe they got lost. Scott suggested. No way. Rock retorted, I specifically made sure we had those footprints made deep enough into the ground so they could find us and we could get the drop on them. Rock folded his arms. Humph. The nerve of these people. Nami watched with disbelief to what she was watching. Are you seriously upset over such a little thing? Scott turned to look at the cyborg who was actually Nami. Be quiet, Okama, you wouldn't understand this type of thing. Nami growled, and stop calling me that. Rock had enough, they weren't going to come. Alright, it is time to head out and bring Okama to the master. Rock stopped before an evil grin appeared on his lips that creeped Nami out. The master said something about him only needing the lasers in this cyborg's body, Rock said, walking towards an icicle and ripping it off from the ground. Maybe the master won't be mad if we took care of it ourselves and ripped the lasers out for him, Rock said, moving closer to Nami with the icicle perched over his shoulder. Nami's eyes widened. Wait. You can do that? My captain will find out and tear you two to shreds. Nami challenged, only to receive a chuckle from Rock. Yeah, right. If they didn't come before, they ain't coming now. Rock said, aiming the sharp edge at Frankie's body. Nami feared her life as she closed her eyes from seeing the fatal blow. As she did that, the ground began to rumble beneath the three of their feet. Scott looked around, confused. Where's that rumbling coming from? Yuawawa.
A voice shouted loud enough for them to hear. The three turned around to where the voice was being projected.
In front of them was a large pile of snow. Huh? Rock asked in confusion as to where the voice was. Just then, the snow pile exploded into the air. The Yeti Cool brothers blocked their eyes from avoiding the ice from hitting them. Ah! Nami screamed as she sadly got submerged in snow from head to toe. Pwah! Nami spat out snow from her mouth. What the? Nami said. Emerging from the snow, Luffy was seen grinning and shouting as he was on top of something. To Nami's surprise, it was Chopper in his monster point form. She noticed Chopper, who was actually Frankie, roaring and swiping at Luffy for him to get off. "Oh no, Frankie lost control, hasn't he?" Nami asked, seeing Luffy wrapping his arm around Chopper's neck as a way to ride him towards the Yeti Cool brothers. "Nami!" Luffy shouted as he rode Frankie down the hill and towards the Yeti brothers and Nami. Rock chuckled, "Finally, so it won't go to waste." Nami's eyes widened as the realization struck her. "Luffy, no. Stop. It's a trap." Nami's voice echoed in her captain's ears. "Huh?" Luffy asked, but it was too late. Before he could stop Frankie from going any further, the floor gave way and began to submerge into a pit full of sharp icicles. "No!" Nami shouted, watching her friends plummet into the pit. Scotch was surprised for so much hype. "That was a buzzkill." Rock agreed. "Yeah, like he rode down on a huge monster and then blam. Fell into the trap. I actually thought it wasn't going to work for a second there." "Well, whatever, Scotch, get the Okama and let us just go and bring him to Master. I am tired and want to catch some ZS," Rock said before walking away. Scotch sighed and walked towards Nami and picked her up. "Get your hands off me, you bastards!"
Nami yelled with venom in her voice. She started swinging her feet trying to hit them, but Scotch was able to grab her feet and decided to drag her across the snow by holding Frankie's feet.
Bam!
Scotch and Rock stopped and looked back to where the noise came from. They looked at each other. "That came from the pit, right?"
Scotch asked. "Yeah, that's what it sounded like," Rock replied. Nami turned her head to look back to where the Yeti brothers were re-looking. "Luffy." Nami's voice softly called out. Bam. 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 Bam 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 bam. The Yeti brothers tensed up as they drew out their weapons, aiming at the pit. Boom! Suddenly Luffy and Chopper jumped into the air, with Luffy holding onto his hat and using his other arm around Chopper's neck. "Luffy! Frankie!" Nami cheered. "Man, that was cold." Luffy smirked as Chopper roared. Looking down at the Yeti brothers, he gave them a glare. "You managed to piss off me and friend here with that little trick," Luffy said as he and Chopper began gliding down towards the ground. "So how about I do a trick myself?" Luffy said as he sat atop of Chopper's head. Roaring, Chopper began running around wildly. "I call this snow rodeo," Luffy shouted as he directed Frankie around by moving his head towards the Yeti brothers. The Yeti brothers aimed their weapons and fired at Chopper. However, Luffy used his legs and slammed them into the snow, allowing Chopper and him to jump into the air and avoid the bullets. "Erg!" Rock growled as he ducked Chopper's swipes. However, Scotch wasn't lucky and felt the full force of Chopper's attack. "Arg!" Scotch shouted as he was pushed back onto the ground next to Nami. "Yeah, that's what you get for kidnapping me, you jerks," Nami said, slamming Frankie's foot right into Scotch's face, knocking him away. "Yee-haw! Let's get him, Frankie," Luffy shouted, waving his hat in the air as Frankie roared and began charging at Rock. Rock backflipped into the air and began spraying lead down at Luffy and Frankie. The two dodged and weaved around the bullets, making their way closer to the now frustrated Yeti. "Oh, for goodness sakes! Stop moving!" Rock shouted as he fired another round at the two. Luffy, seeing the bullets, used his arms and wrapped them around Chopper's antlers and stretched backwards before catapulting himself into the bullets. "Luffy! What are you doing? Look out!" Nami cried out. "I see him!" Luffy shouted. Suddenly, taking in large gulps of air, Luffy inflated his stomach, catching the giant bullets as he did so. "What the hell?" Rock asked. Luffy smirked before putting his thumb and forefinger of each hand together, forming a rectangle with a crosshair aiming down at Rock. "Can't waste any bullets, gotta use them against him with twice the damage. Here. Have it back. Gumguawam no or a fire." Luffy's belly sent the bullets right back at Rock with twice as much power than his previous Gum Gum balloon. Nami cheered. "All right, Luffy. Rock got blasted as he flew off the ground for a second and came hurtling back into the ground like a meteor. Rock! Scotch cried. Luffy floated into the ground grinning, ha ha ha. Looks like I am getting used to this technique. Luffy immediately was speared by Frankie and was ragdolled around the snowy ground. Oh come on Frankie, why now? Luffy shouted as he was holding Frankie by the antlers, pushing him back. Roar! Frankie yelled into Luffy's face. Roar! Luffy yelled back as Frankie and him were currently having pushing contest. Nami had a vein appear on her forehead. Stop messing around you two and help me. Taking advantage of what was transpiring, Scotch swiftly moved to check on Rock and was relieved when he found him just out cold. Alright? Scotch roared. You going to pay for what you did to Rock? Looking up, Scotch noticed something large behind Luffy and Frankie. Thinking on his feet, Scotch quickly sprang into action. Jumping into the air, Luffy noticed him and sidestepped, causing Frankie to tumble over and into the snowy surface. Luffy stood his ground and went into a stance waiting on Scotch's next move. But that's what Scotch was hoping for. I hoped it didn't come to this, but I have no other choice. Scotch pulled out his rifle and aimed it not at Luffy, but at the icy mountains. You may beat us a hand-to-hand battle, but these icy mountains are full of weapons. Scotch fired at an icy mountain, causing it to explode on impact. Boom! Luffy turned around in shock as he saw the mountain was crashing down on him and Frankie. Look out! Nami cried. The icy peak is falling. Rawa! Frankie roared as he tried to hit Luffy again but managed to dodge Frankie by going underneath him. Seriously, Frankie? Knock it off! Luffy shouted as he did a back kick to Frankie's face but only managed to phase him for a second. Frankie grabbed Luffy's leg and pulled him into the air as the crumbling mountain was coming even closer. Rock groaned as he noticed Scotch picking him up. Are they fighting? Yeah, we need to go now before we get covered by the mountain, Scotch explained. What a bunch of fools. Rock said. Kicking with one foot, Luffy repeatedly kicked Frankie on his nose until he released his grip. Luffy fell down on his side before spin kicking back up onto his feet. Luffy, we have to move now. Nami shouted and Luffy looked up and gasped. The mountain was now closer and they didn't have time to keep fighting. Frankie roared before he tried to attack again. Luffy! Nami cried. Luffy gritted his teeth, all or nothing. He ran into the crashing mountain and jumped onto a falling debris. Grabbing onto the debris, he began riding it like a sled and aimed it towards Frankie, who was charging at him. Gomu Gomu no Amidori. Luffy stretched out his arm and locked his hand as if it were a hook and caught Frankie. Frankie's eyes widened as he felt Luffy grab him. Luffy looked up and saw Rock and Scotch heading in the opposite direction while dragging Nami, who had a cloth covering her mouth. Luffy reeled Frankie back and shot him at their direction. Rock and Scotch were running in the opposite direction when they noticed a large shadow beneath their feet. Hey Rock, the sun never shines on this side of the mountain, right? Yeah. Then why is there a shadow underneath us? Scotch questioned as they both looked up and saw an irate Frankie launching down at them. Ojiwam Frankie landed head on Rock and Scotch, causing the ground to implode and make Nami rise into the air and then bounce on the ground. Mama uwu, Nami groaned. Translation: ooh wow, pretty sure you knew that. The crashing mountain finally settled down as Luffy slid next to the crater and hopped off the debris. You guys okay? Luffy shouted towards Rock and Scotch. Mafar vusif ma'am. Translation: Luffy, are you kidding me? Nami shouted through her cloth. Luffy looked at her and grinned. You're welcome, Nami. Luffy said, not understanding what she actually said. Nami just sighed heavily and rolled her eyes. Luffy proceeded to run over and help Nami out by untying her. Great, now all we need to do is grab Frankie and then head back to the crew, Luffy grinned. Nami huffed, I wished you guys came sooner. I nearly had a heart attack when those two aimed a giant icicle at me. Luffy laughed. Oh come on, Nami. You're safe now, aren't ya? I guess. Nami sighed before opening her eyes and was shocked. Luffy, get out of the way. Nami shouted, pointing behind Luffy, who looked up and saw Frankie about to attack again. Oof! Luffy grunted as he felt a shove from behind and was pushed to the side. Luffy looked up and saw Nami and Chopper's arms struggling to get out. "Ah, Nami!" Luffy shouted. Stretching his arm, it became a darker shade and shiny. "Gear third!" Luffy shouted. "Armor!" "No, Luffy down T!" Nami shouted, putting her hand out. "Huh?" Luffy stopped. "If you shoot that, you'll get me as well." Nami shouted as Frankie was holding her in front of him as if using her as a shield. "Erg. I forgot about that." Luffy growled as he reverted back to his base form. "Looks like you're out of options, Straw Hat." Luffy turned around and saw Rock and Scotch aiming their weapons at him.
You have two options here. Either you stop us before we fire at you and your friend over there in that animal's arms, or you stop that animal from tearing your friend into scraps, Rock said, aiming at him while Scotch aimed at Nami.
Luffy gasped. He turned back and saw Frankie opening his jaws, revealing his sharp, jagged teeth that were dangerous, hovering over Nami now. "Luffy!" Nami yelled as Frankie looked like he was going to attack Nami. "No, Frankie down T." Luffy raised his hand at Frankie. Luffy was running out of options. He knew there wasn't any way he could grab Nami in time. "Damn it!" Luffy shouted. Rock smirked. He knew there wasn't a thing Luffy could do. "Looks like you're in a bit of trouble, Straw Hat," a voice echoed from a distance. Everyone looked up and saw Law sitting atop his rock. "Hey, isn't he that?" Nami questioned. "Law?" Scotch questioned as both him and Rock lowered their weapons. Luffy saw this and knew what had to be done. "Now it's my turn." Luffy immediately sprinted towards Frankie and dove underneath him. "Rockahah!" Frankie roared as he tried swiping but couldn't catch Luffy. Luffy jumped into the air and extended his leg, letting it slam into Frankie's spine. Frankie howled in pain as he dropped Nami after taking the full forced attack head on. Frankie fell onto one knee as he held out his arm from falling over completely. Nami began yelling out, terrified, as Frankie dropped her from a high point. Luffy extended his arms and caught Nami and safely brought them both to the ground before getting ready to finish it off with Frankie. "Araha!" Frankie roared as he looked up and saw Luffy. Charging, Luffy sidestepped, allowing a bit of distance between him and Frankie. Luffy extended his arms and went to grab Frankie. Frankie expected this and caught Luffy's arm and held on tight, but this was what Luffy wanted. "Alright, Frankie, you asked for it," Luffy said as he clamped his arms around Frankie's hand. "Gomu Gomu no propeller." Luffy pulled back as he lifted Frankie off of the ground and began spinning him around in a cyclone. Faster and faster Luffy spun Frankie before slamming him down onto the ground, disorienting him but not knocking him out. Jumping into the air, Luffy began taking in air. "Gomu Gomu no balloon." Inflating himself like a balloon, Luffy began twisting his body until he looked like a loaded spring. "Gomu Gomu no storm." Luffy shouted as he exhaled and blew the air out of his body, propelling down towards Frankie and began unloading a barrage of powerful punches. The ground began shaking underneath everyone as Luffy didn't stop his assault on Frankie. Using the last bit of air in his body, Luffy backflipped in midair and retracted his arm back. Gear third. Armament hardening, his arm became a shade darker and shiny. "Gomu Gomu no hook?" Luffy shouted as he exploded his arm forward and slugged Frankie right in the jaw. Frankie was finally out cold as Luffy floated back down to the ground. "Shishishi. I guess I overdid it, huh?" Luffy sheepishly grinned. "You think?" Nami shouted towards her captain with rage. Law had enough watching from the side. He picked up his sword that was resting beside his leg and got up. Law began walking towards Luffy and Nami, who were bickering to each other at the moment. "Your fight isn't over yet, Straw Hat," Luffy Law spoke, gaining everyone's attention. "That's right," Scotch said, aiming his rifle at Luffy. "You still have to deal with us," Rock said, pulling out a giant knife from behind. Nami growled in frustration. "Do these guys ever quit?" Scotch heard what Nami said. "Sorry, Okama, but it's just business," aiming at Nami's head. "Eep!" Nami squealed as she hid behind Luffy. Law narrowed his eyes and held up his hand. Then I suggest taking your business elsewhere. Huh? Rock asked. Then, Law unsheathed his sword and with unbelievable speed, he launched forward at the Yeti brothers. The brothers were taken aback by Law's sudden speed. Immediately, Law went for an uppercut slice and made contact with Scotch. He had cut Scotch clean in half, severing his torso from his legs. What the? Scotch exclaimed before he fell into the snow while Law landed behind him. However, what Law didn't anticipate was Rock. Wasting little time, he took the opportunity and was about to stab him with his giant knife. Traffy! Luffy shouted. Behind you, look out! Law's eyes widened as he saw the knife lunging down at him.
Jumping up, he escaped the attack and launched forward and placed his hands on Scotch's chest.
Countershock! Law shouted. Zap! A powerful electric shock emerged from Law's hands. The backlash was so powerful, it sent Scotch back at least a mile away into the snow. Apathetic, Law said. At that moment, Luffy jumped into the air cheering way to go Traffy. You got him good? Law didn't react to his cheers but proceeded to approach them. Nami immediately brushed past Luffy and made her way to Law. Nami barked. Gimme back my body, you jerk. I've thought it over, Law said, ignoring Nami, and walked past her. And I wanna talk to you, Straw Hat. Hey. I want my body back. Nami shouted as Law continued to ignore her. About what? Luffy asked. It has no doubt that it was mere coincidence that brought you and your crew here, Law said. As it happens, this island harbors a crucial key powerful enough to throw the new world into disarray. What? Nami asked, finally cooling down from her ranting. What do you mean? Law turned to look at both of them. There are two ways to survive in the new world, Law said. You either affiliate yourself with one of the four emperors or you try to be one. He then turned to face Luffy. From what I saw back on Sabaody 2 years ago, you are not the type to serve others, Straw Hat. Shishishi nope. Luffy confirmed with a grin. I like being in control of what I say and do. Then we both can benefit from this, Law said. Luffy now looked at Law with a serious look. I want to form an alliance between us. Law exclaimed. An alliance? Luffy repeated, cocking his head slightly. With you? Nami questioned with fear. Together, your crew and I just might be able to pull it off, Law smirked. I have a plan to take down one of the four emperors. Nami stared in shock at what Law had just said while Luffy stared back at Law. An alliance with you? Nami questioned. And you're saying that if we join forces with you, we can beat one of the four emperors? Nami pointed her hand at Law. That is crazy. We can't just go deciding to attack one of the four emperors. Nami shouted, turning her head to Luffy. I don't know how to hell you came to that conclusion, but there is no way the Straw Hat Pirates are going through with this. Right, Luffy? No answered. Luffy just stared up at Law, remaining silent. Oh no? Nami thought with a look of dread. Please don't be what I think is going to happen. So you want us to stroll in and take down one of the four emperors just like that? Luffy inquired. Luffy. Nami shouted, knowing well where this was heading. I'm saying that if we follow the plan in the right order, we'll have a good chance of pulling it off. Law said, holding his hands out, and shrugged. So Law looked back at Luffy. Are you in or out, Straw Hat? Luffy narrowed his eyes, focusing his thoughts to Law's question. When you say one of the four emperors, Luffy began, which one did you have in mind? I guess it's alright to tell you now, Straw Hat. The name of the emperor we're planning to take down is. When Law began to explain who the specific emperor they were targeting, Nami gasped. Luffy, on the other hand, just grinned. I say, he said. Count us in. Luffy. Nami roared. Back at the Straw Hats. We're reforming an alliance with the Heart Pirates. Chopper asked as Usopp grabbed Luffy and began to shake him violently. How can you leave to get Nami back and then return to us saying that you agreed to team up with the Heart Pirates? Usopp questioned. Goku floated towards Robin, who was observing the situation from a distance. Hey Robin, who is the heart pirates? Goku whispered. Robin closed her eyes, trying to remember all the details she acquired about Law and his crew. If I remember correctly, the Heart Pirates are an infamous and notable rookie pirate crew from the North Blue. Their captain is Trafalgar D. Water Law, a member of the worst generation and a Shichibukai. Goku nodded. Oyu man. Ishikaibukai. Goku said, feeling pumped. I can't wait to see how strong that Law guy is. Goku said as Robin giggled at the Saiyan's declaration. Why wait? I am right here. Goku turned towards the voice as he saw a blade mere inches from his face. Ducking underneath, he looked at his attacker and saw Law readying himself to strike again. It's Law! Usopp cried out as everyone looked in shock. Slice. Law attacked with continuous sword slashes, but Goku kept dodging them, making sure he wasn't near anyone to get accidentally hit. Goku ducked and went for a leg sweep, but Law jumped over it and went for a downhill slash. But to Law's surprise, Goku caught the blade between his fingers. Not bad, but I know you were holding back, Goku smirked. I can say the same for you, Law replied as both men acknowledged each other's capability in combat. See Luffy? We can trust him? Usopp shouted. He tried to attack Goku from behind. He was waiting for you to lead him back to us and take us out. No, he wasn't, Goku said, getting everyone's attention including Law's. I'd searched through his feelings and knew he would hold back. He was just testing my powers if I picked it up correctly, Goku said, turning his head towards the Shichibukai. Law didn't reply but only nodded. You see? Traffy isn't a baity guy. Luffy said, moving towards Law and placed his arm on Law's shoulder. Please don't touch me, Law said with no emotion, but Luffy paid no attention. Luffy, this is too big a risk. You're putting us all in danger. Chopper said as everyone but Goku, Luffy and Law murmured in agreement. You see, Luffy? Nami added. Everybody's against this. I agree, let us just back out of this while we have the chance. Usopp said. Besides, it's way too early to start thinking about the emperors. We can't have that looming over our heads. Plus, Chopper said, holding onto Frankie's unconscious body. We have one to worry about enough already. As super. Frankie groaned, waking up after Chopper gave him a senzu bean. Law, why do you want to make a pact with the Straw Hats? Hancock said. The Straw Hats don't take orders from anyone and aren't the type to follow a plan. Besides, this isn't your typical MO. Asking others for help. You have nothing to worry about it, Law reassured. Straw Hats, you were the only ones that seemed to be the appropriate choice for an alliance. Luffy, you know that we'll always follow your decision, but betrayal is often a part of pirate alliances. This might not be a good idea for someone as trusting as you. Robin suggested before Luffy gave thought about it. Hey, you're not gonna betray me, are you, Traffy? Luffy asked, turning towards Law. No, I won't, Law answered. Okay, I am good with that. Luffy grinned. Comical fall from Usopp, Chopper and Nami. Goku chuckled. I can only imagine how crazy the Straw Hats lives were before I came here. Oh, come on, Luffy. Usopp snapped. Shishishishi. A pirate alliance sounds like fun to me. Luffy said. I think Traffy is a good guy, but even if I am wrong, there's nothing to worry about. I have you guys and 2 years of training with me. The Straw Hats smiled. Simone, Luffy. You're making us blush over here. Frankie said. You jerk, praising me like that won't make me happy. Chopper said. Geez, Luffy, you really know how to motivate someone, huh? Goku smiled as Luffy grinned. Okay, I admit, Usopp sighed before smiling. We're good at what we do, so I guess we're really doing this. And Luffy, if Zoro or Sanji get cold feet, then I'll be there to convince them. Luffy pumped his fist into the air. Shishishi. Alright then, it's settled. Law just stared at them, taken aback by their reaction. By the way, Law? Goku asked. Do you think you can put them back in their original bodies? Alright, Law said before he held up his hand. Shambles. Bob Bump. Hancock, Nami, Frankie, Robin and Chopper's heart bulged out of their chests in a cartoon-like manner before switching around. Oh yeah! Frankie exclaimed, now back in his original body as he flexed his arms into the air. I am back. My super body is the greatest. Glad you guys did to enjoy being back in your own bodies, Nami said with tears flowing from her eyes as she walked out showing everyone who she now was in. Instead of being back in her own body, she was now stuck in Sanji's body. Yeah, it's good being back in my own body, Robin said looking down at her hands. I'll say, Hancock smiled as she looked at the Saiyan. The Empress began to walk towards the Saiyan and grabbed his G and locked lips with him, planting a firm but loving kiss on his lips. It took Goku by surprise momentarily, but he was soon passionately returning the kiss. I don't know if this is considered lime, so please be wary even though it is short. You've been warned, I guess. P.S. This is the end of the chapter, so please leave if you're not comfortable with a slight adult theme. Hancock wrapped her arms around the Saiyan's neck while Goku wrapped his toned arms around the Empress' slender waist. Goku felt like he was in bliss and loved every second of it. Hancock's lips were warm and sweet like honey, and the Saiyan was in no rush to end the feeling. The Empress moved her hand across the Saiyan's hair, bringing chills to Goku's spine while tracing her other hand across his chiseled chest. Goku pulled her closer, his hand tracing the curve of her back. The noise from the crew was fading away as Goku and Hancock passionately locked lips, but they didn't care. They finally had each other and were happy. They pulled back, both with loving eyes for each other, knowing that they'll always be together. I love you, Hancock, Goku said. Hancock blushed. I love you too, Goku, before giving each other one last kiss. Oh yeah, that's what I am speaking about. Frankie exclaimed as he flexed his fingers into the air with starry eyes. Anyone who was reverted returned to their original our bodies have been pleased, knowing they could eventually position their minds comfortable. Except for Nami of Path High, their regulation. Nami stomped towards Law, who noticed her and stared at the slumbering youngsters. Poking him on the shoulder, Nami ultimately were given his attention. Pointing to herself, I think there can also had been some mistake, but I am still within the wrong frame. Nami growled. Cool Regulation rolled his eyes, making Nami even more frustrated. Change me lower back. I do not need to be stuck in Sanji's frame now, Nami stated.
Law just shrugged his shoulders. Cannot alternate you lower back if your frame isn't a gift. Till then you definitely restuck like this. Nami simply collapsed right into a fetal position. Sanji took my frame out, which means I cannot have my body again. I am stuck like this. Luffy laughed as he sat beside Nami. Cheer up, Nami.
It may not be too bad. Chopper got his frame, but yes, harm real terrible. You do not see him complaining, although yeah, I am satisfied to get my frame back, Chopper stated earlier than a vein regarded on his forehead. However, what the hell passed off to my frame? What did you and Frankie do? Sorry, but it become his fault, Luffy and Frankie stated earlier than they pointed at each different. What? My fault? Sure, you forced all that. You were the one who threw me around when you went berserk on me in Chopper's frame, Frankie. Luffy barked. I had no preference but to forestall you. Yeah, however you failed to need to beat to a pulp. Frankie shouted, it is each your faults. Chopper shouted. As sorry, Luffy and Frankie apologized once more. Goku and Hancock reappeared, taking walks in the direction of the institution, both with a large smile on their faces and protecting palms as though they had been faculty children dating their way down. In which were you this entire time?
Nami puzzled, to which Hancock and Goku grinned. Oh no, we're in unique. However, Hancock stated as she lovingly snuggled her chest into Goku's arm. Allow us simply say things are searching up for us. Goku smiled as he positioned his arm round Hancock's waist.
Nami's eyes widened earlier than she squealed in satisfaction. You are finally a couple? Goku and Hancock nodded, main to all people except Regulation to cheer. About time you were given together, Chopper tiredly grinned. Congrats, bud. Luffy said with a thumbs up. I am surprised even though why now Goku? Robin questioned, thinking how he suddenly found out his affections for the Empress. This did perk everyone's hobby, even Hancock. Goku grinned before looking at his liked. I guess to put it rapidly, I had a few assist understanding who I used to be purported to be with. Hancock gasped before she blushed. You truly suggest that? Goku simply pressed his lips momentarily on hers before grinning. That solution your query. Hancock burned vivid crimson as she placed her head into Goku's chest and hugged him. Does anybody inside the heritage momentarily congratulated Hancock and Goku, who stood in embarrassment. Ahem. Regulation cleared his throat, gaining everybody's attention. So what are you going to do with them? Pointing towards the children huddled together asleep. Save them of Root? Luffy pumped his fist into the air. Just go away them. Regulation waved his hand. Maximum of them were drugged, so I listen. No manner. Chopper rebuked. These are simply children. I tested them myself, and that is exactly why we wanna ship them home, but it takes time to get them off the drug. Plus, look how large they are. This concept of turning human beings into giants, the test those kids are experiencing is because of the world government. They've been learning for loads of years from what I heard. Regulation Explaneta crew seemed lower back at Law, appalled. The authorities did this? Robin asked. But why? Probably for the soldiers, Regulation shrugged. One very own and navy of extraordinary infantrymen, at your disposal. It tends to discourage enemies. Law stated, casually searching over at Luffy and Goku's route, who did not bat an eye. Caesar probably thinks that if he can pull this off, he might be one step ahead of the authorities and Vegapunk. However, I doubt it as going well. He turned to the rest of the Straw Hats. Are you clearly going to assisting them? Law requested. You don't even recognize who or in which they re from.
It truly is authentic. We don't know them at all, but they have been crying to us for assist.
This grasp might be tricked them into coming right here, however they have got stuck on that this place isn't what it appears. Nami seemed again at Law. I truly can't depart this island until I know these kids are safe, Nami said. So you're going to live right here all on my own? Regulation requested. No, Luffy declared.
We are no longer leaving each person on this island. If Nami and Chopper wanna stay, then we are staying too.
Law had a glance of surprise. Plus, Sanji desires to convey that samurai collectively, Luffy added. In case you're a part of the alliance, then which means you gotta assist us proper? Regulation just stared at Luffy in confusion. Oh, let me give an explanation for Usopp interjected. You spot, Law? This probably wasn't an excellent concept from the start. Luffy's concept of an alliance is probably distinctive from yours. So if you thought you'd be conserving the reins, right here, you're incorrect. It is like we are pals, right? Luffy asked. And once Luffy receives an idea in his, Usopp clamping his hand over his head, sighing before he persevered, desirable success seeking to exchange his mind. With regards to stubborn, this isn't always even the start of how stubborn he can really be. He has at the least Emperor elegance already. However, your request's regulation started, don't have anything to do with our plan. Luffy. Law just looked over and noticed Luffy had just stopped taking note of him and was cleaning out his ear. Sigh, what? Pleasant. We don't have a moment to waste. I will assist you two guys cope with that samurai. I'll go appearance and see what I will find out more approximately the drugs the youngsters have been taking, but before I go, Regulation appeared back at the team. Which one in all you is the doctor in this team? I need you to include me. We'll need to distract Caesar. That's me, Chopper spoke back sluggishly as he became at the ground. A couple of minutes later, Usopp is seen tying Chopper to a mortified Regulation's hat. Very well, this have to do it. Usopp stated. Sorry about this, Chopper stated tiredly. I cannot truly stroll proper now, and we don't have a senzu bean to help me regain my electricity. Are you equipped? Allah is get going. Luffy, Nami, Robin, Frankie, Goku and Hancock simply broke into suits of laughter. Law simply stared before starting his mouth. Nope. After that, Regulation determined to tie Chopper to the hilt of his sword with the aid of one of his antlers. "Oh, come on. This is embarrassing," Chopper said. "Besides," Law stated, "as you notice from those two assassins, Caesar wants to cast off you and White Hunter so he can take the kids back. He'll stop at nothing till he gets what he desires." Law defined Caesar as a former government scientist who have become a crook. If the truth gets out that someone is residing in this off-limits island, then he will lose his ideal safe residence. It really is why he is so desperate to discover and kill you all. He has a bounty of 300 million on his head. He creates weapons of Massachusetts destruction and is a Logia user of the gasoline gas Satan fruit. 300 million, Nami repeated. "If you can shield themselves with hockey, then I might advocate staying out of the manner of folks who can," Regulation said. "He is no longer just scientist. The most effective manner to beat him is through hockey." Goku wondered. "I agree with so, but if there is a possibility to defeat a Logia consumer without hockey," Regulation stated, "you would be the one to figure it out." Goku cupped his hand and located it under his chin as though in thought. "Well, the most effective one is with hockey is me, Zoro and Sanjio. And then there may be you, Law proper," Luffy stated. "That must be enough," Law stated. Goku pressed his fist into his different hand. "I assume I'll just stand with the aid of as again up and look at how different Logia users perform apart from Luffy and the group. Plus it ought to be a good training workout that allows you to attempt ability. It should not be too tough." Luffy nodded in settlement. "Then it is settled, I'll head return to the lab for now," Regulation stated. "So the plan is we are gonna find this grasped man and kidnap him, right?" Luffy requested. "It is the concept," Law spoke back. "Kidnap him?" Nami repeated. "We are going to preserve him for ransom money." "It is not money we need," Law answered. "It is confusion." Luffy muttered, tilting his head. "Appearance, there is no use discussing the rest earlier than we've got efficaciously pulled it off," Regulation said. "For now, simply focus on taking pictures, Caesar. However, remember, it may not be a stroll in the park. As soon as we do, I will make an effort to provide an explanation for Section 2 of the plan. However, while Caesar has been stuck, things will start shifting very speedy. As soon as that occurs, there may be no turning lower back." "Do not worry," Luffy spoke back. "We are with you, 100%. However, you have to help us as well," Nami said. "If so, I am able to receive your needs," Law stated. "All right. Then allow us get to it," Luffy exclaimed. "All people move out." "Yeah." The Straw Hats agreed. At Caesar's laboratory, the G5 assignment pressure had managed to find a deliver to take lower back to Ake, but they were at once spotted. "Roared!" a soldier roared. "You bastards!" The soldier slammed his blade down at enemy. However, his blade changed into stalked by a muscular centaur with long dreadlocks and striped head that was shaped with two factors sticking from the perimeters. Another soldier became hit by means of a satyr with lengthy, spiky black hair in a ponytail and wearing a gourd on his return, and one greater turned into hit viaduct, a centaur wielding an exploding whip. "Rebar smooth, fanbok the gourd and cord master chap," Tashigi stated, looking down at a list. "Smoker. These are all former prisoners. What goes on here?" Smoker puzzled, conserving a prisoner by the neck. "Why did the file say there had been no survivors after the accident 4 years in the past?" Smoker kicked the prisoner back before rejoining Tagishi. "What is with those men, Smokey?" requested one of the G5 soldiers. "No concept," Smoker shouted. "Simply preserve them occupied on land. We want to get that ship moving to ship in our record," Smoker stated, keeping the hilt of his sword and drew it to a defensive stance. In the laboratory, a transponder snail began ringing nearby. Shifting closer to the snail, Monet looked at her master, who changed into for a few motive, ignoring it. "It is the transponder snail, Master," Monet stated. "Do not hassle answering it," Caesar said, waving his hand dismissively. "It has probably a message announcing they opened the door and that something is appearing from internal." Caesar stated, rolling his eyes. They are going to mention something like, "We're being taken down, please save us," grasp. And so on. What a wretched pain to listen to. We do not frequently have such a lot of side visitors right now. I'll have to forget approximately shopping my new Czech subjects. It is time to introduce them to my little puppy. Shulolololo. No one is getting off this island alive. Caesar's eyes flickered sadistically, I assure it.
Monet giggled at her master's words. The sort of statement master on the burning aspect of punk hazard voices are heard, screaming right into a transponder snail whilst going for walks like hell in one course.
Grasp. Please. Please pick up, grasp. It has far discovered that there are two centaurs running far away from something shifting towards them. It is now not operating. Why won't he choose up? The centaur panicked, I do not know. Simply keep jogging, it is coming. What it become at the back of the door is popping out after us. It got the rest of us. Simply run for it. In the back of them a few type of pink-colored ooze is chasing after them, remaining the distance among them. Ah! What is that element? It is coming this way. Please someone come store us. Master. Cough cough. However, while the ooze got nearer, the two started to gag and grab at their throats, gasping for breath as if they were suffocating. Earlier than lengthy, they each fell to the floor useless due to something they inhaled. The ooze is revealed to be a massive monster, shaped like an axolotl with purple smoke puffing out of its massive mouth and glowing yellow eyes. It is far an inhabitant of Punk Danger, the slime named Smiley. It were 20 minutes since Luffy and his crew had long gone off on the lookout for Caesar. Law and Chopper had long gone off to the scientist's laboratory, even as Nami, Hancock and Usopp stayed behind with the children and are actually looking ahead to the others to return. The plan is simply started out, and I am already worried, Usopp said. How do you suspect I sense? Nami sighed, nonetheless caught in Sanji's body. Turning her head in the direction of the napping children, Nami saw Hancock, eyes closed, silently mouthing something to herself together with her arms clasped. Nami walked closer to Hancock, who stopped talking and observed Nami sat down next her. What is it, Nami? Hancock smiled. Yuri, alright? I noticed you silently announcing something. Nami stated, pointing toward Hancock. Hancock gasped, after which giggled, waving dismissively. Oh, that was a prayer term that my human beings did when they desired to protect or wish for something, Hancock said, cupping her face, blushing slightly, which made Nami grin, knowing what she would possibly have wished for. I am guessing it has something to do with Goku, right? Nami smirked as she gently elbowed Hancock, who blushed furiously, being caught. I knew it. So let me guess, you need Goku to be secure. Nami guessed, however Hancock shook her head, no, taking Nami through marvel. Goku-san can deal with himself. It's the responsibility of a future spouse to support and agree within her loved with all of her coronary heart. Hancock stated, at the same time as creating a dramatic pose. Destiny spouse, ooh, he wished to marry Goku. Nami shouted in delight whilst Hancock blanketed her face, blushing. Nami laughed, amused by using Hancock's reactions. What's up? Usopp whispered loudly, getting the two ladies' interest. Usopp pointed in the direction of the youngsters. Preserve it down, you will wake the kids up. Apologizing, the two ladies resumed their communique. So that's what you tried to silently want for? Nami asked, to which Hancock could not withstand, however giggled quietly, sure, that what I tried to do. Hancock said before searching down in notion, but it is no longer what all I wanted for, perking Nami's interest. Hancock blushed slightly. Well, I wished for not handiest to marry Goku, however to be the mom of his children. Nami stood in shock listening to the Empress claim so, with a bit of luck. The mom of his, Nami gasped, children. Nami couldn't believe her ears. She knew Hancock changed into in love with Goku, and here she had not anything but aid for the two, but having kids. Hancock, you do know Goku changed into married before and has 2 children. He defined it to us, returned whilst we met him before heading to Fisherman Island.
Nami stated, trying not to harm the Empress' feelings. However Hancock didn't waver. It appeared as if it bolstered her conviction.
I understand Goku-san changed into married, and after I met his sons it did arise in my mind that I would never be capable of be with him. However, then I obtained the greatest gift ever. Hancock closed her eyes, remembering the words she turned into and formed.
Flashback of the match among the Saiyans and gods of destructions. If mom become capable of be here one more time, I realized she might come up with her blessing to marry dad. Go and said, speaking with Hancock in mystery.
What? I haven't any concept what you are speaking about. Hancock turned her head and blushed furiously. Gohan chuckled. Hancock, it's satisfactory, consider me. Despite the fact that my dad might be a little slow in catching on, I know you will make him happy much like my mom did. I know you will make him satisfied too. A voice seemed behind the door. They grew to become round and observed a small warrior taking walks closer to them, such as Goku Goten. What are you doing here? Gohan stated in surprise. Pointing at Gohan, howdy, I saw you took Hancock far away from all of us quietly, so I need to understand what was going on, Goten said, making Gohan flip pink in embarrassment. Smiling but, Goten looked in the direction of Hancock. Consider me, if I recognize mother, the simplest aspect she regrets isn't he always saying goodbye to dad one last time. Goten stated, pointing at her, and that I recognized she would be livid with you if you failed to deliver Goku all of the love and guide you may supply, and similar to she did once they have been married. Gohan laughed, and do not worry, approximately taking into consideration having youngsters, I am certain mom would not thoughts. She would have possibly loved and smothered them up a lot as if they had been her children. Hancock didn't he realize what to mention. Goku's sons were giving their benefits for her to marry their dad. She wiped away a tear that shaped in her eye before smiling and gave them a nod. I promise. With that out of the way, they returned to their respective seats and waited for the event to start. End of flashback. One stated in amazement, I cannot consider they have been helping you in marrying Goku. Hancock's eyes glimmered with willpower. I have a promise to hold, and as soon as this lady make a promise, she continues it. Hancock said boldly. Nami couldn't assist, however smiled. She hugged Hancock tightly. Then I am with you all the way, woman. I am hoping your promise comes quickly. Same right here. Usopp's voice gained their interest. They became to see Usopp giving them a thumbs up. With the manner you two are, I have no doubts you can maintain it. The two checked out every different earlier than smiling and returning to appearance over the sound asleep kids. In some other part of the mountains, ugh, my head appears like it's cut up open. Did we fall or something? Zoro stated, I do now not know, however one this is for positive. I appear to have quite the headache. Brook answered. Quit your whining. We've wasted enough time as it smiles. Let us simply desire that Samurai hasn't joined the Ice Age. Sanji yelled at as Miles found out that Zoro, Sanji, nevertheless in Nami's frame, and Brook are jogging through the snow. The two saw herdsmen having huge bumps on their heads. That's what takes place whilst you're retaking detours, Cook, Zoro growled. Oh. What are you talking about? Sanji roared. All have decided to move in that direction. And yet we were not able to discover it, Brook stated. But I shall never forget about that shadow I saw returned then for as long as I stay. Oh wait, I am already useless. Yo ho ho ho. Do not you past start glorifying it now, Zoro said. Failed to you begin shouting enemy attack. What? I did no such factor. Brook rebuked. Nicely, I understand they don't exist. Zoro stated. Nicely, I realize they do. Sanji argued. And that I truly want to dive into this debate all the time. Brook brought. Halt, Sanji muttered. Brook. You act so grown up. Nicely, yes, of course. Brook agreed. In the end I am antique sufficient to be dead, you know. Still, I don't like what had befell, Zoro brought. Flashback, 1 hour in the past. Oh, Samurai. Sanji shouted. In which the hell are you?
Zoro, Sanji, and Brook had simply left the lab, in search of the samurai, when unexpectedly, Brook stopped upon seeing what gave the impression of giant footprints.
Whoa! He exclaimed. Good day, Sanji. Zoro. Come over right here. These footprints, do you believe you studied it, belongs to the legendary snowman? Do not be ridiculous, Zoro and Sanji stated in unison earlier than they came and regarded themselves. Whoa! Sanji exclaimed. Yes, right. They re massive. Zoro delivered. I cannot consider it. What a stunning discovery. Brook declared. Mark my phrases, gentlemen. If we observe this trail, we can also just discover the desires of humanity. They all thought. However, it seems their images to the alleged abominable snowman had been quite extraordinary.
Brook's image turned into a creature with white, shaggy, and antenna protruding of its head, and earmuff-like protrusions on the sides.
Sanji's picture turned into greater like an abominable snow lady. As for Zoro, he was considering a white-furred creature with a teardrop-fashioned head and a sword. And so, the three persevered on, following the trail of footprints till what the hell? Zoro questioned status on the edge of a cliff with Brook and Sanji. A useless give up? Sanji inquired, however then, Brook set free a terrified scream, alerting the opposite and forcing them to turn around. There, they saw shadowy figures in the back of a display screen of snowy wind. Look there! Brook shouted. Massive silhouettes? Wait, could it be? It be the abominable, but before May want to the skeleton should end. Boom! A large gunshot went off, liberating a huge cloud of fuel covering the three. Ugh! Zoro groaned. What the hell is that this? They shot. Some kinda dash. Sanji groaned as he wobbled in a nearly drunken state, his phrases starting to slur. I sense Daoka, I cannot speak right and I am so sleepy. Is it an enemy assault? Brook hiccuped, attempting to draw his sword. It is revealed that the ones who fired the gas became none apart from the Yeti Cool Bros, Rock and Scotch.
After one shot of outkeep gas bullets, even the heaviest of drinkers could be drunk and sleepy. Rock defined, and the bottom of that cliff is Sector F-16.
Sanji, Zoro and Brook stumbled into every different before Zoro controlled to appearance down at the lowest of the cliff. What? Icicles. Ship am flying, Rock ordered. The Yeti Cool brothers opened heart, sending Zoro, Sanji, and Brook plummeting towards a mattress of icy spikes. Arg, Zoro groaned. He looked right down to see they were heading in the direction of the pit of icicles. Good day. You guys. While the green-haired swordsman seemed, he saw, to his surprise, that Sanji and Brook are actually asleep with comical snooze bubbles blowing out of their noses. Come on! Zoro shouted. Quick on his toes, Zoro drew his sword and cut through the ice spikes simply before they plummeted into them. Thud! Thwud! Thwump! The three straw hats fell into snow, all three speedy asleep. That is Area F-16 reporting, stated a defend as he and some of his comrades located the unconscious trio. We have found the three straw hat pirates as point out. We are accumulating the bodies as we communicate. However, simply whilst one reached right down to pick one and all them up, Sanji reached up with Nami's hand and grabbed one by way of the arm. What the Protect questioned in surprise. What are bodies? Sanji requested with a menacing glare. As she is alive, cried one of the guards. Besides, it is simply one woman. What harm ought to she? Sanji stood up and kicked the guards away with hockey-imbued legs. It doesn't he remember how many of there are? He shouted. You're all nevertheless susceptible. Soon the guards all dropped to the floor, subconscious. But Sanji already appeared like he became out of breath. I forgot, he stated. Nami is not quite as strong as I am. I gotta be careful together with her frame. Mockingly, however, he chose right then and there to position a cigarette in his mouth and mild it. Forgive me, Nami-san, he whispered. He walked over to Zoro and Brook, who were still asleep. Wake up, you dumbasses. Whack. Gonk. Ah. What the hell? Flashback sees very well, Sanji stated. No more mysteries were given it. Now, are you positive that is wherein you noticed the samurai's torso? Sure. Brook answered. I ran across his torso just before the lake. If my droop is accurate, he ought to be around right here looking to look for it. Good day, samurai. Sanji referred to as. Come again right here. Did the enemy already defeat you? Soon the three bowed down into a sluggish stroll, unknowingly stepping upon what looked like a frozen body. Hi. Sanji known as. Are you alright? Come on out already, samurai. Crunch huh? Zoro stated earlier than he appeared down and gasped in horror. What the hell? Isn't he always this him? Sanji and Brook seemed returned to peer that Zoro turned into indeed status right on top of the samurai's frozen body. Whoa! Sanji gasped. He frozen solid. With that he ran over to the samurai and raised his foot. He slammed his heel down before he stomped on the samurai. After breaking the samurai's head out of the ice, began to provide an explanation for to them that his upper torso had felt bloodless, as if it had been submerged underwater. If you reframe is underwater, then we will just should pass and get it quick earlier than any sharks get to it first, Sanji deliberate. Ah yes, if my thoughts serves me efficaciously, the water is sea water, so there may be a high hazard of sharks being round, Brook delivered. Now not assisting Brook, Sanji sighed. I do not want your help. The samurai shouted. Says the top who nearly iced up to dying. Sanji roared on the talking head. You are pirates? You do not assist. So why are you supporting me? The samurai wondered. Like Ive said. It's our duty that will help you out, plus and go back I will beat the ever-residing daylights out of you. Sanji said the samurai could not trust it. Thanks. I am deeply thankful. Sanji took some other puff from his smoke. Let us simply find your body before your body freezes, or worse, simply as the three were going to hold ahead even though in front of them were centaurs searching light and anxious. Forget about it. Shouted a ram centaur. Just get to the lab and hurry.
Oh, the ones are the guys we fought and took their garments, Zoro stated.
Huh? One of the centaurs appeared up to peer. The trio staring right returned at them. What's up? It asked them. The ones men are gonna pay for what they did to the boss. Shouted the doe centaur from earlier, simply get a move on. And with that they all ran off. Oh, what is their hurry? Sanji asked. Zoro hummed as he appeared up. Hi, Brook, the ones men are coming from the lake, proper? I agree with so, Brook replied. Properly, Zoro began, I do not forget there being a mountain that way. The three straw hats regarded up to see a giant, shadowy creature staring down at them. Returned in Caesar's lab, shulololo. Caesar laughed. The chemical weapon that destroyed Palmcrist 4 years ago become the slime itself. Shulololo. What a gaggle of fools they are. They assume that I purified the gasoline that choked this island. By no means. What a waste that might be. Caesar continued. No, I failed to purify the gasoline. I condensed it into the shape of a monster. And that is the shape it now takes. It is for a manifestation of the world of death that once reigned this island. People overlook the tragedies in their beyond, but this one hasn't long passed away. And I control it within the palm of my hand.
At the front entrance of Caesar's lab, the G5 Marines had just controlled to Thieve ship, a Central Authority battleship with an initial PH on it.
All right. Cheered one of the infantrymen. The ship is ours. Get lower back here with that ship. Shouted one in all Caesar's men. Kaiwa. Tashigi screamed, uncontrollably the usage of Smoker's powers to fly around. Smoker. How do I return to everyday? Just for stall screwing matters up, Tashigi. Smoker barked before he became to his soldiers. Did you get doors to open? The real enemy is inside the lab. We can't spend out here any further. Sorry, Smokey. Said one of the soldiers, we tried everything, but the door may not budge. Damn it. Smoker hissed. If only I had my personal body, I would ruin through the doorways right away. At the rear front of the lab, Regulation and Chopper had just arrived there through the former scan potential. Wow. You are quite neat. Chopper stated, now sitting in a bag that became tied to the hilt of Regulation S sword. Did we just warp? Live inside the bag, Law said. We are at the lab S back door. Caesar and Monet can be in the fundamental laboratory. I'll find a manner to get them out to the room. You inspect the drug within the intervening time. But in case you re in a position to walk proper as much as the grasp, Chopper stated. Couldn't you simply capture him in your very own? That way, I'd have more time to look at the enchp. There may be a reason why I can't simply do this, Law muttered. It is why I am teaming up with you people. Huh? Appearance, I simply want you guys to take Caesar out of the image as quick as viable. I will deal with the relaxation. What the hell become that? Regulation wondered. It is found out to be Tashigi, nevertheless flying around uncontrollably whilst she spotted something inside the distance and it became getting larger. Good day appearance over there. She stated. It flying towards us. Absolutely everyone seemed up momentarily to see none apart from Luffy, in his gum-gum balloon form with Robin and Frankie on his again. Boom!
Luffy collided with the deliver, completely destroying it, whilst Robin used her scene flare wing to preserve herself at a secure distance.
What the? Wondered considered one of Caesar's guys before one and all them were given punched out with the aid of a large, metallic fist. Soon the dirt cleared, revealing Luffy, Robin and Frankie. Goku instantaneous transmission subsequent to his buddy's high-quality entrance. Luffy Goku laughed ha ha ha. Frankie laughed. That turned into pretty a shortcut. Howdy. Grasp. Luffy shouted at the pinnacle of his voice. Come on out. We have come to seize you. Luffy, that changed into a secret, don't forget. Robin requested. Oh yeah, Luffy said earlier. Then he began shouting once more. Never thoughts. We are absolutely no longer doing that. Goku facepalmed, a lot for a quick challenge. What is the dumbass doing? Regulation wondered. No one said he needed to combat the whole fleet. Straw Hat? Smoker questioned in shock. It is the Straw Hat Pirates. Shouted the G5 soldiers and Caesar's men. Take them out. Caesar's guys roared as they charged at Frankie, who grinned as he reeled lower back a fist. Strong right. The cyborg shouted earlier. Then he launched his fist and punched them away. Goku ducked from considered one of Smoker's guys and chopped at their nerve, knocking them to the floor. Nicely, now we are here. Luffy said. So we're in as the master man. He is no longer going to be ready out of doors, Luffy, Robin said as she used her powers to ward off a number of Prophet's enemies. Permit us check in the laboratory. Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy became round and noticed Tashigi, nevertheless in Smoker's frame. What are you plotting on this island? Tashigi puzzled, drawing her sword closer to Luffy. Oh. Hello, Smokey. Luffy stated. Yuri okay? I was a little concerned when I noticed you at the ground in advance. Girl, you're mocking me? Tashigi barked before she held her sword and made a strained face. Huh? Luffy asked. What is incorrect with you, Smokey? We're given a tummy pain. Do you gotta go to the toilet or something? And Geog? Tashigi grunted earlier. Than she used Smoker's powers to shoot her sword at Luffy. Oh. I did it. However then, Luffy sidestepped out of the way and grabbed Smoker's hand before pulling Tashigi right down to the floor and pinning her there. H. Tashigi cried. Damn it. What the hell came about to you, Smoker? Luffy questioned. You weren't this vulnerable when I noticed you ultimate time. And no. Wait. Tashigi cried. I am now not. We provide me a distro. I do not wanna see my body losing to him. Whoosh. Luffy yelped as he dodged a jab from Smoker's jute. What the hell? He wondered. That weapon? So, you returned that, Straw Hat? Smoker questioned. Properly, I am able to assure, you may not get away this time. What the? Luffy wondered as he used his hockey-imbued fists to block the jab. Ha ha ha. Frankie laughed. Mom. Frankie's eyes have been interested in the closed doors. Caesar have to be in right here. Alas, pop this sucker open. Frankie shot his arm into the door, opening it up for them input into. This is more, find it irresistible. Luffy. Robin. Goku. The door is open. Alas, get going. Very well. Luffy stated. Superb work, Frankie. Permit S cross, Robin, Goku. Right, Robin and Goku agreed earlier than they followed Frankie and Luffy. Damn them. Smoker cursed. Guys. After them. Do not permit those pirates get away. Smokey, we were given a bit of a situation right here. Stated one of the G5 squaddies. Something is taking place with the deliver. What? Smoker wondered before he grew to become round. What are you speaking about? At the deliver, it as Miles discovered that there is a huge, magenta blob of slime oozing at the sails. What the hell is that element? Smoker questioned in shock. Guys. Wait. Robin called, causing the three to show round. Whoa, what is that stuff? Goku questioned. These items simply stared falling into the sky. Cried one Smoker-S man. What the hell is it anyway? It is shifting. He become proper. As smaller drops of the blob fell onto the deck of the deliver, they seemed to develop eyes and started shifting around by means of themselves. Live away from it, shouted one of the soldiers. It is spraying a few kind of poison gasoline. We tried slicing it and shooting it, and the gas started coming out. Mask, shouted every other. Replica, shouted the complete organization. What is that slimy stuff? Luffy wondered. Is it even alive? Frankie asked. I have no idea, Robin replied. What ought to or not it is? Goku questioned. What's up, you? Smoker questioned as he grabbed certainly one of Caesar's guys. What is the component? I dunno. I've by no means seen it before. The satyr admitted. So that you repronouncing it fell from the sky? Requested certainly one of Smoker's guys. Studied it. It is transferring. Shouted any other. Is it a dwelling creature? Asked one greater. Abruptly, the smaller blobs began to conjoin into a larger Massachusetts, a good deal to the G5 guys as surprise. It is combining. Earlier than lengthy, it stood as a minimum 10 foot tall, towering over the soldiers. Perhaps we can simply push it into the river or something. As he tried to do so, the marine sunk into the gelatinous Massachusetts, unleashing greater toxic gasoline as he did so. Ah! His comrades screamed as they ran to help. Extra gasoline. Brief. Get him out of there earlier than he suffocates. What have been you questioning, you idiot? Ugh. It burns. It is on my skin. Get it off. Hi. Get a material or something and wipe these items off. No. Do not contact it. It is going to get on you too. As they dragged him away, one G5 soldier approached armed with a flamethrower. Stand lower back, boys. He exclaimed. It has gotta be vulnerable to fire, so permit us mild the sucker up. In spite of everything, each residing creature is fearful of heart. He fired his flamethrower on the blob, placing it ablaze. The man marines cheered at this. Yeah. Extraordinary idea. Burn that component to a crisp. Yahahaha. The blob regarded to move round, as if trying to shake off the flames. Appearance. It is operating. It hates it. It is on fireplace now. We discovered its weak spot. But then the blob started swelling up, and before lengthy it combusted into a huge explosion, tons to the shock of all of us watching. No. Tashigi whispered in horror as tears commenced to form in Smoker's eyes. Men! Smoker shouted. Holy! Frankie whispered in horror. Those marines, they... Goku stated. Blew up? Luffy shouted in shock. Goku sensed something coming down on them and seemed to peer what, he was greatly surprised. Look out. He pointed within the air, they break up into more than one pieces. Everyone took their interest from the explosion and regarded above simplest to gasp in horror seeing the slime rain down upon them. Back on the front entrance of the lab, Caesar's guys have been additionally shocked through what that they had simply witnessed, however for a few reasons, they appeared no longer to be too worried approximately it. What the hell changed into that factor? Asked a guard in a hazmat match. IV in no way visible it around here earlier than. Something it was it as dead now, said Fenbach. Why yeah, desirable timing, agreed chap. And as a minimum it did us the prefer of getting rid of that ship the Marines have been looking to get away with. Yeah. Agreed Smooth. He splotch. Caesar's men grew to become and noticed to their horror that some other blob had seemed behind them. Ah why? They screamed. It's right here. Howdy. Luffy stated. Flow to the manor. Robin and Frankie appeared up and noticed the blobs, hurling closer to them around them. Whoa. Frankie cursed as he jumped far from one. Goku again flipped from a blob and floated in a couple of instructions far away from the blob. Do not contact it, anything you do. Robin shouted. Quickly the blobs commenced shifting around, attacking all people of their sights and mixing together as they got nearer. The G5 guys and a number of Caesar's minions started out to panic. They tried to get away. Ah why? It just keeps coming. Run for it. Do not contact it. Smoker. Tashigi cried. It's way too dangerous out right here. We won't take refuge now. You read proper, Smoker agreed. However then, he spotted a person inside the distance, standing on the stays of the destroyed deliver. Shulalolololo. Excellent boy, forgive me for locking you for 3 complete years. The satyrs in gas mask and Fitz gasped in surprise. Oh. It cannot be. Smoker said in disbelief. It's master. What are you doing out of doors? It's too risky out right here. I knew it. Smoker shouted. You are Caesar clown or not you? So it's you. Luffy shouted. You really master. Shulalolololo. Caesar laughed as he discovered himself. Certainly I am. And you read the Straw Hat Group and the G5 Marines. As he spoke, more blobs started out to fall from the sky. Just give him a bit more time, said Smoker. He doesn't like water, you see, so if you want to get the lake, he's launching pieces of himself, one after another. Shulalolololo. Caesar laughed. As soon as all the pieces of the slime have traveled right here from the burning aspect of the island, you fools will ultimately understand the phobia of what transpire right here. 4 years a wish. Whap! Luffy suddenly seemed in the blink of an eye fixed and grabbed Caesar around his waist. Huh? The Straw Hat Captain shouted. Now I gotcha. What? Caesar cried out in surprise. So Zoro started, is thing genuinely alive? No idea, Sanji answered. I've by no means seen something love it. Brook said. What they noticed was an excellent more huge blob of slime spitting smaller blobs into the air. So, essentially, said Zoro, what we have got here is something bizarre right here doing something bizarre. That appears to be approximately right, Sanji agreed. Wait a minute. Brook exclaimed. I consider this monster is referred to as a slime. I have studied about it in a e-book as soon as. They are saying the slime is a creature that assaults women and dissolves simplest their clothes away. Now not lengthy after he said this, he, Sanji, and the samurai imagining Nami's body completely naked after the slime melted her garments away. Whoa. You severe? Sanji asked, blushing. Speak approximately a convenient monster to have? Hey, Brook. Why do not you allow me borrow that e-book sometime? Me too. The samurai delivered. Look nearer, you idiots, Zoro stated. Huh? The 3 perverts muttered. I don't know approximately melting garments away, Zoro commenced, however touching this slime probably manner immediate death. They seemed and noticed that Zoro appeared to be right. Appearance?
They all seemed down at in which Zoro pointed inside the lake and saw many dead fish, even sharks appearing on the water's surface.
The bits of that slime which have fallen into the lake are killing all of the fish, Zoro said. I am quite positive this element is a ball of poison. Pea poison. Sanji repeated in shock. It is gonna flip this lake right into a lake of poisonous loss of life. Wait. What are you making plans, Mr. Sanji? Brook questioned. I am going in. Sanji stated before he pulled off Nami's coat. That is my problem. And hell as though I gonna ignore it. It is time for me to step up and be a person. Sorry earlier, Nami. With that, Sanji leaped into the water. I am a better swimmer than everybody right here. He exclaimed. I will be returned before something harms Nami-san's beautiful body. Simply preserve that slime far away from us. Splash! Sanji dived into the water, leaving Zoro, Brook, and the samurai at the shore of the lake. Correct good fortune, Sanji. Brook called as the piece of slime began to surround them. This is horrific, Zoro stated. The samurai watched nervously as he waited for Sanji to floor with his torso hopefully intact. Inside the water, Sanji became swimming as rapid as Nami's legs could kick, however it failed to appear to be sufficient. Sanji concept. Bloodless would not even begin to describe this water. Now, we're in as the torso. Regulation walked into the lab seeing simplest Monet working on something. Simplest Monet is right here. Guess it ought to be less difficult to get her out of the room without taking her eyes off her work. Master isn't he here? If you desire to speak to him, Allah said doing what he is. He puzzled. The Isabel of Monet chuckled. I can simplest assumed he went to view the fight. I simply desired to inform you each that I've concluded all that I wanted to do on this island, and I wanted to permit you to understand that I am going to be off quickly. Regulations did it. Monet stated, continuing to face her paintings. In case you're leaving, then I bet it is your selection. We're going to leave out you before I am going, but if you do not thoughts, I wanted to borrow your powers. Actual short. You thoughts coming with me? Law said, oh. Are you asking me out on a date, mister? Law, I am so happy, Monet answered with a hint of sarcasm. Regulation simply sneered and became to leave, causing Monet to chuckle. You are so unsociable, she stated. What is it? You may discover, Law stated. Simply come with me. All proper, Monet stated as she accompanied him. I was getting bored, besides. At that second, Chopper peeked outside the bag as they began to depart. Is that the hen girl that you saw preferred to? He thought. Nicely, it does not be counted, no. Now is my risk to research greater approximately the drug. With that, the reindeer pulled himself out of the bag, finally in a position to walk again, and ran off. Again with Luffy, the Straw Hat captain had simply gotten a hold of Caesar, who was struggling to get out of his draw clothes. Why you? Caesar hissed. Permit go of me. Straw Hat shouted, considered one of Caesar's guys. Escape from master? Shouted one of Brownbird's centaurs as all of them aimed their firearms at Luffy. Is that the electricity of Luffy's hockey? Asked Frankie. It is gonna paintings, isn't he always it? He just grabbed onto a Logia user. Wonderful. Luffy stuck him and he can bowl and fastened. Goku said, pumping his fist. But armaments hockey handiest gives you the ability to capture a substance, Robin stated. Unlike the ocean or the energy that emanates from sea stone, it doesn't virtually drain the opponent's capacity to apply his powers. We nonetheless do not know what the gas fuel fruit can really do. As she stated this, Caesar started out to convert into a cloud of gasoline, pulling himself out of Luffy's hold close as the rubber guy stretched his neck back and imbued his forehead with hockey gum bell. Swoosh. Woof. Luffy threw his head forward, attempting to strike Caesar's skull together with his own, but Caesar converted into fuel at the remaining second earlier than he grew to become and faced Luffy. Gas gun. The scientist shouted earlier than he shot a few gasoline from his gun at Luffy's head. Ugh. Luffy grunted in surprise. Shulololololo. Caesar cackled. It really is right. Suck it in. Checks have proven that my gas powers are extra fatal than the main hull. Snurf. Luffy started out to suck up the gasoline through his nose. What the? Caesar wondered in shock. Is he mad? Asked one of the satyrs. He simply sucked up all the master as poisonous fuel. That is instant death. Yerk. Luffy grunted before all the gasoline got here bursting out of his ears. Yeesh. Caesar's guys questioned in surprise. Not possible. Caesar stated in shock. Luffy set free a small burp earlier than saying poison doesn't seem to trouble me a whole lot anymore. I bet it's thanks to Magellan. Magellan? Caesar questioned, tensing up in anger. The poison warden from Impel Down. How dare you compare me to a mere paramecia, you jet mace? Kafaak. Luffy stretched his leg in equipment 2D mode and kicked Caesar within the jaw, sending him crashing into the ground. Master! Caesar's minions cried. That little brat! How dare he hurt our grasp? Permit us get him! Stay out of my way, shrimp! Caesar barked, taking his guys by means of marvel. What did he say? Shrimp? Nah, he could not have stated that. Right? Now, Gum-Gwam. Luffy commenced as he prepared a Gum-Gum Gatling attack. No longer so speedy. Caesar stated as he held up a pair of what looked purple and blue castanets. Gastanets. Clack. Kaboom. As soon as Caesar clicked the castanets, a big explosion went off in midair and hit Luffy. Robin, Goku and Frankie cried in shock as their stunt captain began to fall to the ground, smoke billowing from his mouth. Shulololololo. Caesar laughed. Smiley. Get Straw Hat. Smother him. Upon listening to the command, the blobs of slime grew to become and slithered closer to Luffy. What the? Said one of Caesar's minions. They best obey the grasp. Just then, the slimes leaped up and glued themselves on Luffy. Gah! He cried. Ah, gross. Get them off me. Luffy, be careful. Frankie shouted. They'll explode. Shulolololo. Caesar laughed. Get rid of him. Gastanets. Clack. Kaboom. The slime on Luffy exploded, this time with extra large pressure than the preceding one, forcing anyone to guard their eyes. Luffy! Robin shouted. Appearance of the fuel is heading closer to us, Frankie shouted. Goku swiped his hand across the air, inflicting a robust movement of air to push the gas returned and far away from each person. Is Luffy alright? Goku shouted. It does not rely in case you're made of rubber. Frankie said. Nobody can live to tell the tale. An explosion that huge. Quickly the dust cleared and Luffy turned into nowhere in sight. Shulololololo. Caesar laughed. I win few. Man, that turned into clothes. What? Caesar turned to see that Luffy is now status proper at the back of him. However how? Jet stamp. Luffy shouted earlier than he sent a lightning fast kick into Caesar's intestine. Shahuyo. He gagged earlier than he changed into dispatched, crashing into a wall, lots to the shock of his guys. Grasp, no. It can be. Exquisite. Frankie cheered. He made it out of there just in time and with lightning velocity too. Robin heaved a sigh of comfort. Thank the celebrities, she stated. Has satisfactory one, Luffy. Goku stated hello. Robin. Frankie. Goku. Luffy called. Isn't he always there? Something we will put this guy in. We cannot simply tie up a Logia kind. Let us see, Frankie muttered. Are not there any barrels or something around right here? Only a minute there, Straw Hat. Shouted a G5 soldier. You are now not going anywhere. Us G5 guys are gonna arrest you and that Caesar guy. Smoker. Tashigi stated. The Straw Hats have Caesar. It looks that manner, Smoker said. However, then he heard the sound of Luffy screaming, as though in affliction. Luffy? Robin questioned. What is incorrect? Luffy gagged, grabbing at his throat and gasping for breath. I cannot breathe. Cannot breathe? Robin asked. What do you mean you cannot breathe? Frankie puzzled. Hi. Solution us. Shulolololo. Caesar snickered as he held out his hand and making a squeezing motion, as though he asked the only this is choking Luffy. Earlier than lengthy the Straw Hat Captain fell to the floor completely out bloodless. Oh my, Caesar stated satirically. What dreadful disrespect. It seems like someone should teach you a lesson in manners, Bo. Luffy? Luffy, what is incorrect? Robin puzzled. What the hell occurred? Frankie requested. Hey. Luffy. Straw Hat. Smoker and Tashigi cried. Shulolololo. Caesar laughed at Luffy's motionless form. Luffy. Robin and Frankie cried. Bastard. Goku gritted his enamel in anger. Lower back within the lab, Law and Monet are visible strolling down a corridor. But, as they stored going, Regulation appeared to be struggling for a few motive. Monet hummed. Regulation. Is something the problem? Haha. Law panted, clutching at his chest. Who is it? What is incorrect? Monet requested, looking concerned, but there appeared to be a hint of mockery in her voice. You seem like you're in ache. Regulation gasped as he fell to his knees and coughing up blood. Damn it. He cursed. Who is it? Who is there? Quickly a shadowy determine approached him, inflicting him to gasp in surprise. What? Law wondered. What are you doing here? Monet chuckled at Regulation's pain and the mysterious discern's arrival. My, said the figure. You've got grown pretty plenty because I closing saw you. How many years has it been, Trafalgar Law? Law panted closely as he lied at the bloodless metal floor, looking up at a tall, fair-skinned, lean but muscular guy with brief, black hair, a beard, sideburns, and two sunshades from his sideburns on. His facial hair grew horizontally on his cheek till it grew downwards with a pointed quit.
He wears a white knee-duration coat that has a quilted design on which stops simply below the waist, where it becomes plain, along with black pockets which can be situated just above the chest on both aspects.
For a few reasons, there seems to be a half-eaten hamburger patty on his left cheek. His name is Virgo. Did you genuinely think he didn't recognize what became going on? Virgo asked. We don't believe Caesar either. Why do you observe he went through the hassle of setting Monet right here? Monet chuckled at this. So, I listen you were one of the 7 warlords in recent times, Virgo stated, ironically. Quite a promotion. Virgo. Regulation barked. When did you get right here? On account that simply now, Virgo responded. I was spending a touch time in Dressrosa and that I heard an sad tanker become going to be there, so I hitched a ride right here and it grew to become out to be the proper flow. How within the hell turned into it the proper pass? Law requested among pants. I did not do something to you to deserve this. Also, in case you had accomplished anything, you would not even be breathing proper now. You cannot cover things from us grown-ups, Law. Virgo said as Monet chuckled in settlement. If so, Law said, grabbing his sword, I'll just need to make you disappear. But earlier than he may want to stand up, Regulation determined himself in soreness, causing himself to drop his sword. Oh, and one greater factor, Virgo stated, retaining a stalk of bamboo. Examine your place. Unexpectedly, as Virgo clutched the stalk, it grew to become a sparkly black. He struck Regulation inside the back of his head with it, causing a stream of blood to come back dripping out of his skull before he dropped to the ground once more. It is Mr. Virgo to you, Virgo hissed.
In the meantime, at the lab's front, the blobs of slime are nevertheless falling everywhere in the entrance and conjoining into one Massachusetts.
However, the G5 Marines did not seem all that concerned about them in the main because they too greatly surprised at the sight that lay before them. What is happening? I don't know. Properly, what can we do? Vice Admiral Smoker. Captain Tashigi.
It as Miles discovered that now, Robin, Frankie, Tashigi, and Smoker have fallen victim to Caesar's powers, and Goku standing off towards Caesar.
So, it appears the Yeti Cool brothers failed at their undertaking, Caesar said. Shulololo nicely, it cannot be helped. The combination of each straw hat and law became simply an excessive amount for them, I am afraid. Shulolololo. Rattling it, you are going down. Goku stated, speeding towards Caesar. Keep it. Caesar held his hand, preventing Goku in his son. I cannot beat you, I recognize that. However, I do recognize the way to stop you. Caesar smirked as he held Tashigi by using the coat and placed his hand subsequent to her face. What are you doing? Force doll. Goku said, afraid for Tashigi's safety. Oh, stop your whining.
Caesar growled. All of us recognize, in case you wanted to, you may push me back right away and save them. However, a dark-colored fuel surrounded Tashigi but not contact her. You see, Goku, in case you tried to push me or save her, you will cause the gas to push onto her and be harmed by means of the fuel. Her death may be on your fingers.
Caesar threatened. And if that isn't always enough that prevent you, Caesar smiled. He surrounded the gas around the G5 units and his personal men. Master. Certainly one of his guys puzzled. You're sadistic. Goku said in shock that he would poison his own men. Now in case you don't give up, I can kill each person right here. Caesar laughed. Goku growled, contemplating his options. Sighing, Goku reluctantly placed his hands into the air. Wonderful, Caesar smirked. Back with Zoro, Brook and the samurai at the lake within the center of Ponkrist, the massive Massachusetts of slime is still spitting parts of itself to the opposite aspect. Brook is heard coughing for a piece before pulling himself together as smaller blobs surrounded him, Zoro, and the samurai. It as poison fuel. Brook cried. In case you cut it, it spits out poison gasoline. Yeah. My eyes. My eyes. Oh, wait, I haven't any. What shall we do, Mr. Zoro? Did not you simply see me attempt that myself? Zoro asked. Take a hint, you stupid skeleton. Idea, possibly, you had horrific luck, Brook said. Yo ho ho ho. Appearance, they may be manufactured from jelly, right? Zoro asked. Why do not you attempt ingesting one in case you can digest it? No manner, Brook shouted. How dare you attempt to bully me into these items? I'll have you ever recognize I am as a minimum 70 years older than you. Gwar. The samurai suddenly screamed out, writhing in soreness. What the? Zoro puzzled and surprised. Oh, expensive. Brook cried. Are you alright? What seems to be the hassle, Mr. Samurai? My torso. The samurai answered. It feels as though it has miles being pierced by using many sharp tooth. What? Zoro and Brook puzzled. In the meantime, in the lake, Sanji remained swimming in the now poison-infested water. Several fish went belly up as he continued to swim downward. Damn it, it is so bloodless in right here. He concept. I am simply sorry to try this for your frame, Nami. Just then he noticed a big purple cloud forming inside the lake. Whoa. He notion. Is that entire element toxin? That man's torso better not be in there. Sanji grunted as he kept kicking Nami's legs downward. But if he had stopped to look up, he could be visible a shark swimming with what gave the impression of a torso in among its powerful jaws. I have been the usage of my statement hockey, Sanji thought, however his lifestyle's indicators are probably so faint, I can tell him apart from the fish. However at that second, he abruptly seemed up and spotted the torso inside the shark's mouth. Are you fucking kidding me? He concept before he swam after the shark. Oh no, you do not. Get that out of your mouth, you silly fish. Back at the surface, the samurai had simply coughed up blood. Oh no! Brook cried. He is spitting up blood. It is now not desirable. Damn it, what the hell is Sanji doing? Zoro wondered. But then, as fast because the samurai had started out screaming, he stopped and he commenced to respire less complicated. It doesn't harm anymore, he whispered. What would not? Zoro questioned. Back within the lake Ju chute. Sanji kicked the shark within the jaw, forcing it to permit pass of the torso. Yes. Got it? He concept as he grabbed the torso. Then, he felt himself starting to demanding. Damn it. He concept. Nami's lungs cannot cope with this. I gotta go up for air and rapid. With that, Sanji proceeded to try and swim again up to the floor. The shark tried to attack him when all of a sudden it observed itself included viaduct the cloud of toxin. Quickly it commenced going belly up too. It as while Sanji noticed to his shock that the cloud had gotten larger. Crap? Sanji idea. I've wasted a lot time, I were given surrounded with the aid of the poison. I don't suppose Nami's frame is powerful sufficient to get me out of this. I do not wanna position her below any more strain, as she'll freaking niece me, Barry. Oh my. Brook said worriedly because the water began to show a reddish pink. Almost the entire floor has been tainted with poison now. Please do hurry, Mr. Sanji. Blue walk. With lightning velocity, quicker than a fishman, Sanji kicked the water, sporting the samurai's torso with him as he tried to get viaduct the cloud of poison with handiest one beginning, and it turned into last rapid. Do not near, don't near, do not near. He concept. Simply whilst it appeared like he wasn't going to make it zaboosh. He burst viaduct the water, gasping for air. Oh dear God, I notion I used to be gonna die. He shouted on the pinnacle of his lungs. Sanji. Brook cheered. Properly, I'll be damned, Zoro muttered, amazed. He simply were given him. Oh. The samurai whispered as tears commenced to fall from his eyes. It is actual. After Sanji had managed to catch his breath, he, Zoro, and Brook subsequently positioned the samurai's torso collectively with his head and legs, accordingly sooner or later making him complete again. Subsequently to be merged again with my body. The samurai shouted as tears of pleasure streaked down his cheeks. At closing the body that I was born with his lower back as it should be. Upon nearer inspection, Brook that the samurai is just about his height. You're just about as tall as I am, samurai. I see, the samurai stated. Forgive my late introduction. My call is Relative Z-Man. I hail from Kuri, the United States of America of Wano. He then grew to become to Sanji, who was shivering violently in spite of sporting a new coat that Kinfokiman had made. Eyebrow man, he said. I wish to recognize thy name. It is Sanji. Sanji stated, his teeth chattering. And what with the thine? So that you get your body lower back, and all of ASSS surprising, you have manners. Then he stood up and pointed an accusing finger at the samurai. I am hoping you haven't forgotten the insults you threw at me when you have been a completely helpless severed head. Sanji shouted. I will by no means forget about. Kinfokiman exclaimed. I simply cannot neglect. He then dropped down on his fingers and knees and bowed his head. I owe you an apology. And I can by no means overlook for so long as I live. I beg your forgiveness for doubting your phrase up the very on the spot my torso become lower back to me. Stop that. Sanji shouted as he forced the samurai to face. Pull your head up. A man should not get on his knees and beg. However, if you had not come along, ID had been Relative Z-Man started, but he became soon reduced off by way of Brook.
Pardon my interruption, Sanji, Brook said, but I do accept as true if we re in mortal danger here.
What do you suggest? Sanji asked. Well, to position it certainly I do trust we are trapped, Brook responded. Sanji looked around and saw big blobs of slime slithering nearer toward them. What the hell? Sanji puzzled. I notion I advised you to remove it. We attempted and it failed to work, Zoro said, so here we Precisely, Brook introduced. Idiots. Sanji shouted. What if we tried burning it? Relations Zeman requested. What? Sanji requested. Burning it? Where I hail from, Ken Eman started, I am recognized by way of the moniker of Foxfire Ken Eman. My blades burn the ones they slice. Allow us to blaze a course and make our breakout. Oh. What an amazing idea! Brook exclaimed. Please, do lead the manner, samurai. Zoro just remained quiet but intrigued, even as Sanji simply seemed just plain worried. Preserve up a minute. The prepared dinner stated. You genuinely assume it really is one of these right idea? Ah. Relative Zeman roared as he used one of his swords to slice one of the blobs. As he did, his blade regarded to ignite into flames on its own. But in doing so, he caused the slime to combust into a huge explosion. It paused, however, as the dust cleared. It as far found out that 4 men had some way survived the explosion. Also, the blobs are nowhere in sight. Whoa! Zoro whispered in marvel. The direction is open, Family Eman said. Watch for me, Mamonasek. Appropriate heavens! Brook exclaimed. We are alive, however, how? I could be sworn we had been enveloped in the blast. Hey, what the hell befell? Sanji asked. Yes, it struck me by surprise, as properly, Kinfolk Eman said. I used to be no longer genuinely expecting an explosion, however then, I sincerely cut viaduct the blast, as nicely. You chopped the? Brook started out. My Foxfire fashion slices with flame, Relations Eman stated. However, one of its mystery arts is the ability cut viaduct flame, as nicely. There is no heart that I cannot reduce. Zoro gasped silently at this. A samurai who can reduce through fire. It become unparalleled. Now then, if you may excuse me, Ken Eman said as he grew to become to leave, I ought to go back to the lab and rescue my son. Hold it! Zoro called, inflicting the samurai to show and have a look at him inquisitively. Am I able to help you? Relative Zeman requested.
A smile played on Zoro's lips as he located a hand on his swords and stated, I am interested as to how samurais fights.
So I will cross alongside for your little rescue challenge. Yee! Brook and Sanji wondered in surprise. On an island within the new international, the citizens are in full-scale panic. Why? Because their kids are still missing to this very day. Every time I requested what came about, they were actually instructed that their youngsters died at sea, but they nonetheless refused to trust it. Please. You have to look for our youngsters. Simply one more time. It is all we ask. Please. I instructed you, it is needless. The gang of villagers of the lacking kids, which became out to be photographs of a smaller searching Mocha getting equipped for faculty, signed petting his pet dog, and Dolan, playing with a soccer ball. Please. Cried Sinda's father. We are begging you to use the Marine's power to find them. Can't you at the least bring this up with Captain Tashigi or something? We have heard she is pretty receptive to requests like ours. Introduced Mocha's mom. What? A voice puzzled. Enough of this. I will now not listen such contempt from the likes of you. Sinda's father turned into unexpectedly kicked to the ground. We fellow sailors from base G5. Said his assailant. And now, you doubt authentic marine reports and accuse of incompetence. How dare you? Yahaha! Laughed a G5 soldier. You're going to a ways once more, Commodore. It is discovered that the residents are talking to Marine Commodore Eurysagy of G5, a medium-sized, muscular guy who wears a cap with a short, dark brim and the quantity 5 on the front. He also has light-colored hair sticking out on the edges of his head to shape an abnormal circle form with a darker mustache and beard. He additionally has a scar on his left cheek. Below a light fur-covered coat, he wears a body and a widely adorned with black polka dots with the marine insignia and G5 on the front, which is going from the middle of his chest to the middle of his thighs. He has 3 white badges with dark blue stars on them, 2 on right of his coat and 1 on the left.
He additionally wears a belt that is strapped on diagonally across his chest, which he makes use of to hold his sword on his back, and ultimately, he wears a couple of golden greaves on his legs.
Now close your mouths and listen up. Urisaji shouted. Your children have all suffered unintended deaths. We have long gone over this too often with G5's pinnacle commander, Vice Admiral Virgo. We conducted searches. He is exaggerating. Notion 1 of the civilians. If you lot keep complaining about this, Urisaji commenced, then I will have no choice however to have you all done and set your metropolis ablaze for continuous obstruction of presidency paintings. Yahaha. Laughed considered one of his guys. Yuri going to some distance once more, Commodore. Whilst a number of the civilians gritted their enamel in anger, some of the mothers have been left in tears on the idea of never seeing their beloved little kids once more. They might only watch because the Commodore left together with his squaddies following at the back of. Humph. Urisaji scoffed. You want Tashigi, eh? Some distance too presumptuous. Sure, I admit, I desire she become below my command. Want an excessive amount of. She is the proper hand of the Vice-Admiral Smoker in Unit 01. If you were given a ways too little time to deal with a group of individuals who can get over a rattling twist of fate that occurred 3 years ago. Gaiaha. Laughed one in all his men. To a long way, Guy. Ugh. Groaned Sinda's father. I am wondering if Vice Admiral Virgo simply has heard approximately this. In any case, he covered our lands from invading pirates. You'd in no way assume he become a part of the G5 division. Back with Nami, Hancock and Usopp, the kids started out waking up and had been beginning to rage. What can we do? Nami asked. Usopp. Use your sound asleep shot aspect. Hancock stated I don't have any more. Usopp stated we simply want to preserve them beneath manage some way. Help me out here, Sanji. I am Nami, you fool. Nami shouted. Oh yeah, Usopp said. You most effective looked like you will be beneficial. Well sorry. Nami stated in anger. A number of the kids broke freed from their bonds and started out stomping closer to Nami, Hancock and Usopp. Ah. It hurts. Candy, we need the sweet. My head is pounding. Ugh, I suppose I am gonna throw up. It hurts. But the sweet will make all of it better. Supply us the candy. The kids shouted earlier than they grabbed a massive metallic pipe started to fee. Yaha. Usopp screamed. They re-coming. What can we do? See, cannot we simply combat them? They seem like zombies. No, they are just children. Nami barked. All of a sudden, the kids stopped earlier than gasping and cried, huh? Hancock muttered. What? Usopp asked. What is taking place? Appearance? It is the grasp. Master has come to present us the sweet. Nami and Usopp gasped before they turned and saw Caesar, conserving a piece of candy in his hand. Shulalolololo. Caesar laughed. Are you alright, children? Allow us to all move lower back to the lab. It is too dangerous for you all right here. I know what you all need, your preferred candies, do not you? Master. The kids cheered. Grasp. Usopp, Hancock and Nami repeated in shock. The other kids, overwhelmed with the aid of their ache from withdrawal, had been blinded by their starvation for their candy, and therefore they couldn't see the darkness that dwells inside this guy. To them Caesar became the hero.
Meanwhile, at the center lake of Punk Chance, Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and the fully formed kinfolk Pokemon are seen jogging far away from the slime, which regarded to be roaring in anger.
It is indignant. Brook puzzled in disbelief. What has gotten into it all of a surprising? Sanji requested. Changed into it because all those mini slimes were given blown up. Zoro asked. Is it like the Termin and toddler? Relation Zeman questioned. Lamentably, I had no choice. All of a sudden, the monster began to alternate form, turning into what seemed like a massive axolotl. It has form shifting? Vrook asked. What is it now? Relations Eman requested. The slime creature is truly called Smiley, Caesar's puppy. It has smiles a gel form poisonous fuel that ate the sala fruit, axolotl model. Is that a frog? Sanji asked. Or maybe a lizard? Zoro asked.
Suddenly, Smiley's cheeks overestimated earlier than he spat out an even bigger piece of himself, and then any other, after which another, and then some other.
Watch out, Sanji said. If it begins raising hell, then we are all in huge problem. Quite so. Brook agreed. Slicing it makes it spit gasoline, and burning it reasons an explosion of massive proportions. And if the entirety blows, then the lab is gonna blow with it. Zoro brought. What? Kinfolk Eman wondered. Then time is of the essence. Hold tight, Momonosuke, my son. Your father is on his way. With that, they began to run. So what is your plan? Zoro requested. I am going to the lab. If it is the case, we gotta go along with you, dumbass. Sanji barked. Where in the hell do you think you'll wind up if you get separated from family, man? We have to search the whole freaking island for you. Yo ho ho ho. Vrook laughed. I would without a doubt like to see greater of his swordplay. Alright. It is determined. Sanji said. To the lab, every person.
Within the front entrance of Caesar's lab, the G5 unit is currently looking to pressure their way in to get Smoker and Tashigi lower back, in addition to looking to combat off the portions of Smiley which can be looking to get to them, no longer to say the fact that they were becoming a member of Together and growing bigger.
Open this damn door, Caesar, you coward. Shouted a soldier as he tried to shoot the door with a bazooka. Supply lower back Smokey. And Tashigi too. Kaboom. He attempted to shoot once more, however the door just wouldn't budge. Damn it. Cursed some other soldier. What the hell is with those large shutters? They may not budge. Even our bazookas are not operating towards this element. Introduced another. Hi there. What approximately the return entrance? Asked a soldier smoking a cigarette. No accurate. Stated his rifle brandishing comrade. The complete region is on lockdown. Rattling that bastard. Shouted a soldier with a starry cape. Properly, at least that creepy slime stuff stopped falling into the sky and such. Yeah. Stated one with a polka dot blouse. However now it is condensing into a good bigger blob. What the hell are we supposed to do approximately these items? We cannot even steal the deliver. Yeah, our escape route is blocked. Shouted a soldier with a protracted, braided beard. And we cannot name for help either. The damned law stole our transponder snails. We are trapped on this frozen tundra. Inside the lab, Virgo is visible, speaking to Monet. What is Caesar beginning here? Asked Virgo. Who is aware of? Monet replied. The truth that he has woken up Smiley, his puppy slime monster, could recommend he is about to release a big test, no? Virgo scoffed and sat down at the sofa. By means of the way Virgo, Monet stated, did have a hamburger these days. Sure, as a matter of face, Virgo stated. It is my favorite. How did you already know? Oh, the fact which you've got a touch leftover patty stuck in your face, Monet spoke back. Sure, the Virgo that attacked Law is certainly Vice Admiral Virgo, the commander of G5 base. I might certainly like to look at this little experiment, Virgo stated. Will everyone outside die? Possibly, Monet responded nonchalantly, however you'll be safe so long as you stay in the lab. Hello, Virgo. Virgo grew to become to see Smoker, nonetheless in Tashigi's body, certain in chains and trapped in a cage. The ones are G5 guys available, you realize. Smoker barked.
Exact point, Virgo said before he ate the leftover hamburger on his cheek and walked over to the cage, where it is revealed that together with Smoker, Tashigi, Luffy, Goku, Law, Robin, and Frankie also are trapped.
Anyway, the Vice Admiral stated that is a quite a lineup of faces to peer multifunctional jail cell. Pretty a pleasing view, I must say. Humph, Law scoffed. I allowed to make and get away quickly Goku concept, once they grew to become round and did not appearance he would make his escape. Till then he waited to peer what is going to appear. Makes you believe you studied of the antique days, Luffy. Robin requested with Frankie asleep beside her. To be stuck in the same cage. Oh yeah. Luffy stated. That became again you have been in Baroque works, and also you had me, Nami, Usopp, and Smokey in a cage in Alabasta. Suitable times. Goku laughed, you men have been in cages too. They all regarded over to Goku, who explained approximately how he turned into imprisoned Viaduct a person named Pilaf who tried to stop him from obtaining the Dragon Balls. Seems like we've all been trapped at one factor. Luffy laughed, shut up. All of you. Smoker shouted. You're no amusing, Luffy pouted. Smoker. Tashigi cried, struggling. How am I presupposed to process this emotion? Looks like your worst fears have been confirmed, Tashigi, Smoker stated. Caesar's abduction of these youngsters changed into included up and classified a sailing coincidence, and the mastermind at the back of it changed into the very head of our base. Authentic it seems becoming for G5, however it makes of a mockery of our Navy honor. I don't blame you for not noticing, Law said. Virgo hasn't he gone turncoat at the Marines? What? Smoker and Tashigi wondered in surprise. That's right, Law said. He is a pirate through and Viaduct. He enlisted into the Marines on Joker's orders earlier than he made a call for himself. 15 years of provider have carried him Viaduct the ranks. There isn't a greater beneficial and truthful sailor in Joker's employ. He has been with Joker's crew from the very begin. Joker, Smoker repeated. The call of an underground broking in the black market. I am disgusted with myself. How should I fail to choose up the stench of a damned sewer rat rig below my very nose? Why do not you stow the disappointment, Virgo commenced, and alternatively find admiration for the clever rat who averted the hunter's sharp gaze, Smoker? From the day you had been transferred to G5 from headquarters, I've been on maximum alert. You have no idea how glad I am knowing that I am ultimately loose from that crushing strain. And you realize what it manner that my secret identity has been found out to you, do not you? Smoker and Tashigi sneered at this. I will make sure you're silenced by seeing to it which you each die here, Vice Admiral Smoker and Captain Tashigi. Your men outdoor may be given to Caesar for his experiments, however don't you fear. It will go into the books as an coincidence, much like always. Smoker gasped and growled angrily at this. Screw you! He shouted. Whilst I am getting out of this cage, you're dead meat. Hello, Traffy, Luffy stated. Were given a query. Who is this Joker guy you hold speaking approximately? Regulation sighed before he spoke. There was a time I explored to work beneath him. That's how we met, Virgo definitely. Luffy requested. However, Joker is handiest his underground alias, Regulation defined. In truth, he is a pirate recognized at some stage in the whole international, one of the 7 warlords of the ocean. Joker's actual name is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Anyone gasped in shock at this, besides Frankie, who is nonetheless asleep. Wait, his first name is Dominatrix? Luffy asked stupidly, inflicting Regulation, Smoker and Tashigi to groan. You recognize what Virgo I am quality with that proper now, Smoker said, feeling finished managing Luffy's stupidity. Nami, Usopp and Hancock. In the lab ruins, they found themselves face to face with Caesar while the children cheered happily at his appearance. Master. The children cheered. Master. Nami repeated before she gasped in realization. So it's you? You really one who kidnapped these poor children? What is he doing here? Usopp questioned. Did Luffy and his group miss him coming the other way or something? Shulolololo, Caesar laughed. My, what a cruel thing to do. Why did you take the children outside? Can't you see their suffering? What did you say, you rat-faced, Nami shouted, but Usopp held her back. No, Nami. Usopp shouted. Don't you see? That's just what he wants. Law told us he is a Logia user worth 300 million, remember? But Nami didn't listen. She pushed Usopp away and stepped toward Caesar. You're insane. She stuck her finger in his face. How dare you accuse us of causing these poor kids to suffer? What the hell did you do to them, you monster? Caesar smiled and theatrically put his hand over his forehead. Me, a monster? Why, I'm simply saving these poor little ones. These precious boys and girls were sick. Oh, how unhealthy they were before I gave them the candy that helped them. Candy? The kids shouted in delight. Master, we want our candy. Do you have some? Hancock was disgusted with Caesar. They all just wanna go home. Their parents are probably looking for them and you re-experimenting on them with such cruelty. You can keep them here. We're going to get them off this island. Shulolololo. Caesar laughed. Fool, do you think they want to go home to you? Usopp then ran in front of the kids, blocking their path. Hold it! He shouted. Don't go. You don't really wanna go back to the lab, do you? One of the little boys, who is about Usopp's height, growled viciously. Usopp took a step back in shock by the bloodshot eyes the kid showed him. Get out of my way! He shouted. I said move. Wham! He slugged Usopp right across the jaw, sending him to the ground in seconds. Once he was down, the children began to run past him. Oh no! Nami cried as she ran to the sniper's aid. Usopp! Hancock shouted. She ran quickly and blocked the path between the exit and the kids. She wanted to help, but wanted to make sure the kids didn't leave. Shulolololo. Caesar cackled as he held out his arms. That's right, kiddies, come back to your master. No. Stop. Nami cried as she held onto one of the kids' arms, stopping one of them. Please, you can go with him. Don't you kids wanna go home and see your families? Ah! Get off me! He punched Nami across the face, forcing her to let go. Nami crashed down with a bloody nose and a bruised leg from the impact of the hit. And Usopp groaned in pain. He looked at Caesar's smirk and that brought him to his breaking point. That's it? Usopp shouted. He pulled himself back up. I've had enough of your acting out, you bunch of little brats. He pulled out another pellet and aimed it at the kids. They turned around and suddenly tensed up in fear at the weapon. No, Usopp, don't, Nami groaned. Don't hurt them, Nami spoke as blood was dripping from her nose and to the ground. She slowly crawled towards Usopp and pulled on his arm. Please don't hurt them, Nami croaked as she was hurting bad. Nami, I don't have a choice, Usopp shouted, not taking his eyes off them. I know they're kids, but if it means we have to stop them by force in order to keep them here, then so be it. They're not in control, Usopp. They didn't mean to attack us, Nami shouted. These children, they're victims in all this. They've done nothing to deserve this. Ah! Sind screamed. My head? Get these stupid chains off! Shouted Doran. But Nami! Usopp cried. If we don't do anything, they'll clobber us. Usopp said, watching Hancock willingly taking shots from the kids in order to make them stay. Then focused at rage on him, Nami said, pointing at the laughing Caesar. Yerk! Mocha cried. These chains are restricting my movement, get them off me. Get them off! Sind shouted at Hancock, who was barely standing from the hits. Right now! Snap! The chains came undone, freeing the giant children. Rakawa warrior! They all roared. Whoa! Usopp screamed. No way! They broke the chains. Shulololololo. Caesar laughed. What incredible strength they've developed. Stay down and get out of our way, lady. One of the kids screamed at Hancock, who now was bleeding from her forehead and was down on one knee.
Breathing heavily. I am not letting you go to your master children. I faced something terrible when I was younger. Hancock groaned as she staggered up to her feet. I refuse to let you go through the same thing, even if it means dying.
Hancock readied into her stance. Hang on. Usopp shouted. I've got just the thing for you, gas-masked freak. Special attack? Firebird star. Usopp shot a huge firebird from his black kabuto. Huh? The kids stopped attacking Hancock and began observing the object in the air. But then Caesar just let the attack pass through him, causing the firebird to be reduced to a tiny bird-shaped clump of ash. What? Usopp questioned in shock. Caesar laughed. Did you really think you would ignite an explosion? Did you know my devil fruit powers are gas-based? Unfortunately for you, I extinguished the fire before it could touch me. And I can control all of the air within a certain distance around me. Since fire cannot burn without oxygen to feed on your pathetic attack, won't work. And you cannot survive without oxygen to breathe. As he said this, Usopp began to gag and grab at his throat. Just like this. Caesar smirked as he made a squeezing motion with his hand, causing Usopp to choke. Huh? Nami muttered. Since when did he get right in front of him? Usopp. I can see. Usopp choked as he began to fall to the ground. That's it?
Nami shouted as she held her sorcery climb attack, which started to make a chain of weather balls with storm clouds inside.
Black ball Ryug.
Caesar reached his hand over to Nami, who gagged and fell to the ground as well as he started to take away the oxygen she breathed.
Nami! Hancock shouted as she tried to move towards Caesar but also succumbed to being choked out by Caesar. Shulalalalo. Caesar cackled as the children surrounded him. Master! I want my candy. Me too, Master. The candy makes me feel happy. Hurry and give it to me. No, me first. Caesar ignored their pleas and instead smiled down upon the three straw hats. Did I hear you say, Caesar began, that Straw Hat missed me going the other way? But I did meet him, as well as your other two crewmates. Straw Hat and the others, I suffocated them, just like I did to you. Then he turned to look at the children. Listen up now, children. He ordered. I will only give candy to the good children who come back to the lab with me. You'll just have to wait until then. The children nodded their heads at this. But before that, Caesar began as he pointed to the choking Nami, Hancock and Usopp. Defeat these wicked demons who lured you out and tried to make your pain even worse. Pummel them with the giant pike you see there. Yeah. Sind and another giant boy roared as they grabbed a giant pike nearby. My head don't feel right, Usopp thought as he began to black out. Don't do it, kids. Nami thought. Hancock only observed as her body failed to even turn and watched the kids ever so closely surround them. Goku. Hancock closed her eyes and screamed into her mind before passing out from a lack of oxygen. Back with Goku. Virgo had excused himself out of the room in search for more hamburgers to eat while Monet decided to make herself a cup of coffee watching the prisoners. Goku. Goku's eyes widened as he felt Hancock's energy dwindle down dangerously low. Hancock is in trouble? He stood up and turned his head towards her life energy. His eyes turned serious and looked at Luffy. We gotta go now, Luffy, Goku said. Huh? Go where? Luffy asked confused. Robin merely stayed quiet while Frankie scratched his head in confusion. Where the hell do you think you're going? We re-trapped in here, you idiot. Smokey barked at Goku, which incited a laugh from Monet, who was watching at a distance. She was sipping her drink before flying over to the cage. Yes, please understand that you have no place to go right now, Goku, she chuckled before looking at him. You what is funny? You're really strong but stupidly naive to understand the situation you're in. A man of your caliber to be so weak-minded as to falling for Caesar holding one of your friends hostage. It is honestly sad. Monet laughed with tears coming out of her eyes. Whoosh. Smokey and Tagishi looked in shock. So you've heard of me, huh? Yeah, Monet gasped as she saw a key energy ball directly aimed at her face. Then you should know what I am capable of. Boom, the key energy ball turned into a key blast engulfing Monet's entire body. Oh! Monet screamed in agony and she was blasted out of the room and exploded out of the building and flew out to who knows where. The bars were ripped open and thrown across the room in a violent manner. Let us go, and you two, pointing at Smokey and Tagishi, who were in shock at the orange-clad Saiyan. Get out as quickly as you can. I hope to maybe someday fight you two again, but right now isn't the time. Luffy, Robin and Frankie grabbed a hold of Goku's shoulder and the Saiyan placed his fingers to his forehead. He looked at Law, who didn't move a muscle. Go on ahead, I just need to finish up some business here, Law said nonchalantly. Goku nodded and teleported out of the room, leaving the other two in shock. Goku teleported back to Nami, Usopp and Hancock when he noticed Brownbird beside the injured crew holding a pipe aimed at Caesar. Everyone! Luffy cried out as he and the rest of the crew rushed over to their friend's aid. What the? How did they escape? Caesar thought angrily. Goku tossed Frankie and Robin two senzu as to give to Nami and Usopp. Goku gave the third senzu to Hancock and managed to chew down the bean. Hancock opened her eyes and saw Goku's face. She smiled as she cupped his face. Darling, you came. Goku smiled back. I told you, I would always come and pick you up when you fall. Goku's eyes now turned to see the kids angrily ball their fists up at him. He knew almost immediately they were the ones responsible for hurting his friends. He saw red. Goku powered up and shook the building. Hancock, realizing what he about to do, wrapped her arms behind him from attacking the kids. No, Goku, it wasn't their faults. They only attacked us because Caesar tricked them. Please. Hancock begged, holding him tighter. He turned his direction at Caesar, who had his hands full with an irate Brownbird. Kazawarda. Brownbird roared as he swung his pipe at Caesar, only for the pipe to go face through him. He kept swinging, not realizing he was going nowhere with his attack. Goku turned back at the kids who now were surrounding him and the crew. He held his hand out and without missing a beat paralyzed the kids to their position, overloading them with ki and caused them to pass out. That should do it for now, Goku said before teleporting towards Caesar. Caesar had stopped Brownbird momentarily before directing his attention towards Goku. Ago when Goku sent a punch that blasted a knocked out Caesar out of the cave and across the island. Goku had enough of talking. He was a pissed off Saiyan and he needed to blow off some steam. Everyone began regaining their bearings, explaining what happened and how Brownbird came back to save them. Flashback. The Straw Hat Pirates passed out as the kids, praying down on them as if game went in for the kill. Kazawarda. Caesar turned to see the now fully conscious Brownbird holding a large metal pipe himself as he pushed past the children and knocked them back. Rakawara. Brownbird roared as he swung his pipe at Caesar, only for the pipe to go right through. Brownbird growled as he tried to keep hitting Caesar with his makeshift weapon, but no matter how many times he tried, he just couldn't land a hit. You bastard! Brownbird shouted at Caesar, who simply transformed into a gas cloud. Who are you again? Caesar asked mockingly as Brownbird roared in anger. That's right. My most talented henchman, Brownbird. But what happened to you? I can barely stand the sight of you. That was your doing? Brownbird shouted as he swung his pipe down on Caesar's head, only for it go right through and crack the floor. I trusted you. Oops, my bad, shulolololo. Caesar laughed as he moved around him and shouted order towards the kids. Kill them, my precious little angels. The first person to kill them will be rewarded with candy first. The kids grinned sadistically as they were growing agitated without their candy. Oh no, you don't. Brownbird shouted at the kids. He swung the pipe down at the kids' feet in order to make them back away from the unconscious pirates. Brownbird had kept them safe until Goku, Luffy, Robin and Frankie finally arrived. End of flashback. I trusted him, Brownbird cried as tears flooded down his face. Goku floated up to his face and began comforting him. It's alright, you didn't need that bastard, you have friends here that will always have your back. Brownbird didn't know what to say except nod silently and wipe the dried tears from his face. When I find him, I am ripping his head off and getting my crew back, he declared. So what do we do now? Luffy said, to which Usopp piped in. We getting out, that's what. Then let us get everyone together and escape, even if it means carrying all those kids on the boat, Nami said as everyone agreed in unison. With Zoro, Sanji, Brook and Kinemon, 5 minutes ago. Zoro, Sanji, Brook and Kinemon are still running away from Smiley. Geez, this big blob bastard doesn't he quit, does it? Sanji said, running out of the poisonous gases range. Yeah, and we can't even get close to it or attack it, Zoro said, holding his swords out. Boom. Everyone stopped to witness what appeared to be a body flying across the sky and suddenly disappear. What the hell was that? Kinemon shouted. It wasn't the clock, otherwise I would say time is flying by really fast, yo ho ho ho. Brook laughed only to be curb stomped by Sanji. This isn't the time for stupid jokes. Sanji roared. The poison blood gurgled as it saw the flying object and made a beeline for it, leaving the four by themselves. Coward! Come back and fight! Kinemon shouted, going after it. Zoro placed his arm in front of the samurai. You can have your revenge after we get out of here. And to find my son. Kinemon responded back. Besides, that object was thrown from there. Sanji pointed in the direction it appeared. Maybe someone is over there. It has the best chance of us finding Luffy and everyone else. Let us go and look. Right? Everyone agreed. Just as they were going, a dragon decided to drop down in front of them. Oh, what now? Sanji asked. It is a dragon. Zoro said. In front of them was a small dragon. A dragon? Sanji repeated. No way. I mean, they are just a tale told to scare children, they don't exist. Dragons do exist, Zoro retorted. Except this one is a lot smaller than the one Luffy and I fought earlier. A dragon? Kinemon said in surprise, seeing it all the way here. Wait. Let us catch it and hitch a ride to that location you were talking about. Zoro said. Yes, a brilliant idea. Brook praised. With Law, Smoker and Tagashi 10 minutes ago. Goku nodded and teleported him, Robin, Luffy and Frankie out of the room, leaving only Law, Smoker and Tagashi by themselves. Law cleared his throat and broke the chains that were clamped on his feet and hands. What the hell? Tagashi shouted. I thought devil users couldn't break out of sea stone chains. Law sighed. These aren't infused with sea stone. I stole all of Caesar's chains and replaced it with regular chains. Smoker eyes widened. He looked down at his arms and smashed it across the walls and they snapped open easily. He ripped the chains of Tagishi's arms and legs and removed his chains from his legs as well. Now to deal with you two. Law aimed his focus at the two. Smoker rolled his eyes. What do you want? Cause we aren't going to do jack for you. You two know a lot, it may be problematic to have you two with everything you know, Law said as the tension grew. Ba-bum. But whatever, I'll just fix you up. Smoker and Tagishi eyes widened as they realized they were suddenly back in their own bodies. However, Tagishi realized something when she returned back into her body. She looked down and saw her shirt was unbuttoned and was open for everyone to see. Kya. Tagishi curled up in a ball as she was felt completely embarrassed. Sheesh, why are you squealing like a little girl? Smokey rolled his eyes. Wham. Law was nervously sweating when he saw a menacing aura coming from Tagishi as she slammed her foot onto Smoker's head and crushing it into the wall. I told you to button my shirt. You don't know how this looks for a woman. Sighing heavily, Law waited until everything cooled down. So now that I fixed you, you're gonna have to follow me, because otherwise you'll never make it out of this island alive. Like that'll happen, punk, Smoker growled. We'll do it, Tagishi retorted. What the hell, Tagishi? He's the assassin that got us into this predicament. You're retelling me you're actually going to depend on these pirates? Smoker shouted. What choice do we have? Tagishi shouted back. Smoker was taken aback by that statement. Tagishi closed her eyes before taking a breath. Look, I don't like it as much as you, but really, what choice do we have?
Our men are somewhere out there trying to find us, and now we find out these missing kids are here as well. If we don't follow them, everyone will die. Tagishi looked at Smoker as if pleading with him.
Okay, let us go, Smoker said. Law smiled. A rare sight to see. Now it is time to set the plan into motion. It is time for a counterattack. Goku and the rest of the crew, including Brownbird, luckily began closing into the front of a building that read, "Lab, alright, is everyone here?" Usopp said, looking back to see the crew, and surprisingly the kids acting completely normal and responding to him as if they didn't just fight a few minutes ago. Flashback. The kids started to wake up. "Ugh, my head hurts," Smoker cried out. "What happened? Where did Master go?" Another child asked. "Where's our candy?" Another asked. "Crap!" Usopp shouted, "They are going to go rampant again." Robin placed her hand on his shoulder. "I have a plan. It is a 50/50 chance of working," Robin said as she walked over to Goku and held out her hand. "Goku, do you mind passing me some senzu beans?" Robin asked. "Huh? Okay, sure, but why?" Goku asked as he took out some senzu beans and handed it to Robin. She smiled. "You'll see." The crew observed as Robin quickly moved in front of the kids' field of view. "I have something you will really like, kids," Robin said as she passed around the senzu beans to each kid. They munched down on the small bean and suddenly their bellies began to swell and then return back to normal. "Yummy!" they cheered. Robin smiled as everyone's eyes widened at what they witnessed. "How the hell did you do that?" Nami asked in shock. "It was a 50/50 chance, but I know small children usually don't know what they are feeling and usually perceive something as good to be their remedy." Robin grinned. "That's why I tried a theory and gave them a senzu bean," Robin said as she turned her attention back to the smiling kids.
Turns out they were craving the medicine. They were just hungry and believed that the candy was going to make them feel better. And let me be the first to say this statement is not true. This is none of my business, but if you're feeling helpless to an addiction of some sort, please seek a friend or someone you trust to talk to about it.
Addiction is a serious issue. End of flashback. Usopp nodded in approval. "Okay, let us go." At the lab's front entrance, they observed the room and were amazed at the size of the room. It was a large, clear dome that was connected to one of the many towers. What they didn't know was several mysterious figures seemed to vanish into thin air within it. They didn't have a detectable power level, so Goku didn't notice as well. Not long after, as they opened the door, a bunch of G5 units rushed in from the opposite side of the room as well. They quickly shut the door behind them closed and looked relieved. "Now that weird blob thing want to get us with it as poison gas," one of the G5 units said as they all cheered. As they were in the middle of their cheer, they noticed the Straw Hats and the kids were also in the room with them. "Aha, it is the Straw Hats!" the G5 units shouted. Up from above the room, one of Caesar's minions noticed the commotion underneath them. "Quickly, everyone! Get out here! We've got an emergency!" cried one of the satyrs. "The shutters are rolling up and the G5 and Straw Hats are here and they have the kids." "What? The shutters opened?" questioned another satyr. "Who flipped the switch?"
Caesar men drew their weapons down at them, and in response, the G5 aimed their weapons at both the Straw Hats and Caesar's minions.
Luffy, Usopp, Robin, Frankie, Hancock and Goku stood in front of the kids raring to fight it out with both groups. "Don't fire at the kids, you idiots!" a harsh voice bellowed across the room. "Intruders! Up there as well!" shouted a black-haired satyr. Everyone looked up and it was revealed to be Lol, Smoker, and Tashigi, who are sitting atop a pile of defeated guards. "They defeated our men?" the half-man creatures questioned in shock. "Law? Tagashi? Smoker?" one of the G5 men shouted in shock. "But I thought that the master locked them up," one of Caesar's men shouted. Robin chuckled to herself, remembering their escape. At least now, we found our men are safe and unharmed inside, Tashigi said in relief. Luffy! Law shouted, getting the captain's attention. It's time for the next step in our plan. Shishishishi. Luffy smirked. Right. Luffy pounded his fists together. Counterattack. Goku was pumped. This is getting exciting. Cheech. To think I am working with scum like you, of all people, Smoker growled. Crash. Everyone to their surprise looked over and suddenly saw a small dragon along with Zoro, Sanji, Kinemon and Brook slicing down a door from the G5's side and entering into the standoff. Humph. Looks like we made it. Time. Zoro said. Yeah, only because I took over guiding the dragon. You nearly got us killed like 7 times. Sanji growled angrily. Nami suddenly then became a static. Law. Change me back. Law looked down to see Nami waving at him and pointing at Sanji. My body is here. Change me back. Alright. Law snapped his fingers and immediately both Sanji and Nami switched back to their original bodies. No, my dream of snapping a photo is over. Sanji fell to his knees and cried. Gaowa. G5 screamed. They sliced the door down. Now the gas is gonna get inside. What? Nami screamed as she realized she now was on the other side of the room where the gas was leaking through. You idiots! Usopp shouted. Hey! Don't blame us! Zoro shouted back. How do you expect us to get inside? Shishishishi. Luffy laughed before he looked down. Hey! Everyone here? Yep. The Straw Hats answered. Great. Luffy said as he punched a fist into his palm and cracked his knuckles. Then it's time to throw down. Everyone watched as Brownbird rushed inside with Zoro, Kinemon and the others. However, they weren't the ones they were worrying about right now. Right now, they focused on the big hole they made it in the shutters. What have you done? G5 questioned in shock. Oh crap. Usopp cursed. That gas is going to kill us. Thanks a lot, you idiots, shouted a G5 gunman. You're gonna kill us all along with you. Kinemon hummed inquisitively. Seal that breach, men. Shouted a swordsman, or else are we all doomed. Soon, they grabbed the broken piece of the door that Zoro and Kinemon cut down, then pushed up into the hole and barricaded it with steel and boards. Back outside, the poisonous gas had shrouded the entire icy side. As far as the eye could see, the purple gas covered the entire horizon and even beyond it. A video transponder snail, which had been saved by the gas due to the protective bubble surrounding it, transmitted everything to the lab. We can tell how far the gas has us surrounded. We'll be trapped in here forever. One of the G5 units cried out, causing everyone to panic. Suddenly, I just got an idea. Brook jumped and screamed in delight. Everyone turned to look at the skeleton pirate. I can release my soul and check the island and take a look for myself. Brook said. Oh, I get it? Sanji smiled. With you outside, we can see how much gas has surrounded the island. Brook nodded as his soul suddenly appeared through the wall and took a good look around. Whoa. It is still rather thick and heavy, Brook said, squinting. I can barely see anything, and I don't have any eyes. Yo-ho-ho, Brook laughed as he drifted back into the building and into his body. How is it looking, Brook? Usopp asked. One step outside means instant death, I'd say. Brook answered. The thought of what would have happened if we didn't get that hole sealed gives me the creeps. You give us the creeps? Shouted G5. Good, Zoro said, giving a nod. It's not good. Shouted a G5 soldier. And we re the ones who sealed the door. Shouted a soldier wielding a broadsword. With some of the barrack bro agreed, but the divive looked with jog at how they didn't understand how the scene would blow the gas away if he had stuck inside with them. This crew is even crazier than I thought they were. Shouted another wearing a top hat and had a scar on his forehead. Suddenly, the men raised their guns at the pirates, much to their surprise. Straw Hat Pirates. Brownbird. Give yourselves up. You're under arrest. Shouted one of them. What the hell? Nami questioned. Why are our backs against the wall all of a sudden? Oh, just great. Usopp complained. And there's no way out, either. There's no need, Zoro smirked while Kinemon just glared. Craro. The dragon growled as he sat on the steel floor. Heh? Sanji scoffed. You guys should be stopped while you had the chance. Yo ho ho ho. Brook chortled as he drew Soul Solid. They know my name. Brownbird thought with a faint blush on his cheeks. Everyone ready? Luffy asked. Let us get this party started. Oh, listen up, you two. Law ordered. I don't want your men interfering with me or his crew. Understood, Smoker said before he turned to his men. Hey. Hold it, you bunch of dumb asses. G5 looked up to see Smoker and Tashigi. Oh. Said a soldier. It is Smokey and Tashigi. But wait, who is who? Asked another. I am Smoker, you imbeciles. Smoker shouted, pointing at himself. And I am Tashigi. Tashigi added. Oh. G5 said in realization. Now listen up. Smoker barked. Temporary ceasefire. Forget about those pirates for now. Why it? The soldiers questioned in shock. Shut it. Smoker ordered. I am in charge and I give the commands now and I say temporary ceasefire. You got me? Yes, sir. The G5 men shouted, saluting Smoker. Everyone here, listen to me. Law shouted. This lab is entirely surrounded by poisonous gas. But there is one way to get straight to the sea without coming into contact with the outside air. There is a giant M structure R66. We only have 2 hours at best. I have no taste for Massachusetts murder weapons, but if we run out before then I cannot guarantee your survival. Everyone gasped in shock at this. Luffy, what is he talking about? One of the kids asked worriedly. Is something gonna happen to the lab, Traffy? Luffy asked. We're gonna try something, but I can't be certain if it'll work, Law replied. Oh. I did ya? Luffy said. In that case, everyone. Head for the exit down there, Luffy pointed. Right? Everyone yelled as they all went into separate groups. Brook, Kinemon and Zoro paired together, the G5 units stuck together, Brook and Frankie joined forces, Nami, Sanji, Usopp and Brownbird stayed close and Hancock stayed with the kids leading them towards the exit. I am coming for you, Caesar. And this time, I am not gonna lost consciousness. I'll kick your ass and then kidnap you. Come on, Goku, let's go. Luffy said before he took off like a bullet. Already moving? Goku grinned as he followed Luffy. Alright, G5. Smoker ordered. You follow with the Straw Hats and all those abducted kids and heads for R66. We're gonna steal the tanker in port and are getting the hell out of here. Yes, sir. G5 roared as they rushed to catch up with the Straw Hats. Hang on, Momonosuke. Kinemon declared. Your father is on the way to save you. Tashigi, Smoker said. Take the men and go on ahead. What? Tashigi questioned. But I thought we were partnering up, where are you going, Smoker? She then gasped as realization hit her. It is Virgo, isn't it? She asked. I want to stand by and let that bastard make a mockery of the Marines. That man is a blemish to our honor. Then let me go with you. Tashigi said. His power is the real deal. If something happens to you, then who will protect your men? Smoker asked, causing Tashigi to gasp.
Those Morans see you more as their captain, so step up and act like one to them, see them to safety along with those kids.
I am counting on you, Tashigi. Smoker said, lighting a cigar and using his plum fruit to fly off to catch up with Luffy and the others. Smoker. Tashigi whispered in surprise.
Hello smirked as he stopped to look at Toshigi. Looks like you're not as worthless as I first thought. To get the old man to compliment you must be saying a lot.
Tashki turned in confusion. Worthless? What is that supposed to mean? Law rolled his eyes. Never mind, let us just go before I leave you behind, Law said before rushing off. Toshigi began sprinting down before going into thought. Does smoker respect me now? Meanwhile, Zoro and Usopp are seen, tying up some of Caesar's guards when they noticed they tried to attack them from behind. Once all done, Usopp gave Zoro a briefing of what had transpired while he was gone. Are you serious? Zoro questioned. You retelling me Luffy already lost once? Well, yeah. Usopp replied. That Caesar guy was bragging about how he suffocated him. He is made of gas, remember? He can suck all the oxygen from the air. And we got put to sleep by those damn Yetis. Zoro cursed. That's not gonna fly here. Out here, if you get careless, then that's it. Game over. Hey, calm down, Usopp said. We all okay now, right? Hee. Quit laughing. It's not funny. Zoro shouted before he looked up at Luffy, who is running alongside Goku on a railway. Hey Luffy. Huh? Luffy muttered before he stopped and looked down at Zoro. What is it? Get a freaking grip and get serious, you moron. Zoro shouted. Remember, we're in the new world now. Luffy gasped at this while Sanji just smirked. He is so damn tough on himself, the cook quipped. Right? Luffy grinned. Sorry. I won't get careless like that again. Luffy look out. Goku shouted. Huh? Boink gwa. Luffy hit his head over a hanging metal bar and flopped down on his back. Goku winced as he saw Luffy fall down. Zoro sighed and face-palmed. We're doomed in the new world. Sanji just chuckled. Hey, I found some of the escapees. Luffy got back up and saw some guards standing on the railway with him. It's Straw Hat Luffy and Goku. Shouted one. Quick! Shoot them! Who knows what they'll do? Bang 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 bang. They fired their rifles at the pair, but it was useless. The Straw Hat captain and his orange-clad friend had jumped out of the way. Huh? Goku appeared in front of one of the guards and did a high kick and blasted him into the other guards and off the railway. Luffy stretched his legs and then jumped air to the other side. Gumguam, he shouted before he began to twist his legs around, and before long, he started to hover in the air like a helicopter. UFO. Wham! Luffy's continuously spinning legs began to kick the guards out of his way before he flew off, laughing. Onward! He shouted. Woohoo! Goku said as he ran after him. Wait up! Damn it Luffy, Goku slow down. Zoro roared while Usopp. Sai can't he get through to this numbskull? Zoro asked. Inside the lab. Caesar and Monet were on a medical examination table with medical equipment monitoring their health, with Virgo eating a hamburger watching over them. Suddenly, Caesar woke up screaming as if he had a nightmare. Monet strained her eyes open after hearing Caesar's screams. Good, you're both finally awake, Virgo said as he walked over to the two lying on the table. Caesar was confused. He looked around and saw a bluish substance inside a fluid bag flowing into a needle that was placed inside one of his veins. The scientist knew immediately what it was. It was an experimental substance he had been working on. It was similar to the hormone CHNO, or most commonly known as epinephrine or adrenaline. Normally, adrenaline is produced by both the adrenal glands and a small number of neurons in the brainstem. It acts as a messenger by increasing blood flow to muscles, improving physical performance and priming you to either flee from danger or fight it off. This drug helped bring more blood to his body but was slowly repairing his body, allowing him to move. He noted it must have been an hour or so, otherwise there was no way he would be standing. While Caesar was recovering from his injuries, it was going to take a while due to the massive amounts of injuries he took from Goku. If he wasn't hooked up to the substance, he knew he would have died from his injuries. Where am I? Caesar asked groggily. You're back in the lab, Virgo replied. I was cooking up some burgers when Monet managed to drag your body back from who knows where. Virgo shrugged. She collapsed as soon as she got you and herself hooked to the blue liquid. Then you guys have no injury, Virgo said. Caesar turned to look at Monet and saw how she wasn't faring any better than him. She also was dealing with her own injuries. Monet. Caesar shifted his body slowly over to her to check to see if she was alright. Monet looked up to see a concerned look from Caesar's face. Are you still able to move? Caesar asked as he picked her head up and brushed some hair from her face as well as picking off some dust from her ruffled feathers. Monet softly smiled. Yes, I think I am able to move a bit. Caesar smiled wickedly and dropped her back on the table hard, making Monet groan from her injuries. Caesar noted that she still experienced some pain. It seems she must have a higher tolerance to the drug. It may take a while before it takes effect. If you're able to move, then get up. We still have work to do. Caesar laughed, grabbing a pole from the room and hobbled over to another corner of the room and looked at the cameras around the island and was watching as Smiley shrouded the whole island with poisonous gas, laughing triumphantly at his success. It's all over. Shulolololo. He laughed before coughing, feeling some liquid in his lungs. The drug was slowly repairing the damage and was eliminating the substance from his lungs. The scientist resumed his monologue after he felt better. There is no possible place on Punk Hazard left to exist. I've created a true land of the dead. Wait, Caesar said as he squinted at one of the monitors. Why is the G5 at the front entrance? Caesar roared. Why isn't there footage of them poisoned stiff? This is supposed to be my big public demonstration of my Smiley. Not to mention we don't have a view of the Straw Hats. Law? Smoker? That infuriating Goku. Are they dead yet? Caesar slammed his fist into the monitor. Monet slowly pulled herself off the table and limped to Virgo, and then they spoke. What do you think, Virgo? Monet asked as she tended to her burns. The fact that we can see G5, Virgo began, is proof enough that they escaped from the cage. My soldiers are mindless ruffians. There's no way they could be escaped on their own. At any rate, we can have Law and the Straw Hats on the loose. Depending on his plans, I may have to eliminate the both of them immediately. What? Caesar questioned before he fell down to one knee from his pains. You think they escaped, Virgo? Just then, a guard came rushing in. Master! He cried. The pirate Straw Hat Luffy has led all of our foes and the kids into the lobby of Building A. They're moving further into the lab. What? Caesar questioned in shock. Inside. How did they even open those massive heavy shutters? Uda tested Goku. I am sure of it. Yes, the reason my plans aren't going accordingly, I just know it. Caesar roared as he struggled back to his feet. The guard winced before answering. It seems that for now, they seem to be attempting to escape through an interior gate that Law had found. At that moment, a small shadowy figure dashed out of the room and ran down the hallway. It is revealed to be Chopper, who is carrying the note that someone threw at him. Well, at least everyone is alright. He thought. I don't know who tossed this note at me, but I am guessing they meant I'd be able to escape on my own. I think I've figured that drug works though, and I've got a sedative I can use too. However, Chopper didn't realize that he was seen by Monet, who simply just watched. What are all my men doing? Caesar questioned the guard. There are only a few security guards in Building A, Master, said the guard. The main forces are preparing for battle at the outpost in Building B. Oh, I see, Caesar smirked. They're looking to escape, correct? Then they're probably making a beeline for the gate sharp 66 with the letter R on it. But they won't get there. Caesar smiled before ordering the guard. Shut the hallway between structures A and B. What? The guard asked. You heard me? Caesar said as he brought out a map of the complex building and drew a line between Building A and B with his finger. Close this gate and isolate the structure. That will destroy the walls of Building A and let the gas to flow inside and kill them off. But Master, the guard said. We still have some men inside the building and. Just do it. Caesar barked. And don't forget to set up a video transponder, snail, you clod. Master. The guard muttered, confused. We need to regroup and give our brokers a proper showing. Caesar shouted. If we stop now, they won't fully appreciate the heights of my scientific greatness. Now won't they? And no, master, the guard said. Right away. Just then, Caesar noticed Virgo beginning to leave. The scientist hummed inquisitively. Where are you going, Virgo?
You'll only catch the small fries with the trap, Virgo answered.
You're not the only one with something to lose if Law and Smoker end up getting away, Caesar. I can leave this entirely in your hands. I'll cut everything to pieces. He then walked over to a nearby counter with beakers and jars. Where's my sword? He asked, looking around the room for his swords. You don't have one, Monet answered as she bandaged herself up with some remedies to heal her wounds. You're not a swordsman. Oh yeah, that's right, Virgo said. Either way, it's time for me to go out and crack a few skulls. Virgo walked out of the room while Caesar started cackling. Perfect. With our plan underway, shulololo. There's no way anyone will get out of this island. Especially that infernal Goku. Shulololo, cough cough cough. Back in Building A. Luffy and Goku were making their way to Building B, however, they soon found themselves confronted by a large spider centaur with 4 arms, of them holding 4 sabers. What the? Luffy questioned. You shall not pass, Straw Hats. The spider centaur laughed. Gwahahaha. I am the one and only former pirate and guard of Building B, Lundy Machete. In the name the great scientist of love, Master Caesar, I. Hey! Luffy shouted. Those aren't animal legs. I am not buying it. What kind of centaur are you supposed to be anyway? Yeah, I have to agree, Goku added. He doesn't even look close to centaur. Goku pointed to his legs. I am a spider centaur, dumbasses. Lun roared at their faces. No, you're either a spider or centaur. Luffy roared back. The Saiyan laughed as he also agreed. I don't have to listen to you. Lun roared as he slammed his sabers down at Luffy's face and threw another saber at Goku. Goku grabbed hold of the blade and redirected to stab into one of the walls while Luffy disappeared and reappeared over the sabers. Luffy raised his leg and kicked him in the jaw, sending him crashing to the floor in seconds. Out of the way! Luffy shouted as he and Goku knocked a few guards out of their path. At that moment, they saw a huge gate and a hallway on the other side. Hey! Goku exclaimed, that must lead to Building B. Then let us move. However, as they kept running, a loud beeping sound began to go off and the close sign on the top of the gate began to flash red. At that moment, Law and Smoker jumped down, finally catching up to the 2 Straw Hats. Smoker began using his plume powers to fly around the room. What does that alarm mean, Law? Asked Smoker. It's a warning that the gate is going to shut, Law answered. There's only one hallway to Building B up ahead. What? Smoker muttered. Law is Caesar trying to trap us inside. Goku said. Indeed, Law said before turning to Smoker. Go, get your men and get out as fast as possible. Back near the entrance of Building A. The Straw Hats, Brownbird and G5 are seen running to the gate.
However, some of the G5 soldiers seemed reluctant to let the pirates go. I don't know what this time limit Trafalgar is talking about is, said one of them, but there's no way we're letting you waltz away under our noses, Straw Hats.
We not you get away. Oh, give me a break. Zoro shouted. Didn't your superior say temporary ceasefire? Now get out of the way. Slash. Slish. Slice. Zoro, Brook, and Kinemon cut down the soldiers in their path. Gah. It burns. Gah. It hurts. Gah. It freezes. Woohoo. Usopp cheered as he sat on Brownbird's back with Sanji and Nami. Check out the three musketeers over there. Yo ho ho ho. Brooke chortled. Hey Brownbird, Sanji said. You don't mind giving us a ride part of the way there, do you? Not a bit, Brownbird answered, panting. However, did you have to bring the dragon in here with you? Sanji looked back and saw the dragon from earlier, looking docile and almost sleepy. That thing? Sanji asked. We grabbed onto it, hoping it would fly us away from the gas. It can't fly right now because it has been given a sedative, said Brownbird. If you ask me, bringing that beast inside the lab might have been a mistake. You mean it as dangerous? Nami asked. It almost looks cute to me. Hancock ran besides the kids, encouraging them to keep moving. We're almost there. Don't give up. At that moment, more soldiers tried to attack the Straw Hats. We'll never get a chance like this. Take 'em both down. Shouted one. I am gonna be famous. Shouted another. Damn it, what did I just say? Zoro questioned as he prepared to attack again, but then. Enough. She-5 looked up at Tashigi, who glared at them. See, Captain? Asked one. Oh, so it's you, said Zoro, smirking with confidence. Captain Copycat now. Tashigi ignored Zoro's remarks as she looked at her unit. I am your captain, and as captain, I am ordering you to cease fire on the Straw Hats. No matter what, the kids are our first priority. If you have a problem with it. Tashigi pointed at herself. Then take it up with me and see how far you'll get with complaining. Whoa. Captain acted so cool. One of the G5 units shouted as the others had a starry-eye gleam praising their captain. All right. You heard our captain. No more fooling around. One of the units said, yeah. The G5 shouted as they resumed their task at hand. Tashigi softly smiled, feeling proud that she was able to rein in her rowdy unit.
You don't seem all that interested in fighting, though, Zoro noted.
You are correct, Tashigi said. Now get going. With that, the pirates continued to run. Captain, what are you doing? Asked a G5 gunman. You letting them get away? Didn't I just say temporary ceasefire? Tashigi questioned. Right now, the pirates are not our enemy. Now keep moving down the hallway. Tashigi said Caesar is going to trap us all in here if we don't through that hallway. If we don't get past the gate before it closes, there will be no escape off of Punk Hazard. Now move. At that moment, realization finally hit them. Oh, hell. Move it, boys. Captain's orders. We gotta get our asses in gear. Grab the injured and go. Head straight for the gate. Up ahead, the Straw Hats are still running for their lives, and someone else had joined them. My, what a terrible thing to do, Robin noted. Robin? Usopp questioned. Robin? Nami exclaimed, there you are. You had me worried. Since when did you get there? Robin chuckled and said, Luffy asked me to do something for him. Well? Nami asked. Did you hear all of that? Hurry it up, Brownbird. Before it closes on us. This is the fastest I can go. Brownbird wheezed. All we ever do is run. Kineman shouted, panting. Don't tell me you're getting tired already, Kineman. Zoro panted. Not at all. Kineman objected. A samurai never gets tired.
I'm not a samurai, Brook said, so I feel justified in saying I can take much more of this.
Up ahead, some of the guards are seen near the gate. Hey, said one of them. Why is Brownbird with the Straw Hats? Don't tell me he turned traitor on the master. Shouted another. Our savior? Questioned one more. How dare he? It doesn't matter. Said another. We gotta hurry. Simone, G5. Tashigi ordered. The gate is almost shut. Move, move, move. Outside the lab, a cannon aimed at building A, test cannon on standby. Calibrating. Target outer wall of laboratory building A. Fire. Kaboom. A huge blast was heard, and everyone looked back to see that a giant hole had made in the wall. What the? Tashigi questioned in shock. The wall just got blasted in, cried a soldier. But that means that. Not long after, the poisonous gas began to seep through the hole and make its way towards everyone. Usopp's eyes bulged out as he screamed. Get away, hurry! Tashigi cried. Faster! Zoro shouted. If that gas touches you, you're dead. Yohoo! Brook screamed. I don't want to die again. Oh wait. Goku and Luffy ran to the doors to slow them down, making sure it didn't close in on their friends. Guys, hurry! Goku shouted as he pointed to the gas. Everyone was making it through when one of the kids tripped, causing Hancock, Tashigi and a few G5 units rush over to help pick up the giant. They're not going to make it. Law shouted. Goku gritted his teeth. Frankie, hold the door. The Saiyan shouted before dashing over to the remaining people outside the gate. The door was closing when suddenly the G5 unit saw the gas caught up. Guys, help me! Alawa! The soldiers screamed in horror as he saw the gas approaching them. However, Goku drew back his fist and tensed up. Huh? Goku blasted a giant pressure of air that sent the gas from their direction. What? The G5 units shouted in amazement. Tashigi sputtered in disbelief. Smoker narrowed his eyes upon the orange-clad warrior. It stopped the gas momentarily, and Goku knew the gas would re-emerge due to the hole. Goku! Frankie shouted, getting the Saiyan's attention.
The gate was about to shut, and if they didn't get through now, they'd all be trapped.
Goku nodded and lifted the kid up and floated them up. I got him. Run to the gate. Soon, everyone managed to make it through the small crack in the gate as it was closing. Goku placed the kid down next to his friends, who all crowded around him, crying and hugging him, thinking he was going to be killed. We made it! The pirates cried as everyone cheered and hugged each other in escaping the gas. Inside his room, Caesar roared in anger. Nobody was killed. He screeched as he began pounding his fist on the table. Suddenly the camera panned over to Goku, who rejoined his friends, who was suddenly embraced him in a tight hug for saving them. You wretched vermin! You can try all you like to escape, but every last one of you will be dead when this is over. I guarantee it. Shulololololo. Brownbird is running through the corridor while the Straw Hats and Kineman were on his back. I can't believe he would destroy his own lab just to get us killed. Brownbird said. A man with loose ends will do a lot of things he didn't know he would do, Law said, running within earshot for Brownbird to hear.
That just means we can let our guard down. We're not safe just because we made it this time, Zoro advised.
That means you have to hurry it up, Brownbird. Yes, sir. Hey, wait a minute. Brownbird shouted. Since when did you all get on my back? Brownbird shouted, noticing Kineman and the entire Straw Hats except Goku and Hancock sitting on his back. No wonder it is starting to get heavy. Forgive us, Zoro said. You'll have to bear our weight for now. There's just no other option. We're all sick and tired of running, Usopp said. That's a horrible reason, shouted Brownbird as he pointed at the kids. They retired but still running, so get off me. You said your name was Brownbird, correct? Kineman asked. Yes, Brownbird panted as he was getting tired from carrying everyone. It may seem ridiculous, but as a samurai, we need rest just like any other person. I said get off me, you lazy bums. Brownbird wheezed as he kept running. Soon, everyone started to take off their coats.
Now that we're inside, there's pretty much no need for these coats, Zoro said as he took his off.
It is almost too hot for them. You never know if it might get cold again though, Robin said.
Let us just hang them up here, for now, Usopp said as he took off his coat and hung it on Brownbird's back.
My back is not a lounge. Brownbird shouted. If you're not injured, get off and start running. I do say, I am rather peckish, Brook said, swinging his legs back and forth. A samurai never gets hungry, Kin Iman declared. Either way, Brownbird said, we all after different things. Once I reach the post where my men are stationed, I am kicking you all off and going on my way. Do you have any food back here, mister? Brownbird. Rook asked. Shut up! Brownbird shouted. While Brownbird and the Straw Hats were arguing, Tashigi and the G5 units stayed in the back making sure nobody was going off randomly and getting lost. Capan, said one of the soldiers, causing the G5 units and Tasi to stop momentarily. What do we do? One of the soldiers asked. Tashigi looked confused. What do you mean? Your objective is to keep the kids safe and... No, I mean what do we do after all of that? We still have a crazy scientist gunning for our heads. The soldier said. Yeah. He tried to kill us back there. I can't believe I am saying this, but if it weren't for that pirate Goku, we would have been killed. Another soldier added. The G5 started to grit their teeth in disgust, having to be saved by their enemies. Tashigi understood their feelings. She knew she had to say something that'll remind them to keep going forward.
I want you all to understand that Cesar isn't going to get away with this, Tashigi said. Now that we know they were developing this murder weapon, we have to get the word out, or the entire world will suffer.
Tashigi said. We mustn't let our enemies make a mockery of the world government, the organization you vowed to hold up with high regards. The soldiers nodded in agreement. We're all getting off this island and reporting this to Ike, Tashigi commanded. Right? Said the G5, filled with determination in getting out of this island, but just then. Wait a minute! Cried a G5 soldier with a mohawk. What's that up there? Everyone looked up and saw a flash of flight, but not long after, a huge jet of fire burst forth, nearly burning them all alive. Yalla!
They screamed before they looked up and saw the little dragon from earlier, only now, he is flying in the air and had a vicious look in his eyes.
What is that thing? Asked one of the G5 soldiers. Didn't it get inside by tagging along with the Straw Hat crew? Why did it come all the way back over here? Asked another that had been singed by the dragon's flames. I thought it was just an overgrown lizard with wings. I never thought I'd actually see a dragon in my lifetime. Tashigi said. Dragons? The G5 men questioned in shock. That's right, Tashigi said. Legendary beasts engineered by Drive. Vegapunk to protect the island. But it didn't look so scary just a few minutes ago. Cried a soldier. Look out! Shouted another soldier. It is coming this way. Soon the dragon swooped down on them. Shoot it down! Shouted a G5 rifleman before he and the others started shooting at the beast. However, the dragon deftly dodged the bullets with ease. It dodged a soldier, but the dragon lunged at him with jaws wide open. Get down! Tashigi cried out. Her soldiers dodged the dragon's attack, causing it circle back for a second attack. No way! Shouted a soldier. Run! Tashigi ordered. Keep moving to Building B. The dragon growled before chasing after them. It is fast, it flies, it breathes fire, and it bites through steel. Cried a soldier. What's up with that thing? I thought the Straw Hats got it under control. All of a sudden, the dragon seemed to gasp in fright before he quickly flew up and out of sight, much to G5's confusion. It flew away. It acted like it saw a ghost or something. Hey! There's something going on at the hallway exit up ahead. Tashigi looked up to see what the commotion was about. Cap and Tashigi. We re-saved. Wow. Are you serious? I don't believe it. Oh no. Tashigi gasped in shock. There, standing amidst the cheering soldiers, is Virgo. Look, Capan, said one of the soldiers. It is Vice Admiral Virgo, come to the rescue. He must have picked up one of our signals before they took our transponder snails away. Shouted another. So did the message get back to 8, Vice Admiral? Asked one more. How many ships are they sending? Didn't you see the straw hats and kids pass you by, Vice Admiral? V. Virgo. Tashigi thought as Virgo stood there, expressionless, while the soldiers kept cheering him. Vice Admiral Smokey and Virgo. The deadly duo of G5 is on the scene. Yeah. Nothing can stop us now. No. Tashigi whispered. G, get away. Tashigi said, get away from him. Everyone, run. Tashigi drew her sword and shakily aimed it at Virgo. Huh? A soldier muttered. What are you talking about, Kapog jab? Virgo suddenly stabbed the soldier in the chest with his finger. Ugh. The soldier grunted before he dropped to the floor, much to his comrades' surprise and shock. Before they knew what happened, they suddenly found themselves get stabbed as well. They fell to the floor, crying out in pain and confusion. Tashigi eyes couldn't believe it. Virgo was pushing his finger into the soldier's torso at a very high speed, leaving a wound similar to a bullet wound. She heard rumors of users being able to use this move, but she never witnessed it in person. So this is the Shigen? Vice Admiral? Asked a nervous soldier. Did they do something wrong? Don't get me wrong. I am all for punishment, but don't you think you're going a little too far using your Shigen? It could be fatal. Tashigi was unable to move as she watched Virgo continue to attack his own men. She wanted to stop him, but she found herself frozen with anger and fear. Realizing that they had all been deceived, Tashigi finally found her courage and took action. Men! Get away from him! She shouted as she drew Shiger. He is not the man you think he is. Clang! Tashigi's blade was blocked by Virgo's hockey-imbued arm. All this time he has been working against for age.
Tashigi cried as Virgo grabbed her head and threw her across the room. She slammed her back to the wall, sending her to the ground with blood trickling down her forehead.
Cap and Tashigi! The soldiers shouted. That's not Vice Admiral Virgo. He must be an imposter. Yeah. The real Vice Admiral Virgo wouldn't dare harm a lady. Especially Cap and Tashigi. Could it be a disguise? Devil fruit powers. Don't you dare copy our commander, you bastard. Yeah. The real Vice Admiral is a man of honor who stands up for his band of outcast soldiers. The soldier cried out as they drew their weapons at Virgo. How dare you make a mockery of his image, you swine! As they prepared to attack, the soldiers were blinded by tears forming.
They held their base commander with admiration and respect. To see him hurting his own men and their captain, it broke their hearts.
That was why they viewed him as an imposter. The G5 refused to believe that the man attacking them was their base commander. In a moment of hesitation, the soldiers were soon taken down, one by Virgo. Tashigi mustered any strength into her legs, begging them to get up, but her body wouldn't budge. She could only lie down on the floor, watch in horror as Virgo continued to attack them. I can't even speak. She thought. Stop it. Stop killing them. Smoker, someone help me. Just then, Virgo stopped attacking the soldiers and turned around. Who is there? He questioned. Silence. Show yourself. Suddenly he spotted someone diving toward him from above. I heard a lady was in need of help. Krakoom. Out of nowhere, Sanji kicked Virgo in the jaw with a flaming leg and sent him crashing to the floor. What the? One of the G5 soldiers questioned in surprise. It is black like Sanji, said another. What is he doing here?
I heard the sound of a lady's teardrops falling, Sanji said, causing Tashigi to gasp in surprise.
Virgo groaned as he stood up, blood was dripping from his forehead. Back with the rest of the group. Goku sensed something bad was going on in the back. Guys, something is wrong near Tashigi and those soldiers. I think they're getting attacked. Smoker eyes widened. Damn it. I need to. Tashigi? Sanji said with hearts replacing his eyes. I won't let such a beauty be harmed. Sanji cried out before hightailing it in the direction of Tashigi and the G5 unit. Smoker could only just watch as the blondie zoomed past him and off to Tashigi. Smoker said. Usopp just sighed. Just let him do his thing. Just then, Kineman and Brooke looked up to see the dragon from earlier. Kineman hummed inquisitively. Oh. It's the dragon again. Brooke said. The dragon is back. Can we play with it after we leave this place? The kids asked in excitement. No wait, Nami said. It looks different. Look at its eyes. They look so vicious. That means the sedative has worn off. Brownbird exclaimed. How do we stop it? Hancock asked. The smaller ones are the later, improved models. They read quicker and hardier. We just have to look for a weak spot, Law said. Look out. Here it comes. Usopp, Nami and Brooke screamed as the beast dived towards them. Goku flew towards the dragon and placed his hand out and grabbed it by the neck. You're going to receive a timeout if you don't behave. The little dragon whined as it felt sad being scolded at. The image was surprising to everyone. Goku was holding the dragon like a dog carrying its pup by the neck in its mouth. Law was in shock, he just scolded it. Goku smiled. It's okay little guy, I didn't mean to make you sad, the Saiyan said, patting the top of the dragon's head. Bah. The dragon smiled happily before nudging his head towards Goku. The Saiyan laughed, causing everyone except Smoker and Law, who still was in shock, to smile. Suddenly the creature flew underneath Goku and allowed Goku to sit atop of its back, giving him a free ride. Woohoo! Goku cheered happily, enjoying the ride instead of flying. That looks awesome. Luffy shouted with stars in his eyes along with Brooke, Kineman and Frankie.
Meanwhile, in Caesar's lab, the scientist was watching Virgo attack G5, and needless to say, he was infuriated.
What the hell is Virgo doing? Caesar questioned. Those G5 halfwits are my test subjects. What is the point of this public demonstration if it is not the poisonous gas that kills them? Monet. Seal the closer end of the hallway and reopen the far gate to let the gas in. With Virgo inside? Monet asked. It is his fault for going down there in the first place. Caesar snapped. Now shut up and do it. Monet growled in annoyance. I saved his life and this is how he repays me. By ordering me around and without a thank you. Outside, Luffy, Smoker and the rest of the group had arrived in front of the door. You ready? Smoker asked. Yeah. Luffy said as he, along with everyone, hopping off Brownbeard's back, who fell to the floor from exhaustion. Goku hopped off the dragon's back and regrouped with his friends. Straw Hat, listen closely. Smoker said, getting their attention. Virgo is mine. You got it? Yeah, but if we find Caesar, he is ours. You got that? Luffy shouted. Sure, Smoker said hesitantly. Click. Smoker pressed the button, causing the door to Caesar's lab to open. Just then the door opened, revealing Caesar and Monet. Aha! Luffy exclaimed. This one is ours. Yeah. The Straw Hat yelled. Huh? Caesar muttered, confused before his eyes bulged out. Why are you here? Rockawar. Luffy roared as he slammed his fist with infused hockey into Caesar's stomach. Shoo! Caesar gagged, coughing up blood. Luffy growled as his punch pushed Caesar back several feet while Smoker stood by from behind. Goku and the rest of the crew were ready to move in but were stopped by Luffy. No, he is mine, Luffy shouted, ordering the Straw Hats to stay back with the kids. They were all surprised. Is he taking you? Get serious monologue seriously now, Zoro. Usopp said. Who knows what is making him act like this, but at least he is fighting serious now. Goku smiled at his student's form. Behind them, the Vice Admiral seethed silently in frustration, realizing that Virgo was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he remembered something Law said earlier when they were escaping from the cage. Listen closely, Smoker, I want you to stay away from Caesar. If we start crushing each other's hearts, it does me more harm than good. Don't pull stunts until I've taken my heart back from Virgo. You following my orders as we on this island, you got me? Smoker growled at the memory. He couldn't believe that he was taking orders from a pirate. He never thought he would stoop so low, but then again, Law did have a point.
He couldn't leave the island as long as Caesar had his heart, and if he wanted it back, he had no choice but to listen to what Law said.
So, if he couldn't touch Caesar, then he decided to go after somebody else. Smoker then spotted his sea stone jute leaning against the wall before he picked it up. I took the shortest route here and at top speed, Smoker thought before he ran back out to the corridor. I can find Virgo faster. Now where the hell are you, Virgo? Caesar seethed in pain as blood dripped from his lips. He struggled to his feet due to his injuries. Damn it. The drug must be wearing off by now. I have to stall in order to recover as much as I can before the drug completely wears off. Caesar looked everywhere for an excuse to stall before his eyes laid down on the kid's direction. He smiled. Bingo. You attack me and take my kids away. Caesar yelled as he pointed at the kids who were huddled together, confused as they saw Caesar pointing at them. They must have been in such agony. Caesar said, hold his hand to his face in a theatrical state of disdain. Why, they must want their candy, right? Caesar said loudly for the kids to hear. Candy? The kids shouted happily. The Straw Hats gasped. The kids were getting a little rowdy when they heard the word candy. Caesar grinned wickedly. Why yes, little ones. Candy. I have a ton of it saved up back in my other laboratory. You only need to follow me to get it. Caesar said with his arms out as if calling them to follow him. One of the kids walked one step forward, a large boy who timidly approached Caesar. You promise you have candy? The child asked, not sure to believe him. No, Dante, listen to him. Hancock yelled. The child turned around. He doesn't have candy for you, he is trying to make you stay here forever, away from your family and to experiment on you. Hancock pleaded with the boy to get away from Caesar. Of course I have candy. Why, if you come with me right now, I'll add another piece for you coming with me voluntarily. Caesar smiled softly, holding his hand out to the boy. That includes all of you too. Caesar looked at the other kids. Volunteer, Lily? One of the kids asked innocently, which made Caesar slightly recoil from hearing them butcher the word. Yes, children. Caesar twisted his face, slightly annoyed. It means coming on your own volition. Volition. Another kid asked, cocking his head, confused at the word and what it meant. You mean we have to come with our own volleyball? Another child asked, to which Caesar contorted his face angrily with the stupidity he was dealing with. Listen. Do you want candy or not? Caesar shouted, cause I want to share it with you if you don't come now. They ain't coming. Caesar looked up to see Luffy jumping to grab him. Now I gotcha. Luffy shouted. Hancock guided the child and kids away from Caesar and brought them near the Straw Hats. Oh no, you don't. Caesar cried before he turned into gas and flew up at the last second. Then he lit up 2 matches, one in each hand. Combustible immolation gas. Using his gas fruit powers, Caesar made the flames on the matches as large as Goku's spirit bomb before he threw down a huge wall of fire at Luffy, who backflipped away just in time. Damn it! Luffy cursed. This guy is already trying to give us a hard time. Hold still and let us catch you already. Luffy barked. What reason do you have for coming after me, Straw Hat? Caesar questioned. What purpose do you have with capturing me? I don't know yet. Luffy said. All I know is that Traffy told me that something cool is supposed to happen when I catch you. Shulolololo. Caesar laughed. I see now. It looks like you've formed an alliance with Law, did you? You re a fool to trust him. He'll turn on you too, just like he did me. Luffy jumped into the air with his fists clenched shut. Luffy then blasted his fists at Caesar. So, I suppose you haven't had enough punishment yet, rubber ball. Then take this. Land of nothing. Caesar clenched both fists, extinguishing the fire around Luffy, who suddenly dropped to his knees and started grabbing his throat. Caesar laughed. Shulololo. It doesn't matter how many times you try. I always have the advantage. The Straw Hat Captain looked up at Caesar and smirked, which took the scientist back momentarily. I am not falling for it this time. He stretched his fist out, forcing Caesar to stop his attack and jump back. Caesar fell back and collapsed from his injuries. Caesar groaned as his body now was feeling the full force of the pain. He was running on the drug, but now it wore off. He wasn't in control of his body anymore. Luffy gasped in air. Whoa, that was close. Luffy grinned. Good work thinking on your feet, Luffy, Goku called out. Luffy began walking slowly towards the downed scientist. Caesar gritted his teeth and tried to crawl away from the Straw Hat. Get away from me! Caesar cried out in fear. Luffy lowered his eyes before pointing at the scientist. You know, I don't even have a shred of compassion for you, the kids you treated badly, the people you tried to kill. I haven't even an ounce of guilt beating the hell out of you, Luffy said, grabbing his leg and raising his fist. The scientist. You're lucky I am not going to beat you to death now. As Luffy said this, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye and instinctively rolled out of the way. Bang bang bang. It was gunshots and it was aimed at Luffy. Huh? Luffy said in shock. Caesar is in trouble? Protect him, everyone. A voice echoed from the other side of the door. Everyone turned around to see Caesar's men stockpiled with weapons running out towards Caesar and began blasting bullets towards the Straw Hats, Smoker and the kids' direction. Shulololo, yes. Kill those who tried to hurt me. Caesar groaned as his men rained bullets at them. Hit the kids away. Luffy shouted to the Straw Hats. Robin crossed her hands together and created over a dozen of giant hands that created a barrier between them and the bullets. Dante let up, men. Keep firing at it. One of Caesar's men shouted as they rained bullets at the wall of hands blocking them from attacking the Straw Hats. Nice thinking, Robin. Usopp said, but then panicked as he saw her reaction. Robin's face groaned up as her body was taking a lot of stress, creating large multiple hands and having to block not only them but the kids who were as tall as a 4-story apartment from all the bullets that were attacking them. I can't hold it for much longer. Robin gritted as she tried to hold the barrier for a little bit longer. Hancock's eyes widened as she knew what to do. Goku-san. Goku turned to the direction he heard his name. The Saiyan looked over to see the Snake Empress running at him. Throw me into the air. Hancock shouted at him. Goku was puzzled. Why did she want him to throw her into the air? It didn't make sense to him, but Goku knew he trusted her. Got it? Goku replied as he interlaced his fingers together as if ready to serve a volleyball underhanded. Hancock jumped into the air and landed on his hands. Goku tensed his arms and catapulted her into and above Robin's barrier. She looked down and saw Caesar's men cease fire and suddenly draw their weapons towards her. But just as they aimed, they dropped their weapons instantly. Hancock smiled. She knew it worked. Look at that babe. One Caesar's man cried out. She is so hot. Another one added. Each of Caesar's men were filled with lust as they witnessed the beauty of the Snake Empress. Hancock raised her hands towards the entranced men. Mero mero mero. A burst of vibrant pink hearts appeared and headed straight towards them and twirled around like a cyclone. A majority of them instantly turned into stone. What? Caesar screamed as he saw his men turn into stone. He angrily looked into the air and back at Monet. Well, don't just stand there. Stop her. Monet set her sights at Hancock and instantly flew into the air. Hancock was turning as many of Caesar's men into stone as she could before she noticed the harpy and twirled downwards from Monet, creating some distance between the two. Monet circled around and dived downwards the Snake Empress. Hancock raised her hands to block, but Monet dived towards her abdomen and speared her, causing them both to hit the floor hard and tumble across the room. Hancock! Goku shouted. He was about to run over when Hancock raised her hand, preventing him from doing so. Huff huff, I am fine, Goku-san. I'll deal with this one. Help Robin. Hancock said before dashing over and doing a spin kick at Monet, who was getting up. Monet noticed a heel inches away from her skull and jumped into the air, avoiding the kick. Hancock landed back on the ground and pushed herself upwards to the harpy. They resumed fighting. Goku turned around and noticed Robin lower her arms and fall down to one knee, exhausted from holding the barrier for so long. The barrier was let down and Kaiser's men took notice of it. "Hey, their shield is down, take him down," one of them shouted. Goku instant transmissioned in front of Robin and an instant transmission them towards the kids, Nami, Brambert and Usopp. He placed the tired and barely conscious Robin down near Nami and Usopp. "Is the hand-creating lady going to be okay?" one of the kids cried out as they saw her in bad shape. "She's going to be fine," Goku replied before turning his attention towards Nami and Usopp. "Nami, Usopp, watch over the kids, and Robin, I'll take care of Caesar's men." "Right?" They nodded. "Then let me help out," Usopp said as he aimed his slingshot at Caesar's soldiers. "Cover your eyes," Usopp shouted as he shot a pellet at them. "Oh shoot, watch out," one of Caesar's soldiers yelled out as they aimed at the pellet and fired. Usopp smirked. "Looks like they took the bait." As soon as the bullet punctured the pellet, a massive explosion of light illuminated across the room, blinding everyone who didn't take heed in Usopp's warning. "Oh, my eyes," one of the soldiers cried out. "I can't see," another shouted. "Me neither," a third soldier shouted. "Me too," Luffy shouted. "Luffy, I said to cover your eyes," Usopp shouted angrily. "I thought you said cover your ears," Luffy shouted as he began rubbing his eyes painfully. Usopp comically fell over. "You have got to be kidding me," Nami sighed. While the soldiers were blinded, Goku dashed forward, kicked a soldier into the air. "Frankie, catch!" the Saiyan shouted. "Okay," the robot shouted as he jumped into the air and caught the soldier and was aiming down on the other soldiers. "Get ready, 'cause I am serving up my first super pitch of the day," Frankie shouted as he launched the soldier back down and struck them. "Og!" the soldiers cried out as they tumbled into the ground hard. Goku and Frankie sprinted towards their enemies when Brook ran in between them. "Let us make it a triple tag team. How about a fourth?" another voice chimed in. They turned to see Zoro running alongside them. They smirked. "Let's kick their asses," Frankie shouted. "Yeah," everyone agreed as they jumped down to attack. The fatal four strikes. Luffy jumped a few meters away from Caesar, creating some space between them. "This looks like a good distance," Luffy said. "Shulolololo," Caesar laughed. "That's right. There's a set radius and within it you can breathe." "Ugh!" Luffy gasped and clutched at his throat. "Damn it again." Luffy gagged and coughed as he tried to breathe. "Shulolololo," Caesar cackled. "You see? Once I get close, you only suffocate again. Hurts, doesn't it?" He then held up a sword hilt and a blue aura appeared from it. "Here is your precious oxygen," Caesar said. "Blue sword. My poison gas might not work on you, Straw Hat, but I have plenty of other attacks at my disposal. Now take this burning slash." Caesar attempted to cut Luffy with his oxygen sword, and the resulting cut ended up burning half the room. "Shulolololo," Caesar laughed. "There, that should take care of. Armaments hardening." Caesar's eyes bulged out when he saw an airborne Luffy inches from him with hockey-imbued fists. "Gum-goo-om." "Awa!" Caesar screamed. "A glow. Jet Gatling." Luffy began to make a barrage of rapid-fire punches, but all he ended up hitting was a large wall of snow that protected Caesar. "What the hell?" Luffy shouted as he jumped back from the wall of snow. It had a large gaping hole that revealed Caesar unharmed. "What is this? A wall?" Luffy questioned. "Huff huff, impressive," said Monet, who had been standing over Hancock holding her hair and painfully pulling it upwards. "Not just any pirate can put even a crack in this wall, and you managed make a hole," Monet said. "I'll just have to be wary around you." Wham! Hancock headbutted Monet, causing her to fall down and the snowy wall crumbled. Monet got back up and felt something wet on her chin. She wiped it away and saw a red stain on her feathers. Hancock busted Monet's nose and it was slightly bleeding. She narrowed her eyes and stared daggers at Hancock, who got back up and readied into a fighting stance. "You're going to have a few broken bones, bitch," Monet cursed. "I was going to say the same thing." Hancock narrowed her eyes. "Don't pull on my hair. How did the bird lady create an igloo? There wasn't any ice for her to make it." Goku questioned as disarmed his opponent and bent the weapon into a pretzel. "She has a devil fruit power, most likely," Zoro said as he sliced his opponent's weapons into two and knocked them out with the hilt of his blades. "Now is your chance to make a run for it, Caesar," Monet said as flew into the air to try and dive at Hancock once more. "Bah!" Caesar scoffed. "Tell me about it." "Fairly well, Straw Hat. Do your worst. I already have an experiment in mind for your little crew." Shulalalala. With that, the mad scientist flew off. "Hey!" Luffy shouted. "You bastard! Get back here!" But before he could pursue, Monet paused her fight with Hancock and flew over to stop Luffy by holding him back with her talons. "Not so fast, boy. You're not going anyway. If anything happens to the master, then Joker will get rid of me." "Dominatrix?" Luffy questioned, causing everyone who heard him to fall down comically. "Oh, for the love of it, S. Doflamingo, you dumbass!" Zoro angrily shouted, getting back up. "Oh well, what has he got to do with you in this?" Luffy said to the harpy. Monet just smiled but didn't answer. With Sanji, Tashigi and the G5 units in the connecting hallway of buildings A and B, Sanji is facing off against Virgo while the alarm began to blare around them. That only meant one thing. "Oh no!" cried a G5 soldier. "It's that alarm again. The gate ahead is about to close," quickly shouted another soldier. "We have to move before it's too late." "Wait! Who is that guy fighting that imposter?" asked another. "It's the Straw Hat Pirate Sanji," shouted one more. "Why is he helping us?" asked his friend. "Who knows? But at least we can regroup and get our injured due to the danger. Do you think maybe we should help out?" "Dante. It looks like he has got this," answered one more. "Flanchet strike." Sanji's leg ignited on fire as it connected with Virgo, sending him hurtling through the wall, causing room to explode with dust and cover the room momentarily. "Cough cough cough, whoa," said a G5 rifleman. "He is crazy tough."
As soon as the dust settled, everyone noticed the wall Sanji kicked the Virgo through. They were shocked. The wall that Virgo was kicked in actually made a shape that resembled Virgo.
"What are you dumbasses doing, gawking at me?" Sanji questioned. "Get the hell outta here already. Don't you see they're trying to trap us in here with that gas again?"
Everyone gasped before they looked up and saw the gate leading to building A beginning to open up, again, allowing the poisonous gas to seep through.
"See? Here it comes now," Sanji shouted. Soon the G5 men panicked before they turned and ran. "We gotta get moving. The other gate is opening again. Everybody run. The gas is coming for us again." The Vice Admiral Virgo. Some of the soldiers turned to look at the person who they looked up to. It pained them dearly to leave him even if they thought it was a faker. "Forget about him. The real Virgo wouldn't he try and kill us?" Just as the soldiers left, Virgo walked out of the hole. Sanji noticed he had a bleeding nose and mouth, but practically looked unharmed. "I see now," Sanji said as Virgo dusted himself off. "You're probably made of steel or something, huh?" "Don't interfere," Virgo hissed as he winded up a kick. "This is an internal matter." "Sesk," Sanji scoffed. "You really tied that my captain and crew despise the most," when the cook raised his leg blocking Virgo's kick. However, Sanji gritted his teeth in pain. The force of Virgo's kick was so strong it actually made a small fracture to Sanji's shin. "Sanji gritted before pushing away from Virgo. However, he barely managed to duck down to dodge another one of the Vice Admiral Gon Pirate's kick. The two soon began to exchange and block blows, so much so, they didn't notice that the poisonous gas was approaching them. "Oh! Pirate!" shouted one of the G5 soldiers. "Hurry! That poison gas is almost upon you. The gate is closing. You gotta get out of there." Just then, the PA system activated. "Attention! Attention! This is Building D reporting in. Emergency alert to all third lab structures. Be advised that Trafalgar Law has infiltrated Anno Domini manufacturing room." "What?" Virgo said in shock. Caesar was stumbling away before he had just heard the announcement. "Attention! Attention! I repeat, this is Building D reporting in. Emergency alert to all third lab structures. Be advised that Trafalgar Law has infiltrated Anno Domini manufacturing room." Caesar was shocked at this news and a little horrified too. "Is Law insane?" Caesar questioned. Luffy and Monet had just heard the announcement as well. "Anno Domini?" Luffy said. "What is that?" Luffy asked. Monet just gritted her teeth. "Kidnap the master then Anno Domini?" Monet questioned. "So that's what you really after Trafalgar?" Smoker is seen flying down a corridor as he heard the announcement. "What the hell are you trying, Law?" Smoker thought. However, he dismissed it as he was too focused on looking at a piece of paper in his hands at the moment. "Damn it," Virgo cursed. "I should be known." "What are you talking about?" Sanji questioned. "Law must be joined forces with your crew in order to keep us distracted and away from his real intentions," Virgo said. "Damn it, it is possible he became one of the 7 warlords just to get into the room. If I let him continue like this, that boy is going to unleash all of hell on all the new world." In Building D, Law is seen walking into a room with a confident smirk on his face as he left the guards that stood in his way cut and defeated. Law entered a room and found a large tank that said Anno Domini on the front. Law observed the entire structure with a moment of curiosity. The tank SAD was being kept in a large metallic vat hooked up to several tubes with a nuclear symbol plastered right smack for anyone to see. "Looks like I finally get a view of it up close," Law thought as he walked along the path of the tank. "This is what I've been looking for." The pirate leaned closer to inspect the tank and see if there was a switch to open the tank. After searching for a few minutes, he found a button on a dashboard with a sticker labeled "Open" on top. Law didn't give it much thought and proceeded to push it. Suddenly, a mechanical grinding was echoing from the tank. The top started to slowly open. Law smiled and looked around before noticing a catwalk that would give him a good view of the content inside the tank. Law proceeded to run and jump up until he reached the top of the catwalk and walked over to get a good view of the substance. After the vat holding the SAD was pulled open, it was shown to be somewhat of a green foamy mixture similar to wax that was inside. Law smirked. "Alright, let us get to it." Back with the G5 and Tashigi. The G5 units began to panic as the gate at the connecting hallway between buildings A and B where Sanji and Virgo were began to shut. "No. Stop." Dante closed the door. Straw Hat, Sanji and that imposter are still in there. But it was too late. The gate had been shut closed, leaving Sanji and Virgo trapped on the other side with the poisonous gas that was slowly filling the room. "No." The G5 units cried out, "It is closed. Sanji is dead." The G5 soldiers began mourning the supposed death of Sanji. Even though he was a pirate, he came to their aid and protected their captain. Even Tashigi bowed her head in respect, seeming to feel a bit of remorse for the pirate. But then she heard a noise coming from somewhere up in the ceiling. She looked up and squinted her eyes to get a better view of what she heard. To her amazement, she saw a mysterious figure coming from the ceiling. "What is that?" asked a soldier. "Oh no. Don't tell me it's the dragon again." "Wait," said another. "I think that is. Are you okay, Tashigi-san?" A voice called from above, causing the G5 soldiers to gasp in joy. Everyone looked above to reveal Sanji, who landed right before Tashigi with a sweet smile and somehow a rose in his hand. Be black like? Tashigi gasped. All right. A soldier cheered. Black like? Yuri alive. Another cried. Shut up. Sanji barked. The only voice I want to hear is the voice of this angel here, Sanji barked, pointing at Tashigi. A light red hue appeared on Tashigi's cheeks after hearing Sanji's comment. However, as Sanji took a step forward, he winced in pain when he tried to put weight on his right leg. Ah, damn. He cursed under his breath. Hey, black leg. A soldier said. You sure you didn't get hurt? I thought I told you to shut up. Sanji said. I only take concern her, not you. Sanji gritted his teeth. Damn it, that was way too close, Sanji thought. If I kept fighting, my shin bone would be shattered to pieces. Sanji turned and looked at Tashigi. That guy was your commander, right? Sanji asked. For some reason, he looked like he saw a ghost and then hightailed off. And no way. A G5 rifleman answered. That guy is not the real Virgo. He must be been a fake. Yeah, that's it. A fake. Ha right, Capan. Why yes. Tashigi answered. Of course. It was just an imposter this whole time. The real Virgo would never harm any of you. Now then, let us hurry back with Smoker and save those children. Why yes, Capan. The soldiers saluted. The truth was, Tashigi knew that was Virgo, but she just couldn't bear having to tell her men the truth, for she knew how much they respected and admired their base commander. If knew the horrible truth, it would break their hearts. Meanwhile, in Building B, Virgo is seen practically running through the air using his jetpack ability. In his hand there is a mini transponder snail, and he appeared to be having conversation with someone. So Law is after the S, Anno Domini. Yes, Virgo replied. They've definitely betrayed us. I see. Hattie hattie. On an island in the new world known as Dressrosa, people are seen around in a pool, laughing and relaxing. It is revealed that the person Virgo is speaking with is none other than one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was sitting on a lounge with his harem of women and being served fine wine. Beside Doflamingo is a small girl with light greenish hair, a magenta hooded cape with bear-like ears, an eye patch-shaped monocle on her left eye and a small crown. Her name is Sugar. She is a member of the Don Quixote family. That's what I thought. Doflamingo laughed. At his feet, there is a saber-toothed tiger with dark yellow fur with brown stripes and a scar on her left shoulder. This is Rita, Doflamingo's pet saber-toothed tiger. What a shame, Doflamingo said as he pet the large, prehistoric feline on her head, causing her to purr. Why, I practically raised Law. I understand, sir, Virgo said on the other side. The S Anno Domini manufacturing room, eh? Doflamingo asked as a door suddenly exploded.
Suddenly, a woman with long, black hair, dressed in a maid's outfit appeared, armed a machine, a saber, and a rifle, which was actually her left arm, aimed at Doflamingo's head. For some reason, she seemed to be crying.
Well, Doflamingo said, ignoring the woman aiming her rifle arm at him, if I were Law, here's what I'd do. First, I'd destroy that room. Kaboom! The woman opened fire on Doflamingo, creating a huge explosion that sent several of Doflamingo's guests flying. As the dust cleared, it is revealed that Doflamingo had disappeared from his spot and now was sitting in a chair, left virtually unscathed by the blast. I'd also kidnap Caesar, said Doflamingo as he hunched over as if in thought. Nah, scratch that. I'd actually kill the Caesar. Ha he ha.
After all, Caesar is the only man in the whole world who knows how to manufacture Anno Domini. As he said this, he dodged another strike from the teary-eyed woman, who turned into her arm into a scythe blade.
But if that happened, Doflamingo began, then I'd just have more problems than solutions, Virgo. Bang! A man wearing some sort of steampunk suit shot the woman. She didn't look injured though. All the bullet did was graze her. His name is Gladius, another member of the Don Quixote family. And if I had a problem, said Doflamingo, then what happens next? A large man wearing a red shirt with white swirls on it and the Doflamingo insignia on his biceps approached the woman. His name is McVise, another member of the Don Quixote family. Hey N. The man said. Cool your jets and baby 5. What V you got and against the young master? I can't forgive him. The woman, known as Baby 5, shouted. Not this time. I am gonna kill him if it's the last thing I do. So what comes next? Asked the man in the steampunk suit. What next? Doflamingo asked. Then misfortune spreads, of course. Sugar began to suck the grapes off her fingers as he said this. And what is your plan, young master?
Asked Jorah, a round woman with blonde hair on one side and orange hair on the other, wearing a purple dress with gold and yellow flowers, a pearl necklace, and a pair of glasses, playing cards with an old, short man wearing some sort of leotard.
What will you do with sweet little Law? It is obvious, said the old man, whose name is Lao Ji. The boy is leading a rebellion against us. Is it not so? I know it'll annoy you, Virgo, said Doflamingo, but I need you to exterminate Law. Kill him so badly that he'd wish he wasn't born. Slash. Baby 5 swung her hand, which had turned into an axe, at Doflamingo, who dodged it deftly. I hear you, loud and clear, Virgo said. I can take a picture of their corpses to show you, Doflamingo. I can use that new camera I bought in Dressrosa. I bet you didn't buy any cameras. Oh, yeah, I didn't buy any cameras. Oh, well, how about I bring you back both their left ears instead? That'll work. Doflamingo answered as he made a finger gesture at Baby 5, causing her to halt momentarily. I am going to make a quick call. Let me know when you've killed those two yet. Got it, Virgo answered. Not long after, Doflamingo dialed a different number and soon, someone picked up. Monet? Caesar? He asked. It's Joker. Do you read me? Yes, Joker, Monet's voice replied. Ah, Joker. Caesar exclaimed. Good to hear from you, young master. Watch out for Law, but also be on your toes against Luffy as well. The boy has the Conqueror as hockey as well. His potential could be even greater than Law's. Doflamingo warned. Yes, that infernal brat and his crew seem to have formed an alliance with Law, but do not worry, I'll crush them before they do any real damage there, Shulololo. Caesar cackled before disconnecting from the call. Make sure you watch our primary target as well, Monet, Doflamingo said. Understood, but Joker, Monet said, pausing momentarily. We're also dealing with the man named Son Goku as well, and he isn't going down as quickly as we would hope. Doflamingo clenched his fist tightly hearing that name, but before releasing his grip and regaining his cool. I expected Son Goku to be with Straw Hat Luffy, Doflamingo thought.
Don't worry, I've contacted a group of people to deal with him should we ever cross paths again, Doflamingo said, jumping back as Baby 5 went for an overhead chop with her axe.
It cracked the ground, causing dust to explode across the room. I just need to set up a meeting with them first and see them for myself before I hire them, Doflamingo said, grinning, but as of right now, I also have a woman over here who is a little too excitable for her own good. As he said this, Baby 5 turned her left index finger into a pistol and aimed for her head, planning to shoot herself.
I'm going to send Baby 5, Buffalo over, Doflamingo said, and when this is done, I want all of you back here on Dressrosa.
Understood, Joker, Monet out. The harpy disconnected the call, leaving Doflamingo to deal with the situation in front of him. Will someone call and set up a meeting with our potential recruiters? I am going to be busy dealing with something currently, Doflamingo nonchalantly asked before grinning wickedly. About time you met your match, Son Goku. Itadadada. Goku yelled as he fired ki blasts at the ground, exploding and causing anyone who was in the vicinity to fly into the air. Whoa! Zoro said as he exploded into the air. He gritted his teeth. Watch where you're refiring, Goku. Before running atop of the flying soldiers and slashing them back down to the ground. Goku chuckled. Sorry. I was just getting excited. Usopp fired another pellet, causing an explosion to push the soldiers back. Immediately more soldiers came into the room to fight the Straw Hats. They just keep coming. Usopp huffed in annoyance at their persistence. Then we just got to keep up the pace. Goku fired up. Bang. A bullet was fired, causing Goku to react and instinctively swat the bullet away. Wah! Caesar's soldiers cried out. He flicked away your bullet like it was nothing. Caesar's men cried out. Goku readied his stance. You're going to have to try harder than using bullets if you want to stop me. Goku roared before dashing towards them. However, what Goku didn't know was when he swatted the bullet, it landed next to the baby dragon. Raw water echoing throughout the room. Evion turned to see what was making the noise. Nami gasped, oh no. The baby dragon was set off when the stray bullet struck beside it and caused it to run rampant in a daze of confusion and a mixture of fear and anger. Bah! The dragon cried out as it began setting everything ablaze in the room. Goku flew next to the dragon's face in order to get its attention. Oh, you have to stop, you're going to hurt somebody. Goku yelled, but it was having no effect on the dragon, it couldn't hear him. The kids began to huddle together in fear. Is it going to attack us? One of the kids cried, as they all realized how scary the dragon really was. Nami cupped her hands to her mouth. You guys. Get the dragon away from the kids, it is just scared and confused from the bullet. Grab it if you have to, but make sure it doesn't reach the kids. Goku, Zoro and Usopp nodded as they all directed their attention to the dragon. You three deal with the dragon, Frankie said as he slugged his fist onto a soldier and sent him flying. Brook and I will deal with the remaining soldiers. Right? Zoro dashed towards the dragon. Goku, launch me into the air. All right. Goku clasped his hands and threw Zoro towards the dragon. Zoro raised his arms out to grab the dragon. I got it. The dragon noticed Zoro and sidestepped out of the way. I don't got it, Zoro said as he crashed into a wall. Zoro! Usopp cried out as he ran over to the swordsman, worried he was injured. However, Zoro was already back on his feet. This dragon is a lot tougher, Zoro said. It is a slippery bastard, I'll give him that. Do something about the dragon already, shouted Brownbird as he and the kids crowded towards the corner of the room where there wasn't any fire nearby. It is revealed that the dragon is laying waste to most of Building B, spewing flames all around. The whole place is almost on fire already, cried Brownbird. If he manages to light up one of the tanks in here, it'll blow the wall down, and if we don't die by then, that killer gas will. The dragon began swooping down in the direction of the kids, Nami, Robin and Brownbird. Oh no, you don't. Nami shouted. She pulled out her climb attack and aimed it at the dragon. I am sorry, little one, but you forced my hand. Gust sword. Suddenly, a gust of pressurized air blasted at high speeds towards the dragon. It resembled a whirlwind, but it got the job done. Bah! The dragon roared as the gust of extreme wind stunned it momentarily. Nami aimed her climb attack at the dragon. 3 dark clouds surrounded the flying creature, causing it to look up above and notice the clouds. Thunder trap! Nami shouted. The thunder clouds ended up electrocuting the dragon. The dragon roared in pain as it plummeted to the ground. The floor shook from the impact of the dragon's weight. Ah! Usopp screamed as he dived out of the way of the dragon's path. It was sliding on the ground until it stopped to a complete halt in the middle of the room. Quick, let us get it before it gets back up. Kennyman shouted as he, Brook and Zoro charged, aiming at the defenseless creature on the ground. Kennyman jumped into the air and aimed his blade towards the creature's head. You held your own creature, thus I'll give you an honorable death. Hold it. A man phased in front of Kennyman and grabbed his blade, mere inches from the dragon's head. The dragon groaned in pain as it tilted its head upwards. Kennyman, Brook and Zoro couldn't believe it. Goku, what are you doing? Zoro shouted. Release your grip on my blade, warrior, I shall stop this beast from attacking. Kennyman said as he tried to move his blade from the Saiyan's grip, but it wouldn't budge. I won't allow it, Goku firmly spoke, loosening his grip on the blade and causing Kinemon to fall back. But Goku-san, the dragon tried to attack us. If Nami didn't electrocute it, the dragon could attack the kids. Robin protested. No, the dragon isn't at fault, Goku pointed to himself. If I didn't swat that bullet away, the dragon wouldn't have gone on a rampage. The Saiyan walked over and knelt down to pet the dragon on the forehead. I can't allow it to face my mistakes with its life. I'll accept full responsibility of its actions, but I won't let anyone else hurt it, Goku said as he stood back and turned around to face his crew. The crew were unsure what to do. Zoro, Kinemon and Book had their weapons drawn and Goku readied into his stance in case he had to stop his friends from hurting the dragon anymore. Look, we can go back and forth about the morality on this question, but now isn't the time. Usopp said. Right now our crew has to move now to Oran. To make matters worse, Luffy and Hancock gave chase to that harpy lady at Structure C. Damn it, and Sanji, Chopper and that woman with her soldiers are somewhere else on this freaking island, Zoro muttered as he lowered his weapons. That's right, Brook agreed as he and Kinemon sheathed their weapons. You guys. Robin shouted as everyone turned around to her voice. Their eyes widened. The kids were beginning to become feral again, their eyes were turning bloodshot and they began growling like an animal. Goku reached into his pocket and pulled out the bottle full of senzu beans. Robin, catch. Goku tossed the bottle to Robin. She caught the bottle and began pouring the beans into her hand before running towards the kids. Kids? I have something for you to eat. Robin shouted as she tried to get their attention. Aha! We don't want that. We want candy. One of children roared as they raised their hand and swatted her, making her fall down hard. Robin! The Straw Hats cried out as they rushed over to her. Goku charged his ki up and raised his hands at the kids. I got them. A white aura engulfed each child, stopping them in their tracks. Erg, I want candy. Another child yelled. Goku's eyes widened by the sudden increase in power from the kids. They didn't have that much power now, they suddenly have the same power level as Gohan when he was fighting Cell. Goku thought. How does a drug like this give them this much power? Boom. The white aura around their body exploded and disappeared. No way. Goku shouted in shock. They broke through his barrier through sheer anger. Let us go to the master and get our candy. One of the kids declared, and all the kids agreed in unison with a war cry before running up to the catwalk that led to the exit. I don't think so. A voice shouted from up in the air. Hey! Look up there! Usopp shouted. Everyone looked up and saw Chopper in his monster point form, jumping down to the catwalk and pushing the kids back from the exit. Boo! Chopper roared furiously as he tried to keep the children back. Isn't he that Chopper? Nami asked. What is he doing in his monster point form? Zoro questioned. Who knows, but we gotta help him before the kids overrun him. Usopp said as he jumped on Brownbird's back. Oh, what the hell are you doing on my back? Brownbird shouted.
Zip it, we got to move it and you're fast enough to reach them. Brownbird blushed from the compliment before puffing out his chest. Alright, hop on. I'll get us to the catwalk in no time.
Kinemon turned to Goku, who floated back down to the dragon to offer a senzu bean to the creature. Fine, you can keep the dragon alive, but if it acts out once more, I'll put it down myself, Kinemon threatened as he raised his blade at the Saiyan, who nodded in agreement. Sigh, alright. We'll save those brats and then my son Momonosuke. The samurai shouted. With Luffy and Hancock. On the fourth floor of Building C, Luffy and Hancock were running after the Harpy Monet. Hey! Luffy shouted. What is the big idea, bird lady? Monet chuckled as she trapped Luffy and Hancock inside a large dome of snow. This is my 10-layer igloo, Monet said as she appeared on the walls. It is my same igloo defense, only 10 times as thick. What do you think? Do you like it? No, I don't. Luffy shouted. Are you just trying to buy time? Hancock and I will just smash this thing to pieces in seconds. This is all pointless. We can't imagine losing two likes of you. Hancock launched into the air and did a spin kick to hit Monet. The harpy giggled before hiding behind the barrier. Hancock cracked the barrier but the snow wall didn't budge. Monet popped back in front of the two.
The harpy smiled at the two. I can't imagine beating you two. I don't have the power to do so, but listen well boy, in battle, strength can only do so much.
Suddenly, a wall emerged from the ground. It takes brain to get the job done. Luffy, look out, Hancock said as the wall divided the two. Luffy somersaulted away. Ha! You're going to have to try a lot harder to get me with the trick, Luffy boasted. Monet giggled. That wasn't he supposed to get you? When Luffy fell back down to the ground, Monet emerged in front of the pirate. Boo! Monet whispered in their ears before embracing the pirate tightly. Huh? Luffy muttered. What the hell? Luffy questioned. Luffy, what is going on? Hancock's voice muffled through to the other side of the wall. A repeated thump was heard. It was revealed to be Hancock attacking the wall to reach Luffy and help him stop Monet. Luffy began to shiver. It is so cold. Why is? Monet hushed the pirate in a soothing voice. When I am done, you and that bitch won't even have the strength to move. Luffy suddenly started feeling very sluggish. Luffy's eyelids grew heavy and his body started to feel numb. This freezing body of mine will sap all your stamina little by little, Monet said, and then even your hearts will freeze. Not long after, snow began to fall all around them and began to cover Luffy. See? Monet asked. Look at all the pretty snow all around us. You must be getting sleepy. Yes, Luffy whispered. Doesn't it feel good? Monet asked. You just wanna close your eyes and be at peace. However, just when Luffy was about to drift off in deadly slumber, he suddenly something very important. Get a freaking grip and get serious, you moron. Remember, we're in a new world now. Luffy gasped. He woke back up. He grabbed Monet's waist and moved his head back. Sorry, Luffy said. Monet was puzzled. Sorry about what? Wham! Luffy headbutted the harpy and caused her to push back and crash into the wall, crumpling it. Why does everyone go for my nose? Monet cried out as she stood up with another bloody nose leak. Before Monet readied herself, Hancock crushed her abdomen with a flying dive kick and sent her down badly injured. That was for pulling on my hair, bitch. Hancock narrowed her eyes. The Empress turned her attention to Luffy. Let us go, Luffy. Right, gum jet spear. Luffy shouted before he stomped a huge hole in the floor. They jumped down the hole. Monet only watched as the two straw hats fell right through the floor. Impressive, Monet said. However, doing that will send them falling through the air ducts and all the way down to the trash dump deep underground. She struggled to her feet to leave. Those two won't be coming back up unless they can fly. They just dug their own graves, so to speak. And with that, Monet flew off to who knows where. Meanwhile, somewhere deep underneath the entire laboratory, Zoom! Luffy and Hancock ended up in a gigantic pile of scrap metal and old food scraps. Luffy groaned as his head started to hurt. He looked around to see where they were. There's trash all over the place. This is disgusting. Hancock cringed at the awful smell. The Empress got to her feet and looked for any exit, but to no avail.
If we don't get out of this place, I am going to hurl from the smell, Hancock said, feeling sick from the stench.
Is this a garbage dump? Luffy looked around. Probably after you made that hole, we might have been underneath it, Hancock said, feeling disgusted with having to step on the trash lying around. I am going to need 10 baths before I feel clean again, Hancock thought depressingly as tears flooded her eyes. As Luffy looked around as well, he found what looked like a remote control of some sort. What is this? He picked it up and flipped the switch several times, but nothing happened. It is not working, Luffy said before threw the device away. Well, what do we now? Luffy said. Suddenly, Hancock and Luffy heard his rumbling stomach. Ugh! Luffy groaned. I am so hungry. You re-joking me, Hancock deadpanned. I can't help it. Luffy answered. I've been running around for so long. Then he started digging around the garbage. Isn't there anything for me to eat around here? Luffy asked. Luffy, that is completely unhygienic. Get out of there. Hancock said, revolted by her captain's actions. Hey, I found a ribeye steak, score. Luffy cheered as he pulled out the half-eaten sandwich. The Empress began to turn a shade of green. Oh, I am going to be sick. Just as Luffy was going to take his first bite, he heard a noise coming from the opposite side of him and Hancock. He dropped his sandwich. Alerted, Hancock slowly turned her head towards the direction her captain was looking. Across the room revealed to be a shadowy figure, sitting on a piece of garbage nearby, shivering. Oh, what is that? Luffy asked. Concurrently, near the biscuits room, Chopper is still trying to hold back the rampaging children. Kids, you have to stop. The monstrous reindeer leaded. You've got to listen. I know it's hard, but you have to be strong. Don't you ever eat that candy ever again. Don't you wanna go home? Rockawar. A little boy cried as he tried to hit Chopper with a lead pipe, only to miss. I am not letting any of you get past me. Chopper shouted. You can go to the biscuits room. Oh, cried a little girl in Chopper's hands. Let go. You hurting me? Oh, I am sorry. Chopper apologized. I wasn't trying to. One of the kids hit Chopper in the shin with a pipe. Ugh. Chopper cried. Get out of my way, you monster. Shouted another child as he kicked Chopper in the gut, causing him to fall. Move it. Shouted another. Soon, the children started to pummel Chopper in an attempt to get past him. It's not your problem. Give us the candy. We want it. Chopper groaned as he tried to stand, but he refused to fight back.
He knew that if he tried to attack, he'd only hurt the kids, and he didn't want to.
As Chopper tried to stop some of the children who got past him. Now is our chance. Shouted a little boy. Get to the biscuits room. No. Stop. Chopper cried. You can go in there. Suddenly, Chopper winced and his body began to shudder rapidly. He looked at his hands and saw that they were beginning to shrink back down to his normal size. Oh no 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 no. Chopper said as his voice began to return to normal. The rumble ball is wearing off. Chopper ended up shrinking back into his original size and was now incapacitated. He would not be able to walk for a few hours. What is worse, he called and he stopped the children, who cheered at the thought of their getting their precious candy. All right. We're almost there. Finally, we can get our candy. Yay. Candy. No candy for any of you. Zoro shouted, causing the kids to stop momentarily. Goku rushed in front of the kids and placed his hands in front of his face. Close your eyes, everyone. Everyone closed their eyes as Goku readied himself. Solar Flower. Arg. The children cried out in pain as they couldn't see from the extremely blinding lights. Nami picked up Chopper and began carrying him as they rushed over to catch up to the kids. Chopper, are you alright? Nami. Guys. Chopper cried. Chopper, are you okay? Nami asked again. I am fine, Chopper said, smiling, glad that his friends were here to help. Mamonasic? Kineman called out. Answer me. It is me, your father. Explain the situation to us, Chopper. Usopp said. Oh. Right. Chopper said, I am so glad you're here. I tried to stop them, Caesar as trying to turn them into huge, violent super soldiers. You need to save the kids right now. The biscuits room is down the hall to the left. That's where their candy is. The kids finally regained their vision. We just want our candy, leave us alone. One of the kids shouted as they began running towards the biscuits room. No, don't let them in there. Chopper shouted. I'll stop them, Chopper. Robin said. Milfleur. Gigantesco mano. Before long, the children entered the biscuits room, cheering happily. Finally, we made it. Now we can get our candy. But then, two humongous hands appeared, stopping them in their tracks. What the? Where did these hands come from? Good work, Robin. Nami praised. Nami, Chopper said. There's a girl named Mocha who has managed to regain her senses and helped me out. We were working together to stop the other children, but now, she is in danger. She is guarding the candy in the biscuits room. What? Usopp questioned. That can't be good. They re crazy for that stuff? The kids roared as they began to hit and bite Robin's giant hands, causing her to flinch in pain. Get these stupid hands out of the way. What are they doing here? Robin cried. They re getting so violent now. I don't think they'll be easily subdued. Even if I scolded them, it won't help. Before she knew it, the children got past the giant hands and into the room. There they found Mocha, holding a large bowl of candy. Hey! Mocha! Sign shouted. Isn't that our candy? He questioned. Give it here! Shouted another child. Gimme that candy! No! You can't have it! Mocha shouted. Get a grip, everyone! Remember how we asked Chopper and his friends for help? We can't go home if we don't listen to them. It is no good, Mocha. Chopper shouted. They won't listen to reason. Run for it. Mocha grabbed the candy and ran in the opposite direction, trying to get the candy from her friends. No fair, Mocha. You can't take it all for yourself. Get back here. Mocha looked ahead and gasped upon seeing a wall of snow blocking her path. She turned her head and saw the harpy Monet sitting idly on a chair. Monet-san. Mocha cried out as she ran over to her. Please, you need to help me get rid of this. Mocha don't. Chopper shouted. That lady can't be trusted. Monet chuckled as she looked at Mocha. Mocha dear, she said. You know you should be sharing that candy with all the other children. Now share it with your friends. There she is. The kids shouted as they were inches away from the scared Mocha. Crap, Zoro cursed as he chucked his sword at the harpy. Monet saw this and flew above. Idiot! You could have hurt the kids. Monet shouted, which took Zoro back, momentarily realizing his stupidity. In the Anno Domini manufacturing room, Law was fighting Virgo, who managed to track him. Wham wham wham. Law was pushed back to the guardrails next to the tank. He was having a bit of trouble against Virgo. Room. Law shouted. Suddenly a large dome formed around him, and Virgo. Shambles. Return to me, heart. However, just when the vital organ had returned to Law's hand, Virgo phased in front and kicked Law in the face, sending flying into a railing. Ugh. Law groaned as Virgo caught his heart in his hand. Virgo took one look at Law's heart before squeezing the ever hell out of it. Law fell to his knees, screaming in agony. Law roared as he felt his whole body experience the worst pain in his life. He went over to Law and smacked him in the jaw with a hockey-imbued elbow. It was so hard, Virgo caused Law's hat to fall off his head. Virgo wasn't done there. He started to punch Law over and over. Ugh. Law groaned as he held up both of hands in front of Virgo. Countershock. Virgo was hit by a powerful electric shock from Law's hands. However, when the smoke cleared, it is revealed that Virgo is still standing. However, he did get hit and had a bit of a bloody nose and mouth. I have a message from Joker, Virgo said. He says what a shame. So it didn't work, huh? Law thought before he gave a cocky grin. I knew exactly how to get my heart back from Caesar, said Law. My only failure was not predicting your arrival, Virgo. Virgo gritted his teeth in anger at this. That's Mr. Virgo to you, Law. Virgo shouted. He began to squeezing Law's heart, causing him to hit the floor, screaming in agony. Alive. Law roared in pain, he fell backwards and slumped down next to the rail as he began coughing blood. I am a bit busy at the moment, said Virgo. So can't wait, Vice Admiral Smoker. Virgo turned his head over. Smoker walked towards him holding his sea stone jute over his shoulder. Either way, I will be silencing you and that woman, Virgo hissed. Sesk, Smoker scoffed. The sooner the better. I can only stand to look at trash for so long before I have to take it out myself. The end. Thanks for watching. Subscribe our channel for more.